of the big forest owner. In this latter case, equality down to the minutest detail is imperative, whereas in the former case inequality is an axiom. Why does the small forest owner demand the same protection as the big forest owner? Because both are forest owners. But are not both the forest owners and the infringers of forest? 240 Karl Marx. Regulation citizens of the state? If small and big forest owners have the same right to protection by the state, does this not apply even more to small and big citizens of the state? When the member of the princely estate refers to France for interest knows no political antipathies, he only forgets to add that in France the warden's charge concerns the fact but not the value. Similarly, the worthy urban spokesman forgets that it is inadmissible to rely on a field warden here because it is a matter not only of registering a theft of wood but also of establishing the value of the wood. What is the gist of all the arguments we have just heard? It is that the small forest owner does not have the means for appointing a warden for life. What follows from this? It follows that the small forest owner is not entitled to undertake this task. But what conclusion is drawn by the small forest owner? That he is entitled to appoint a warden as a valuer who can be given notice of dismissal. His lack of means entitles him to a privilege. Moreover, the small forest owner does not have the means to support an independent collegium of judges. Therefore let the state and the accused manage without an independent collegium of judges. Let a manservant of the small forest owner have a seat on the tribunal, or if he has no manservant, let it be his maidservant, and if he has no maidservant, let him sit there himself. Has not the accused the same right in regard to the executive power, which is an organ of the state, as he has in regard to the judicial power? Why then should not the tribunal also be organized in accordance with the means of the small forest owner? Can the relation between the state and the accused be altered because of the meager resources of a private person, the forest owner? The state has a right in relation to the accused because it confronts him as the state. An immediate consequence of this is its duty to act towards the lawbreaker as the state and in the manner of the state. The state has not only the means to act in a way which is as appropriate to its reason, its universality, and its dignity as it is to the right, the life and the property of the incriminated citizen, it is its absolute duty to possess and apply these means. No one will make this demand of the forest owner, whose forest is not the state and whose soul is not the soul of the state. But what conclusion was drawn from that? It was concluded that since private property does not have means to raise itself to the standpoint of the state, the latter is obliged to lower itself to the irrational and illegal means of private property. Debates on the Law on Thefts of Wood 241. This claim on the part of private interest, the paltry soul of which was never illuminated and thrilled by thought of the state, is a serious and sound lesson for the latter. If the state, even in a single respect, stoops so low as to act in the manner of private property instead of in its own way, the immediate consequence is that it has to adapt itself in the form of its means to the narrow limits of private property. Private interest is sufficiently crafty to intensify this consequence to the point where private interest in its most restricted and paltry form makes itself the limit and rule for the action of the state. As a result of this, apart from the complete degradation of the state, we have the reverse effect that the most irrational and illegal means are put into operation against the accused, for supreme concern for the interests of limited private property necessarily turns into unlimited lack of concern for the interests of the accused. But if it becomes clearly evident here that private interest seeks to degrade, and is bound to degrade, the state into a means operating for the benefit of private interest, how can it fail to follow that a body representing private interests, the estates, will seek to degrade, and is bound to degrade, the state to the thoughts of private interest? Every modern state, however little it corresponds to its concept, will be compelled to exclaim at the first practical attempt at such legislative power, "Your ways are not my ways, your thoughts are not my thoughts." How completely unsound the temporary hiring of a denouncing warden is, cannot be more glaringly shown than by an argument advanced against life appointment, which cannot be attributed to a slip of the tongue, for it was read out. The following remark, namely, was read out by an urban deputy. Community forest wardens appointed for life are not, and cannot be, under such strict control as royal officials. Every spur to loyal fulfillment of duty is paralyzed by life appointment. If the forest warden only half performs his duty and takes care that he cannot be charged with any real offense, he will always find sufficient advocacy in his favor to make a proposal for his dismissal under 56 useless. In such circumstances the interested parties will not even dare to put forward such a proposal. We recall that it was decreed that the warden making the charge should be given full confidence when it was a question of entrusting him with the task of valuation. We recall that 4 was a vote of confidence in the warden. We now learn for the first time that the denouncing warden needs to be controlled, and strictly controlled. For the first time he appears not merely as a man, but as a horse, since spurs and fodder are the only stimuli of his conscience, and the muscles for 242 Karl Marx. Performing his duty are not merely slackened but completely paralyzed by life appointment. We see that selfishness has a double set of weights and measures for weighing and measuring people, and 2 world outlooks, 2 pairs of spectacles, one showing everything black and the other in rosy tints. When it is a matter of making other people the victim of its tools and giving a favorable appearance to dubious means, selfishness puts on its rose-colored spectacles, which impart an imaginary glory to these tools and means, and deludes itself and others with the unpractical, delightful dreaming of a tender and trusting soul. Every wrinkle of its countenance expresses smiling bonhomie. It presses its opponent's hand until it hurts, but it does so as a sign of its trust in him. But suddenly it is a question of personal advantage, of carefully testing the usefulness of tools and means behind the scenes where stage illusions are absent. Being a strict judge of people, it cautiously and distrustfully puts on its world-wise dark spectacles of practice. Like an experienced horse dealer it subjects people to a lengthy ocular inspection, overlooking no detail, and they seem to it to be as petty, as pitiful, and as dirty, as selfishness itself. We do not intend to argue with the world outlook of selfishness, but we want to compel it to be consistent. We do not want it to reserve all worldly wisdom for itself and leave only fantasies for others. We want to make the sophistical spirit of private interest abide for a moment by its own conclusions. If the warden making the charge is a man such as you describe, a man whom life appointment, far from giving him a feeling of independence, security, and dignity in the performance of his duty, has, on the contrary, deprived of any incentive to do his duty, how can we expect this man to behave impartially towards the accused when he is the unconditional slave of your arbitrary power? If only spurs force this man to do his duty, and if you are the wearer of the spurs, what fate must we prophesy for the accused, who wears no spurs? If even you yourself cannot exercise sufficiently strict control over this warden, how can the state or the accused side in the case control him? Does not what you say of life appointment apply instead to an appointment that can be terminated? If the forest warden only half performs his duty, he will always find sufficient advocacy in his favor to make a proposal for his dismissal under 56 useless. Would not all of you be advocates for him as long as he performed half his duty, namely, the protection of your interests? The conversion of naive, excessive confidence in the forest warden into abusive, censorious distrust reveals the gist of the debates on the law on thefts of wood 243. Matter. It is not in the forest warden but in yourselves that you place this tremendous confidence which you want the state and the infringer of forest regulations to accept as a dogma. It is not the warden's official position, nor his oath, nor his conscience that should be the guarantee of the accused against you. On the contrary, your sense of justice, your humanity, your disinterestedness, your moderation should be the guarantee of the accused against the forest warden. Your control is his ultimate and only guarantee. Imbued with a vague notion of your personal excellence, wrapped in poetic self-delight, you offer the parties in the case your individual qualities as a means of protection against your laws. I confess that I do not share this romantic conception of the forest owners. I do not at all believe that persons can be a guarantee against laws. On the contrary, I believe that laws must be a guarantee against persons. And can even the most daring fantasy imagine that men who in the noble work of legislation cannot for a moment rise above the narrow, practically base standpoint of self-seeking to the theoretical height of a universal and objective point of view, men who tremble even at the thought of future disadvantages and seize on anything to defend their interests, can these men become philosophers in the face of real danger? But no one, not even the most excellent legislator, can be allowed to put himself above the law he has made. No one has the right to decree a vote of confidence in himself when it entails consequences for third persons. But whether it is permissible for you even to demand that people should place special confidence in you, may be judged from the following facts. He must oppose 87, stated an urban deputy, since its provisions would give rise to extensive and fruitless investigations, as a result of which personal freedom and freedom of intercourse would be violated. It is not permissible beforehand to regard everyone as a criminal and to assume a crime before having proof that it has been committed. Another urban deputy said that the paragraph ought to be deleted. The vexatious provision that everyone has to prove where he obtained his wood, with the result that everyone could be under suspicion of stealing and concealing wood, was a gross and injurious intrusion into the life of the citizen. The paragraph was adopted. In truth, you presume too much on people's inconsistency if you expect them to proclaim as a maxim that distrust is to 244 Karl Marx. Their detriment and confidence is to your advantage, and if you expect their confidence and distrust to see through the eyes of your private interest and feel through the heart of your private interest. Yet another argument is advanced against life appointment, an argument of which it is impossible to say whether it is more calculated to evoke contempt or ridicule. It is also impermissible that the free will of private persons should be so greatly restricted in this way, for which reason only appointments that can be terminated should be allowed. The news that man possesses free will which must not be restricted in all kinds of ways, is certainly as comforting as it is unexpected. The oracles which we have so far heard have resembled the ancient oracle at Dodona. 92 They are dispensed from wood. Free will, however, does not have the quality of an estate. How are we to understand this sudden rebellious emergence of ideology, for as far as ideas are concerned we have before us only followers of Napoleon. The will of the forest owner requires freedom to deal with the infringer of forest regulations as it sees fit and in the way it finds most convenient and least costly. This will wants the state to hand over the evildoer to it to deal with at its discretion. It demands plein pouvoir *. It does not oppose the restriction of free will, it opposes the manner of this restriction, which is so restrictive that it affects not only the infringer of forest regulations but also the owner of the wood. Does not this free will want to have numerous freedoms? Is it not a very free, an excellent, free will? And is it not scandalous in the 19th century to dare to restrict so greatly in this way the free will of those private persons who promulgate public laws? It is, indeed, scandalous. Even that obstinate reformer, free will, must join the adherents of the good arguments headed by the sophistry of private interest. But this free will must have good manners, it must be a cautious, loyal free will, one which is able to arrange itself in such a way that its sphere coincides with the sphere of the arbitrary power of those same privileged private persons. Only once has there been mention of free will, and on this one occasion it appears in the shape of a squat private person who hurls blocks of wood at the full powers ed. Debates on the Law on Thefts of Wood 245. Spirit of rational will. Indeed, what need is there for this spirit where the will is chained to the most petty and selfish interests like a galley slave to his rowing bench? The climax of this whole argument is summarized in the following remark, which turns the relationship in question upside down. While the royal forest wardens and gamekeepers may be appointed for life, in the case of rural communities and private persons this evokes the most serious misgivings. As if the sole source of misgivings were not in that private servants act here in the place of state officials. As if life appointment was not aimed precisely against private persons, who are the ones that evoke misgivings. Lo ren en est plus terrible que la logique dans l'absurdité, that is to say, nothing is more terrible than the logic of selfishness. This logic, which turns the servant of the forest owner into a state authority, turns the authority of the state into a servant of the forest owner. The state structure, the purpose of the individual administrative authorities, everything must get out of hand so that everything is degraded into an instrument of the forest owner and his interest operates as the soul governing the entire mechanism. All the organs of the state become ears, eyes, arms, legs, by means of which the interest of the forest owner hears, observes, appraises, protects, reaches out, and runs. The Commission proposed the addition to 62 of a conclusion demanding that inability to pay be certified by the tax collector, the burgomaster and 2 local officials of the community in which the infringer of forest regulations lives. A deputy from the rural communities considered that to make use of the tax collector was contrary to existing legislation. Of course, no attention was paid to this contradiction. In connection with 20, the Commission proposed. In the Rhine province the competent forest owner should be authorized to hand over convicted persons to the local authority to perform penal labor in such a way that their working days will be put to the account of the manual services on communal roads which the forest owner is obliged to render in the rural community, and accordingly subtracted from this obligation. Against this, the objection was raised that burgomasters cannot be used as executors for individual members of the rural community and that the labor of convicts cannot be accepted as compensation for the work which has to be performed by paid day laborers or servants. A nothing is more terrible than logic carried to absurdity. Ed. 246 Karl Marx. The spokesman commented. Even if it is a burdensome task for the burgomasters to see that unwilling and insubordinate prisoners convicted of infringing forest regulations are made to work, nevertheless it is one of the functions of these officials to induce disobedient and evil-minded persons in their charge to return to the path of duty, and is it not a noble deed to lead the convict away from the wrong road back to the right path? Who in the countryside has more means of doing this than the burgomasters? Friedrich put on an anxious and sorrowful mien, which excited the pity of many a good-natured man. Lamp, the Herr, especially was sore distressed. 3. The Provincial Assembly adopted the proposal. Rheinischen No. 305, November 1, 1842, supplement. The good burgomaster must undertake a burdensome task and perform a noble deed in order that the forest owner can fulfill his duty to the community without expense to himself. The forest owner could with equal right make use of the burgomaster as a chief cook or head waiter. Is it not a noble deed for the burgomaster to look after the kitchen or cellar of those in his charge? The convicted criminal is not in the charge of the burgomaster, but in the charge of the prison superintendent. Does not the burgomaster lose the strength and dignity of his position if, instead of representing the community, he is made an executor for individual members, if he is turned from a burgomaster into a taskmaster? Will not the other, free members of the community be insulted if their honest work for the general good is degraded to the level of penal labor for the benefit of particular individuals? But it is superfluous to expose these sophistries. Let the spokesman be so good as to tell us himself how worldly wise people judge humane phrases. He makes the forest owner address the following reply to the farm owner who displays humanity. If some ears of corn are pilfered from a landowner, the thief would say, I have no bread, so I take a few ears of corn from the large amount you possess, just as the wood thief says, I have no firewood, so I steal some wood. The landowner is protected by Article 444 of the Criminal Code, which punishes the taking of ears of corn with 2 to 5 years imprisonment. The forest owner has no such powerful protection. This last envious exclamation of the forest owner contains a whole confession of faith. You farm owner, why are you so magnanimous where my interests are concerned? Because your interests are already looked after. So let there be no illusions. Magnanimity either costs nothing or brings something in. There. A. J. Goethe, Reinig Fuchs, Sixter Gesang ed. Debates on the Law on Thefts of Wood 247. 4. Farm owner, you cannot deceive the forest owner. Therefore, forest owner, do not deceive the burgomaster. This intermezzo alone would suffice to prove what little meaning noble deeds can have in our debate, if the whole debate did not prove that moral and humane reasons occur here merely as phrases. But interest is miserly even with phrases. It invents them only in case of need, when the results are of considerable advantage. Then it becomes eloquent, its blood circulates faster, it is not sparing even with noble deeds that yielded profit at the expense of others, with flattering words and sugary endearments. And all that, all of it, is exploited only in order to convert the infringement of forest regulations into current coin for the forest owner, to make the infringer of forest regulations into a lucrative source of income, to be able to invest the capital more conveniently, for the wood thief has become a capital for the forest owner. It is not a question of misusing the burgomaster for the benefit of the infringer of forest regulations, but of misusing the burgomaster for the benefit of the forest owner. What a remarkable trick of fate it is, what a remarkable fact, that on the rare occasions when a problematic benefit for the infringer of forest regulations is given a passing mention, the forest owner is guaranteed an unquestionable benefit. The following is yet another example of these humane sentiments. Spokesman, French law does not acknowledge the commutation of imprisonment into forest labor. He considers this commutation a wise and beneficial measure, for imprisonment does not always lead to reform but very often to corruption. Previously, when innocent persons were turned into criminals, when in connection with the gathering of fallen wood a deputy remarked that in prison they were brought into contact with inveterate thieves, prisons were said to be good. Suddenly reformatories have been metamorphosed into institutions for corruption, for at this moment it is of advantage to the interests of the forest owner that prisons corrupt. By reform of the criminal is understood improvement of the percentage of profit which it is the criminal's noble function to provide for the forest owner. Interest has no memory, for it thinks only of itself. And the one thing about which it is concerned, itself, it never forgets. But it is not concerned about contradictions, for it never comes into contradiction with itself. It is a constant improviser, for it has no system, only expedients. 248 Karl Marx. Whereas humane and rightful motives have no part to play except ce bal nous autres sots humains, nous appelons faire tapisserie. 3. Expedients are the most active agents in the argumentative mechanism of private interest. Among these expedients, we know two that constantly recur in this debate and constitute the main categories, namely, good motives and harmful results. We see sometimes the spokesman for the Commission, sometimes another member of the Assembly, defending every ambiguous provision against hostile shafts of objections by means of the shield of shrewd, wise, and good motives. We see every conclusion drawn from the standpoint of right rejected by referring to its harmful or dangerous results. Let us examine for a moment these extensive expedients, these expedients par excellence, these expedients covering everything and a little more. Interest knows how to denigrate right by presenting a prospect of harmful results due to its effects in the external world. It knows how to whitewash what is wrong by ascribing good motives to it, that is, by retreating into the internal world of its thoughts. Law produces bad results in the external world among bad people, wrong springs from good motives in the breast of the honest man who decrees it, but both, the good motives and the harmful results, have in common the peculiar feature that they do not look at a thing in relation to itself, that they do not treat the law as an independent object, but direct attention away from the law either to the external world or to their own mind, that therefore they maneuver behind the back of the law. What are harmful results? Our whole account has shown that they are not to be understood as harmful results for the state, the law, or the accused. Moreover, we should like to make quite clear in a few lines that they do not include harmful results for the safety of citizens. We have already heard from members of the Assembly themselves that the provision by which everyone has to prove where he obtained his wood is a gross and injurious intrusion into the life of the citizen and makes every citizen the victim of vexatious bullying. Another provision declares that everyone in whose keeping stolen wood is found is to be regarded as a thief, although a deputy stated, "What, at a ball, we simple folk call being wallflowers ed." Debates on the law on thefts of wood 249. This could be dangerous for many an honest man. Wood stolen by someone nearby might be thrown into his courtyard and the innocent man punished. Under 66, any citizen who buys a broom that is not issued under monopoly is punishable by hard labor from 4 weeks to 2 years. On this, an urban deputy commented as follows. This paragraph threatens with hard labor each and every citizen of the Elberfeld, Lennep, and Zolingen districts. Finally, supervision and management of the game and forest police have been made not only a right but a duty of the military, although Article 9 of the Criminal Code speaks only of officials who are under the supervision of state prosecutors and can therefore be the object of immediate proceedings on the part of the latter, which is not the case with the military. This is a threat both to the independence of the courts and to the freedom and security of citizens. Hence, far from there being any talk of possible harmful results for the safety of citizens, their safety itself is treated as a circumstance having harmful results. What then are harmful results? Harmful is that which is harmful to the interests of the forest owner. If, therefore, the law does not result in the furtherance of his interests, its results are harmful. And in this respect interest is keen-sighted. Whereas previously it did not see what was obvious to the naked eye, it now sees even what is only visible through a microscope. The whole world is a thorn in the side of private interest, a world full of dangers, precisely because it is the world not of a single interest but of many interests. Private interest considers itself the ultimate purpose of the world. Hence if the law does not realize this ultimate purpose, it becomes inexpedient law. Law which is harmful to private interests is therefore law with harmful results. Are good motives considered to be better than harmful results? Interest does not think, it calculates. Motives are its figures. Motive is an incentive for abolishing the basis of law, and who can doubt that private interest will have many incentives for doing so? The goodness of a motive lies in the casual flexibility with which it can set aside the objective facts of the case and lull itself and others into the illusion that it is not necessary to keep one's mind on what is good, but that it suffices to have good thoughts while doing a bad thing. Resuming the thread of our argument, we mention first of all a side-line to the noble deeds recommended to the Herr Burgomaster. 250 Karl Marx. The Commission proposed an amended version of 34 along the following lines: if the accused demands that the warden who drew up the charge be summoned, then he must also deposit with the forestry court in advance all the costs thereby incurred. The state and the court must not do anything gratis in the interests of the accused. They must demand payment in advance, which obviously in advance makes difficult any confrontation of the warden making the charge and the accused. A noble deed. Just one single noble deed. A kingdom for a noble deed. 3. But the only noble deed proposed is that which the Herr Burgomaster has to perform for the benefit of the Herr Forest owner. The Burgomaster is the representative of noble deeds, their humanist expression, and the series of noble deeds is exhausted and ended forever with the burden which was imposed with melancholy sacrifice on the Burgomaster. If, for the good of the state and the moral benefit of the criminal, the Herr Burgomaster must do more than his duty, should not the forest owners, for the sake of the same good, demand less than their private interest requires? One might think that the reply to this question had been given in the part of the debate already dealt with, but that is a mistake. We come to the penal provisions. A deputy from the Niede estate considered that the forest owner would still be inadequately compensated even if he received, over and above the simple replacement of the value, the amount of the fine imposed, which would often not be obtainable. An urban deputy remarked, "The provisions of this paragraph, 15, could have the most serious consequences. The forest owner would receive in this way threefold compensation, namely, the value, then the 4-6- or 8-fold fine, and in addition a special sum as compensation for loss, which will often be assessed quite arbitrarily and will be the result of a fiction rather than of reality. In any case, it seemed necessary to him to direct that the special compensation in question should be claimed at once at the forestry court and awarded in the court's sentence. It was obvious from the nature of the case that proof of loss sustained should be supplied separately and could not be based merely on the warden's report. Opposing this, the spokesman and another member explained how the additional value mentioned here could arise in various cases indicated by them. The paragraph was adopted. These words are reminiscent of a horse, a horse. My kingdom for a horse. W. Shakespeare, King Richard III, Act V, Scene 4 ed. Debates on the Law on Thefts of Wood 251. Crime becomes a lottery in which the forest owner, if he is lucky, can even win a prize. There can be additional value, but the forest owner, who already receives the simple value, can also make a profitable business out of the 4-6- or 8-fold fine. But if, besides the simple value, he receives special compensation for loss, the 4-6- or 8-fold fine is also sheer profit. If a member of the knightly estate thinks the money accruing as a fine is an inadequate guarantee because it would often not be obtainable, it would certainly not become more obtainable by the value and the compensation for loss having to be recovered as well. We shall see presently how this difficulty of receiving money from the accused is overcome. Could the forest owner have any better insurance for his wood than that instituted here, whereby crime has been turned into a source of income? Like a clever general, he converts the attack against him into an infallible opportunity for a profitable victory, since even the additional value of the wood, an economic fantasy, is turned into a substance by theft. The forest owner has to be guaranteed not only his wood, but also his wood business, while the convenient homage he pays to his business manager, the state, consists in not paying for its services. It is a remarkable idea to turn the punishment of crime from a victory of the law over attacks on it into a victory of selfishness over attacks on selfishness. In particular, however, we draw the attention of our readers to the provision of 14, which compels us to abandon the customary idea that lex barbarorum are laws of barbaric peoples. Punishment as such, the restoration of the law, which must certainly be distinguished from restitution of the value and compensation for loss, the restoration of private property, is transformed from a public punishment into a private compensation, the fines going not to the state treasury, but to the private coffers of the forest owner. True, an urban deputy stated, this is contrary to the dignity of the state and the principles of correct criminal jurisprudence, but a deputy from the knightly estate appealed to the assembly's sense of right and fairness to protect the rights of the forest owner, that is to say, he appealed to a special sense of right and fairness. Barbaric peoples order the payment of a definite monetary compensation, atonement money, to the injured person for a definite crime. The notion of public punishment arose only in opposition to this view, which regards a crime merely as an injury to the individual, but the people and the theory have yet to be. 252 Karl Marx. Discovered, which are so complacent as to allow an individual to claim for himself both the private punishment and that imposed by the state. The assembly of the estates must have been led astray by a complete qui pro quo. The law-giving forest owner confused for a moment his two roles, that of legislator and that of forest owner. In one case as a forest owner he made the thief pay him for the wood, and in the other as a legislator he made the thief pay him for the thief's criminal frame of mind, and it quite accidentally happened that in both cases it was the forest owner who was paid. So we are no longer faced by the simple droit du seigneur *, we have passed through the era of public law to the era of double patrimonial right raised to the second power. The patrimonial property owners have taken advantage of the progress of time, which is the refutation of their demands, to usurp not only the private punishment typical of the barbaric world outlook, but also the public punishment typical of the modern world outlook. Owing to the refunding of the value and in addition a special compensation for loss, the relation between the wood thief and the forest owner has ceased to exist, for the infringement of forest regulations has been completely abolished. Both thief and property owner have returned to their former state in its entirety. The forest owner has suffered by the theft of wood only insofar as the wood has suffered, but not insofar as the law has been violated. Only the sensuously perceptible aspect of the crime affects him, but the criminal nature of the act does not consist in the attack on the wood as a material object, but in the attack on the wood as part of the state system, an attack on the right to property as such, the realization of a wrongful frame of mind. Has the forest owner any private claims to a law-abiding frame of mind on the part of the thief? And what is the multiplication of the punishment for a repetition of the offense except a punishment for a criminal frame of mind? Can the forest owner present private demands where he has no private claims? Was the forest owner the state, prior to the theft of wood? He was not, but he becomes it after the theft. The wood possesses the remarkable property that as soon as it is stolen it bestows on its owner state qualities which previously he did not possess. But the forest owner can only get back what has been taken from him. If the state is given back to him, and it is actually given him when he is given not only a private right, but a right of the feudal lord ed. Debates on the Law on Thefts of Wood 253. The state's right over the lawbreaker, then he must have been robbed of the state must have been his private property. Therefore the wood thief, like a second Saint Christopher, bore the state itself on his back in the form of the stolen wood. Public punishment is satisfaction for the crime to the reason of the state, it is therefore a right of the state, but it is a right which the state can no more transfer to private persons than one person can hand over his conscience to another. Every right of the state in relation to the criminal is at the same time a right of the criminal in relation to the state. No interposing of intermediate links can convert the relation of a criminal to the state into a relation between him and private persons. Even if it were desired to allow the state to give up its rights, i.e., to commit suicide, such an abandonment of its obligations on the part of the state would be not merely negligence, but a crime. It is therefore as impossible for the forest owner to obtain from the state a private right to public punishment as it is for him to have any conceivable right, in and for himself, to impose public punishment. If, in the absence of a rightful claim to do so, I make the criminal act of a third person an independent source of income for myself, do I not thus become his accomplice? Or am I any the less his accomplice because to him falls the punishment and to me the fruit of the crime? The guilt is not attenuated by a private person abusing his status as a legislator to arrogate to himself rights belonging to the state because of a crime committed by a third person. The embezzling of public, state funds is a crime against the state, and is not the money from fines public money belonging to the state? The wood thief has robbed the forest owner of wood, but the forest owner has made use of the wood thief to purloin the state itself. How literally true this is can be seen from 19. The provisions of which do not stop at imposing a fine but also lay claim to the body and life of the accused. According to 19, the infringer of forest regulations is handed over completely to the forest owner, for whom he has to perform forest labor. According to an urban deputy, this could lead to great inconvenience. He wished merely to call attention to the danger of this procedure in the case of persons of the other sex. A deputy from the knightly estate gave the following eternally memorable reply. It is, indeed, as necessary as it is expedient when discussing a draft law to examine and firmly establish its principles in advance, but once this has been done, there can be no going back to them in discussing each separate paragraph. 254 Karl Marx. After this, the paragraph was adopted without opposition. Be clever enough to start out from bad principles, and you cannot fail to be rightfully entitled to the bad consequences. You might think, of course, that the worthlessness of the principle would be revealed in the abnormity of its consequences, but if you knew the world you would realize that the clever man takes full advantage of every consequence of what he has once succeeded in carrying through. We are only surprised that the forest owner is not allowed to heat his stove with the wood thieves. Since it is a question not of right, but of the principles which the Provincial Assembly has chosen to take as its starting point, there is not the slightest obstacle in the way of this consequence. In direct contradiction to the dogma enunciated above, a brief retrospective glance shows us how necessary it would have been to discuss the principles afresh in respect of each paragraph, how, through the voting on paragraphs which were apparently unconnected and far remote from one another, one provision after another was surreptitiously slipped through, and once the first has been put through in this way, then in regard to the subsequent ones even the semblance of the condition under which alone the first could be accepted was discarded. Renus Zeitung number 307, November 3, 1842, Supplement when in connection with 4 the question arose of entrusting valuation to the warden making the charge, an urban deputy remarked. If the proposal that fines should be paid into the state treasury is not approved, the provision under discussion will be doubly dangerous. It is clear that the forest warden will not have the same motive for overestimating if his valuation is made for the state and not for his employer. Discussion of this point was skillfully avoided, the impression being given that 14, which awards the money from the fine to the forest owner, could be rejected. 4 was put through. After voting 10 paragraphs, the assembly arrived at 14, by which 4 was given an altered and dangerous meaning. But this connection was totally ignored. 14 was adopted, providing for fines to be paid into the private coffers of the forest owners. The main, indeed the only, reason adduced for this is that it is in the interests of the forest owner, who is not adequately compensated by the replacement of the simple value. But in 15 it has been forgotten that it was voted that the fine should be paid to. Debates on the law on thefts of wood 255. The forest owner, and it is decreed that he should receive, besides the simple value, a special compensation for loss, because it was thought proper that he should have an additional value, as if he had not already received such an addition thanks to the fines flowing into his coffers. It was also pointed out that the fines were not always obtainable from the accused. Thus the impression was given that only in regard to the money was it intended to take the place of the state, but in 19 the mask is discarded and a claim advanced not only for the money, but for the criminal himself, not only for the man's purse, but for himself. At this point the method of the deception stands out in sharp and undisguised relief, indeed in self-confessed clarity, for there is no longer any hesitation to proclaim it as a principle. The right to replacement of the simple value and compensation for loss obviously gave the forest owner only a private claim against the wood thief, for the implementation of which the civil courts were available. If the wood thief is unable to pay, the forest owner is in the position of any private person faced with an impecunious debtor, and, of course, that does not give him any right to compulsory labor, corvée services, or in short, temporary serfdom of the debtor. What then is the basis of this claim of the forest owner? The fine. As we have seen, by appropriating the fine for himself, the forest owner claims not only his private right, but also the state's right to the wood thief, and so puts himself in the place of the state. In adjudging the fine to himself, however, the forest owner has cleverly concealed that he has adjudged himself the right of punishment itself. Whereas previously he spoke of the fine simply as a sum of money, he now refers to it as a punishment and triumph, and he admits that by means of the fine he has converted a public right into his private property. Instead of recoiling in horror before this consequence, which is as criminal as it is revolting, people accept it precisely because it is a consequence. Common sense may maintain that it is contrary to our concept of right, to every kind of right, to hand over one citizen to another as a temporary serf, but shrugging their shoulders, people declare that the principle has been discussed, although there has been neither any principle nor any discussion. In this way, by means of the fine, the forest owner surreptitiously obtains control over the person of the wood thief. Only 19 reveals the double meaning of 14. Thus we see that 4 should have been impossible because of 14, 14 because of 15, 15 because of 19, and 19 itself is simply impossible and should have made impossible the entire prin. 10 to 194. 256 Karl Marx. Simple of the punishment, precisely because in it all the viciousness of this principle is revealed. The principle of divide et impera asterisk could not be more adroitly exploited. In considering one paragraph, no attention is paid to the next one, and when the turn of that one comes, the previous one is carried forgotten. One paragraph has already been discussed, the other has not yet been discussed, so for opposite reasons both of them are raised to a position above all discussion. But the acknowledged principle is the sense of right and fairness in protecting the interests of the forest owner, which is directly opposed to the sense of right and fairness in protecting the interests of those whose property consists of life, freedom, humanity, and citizenship of the state, who own nothing except themselves. We have, however, reached a point where the forest owner, in exchange for his piece of wood, receives what was once a human being. Shylock. Most learned judge. A sentence. Come, prepare. Portia. Tarry a little, there is something else. This bond doth give thee here no jot of blood, the words expressly are a pound of flesh, take then thy bond, take thou thy pound of flesh, but, in the cutting it, if thou dost shed one drop of Christian blood, thy lands and goods are, by the laws of Venice, confiscate unto the state of Venice. Gratiano. O upright judge. Mark, Jew. O learned judge. Shylock. Is that the law? Portia. Thyself shaft see the act. Be you, too, should see the act. What is the basis of your claim to make the wood thief into a serf? The fine. We have shown that you have no right to the fine money. Leaving this out of account, what is your basic principle? It is that the interests of the forest owner shall be safeguarded even if this results in destroying the world of law and freedom. You are unshakably determined that in some way or other the wood thief must compensate you for the loss of your wood. This firm wooden foundation of your argument is so rotten that a single breath of sound common sense is sufficient to shatter it into 1,000 fragments. The state can and must say, I guarantee right against all. A divide and rule. Ed. W. Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. Ed. Debates on the Law on Thefts of Wood 257. Contingencies. Right alone is immortal in me, and therefore I prove to you the mortality of crime by doing away with it. But the state cannot and must not say, a private interest, a particular existence of property, a wooded plot of land, a tree, a chip of wood, and compared to the state the greatest tree is hardly more than a chip of wood, is guaranteed against all contingencies, is immortal. The state cannot go against the nature of things, it cannot make the finite proof against the conditions of the finite, against accident. Just as your property cannot be guaranteed by the state against all contingencies before a crime, so also a crime cannot convert this uncertain nature of your property into its opposite. Of course, the state will safeguard your private interests insofar as these can be safeguarded by rational laws and rational measures of prevention, but the state cannot concede to your private demand in respect of the criminal any other right than the right of private demands, the protection given by civil jurisdiction. If you cannot obtain any compensation from the criminal in this way owing to his lack of means, the only consequence is that all legal means to secure this compensation have come to an end. The world will not be unhinged on that account, nor will the state forsake the sunlit path of justice, but you will have learned that everything earthly is transitory, which will hardly be a piquant novelty for you in view of your pure religiosity, or appear more astonishing than storms, conflagrations or fevers. If, however, the state wanted to make the criminal your temporary serf, it would be sacrificing the immortality of the law to your finite private interests. It would prove thereby to the criminal the mortality of the law, whereas by punishment it ought to prove to him its immortality. When, during the reign of King Philip, Antwerp could easily have kept the Spaniards at bay by flooding its region, the Butchers' Guild would not agree to this because they had fat oxen in the pastures. 93. You demand that the state should abandon its spiritual region in order to avenge your pieces of wood. Some subsidiary provisions of 16 should also be mentioned. An urban deputy remarked. According to existing legislation, 8 days' imprisonment is reckoned as equivalent to a fine of $5. There is no sufficient reason for departing from this. Namely, for making it 14 days instead of 8. The Commission proposed the following addition to the same paragraph, that in no case a prison sentence should be less than 24 hours. 10 *. 258 Karl Marx. When someone suggested that this minimum was too great, a deputy from the knightly estate retorted. The French forestry law does not have any punishment of less than 3 days. in the same breath as it opposed the provision of the French law by making 14 days imprisonment instead of 8 the equivalent of a fine of $5, the Assembly, out of devotion to the French law, opposed the 3 days being altered to 24 hours. The above-mentioned urban deputy remarked further, "It would be very severe at least to impose 14 days imprisonment as an equivalent for a fine of $5 for pilfering wood, which after all cannot be regarded as a crime deserving heavy punishment. The result would be that one who has the means to buy his freedom would suffer simple punishment, whereas the punishment of a poor person would be doubled." A deputy from the Knightley estate mentioned that in the neighborhood of Cleve many wood thefts took place merely in order to secure arrest and prison fare. Does not this deputy from the Knightley estate prove precisely what he wants to refute, namely, that people are driven to steal wood by the sheer necessity of saving themselves from starvation and homelessness? Is this terrible need an aggravating circumstance? The previously mentioned urban deputy said also, "The cut in prison fare, which has already been condemned, must be regarded as too severe and, especially in the case of penal labor, quite impracticable." A number of deputies denounced the reduction of food to bread and water as being too severe. But a deputy from a rural community remarked that in the Trier district the food cut had already been introduced and had proved to be very effective. Why did the worthy speaker find that the beneficial effect in Trier was due precisely to bread and water and not, perhaps, to the intensification of religious sentiment, about which the Assembly was able to speak so much and so movingly? Who could have dreamed at that time that bread and water were the true means for salvation? During certain debates one could believe that the English Holy Parliament 94 had been revived. And now, instead of prayer and trust and song, we have bread and water, prison and labor in the forest. How prodigal the Assembly is with words in order to procure the Rhinelanders a seat in heaven. How prodigal! Debates on the law on thefts of wood 259. It is too, with words, in order that a whole class of Rhinelanders should be fed on bread and water and driven with whips to labor in the forest, an idea which a Dutch planter would hardly dare to entertain in regard to his Negroes. What does all this prove? That it is easy to be holy if one is not willing to be human. That is the way in which the following passage can be understood. A member of the Assembly considered the provision in 23 inhuman, nevertheless it was adopted. Apart from its inhumanity, no information was given about this paragraph. Our whole account has shown how the Assembly degrades the executive power, the administrative authorities, the life of the accused, the idea of the state, crime itself, and punishment as well, to material means of private interest. It will be found consistent, therefore, that the sentence of the court also is treated as a mere means, and the legal validity of the sentence as a superfluous prolixity. In 6 the Commission proposed to delete the words legally valid, since, in cases of judgment by default, their adoption would give the wood thief a ready means of avoiding an increased punishment for a repetition of the offense. Many deputies, however, protested against this, declaring that it was necessary to oppose the Commission's proposed deletion of the expression legally valid sentence in 6 of the draft. This characterization applied to sentences in this passage, as also in the paragraph, was certainly not made without juridical consideration. If every first sentence pronounced by the judge sufficed as grounds for imposing a severer punishment, then, of course, the intention of punishing repeated offenders more severely would be more easily and frequently achieved. It had to be considered, however, whether one was willing to sacrifice in this way an essential legal principle to the interests of forest protection stressed by the spokesman. One could not agree that the violation of an indisputable basic principle of judicial procedure could give such a result to a sentence which was still without legal validity. Another urban deputy also called for the rejection of the Commission's amendment. He said the amendment violated the provisions of the criminal law by which there could be no increase of punishment until the first punishment had been established by a legally valid sentence. The spokesman for the Commission retorted, "The whole forms an exceptional law, and therefore also an exceptional provision, such as has been proposed, is permissible in it." The Commission's proposal to delete the words legally valid was approved. The sentence exists merely to identify recidivism. The judicial forms seem to the greedy restlessness of private interest to be irksome and superfluous obstacles of a pedantic legal etiquette. The trial is merely a reliable escort for the adversary on his way to prison, a mere preliminary to execution, and if the trial seeks to be more than that, it has to be silenced. The anxiety of self-interest. 260 Karl Marx spies out, calculates and conjectures most carefully how the adversary could exploit the legal terrain on which, as a necessary evil, he has to be encountered, and the most circumspect counter-maneuvers are undertaken to forestall him. In the unbridled pursuit of private interest you come up against the law itself as an obstacle and you treat it as such. You haggle and bargain with it to secure the abrogation of a basic principle here and there, you try to silence it by the most suppliant references to the right of private interest, you slap it on the shoulder and whisper in its ear, these are exceptions and there are no rules without an exception. You try, by permitting the law as it were terrorism and meticulousness in relation to the enemy, to compensate it for the slippery ease of conscience with which you treat it as a guarantee of the accused and as an independent object. The interest of the law is allowed to speak insofar as it is the law of private interest, but it has to be silent as soon as it comes into conflict with this holy of holies. The forest owner, who himself punishes, is so consistent that he himself also judges, for he obviously acts as a judge by declaring a sentence legally binding although it has no legal validity. How altogether foolish and impractical an illusion is an impartial judge when the legislator is not impartial. What is the use of a disinterested sentence when the law favors self-interest? The judge can only puritanically formulate the self-interest of the law, only implement it without reservation. Impartiality is then only in the form, not in the content of the sentence. The content has been anticipated by the law. If the trial is nothing but an empty form, then such a trifling formality has no independent value. According to this view, Chinese law would become French law if it was forced into the French procedure, but material law has its own necessary, native form of trial. Just as the rod necessarily figures in Chinese law, and just as torture has a place in the medieval criminal code as a form of trial, so the public, free trial, in accordance with its own nature, necessarily has a public content dictated by freedom and not by private interest. Court trial and the law are no more indifferent to each other than, for instance, the forms of plants are indifferent to the plants themselves, and the forms of animals to their flesh and blood. There must be a single spirit animating the trial and the law, for the trial is only the form of life of the law, the manifestation of its inner life. The pirates of Taidong 95 break the arms and legs of their prisoners to ensure control over them. To ensure control over wood thieves, the Provincial Assembly has not only broken the debates on the law on thefts of wood 261 arms and legs but has even pierced the heart of the law. We consider its merit in regard to re-establishing some categories of our trial procedure as absolutely nil. On the contrary, we must acknowledge the frankness and consistency with which it gives an unfree form to the unfree content. If private interest, which cannot bear the light of publicity, is introduced materially into our law, let it be given its appropriate form, that of secret procedure, so that at least no dangerous, complacent illusions will be evoked and entertained. We consider that at the present moment it is the duty of all Rhinelanders, and especially of Rhenish jurists, to devote their main attention to the content of the law, so that we should not be left in the end with only an empty mask. The form is of no value if it is not the form of the content. The Commission's proposal which we have just examined and the Assembly's vote approving it are the climax to the whole debate, for here the Assembly itself becomes conscious of the conflict between the interest of forest protection and the principles of law, principles endorsed by our own laws. The Assembly therefore put it to the vote whether the principles of law should be sacrificed to the interest of forest protection or whether this interest should be sacrificed to the principles of law, and interest outvoted law. It was even realized that the whole law was an exception to the law, and therefore the conclusion was drawn that every exceptional provision it contained was permissible. The Assembly confined itself to drawing consequences that the legislator had neglected. Wherever the legislator had forgotten that it was a question of an exception to the law, and not of a law, wherever he put forward the legal point of view, our assembly by its activity intervened with confident tactfulness to correct and supplement him, and to make private interest lay down laws to the law where the law had laid down laws to private interest. The provincial assembly, therefore, completely fulfilled its mission. In accordance with its function, it represented a definite particular interest and treated it as the final goal. That in doing so it trampled the law underfoot is a simple consequence of its task, for interest by its very nature is blind, immoderate, one-sided, in short, it is lawless natural instinct, and can lawlessness lay down laws? Private interest is no more made capable of legislating by being installed on the throne of the legislator than a mute is made capable of speech by being given an enormously long speaking trumpet. It is with reluctance that we have followed the course of this. 262 Karl Marx. Tedious and uninspired debate, but we considered it our duty to show by means of an example what is to be expected from an assembly of the estates of particular interests if it were ever seriously called upon to make laws. We repeat once again, our estates have fulfilled their function as such, but far be it from us to desire to justify them on that account. In them, the Rhinelander ought to have been victorious over the estate, the human being ought to have been victorious over the forest owner. They themselves are legally entrusted not only with the representation of particular interests but also with the representation of the interests of the province, and however contradictory these two tasks may be, in case of conflict there should not be a moment's delay in sacrificing representation of particular interest to representation of the interests of the province. The sense of right and legality is the most important provincial characteristic of the Rhinelander. But it goes without saying that a particular interest, caring no more for the province than it does for the fatherland, has also no concern for local spirit, any more than for the general spirit. In direct contradiction to those writers of fantasy who profess to find in the representation of private interests ideal romanticism, immeasurable depths of feeling, and the most fruitful source of individual and specific forms of morality, such representation on the contrary abolishes all natural and spiritual distinctions by enthroning in their stead the immoral, irrational, and soulless abstraction of a particular material object and a particular consciousness which is slavishly subordinated to this object. Wood remains wood in Siberia as in France, forest owners remain forest owners in Kamchatka as in the Rhine province. Hence, if wood and its owners as such make laws, these laws will differ from one another only by the place of origin and the language in which they are written. This abject materialism, this sin against the Holy Spirit of the people and humanity, is an immediate consequence of the doctrine which the Preußisch preaches to the legislator, namely, that in connection with the law concerning wood he should think only of wood and forest and should solve each material problem in a non-political way, i.e., without any connection with the whole of the reason and morality of the state. The savages of Cuba regarded gold as a fetish of the Spaniards. They celebrated a feast in its honor, sang in a circle around it and then threw it into the sea. If the Cuban savages had been present at the sitting of the Rhine Province Assembly, would they? Debates on the law on thefts of wood 263. Not have regarded wood as the Rhinelanders' fetish? But a subsequent sitting would have taught them that the worship of animals is connected with this fetishism, and they would have thrown the hares into the sea in order to save the human beings. 96. Printed according to the newspaper. Published in English for the first time. Written in October 1842. First published in the supplement to the Rheinische NOS 298, 300, 303, 305 and 307, October 25, 27. ND 30, November 1 and 3, 1842 signed, by a Rhinelander. In connection with the article Failures of the Liberal Opposition in Hanover. Editorial Note 97. Since the expression liberal opposition in the Tide originated not with the author of the article in question, but with the editorial board, the latter takes this occasion to add something to explain this designation. Two reasons are put forward against this expression. As regards its form, it is said that the opposition is not liberal, because it is conservative, because it aims at the continuance of an existing legal situation. According to this dialectic, the July Revolution was a conservative and therefore illiberal revolution, for it aimed first of all at preserving the chart. 98. Nevertheless, liberalism claimed the July Revolution as its own. Liberalism, of course, is conservative, it conserves freedom and, in the face of the assaults of crude, material force, even the stunted status quo forms of freedom. It should be added that, if such an abstraction wishes to be consistent, from its own point of view the opposition of a legal situation dating from the year 1833 must be regarded as progressive and liberal compared with the reaction which is forcing the year 33 back to the year 19. As regards the content, it is further contended that the content of the opposition, the fundamental state law of 1833, is not a content of freedom. Granted. However little the fundamental state law of 1833 is an embodiment of freedom when measured by the idea of freedom, it is very much an embodiment of freedom when measured by the existence of the fundamental state law of 1819. Altogether, it is not a question primarily of the particular content of this law, it is a question of opposing illegal usurpation in favor of legal content. In connection with article failures of liberal opposition. 265. The editorial board was the more entitled to call the Hanover opposition liberal since almost all German assemblies acclaimed it as a liberal opposition, as an opposition of legal freedom. Whether it deserves this predicate when looked at from the judgment seat of criticism, whether it has progressed beyond the mere opinion and pretension of being liberal to real liberalism, to examine this was precisely the task of the article in question. Incidentally, we point out that in our view true liberalism in Hanover in the future has neither to champion the fundamental state law of 1833 nor to hark back to the law of 1819, but must strive for a completely new form of state corresponding to a more profound, more thoroughly educated and freer popular consciousness. The editorial board of the Rheinischen written about November 8, 1842 printed according to the news first published in the supplement to the Fichte in English for the first Rheinischen number 312, November 8, F. degree. 1842. Communal Reform. And the Königszeitung. Rheinischen number 312, November 8, 1842. Cologne, November 7. We have not considered it appropriate when discussing the question of the communal reform to take into account what has appeared on the subject in the provincial papers, and in particular in the Königszeitung. We shall easily justify ourselves if we show by an example the approximate strength of the argument which has been advanced in defense of the separation of the urban and rural communities. The supplement to number 309 of the Königszeitung adduces under the heading summing up the authorities for the affirmative and negative answers to the question of separation. Among other curiosities we find as grounds against the separation some newspaper articles, and in favor of the separation likewise newspaper articles, just as newspaper articles have likewise appeared in favor of censorship. In any case we must mention with the greatest praise a devotion which considers an article a ground for the mere reason that it is a newspaper article as indeed a very uncritical, but despite its comical tone, rare recognition of the periodical press. Credit for an equally praiseworthy ingenuousness by no means attaches to the juxtaposition of two other authorities for and against the separation of the urban and rural communities. Said to have been against this separation is the Provincial Assembly of 1833, which moreover was prevailed upon by a single energetic personality, and accordingly therefore only this personality was against the separation. In favor of the separation was the whole Provincial Assembly of 1827 with the exception of one vote, but, honorable summing up, if the 1833 Provincial Assembly is only worth as much as the single personality which it followed, then what rules out the possibility that the 1827 Communal Reform 267 Provincial Assembly is worth less than the single vote which it opposed, and yet the provincial assembly, which is so hesitating, so unable to depend on itself, still remains an authority. If further the petitions from Cologne, Aachen, and Koblenz are adduced as petitions for the separation of the urban and rural communities because these petitions are limited to Cologne, Aachen and Koblenz, in the best of cases this can prove only the limitation of these petitions, but by no means their reasonableness. Besides, having in their initial haste grasped so little the generality of the question and considered the interest of the whole province, these cities have just as little conceived their particular reform in any kind of opposition to the general reform. They made a petition only for themselves, but by no means against the province. We admired immediately at the beginning the comical ingenuousness of the summing up, and although it does not preserve this quality throughout but, as we have just heard, could not but occasionally lapse into small intentional subtleties, this comicality and ingenuousness nevertheless victoriously reasserts itself in the end. Said to be in favor of the separation of the city and the countryside are also the remaining cities of the Rhine province, whose petitions are unknown as far as their content is concerned, but which in making their requests could presumably only speak for themselves, since no single locality can be the organ of a whole province. So not only a newspaper article in the abstract is an authority, but even the decided mediocrity of a presumably only can puzzle out the unknown content of the remaining cities' petitions. That this prophet who is called presumably only is a false prophet is proved by the petition of the city of Trier. At the end of the summing up emerges the inner ground which is the real ground for a separation of the city and the countryside. What is wanted is not only to separate the city from the countryside, but to separate the individual cities from one another and from the province, to separate the province from its own intelligence. A single locality could not be the organ of a whole province. Correct. The single locality must not be the whole organ, but it must be a part of this organ, and hence must be for its part the organ of the whole and general interest. And does not such a view remove all possibility of even a single city communal system? If a single locality cannot be the organ of the whole province, can a single citizen be the organ of a whole city? This citizen, as follows from the argument advanced above, can only request something for himself, and not for the whole city, and since the whole city 268 Karl Marx consists only of single citizens, nothing at all can be requested for the city as a whole. The summing up ends with what the separation of the city and the countryside must in general end with if it is to be consistent, with making not only the city, not only the province, but even the state itself impossible. Once the particular is to be asserted in hostile opposition to the general, in the end all political and social institutions must be made to disappear before the ultimate indivisible particular, the single individual in his physical appetites and aims. The troops that the summing up puts into the field on its side resemble, with few exceptions, Falstaff's recruits. All they are good for is to fill the breach with the corpses of thoughts. 3. Enough of the grave-digger business. Finally, a well-intended recollection of the Königszeitung. For the first time a sense of modesty and mistrust of its own strength has crept into the leading article, although it is otherwise accustomed to behave as if it were the criterion de omnibus rebus et de quibus dam alias. Be not for the first time, but indeed for all time can the Königszeitung become convinced on this occasion of the untenability of its editorial principle. Since all unpaid contributors are welcome, a few fingers with an itch to write and set in motion by a mediocre brain suffice to falsify the expression of public opinion. When one casts a glance at the columns of the Königszeitung, one would think the view favoring the separation of the city and the countryside is predominant in the Rhine province. But if one casts a glance at the Rhine province, one would think the Rhine province is not predominant in the Königszeitung. Rheinszeitung number 316, November 12, 1842. Cologne, November 11. Our appeal to the Rhineland provincial papers regarding the communal reform question did not fail to produce results. The Königszeitung found itself moved to dip its issue of November 11 into a false bright instead of the usual twilight color and to recognize, though with unmistakable ill humor, hesitant reservations, suspicious side glances, and deliberate ambiguity, The equal rights of town and countryside. Today once again we seize the opportunity to make the Königszeitung conscious of its state of mind and will not abandon the pleasant. Paraphrase of Falstaff's words from Shakespeare's King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 4, Scene 2 ed. Of all things and certain others ed. Communal Reform 269. Though fantastic hope that it will renounce its point of view as soon as it has gained consciousness of its point of view. Incidentally, the Königszeitung concludes its article today, as regards the communal system question, which has such a high claim to the general interest. The editorial board of the Königszeitung considers it appropriate to state that in this respect also it pays allegiance to the principle of equality of rights, but considers it its duty to give as free scope as possible to discussion of the forms in which an improvement of the present situation, which is thoroughly unfree and acknowledged by all parties to be no longer tolerable, is to be effected. The Königszeitung has so far not carried a single article about the forms in which the communal reform is to be effected while maintaining the principle of equality of rights. It was therefore impossible for us to fight a non-existent opponent. Or does the Königszeitung consider that the separation of town and countryside, a separation which a number of its articles suggested should be simulated legally by means of a separate communal system, is likewise one of the forms in which the principle of equality of rights is crystallized? Does it hold that the established inequality of rights is a form of equality of rights? The struggle in the Königszeitung centered not on the different forms of one and the same principle, but rather on the difference of the principle itself, and, indeed, in this struggle, if we consider the articles of the Königszeitung, according to that paper's own suggestion, as mere articles, i.e., according to their numerical mass, most of the troops belong to the opponents of equality. We said to the Königszeitung, be honest, do not falsify the expression of public opinion, fulfill the calling of a Rhineland paper, which is to represent the spirit of the Rhineland, disregard personal considerations, in a vital question for the province close your columns to all individual opinions which have the defect of wishing to assert a separate attitude in opposition to the will of the people. And how does the Königszeitung reply? It finds it appropriate to pay allegiance to the principle of equality of rights in relation to the communal reform, a finding appropriate that will be considered very clever in respect of the Rhine province, and not precisely as a proof of the inventiveness of the Königszeitung. Alongside this moderate allegiance to the spirit of the province, however, the Königszeitung considers it its duty to give as free scope as possible to discussion of the forms of the communal reform, among which forms it also includes the forms of inequality. This devotion to duty will be found appropriate from the standpoint of its private interests and private considerations, however inappropriate the standpoint itself. 270 Karl Marx is to cut off all hiding places for the Königszeitung, which creeps into concealment behind the difference between form and content. We pose the categorical question whether it declares an inequality of town and countryside legally established by means of a separate communal system to be a form of equality of rights and believes it can continue to keep its columns open to pretenses of such equality as a mere question of form. Tomorrow we shall return to the article of the Königszeitung in question. Königszeitung number 317, November 13, 1842 Cologne, November 12. The article in number 314 of the Königszeitung on the question of the communal system, which has such a high claim to the general interest, 3 is nothing but an avant-propos to the detailed discussion of communal equality for town and country which is being carried on in our supplement. 6. The Königszeitung introduces its reference to this, that is, to the matter itself, with incidentally, just as the worker at the craftsman's banquet begins his speech with in general, but this must not at all diminish the merits of the Königszeitung in respect of originality, since we recognize it rather as a habit of the paper, a habit which is just as original as praiseworthy, that in dealing with a question of general interest it incidentally touches also on the matter itself. This method of treatment, which is somewhat intentional, possesses a wonderful elasticity which makes the most curious misunderstandings possible and for a third party even probable as the proper understanding of the matter. So the Königszeitung begins its article in question of November 4th with the anecdote that a neighboring paper, namely, the Rheinszeitung, has called on all Rhine province papers to join forces against the threat, allegedly coming from Berlin, to the equality before the law of urban and rural communities, and issued the common slogan, "Equality for all, for townspeople and for peasants." The Königszeitung declares itself prepared to take up this slogan insofar as by equality is understood not the foolish dream of the communists, but, as we presume, the only possible equality, equality of rights. Here Marx has an untranslatable pun on the German articles der, die, das, ridiculing the stilted style of the Königszeitung ed. H. Chissen die Reform der Rheinischen Gemeindeordnung. Zweiter Artikel. Über Unterscheidenheit der Gemeindeordnung für Stadt und Land. Rheinszeitung, bei Blatt, NR 312, 314, 317, November 8, 10, 13, 1842 ed. See obviously a misprint. It should be, November 11. Ed. Communal Reform 27:1. This cunning side glance at the communist dreams would have been just as impossible as the magnanimous presumption of our non-communist tendency would have been unnecessary had the Königszeitung begun its report with the matter itself, with the fact that the Rheinszeitung wants an equal communal system for town and countryside and even designates this equality expressly in the article quoted as equality of rights of urban and rural communities. But if the Königszeitung were to see this equality itself as communist foolishness, then it would simply have to be referred to its own credo introduced by the Königszeitung. 3. The ridiculous communist side cut is not enough. The Königszeitung considers it necessary to associate another confession of faith with that of equality of rights. But, it says, we must admit that we cannot at all share the concern that the wise government of Friedrich William IV is contemplating an infringement of equality of rights in the Rhineland. Before we believe this, we must be presented with facts and not with assertions, which, we hope, are without any foundation. With this clumsy and perfidious insinuation imputing to us fears of and the spreading of rumors about an intent /infringement of equality of rights in the Rhineland by the wise government of Friedrich William IV, the Königszeitung flees from the field of argument to the field of suspicion and denunciation and convinces us anew that the impotence of understanding seeks as a last resort to assert itself through impotence of character, through the vain recklessness of demoralization. What is the insinuation of the Königszeitung based on? Basing ourselves on information from Berlin, we reported that the Rhineland deputies to the Central Commissions 3 had before them a draft of a communal system which did not recognize the equality of town and countryside. We recommended that in this case the Rhine press should adopt the attitude and energy of truth. 0. If the government submits to the opinion of the Rhineland deputies a communal system which separates town and countryside, it follows from this simple fact that the government, far from having any concealed intention, rather entertains the complete conviction that by such a separation it will not infringe equality of rights in the Rhine province. If the Rhine press, the organ of the Rhine province, is convinced that the province is of the opening word of Cato's famous dictum, Ceterum senso Carthaginem. Esse delendum. Ed. B. Joint Estates Commissions of the Provincial Assemblies ed. See reference to the article headlined Köln, 9. November. In the Rheinszeitung. Number 314, November 10, 1842 ed. 272 Karl Marx. The opposite view, it follows just as simply that it must prove that a common communal system for town and countryside is a necessary consequence of equality of rights in the Rhine province, or is it not even a duty of the press to the government not only to express the popular conviction without consideration for the exceptional opinion of single individuals, but also to prove the reasonable content of this conviction? Finally, it is more than indecent on the part of the Königszeitung to bring the all-high person of His Majesty into controversies of this kind. It needs really a minimum of intelligence and a maximum of irresponsibility to make any political discussion impossible in a purely monarchical state by the simple and easy maneuver of disregarding the true content of the discussion, bringing in a personal relationship to the monarch and thereby turning every objective debate into a debate on a question of confidence. We expressed the hope that all Rhine province papers would represent the view of the Rhine province, because and insofar as we entertain the unshakable conviction that His Majesty would not refuse to recognize the great significance of the general view of the Rhine province, even if our Berlin information is grounded, which we have no occasion to doubt, even if the Rhine deputies approve a separation of town and countryside, which can appear to be all the less beyond all doubt 3 since just recently the articles of the Königszeitung proved that not all Rhinelanders are capable of understanding and sharing the conviction of the vastly overwhelming majority. The Königszeitung advanced the slogan of equality of rights for town and countryside, and the Königszeitung accepted the slogan with the cautious condition that by equality of rights we understand equality of rights and no communist dream. The Königszeitung accompanied the Berlin information with an appeal to the feelings of the Rhine province papers, and the Königszeitung denounces it for suspicions concerning His Majesty's intentions. The Königszeitung called on the various editorial boards of our provincial papers to sacrifice individual considerations and preconceived opinions to the fatherland, and the Königszeitung comes out with a flat, entirely unexplained recognition of equality of rights for town and countryside, a recognition whose formal merit it itself nullifies, by declaring the separation of town and countryside to be a form of equality. Marx obviously meant, of which there can be all the less doubt, ed. Communal Reform 273. Of rights. Is it possible to write in a more illogical, unprincipled, and wretched manner? Is it possible to proclaim more clearly freedom with the lips and unfreedom with the heart? But the Königszeitung knows the Shakespeare saying. To be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000, 3, and the Königszeitung did not succumb to the temptation to be 1 out of 10,000. Finally, a word about the separation of town and countryside. Even apart from general grounds, the law can only be the ideal, self-conscious image of reality, the theoretical expression, made independent, of the practical vital forces. In the Rhine province, town and countryside are not separated in reality. Therefore the law cannot decree the separation without decreeing its own nullity. Written on November 7–12, 1842, printed according to the news published in the Königszeitung paper NOS 312, 316 and 317, November 8, 12, published in English for the 1st and 13, 1842 time. A. W. Shakespeare, Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. Ed. The Divorce Bill. Editorial note. Criticism of a criticism. The criticism of the divorce bill given here has been outlined from the standpoint of Rhenish jurisprudence, just as the criticism published earlier, see the supplement to number 310 of the Rhine ZTG, was based on the standpoint and practice of Old Prussian jurisprudence. A third criticism remains to be made, a criticism from a preeminently general point of view, that of the philosophy of law. It will no longer suffice to examine the individual reasons for divorce, pro et contra. It will be necessary to set forth the concept of marriage and the consequences of this concept. The 2 articles we have so far published agree in condemning the interference of religion in matters of law, without, however, expounding to what extent the essence of marriage in and for itself is or is not religious, and without, therefore, being able to explain how the consistent legislator must necessarily proceed if he is guided by the essence of things and cannot be at all satisfied with a mere abstraction of the definition of this essence. If the legislator considers that the essence of marriage is not human morality, but spiritual sanctity, and therefore puts determination from above in the place of self-determination, a supernatural sanction in the place of inner natural consecration, and in the place of loyal subordination to the nature of the relationship puts passive obedience to commandments that stand above the nature of this relationship, can then this religious legislator be blamed if he also subordinates marriage to the Church, which has the mission of implementing the demands and claims of religion, and if he places secular marriage under the supervision of the ecclesiastical O. of November 6, 1842 ed. The Divorce Bill 275. Authorities. Is that not a simple and necessary consequence? It is self-deception to believe that the religious legislator can be refuted by proving that one or other of his rulings is contrary to the secular nature of marriage. The religious legislator does not engage in a polemic against the dissolution of secular marriage, his polemic is rather against the secular essence of marriage, and he seeks partly to purge it of this secularity and partly, where this is impossible, to bring home at all times to the secularity, as a merely tolerated party, its limits, and to counteract the sinful defiance of its consequences. Wholly inadequate, however, is the point of view of Rhenish jurisprudence, which is shrewdly expounded in the criticism published above. It is inadequate to divide the nature of marriage into two parts, a spiritual essence and a secular one, in such a way that one is assigned to the church and the individual conscience, the other to the state and the citizen's sense of law. The contradiction is not abolished by being divided between two different spheres, on the contrary, the result is a contradiction and an unresolved conflict between these two spheres of life themselves. And can the legislator be obliged to adopt a dualism, a double world outlook? Is not the conscientious legislator who adheres to the religious point of view bound to elevate to the sole authority in the real world and in secular forms that which he recognizes as truth itself in the spiritual world and in religious forms, and which he worships as the sole authority? This reveals the basic defect of Rhenish jurisprudence, its dual world outlook, which, by a superficial separation of conscience and the sense of law, does not solve but cuts into the most difficult conflicts, which severs the world of law from the world of the spirit, therefore law from the spirit, and hence jurisprudence from philosophy. On the other hand, the opposition to the present bill reveals even more glaringly the utter lack of foundation of the old Prussian jurisprudence. If it is true that no legislation can decree morality, it is still truer that no legislation can recognize it as binding in law. Prussian Law 102 is based on an intellectual abstraction which, being in itself devoid of content, conceived the natural, legal, moral content as external matter which in itself knows no laws and then tried to model, organize, and arrange this spiritless and lawless matter in accordance with an external aim. It treats the objective world not in accordance with the latter's inherent laws, but in accordance with arbitrary, subjective ideas and an intention that is extraneous to the matter itself. The old Prussian jurists have shown but little insight into this character of Prussian law. They have criticized not its essence, but only individual. 276 Karl Marx. External features of its existence. Hence, too, they have attacked not the nature and style of the new divorce bill, but its reforming tendency. They thought they could find in bad morals proof that the laws were bad. We demand from criticism above all that it should have a critical attitude to itself and not overlook the difficulty of its subject matter. The Editorial Board of the Rhine. ZTG. Written in mid-November 1842, printed according to the news first published in the Rhenisch Zeitung paper number 319, November 15, 1842. A correspondent of the Rhenisch Zeitung. V.S. The Rhenisch Zeitung. Cologne, November 16. The stoutest champion of the separation of town and countryside in the Rhenisch Zeitung today again raises his rumbling voice, and today it is not the province but the Rhenisch Zeitung which he selects for the honor of being the victim of his private intelligence and his private illusions. We believe the good man when he says that the reading of the articles on communal constitution in the Rhenisch Zeitung * at breakfast numbed his head and hurled him back into exceedingly confused dreams. We believe that it is very inconvenient for one who knows Cologne and Bickendorf well to be bustled through the Orient, through Greece, Rome, the German Empire, Gaul, and France, and even through thoughts which necessarily appear as sophistries and dialectical tricks to the routine of practical intercourse and narrowly limited outlook. We do not want to judge this cheerful self-complacency amiss for the by no means moderate courtesies which it is capable of bestowing on its own achievements, for it belongs to the character of narrow-mindedness to consider its own limitations as the limitations and the pillars of the world. And as our good and humorous friend adduces no new grounds but supports the view that a ground which has been rejected and refuted at its first presentation can, like an importunate petitioner, achieve its aim in the end if only it has the obstinacy to return again and again, as therefore our friend, true to the principles established in respect of newspaper articles, expects the effect of his well-worded and correctly ordered. A.H. Clayson die Reform der Rheinischen Gemeindeordnung. Rheinische Zeitung, Beiblatt, NR 307, 310, 312, 314, 317, November 3, 6, 8, 10, 13, 1842. Ed. 278 Koniske Zeitung vs. Rheinische Zeitung. Grounds not from themselves, but from their repetition, nothing else remains for us but finally to banish from the real world a few phantasmagoria that may have come to him in sleep and in confused dreams, and so to contribute as much as is in our power to eliminating the reappearing belief in ghosts, which is known to confuse its dreams of things with the things themselves. Our somnambulist saw in a dream how the peasants were alerted by the Rheinische Zeitung to march with spades and hoes on the towns because the latter harbored tyrannical intentions. In his intervals of clear consciousness our somnambulist will have to agree with himself that the towns do not lie in the Koniske Zeitung, that we have even rejected its arbitrary interpretation of the town's intentions, and that finally a work 3 which even goes beyond the range of vision of one who knows Cologne and Bickendorf well is still less able to provoke the peasant to a demonstration with spades and hoes, which probably play their role as a sample of unprejudiced views drawn from practical life and intercourse. On awakening, our somnambulist will further find it beyond all doubt that to put right an alleged correspondent of the Koniske Zeitung is no distortion of the truth, that provoking dissatisfaction with the Koniske Zeitung and taking sides against its contemplative correspondent is no arousing of dissatisfaction and frenzy of parties against the state, or can it be that not only the towns lie in the Koniske Zeitung, but the state itself is embodied in it and its contributors? Our friend will then also grasp that one may have the boundless arrogance to irritate the literary productions of the sign B without challenging by indecent sallies the highest state authorities, whom he makes responsible not only for his opinions but even for his arguments, and who would like to disavow this self-styled ally. With the present level of German science it will be more than an upheaval if the hollow theories which strain to conceive themselves as the result of world history, and the general range of vision of today's doctrine were to experience the bitter fate of finding their critical yardstick in the unprejudiced views, drawn from civil intercourse and practical life, of one who knows Cologne and Bickendorf well. This gentleman will find it understandable that pending the epoch of this Reformation and of the conjectural. See previous footnote. Ed. The sign occurring under a series of anonymous articles in the Koniske Zeitung. Ed. Karl Marx 279. Literary magnitude of the sign. We consider his present isolated endeavors too fragmentary, and, with his permission, too insignificant in every respect to nourish and cultivate the dream of their importance by any further assessment of them. Written on November 16, 1842, printed according to the news published in the Rheinische Zeitung paper number 321, November 17, 1842, published in English for the first time. Cabinet Order on the Daily Press 103. Cologne, November 15. Today's Koniske Zeitung carries the following Royal Cabinet Order, which was sent to all provincial ministries in the course of last month. I have already frequently pointed out that the tendency of the bad part of the daily press to mislead public opinion on matters of general concern by disseminating untruths or distorted facts should be countered by contrasting every such false report at once with the truth through a correction of the facts published in the same newspapers that were guilty of the falsifications. It does not suffice to leave counteraction against the evil tendencies of a daily newspaper, which have a pernicious effect on the public mind, to other papers that are imbued with a better spirit, and to expect it only from them. The poison of corruption must be rendered harmless in the very place where it has been dispensed. That is not only the duty of the authorities to the circle of readers to whom the poison has been proffered, it is at the same time the most effective means for destroying tendencies to deception and lying as they manifest themselves, by compelling the editors themselves to publish the judgment passed on them. I have therefore noted with displeasure that little or no use has been made so far of this means, which is as legitimate as it is essential, for curbing manifestations of degeneration on the part of the press. Inasmuch as the present laws may not have sufficiently established the obligation of our domestic newspapers to publish without demur, and, moreover, without any comments or introductory remarks, all factual corrections officially sent them, I expect from the State Ministry immediate proposals for the necessary supplementary legislation. If, however, they are already adequate for the purpose, it is my will that they should be vigorously implemented by my magistrates for the protection of law and truth, and I recommend this, not only to the ministries themselves, but in particular to the immediate attention of the Oberpresidents, to whom the State Ministry shall give directives to this end. The more deeply I have it at heart that the noble, loyal, and commendably frank frame of mind, wherever it may be displayed, shall not find its freedom of speech curtailed, and that truth shall be as little as possible restricted in the sphere of public discussion, the more ruthlessly must the spirit that employs the weapons of lying and misleading be held under restraint, so that freedom of speech cannot be cheated of its fruits and its blessings by being misused. Sans Souci, October 14, 1842, signed, Frederick William. Cabinet Order on the Daily Press 281. We hasten the more urgently to communicate the above Royal Cabinet Order to our readers, because we see in it a guarantee for the Prussian press. Every loyal newspaper can only regard it as significant support on the part of the government if untruths or distorted facts, the publication of which cannot always be avoided even with the greatest circumspection on the part of the editorial board, are corrected from an authoritative source. By these official explanations the government not only guarantees a certain historical correctness of the factual content of the daily press, but also, what is still more important, recognizes the great significance of the press by positive participation, which will restrict within ever narrower bounds negative participation by prohibition, suppression, and censorship. At the same time, the Royal Cabinet Order presupposes a certain independence of the daily press, for if without such independence tendencies to deception, lying and pernicious tendencies are not likely to spring up and establish themselves in the daily press, still less is a noble, loyal, and commendably frank frame of mind. This royal presupposition of a certain independence of the daily press should be welcomed by Prussian newspapers as the most excellent guarantee of this independence and as an unambiguous expression of the royal will. Written in mid-November 1842, printed according to the news first published in the Rheinischen Zeitung. RJT? RUT*VRT number 320, November 16, 1842, published Emmingshire for the first time. Renard's letter to Oberpräsident von Schaper 104. Highly respected Herr Oberpräsident. Your Excellency. Through Regierungspräsident Herr von Gerlach in Cologne, on the 12th of this month, Your Excellency has put before me a rescript of the censorship ministry and, in addition, 2 decrees, and called for my observations on them to be minuted. Considering the importance of the explanations demanded of me, rather than making a statement to be minuted, I have preferred to address myself today to Your Excellency in writing. 1. As regards the rescript of the censorship ministry and in particular the demand that the Rheinische Zeitung should alter its tendency and adopt one agreeable to the government, I am able to interpret this demand only in relation to the form, a moderation of which, insofar as the content allows, can be conceded. Judging by the recently issued censorship instruction, and also by His Majesty's views frequently expressed elsewhere, it seems to us that the tendency of a newspaper which, like the Rheinische, is not a mere unprincipled amalgam of dry reports and fulsome praise, but throws light on state conditions and institutions through conscious a criticism inspired by a noble purpose, can only be a tendency acceptable to the government. Moreover, until now the responsible editor has never been informed of any disapproval of this tendency. Furthermore, since the RHZTG is subjected to the strictest censorship, how could its suppression be justified as a first warning? The words even if sharply expressed have been deleted here. Ed. Renard's letter to Oberpresident von Schaper 283. I can assure your Excellency that in the future, too, the R.H. ZTG will continue to the best of its ability to help in paving the path of progress, along which Prussia leads the rest of Germany. For that very reason, however, I must reject the reproach levelled at me in the rescript that the R.H. ZTG has sought to spread French sympathies and ideas in the Rhineland. The R.H. ZTG has, on the contrary, made its main task to direct towards Germany the glances which so many people still fastened on France, and to evoke a German instead of a French liberalism, which can surely not be disagreeable to the government of Frederick William IV. In this connection, the R.H. ZTG has always pointed to Prussia, on whose development that of the rest of Germany depends. Proof of this tendency is provided by the articles on Prussian hegemony, 105 aimed polemically against the anti-Prussian strivings of the Augsburg newspaper. Proof is provided by all the articles on the Prussian Customs Union aimed against the articles of the Hamburg Correspondent and other newspapers, in which the R.H. ZTG depicted in the greatest detail the accession of Hanover, Mecklenburg, and the Hanseatic towns as the only beneficial course. Proof is provided above all by the continual reference to North German science in contrast to the superficiality not only of French, but also of South German theories. The R.H. Zeitung was the first Rhenish, and in general the first South German, newspaper to introduce the North German spiracy in the Rhine province and in South Germany, and how could the divided races be more inseparably linked than by spiritual unity, which is the soul of political unity and its only guarantee against all external storms. As to the alleged irreligious tendency of the R.H. ZTG, it cannot be unknown to the supreme authorities that in regard to the content of a certain positive creed, and it is a question only of this and not of religion, which we have never attacked and never will attack, the whole of Germany, and especially Prussia, is divided into two camps, both of which include among their champions men occupying high positions in science and the state. In an unresolved controversy, should a newspaper take neither side or only one that has been officially prescribed to? After contrary, the words contributed not a little have been deleted. Ed B. After anti-Prussian, the word tendencies has been deleted. Ed C. After North German spirit, the words the Protestant spirit have been deleted in pencil. Ed. 284 Karl Marx. Moreover, we have never gone outside the terrain proper to a newspaper, but have touched on dogmas such as church doctrines and conditions in general only insofar as other newspapers make religion into constitutional law and transfer it from its own sphere into that of politics. It will even be easy to cover each of our utterances with the similar and stronger utterances of a Prussian king, Frederick the Great, and we consider this authority to be one which Prussian publicists may very well invoke. The Rhenisch-Zeitung is therefore entitled to believe that it has preeminently carried out the wish for an independent free-minded press which His Majesty formulated in the censorship instruction, and that it has thereby contributed not a little towards the benedictions which at the present time the whole of Germany conveys to His Majesty our King in his ascendant career. The R.H. ZTG, Your Excellency, was not founded as a commercial speculation or in expectation of any profit. A large number of the most esteemed men of Cologne and the Rhine province, justly displeased with the pitiful state of the German press, believed that they could not better honor the will of His Majesty the King than by founding the R.H. ZTG as a monument of the nation, a newspaper which voices the speech of free men in a principled and fearless way and, what is at all events a rare phenomenon, enables the King to hear the true voice of the people. The unprecedentedly rapid growth of this newspaper's circulation proves how well it has understood the wishes of the people. This was the aim for which those men contributed their capital, and for which they shrank from no sacrifice. Let Your Excellency now decide for yourself whether it is possible or permissible for me, as the spokesman of these men, to declare that the Rhenisch-Zeitung will alter its tendency, and whether its suppression would be not so much an act of violence against a private individual, but rather an act of violence against the Rhine province and the German spirit in general. In order, however, to prove to the government how very ready I am to comply with its wishes, insofar as they are compatible with. The following has been deleted in pencil, if Luther is not blamed for having attacked, in defiance of emperor and realm, the sole mode of existence of Christianity at that time, the Catholic Church, in a form that was even unbridled and exceeded all bounds. Should it be forbidden in a Protestant state to advocate a view opposed to current dogma, not by isolated frivolous invectives, but by the consistent exposition of serious and primarily German science? Ed. The words "they have been utilized for political theories, maxims, and prescriptions" have been deleted. Ed. Renard's letter to Oberpräsident von Schaper 285. The function of an independent newspaper, I am willing, as has been the case for some time past, as far as possible to set aside all ecclesiastical or religious subjects, so long as other newspapers or political conditions themselves do not necessitate reference to them. 2. Secondly, as regards your Excellency's demand for the immediate dismissal of Dr. Ruttenberg, I already told Regierungspräsident von Gerlach on February 14 that Dr. Ruttenberg was in no way an editor of the Rheineszeitung, but only did the work of a translator. In response to the threat, conveyed to me through Regierungspräsident von Gerlach, of the immediate suppression of the newspaper if Ruttenberg were not at once dismissed, I have yielded to force and have for the time being removed him from any participation in the newspaper. Since, however, I am not aware of any legal provision which would justify this point of the rescript, I request Your Excellency to specify any such provision, and, if necessary, to give a speedy ruling whether the decision reached is to remain in force or not, so that I can claim my legal rights through the appropriate channels. 3. As regards the third point, the submission of an editor for approval, according to the censorship law of October 18, 1819, 9, only the supreme censorship authorities are entitled to demand the submission of an editor for approval. I know of no provision which transfers this entitlement to the Oberpräsidents. Therefore I request specification of any such provision or, if necessary, of a censorship ministry decree which orders this. Very willingly, but only in that case, will I submit an editor for approval. Written on November 17, 1842. First published in the book Rheinesk. Brief und Akten zur Geschichte der politischen Bewegung 1830-1850, 1. B.D., Herausgegeben von Hansen, Essen, 1919. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first time. This paragraph was inserted subsequently. Its place was marked by and it is to be found at the end of the manuscript. Ed. The Industrialists of Hanover. And Protective Tariffs. Editorial note. We can acknowledge the historical basis of the author's reasoning, and we can further concede, as the facts testify, that during the last 400 to 500 years England, especially, has done a great deal to protect its industry and crafts, although we need not necessarily agree with the system of protective tariffs. England's example is its own refutation because it is precisely in England that the pernicious results come into prominence of a system which is no longer the system of our time, however much it might have corresponded to medieval conditions, based on division and not on unity, which, in the absence of general protection, a rational state and a rational system of individual states, had to provide special protection for each particular sphere. Trade and industry ought to be protected, but the debatable point is precisely whether protective tariffs do in reality protect trade and industry. We regard such a system much more as the organization of a state of war in time of peace, a state of war which, aimed in the first place against foreign countries, necessarily turns in its implementation against the country which organizes it. But in any case an individual country, however much it may recognize the principle of free trade, is dependent on the state of the world in general, and therefore the question can be decided only by a Congress of Nations, and not by an individual government. The editorial board of the Rheineszeitung. Written in November 1842, printed according to the news first published in the supplement to the paper Rheineszeitung number 326, November 22, published in English for the first 1842 time. The Attitude of Herweg and Ruge. To the Free 107. Berlin, November 25. The Elberfelder Zeitung and, from it, the Didaskalia contain the news that Herweg has visited the Society of the Free, but found it beneath a criticism. Herweg has not visited this society, and therefore could have found it neither beneath nor above criticism. Herweg and Ruge found that the Free are compromising the cause and the party of freedom by their political romanticism, their mania for genius and boasting, and this moreover was frankly stated by them and perhaps may have given offense. Consequently, if Herweg did not visit the Society of the Free, who as individuals are excellent people for the most part, it was not because he upholds some other cause, but solely because, as one who wants to be free from French authorities, he hates and finds ludicrous the frivolity, the typically Berlin style of behavior, and the insipid aping of the French clubs. Rowdiness, blackguardism, must be loudly and resolutely repudiated in a period which demands serious, manly, and sober-minded persons for the achievement of its lofty aims. Written in November 1842, printed according to the news first published in the Rheinische Zeitung *No. 333, November 29, 1842, published in English for the first time. As the result of a misprint, the Rheinische Zeitung had irresolutely ed. 11-194. The polemical tactics of the Augsburg newspaper. It is merely a lust of the blood and a permission of the will. A. Cologne, November 29. In its occasional polemic against the Rheinische Zeitung, the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung employs tactics which are as characteristic as they are laudable and which, if consistently pursued, cannot fail to impress the superficial section of the public. To every rebuff merited by its attacks on the principles and trend of the Rheinische Zeitung, to every essential subject of dispute, to every principled attack on the part of the Rheinische Zeitung, the response of the Augsburg newspaper has been to wrap itself in the ambiguous cloak of silence, so that it always remains impossible to decide whether the silence owes its inconspicuous existence to a consciousness of weakness which makes it unable to reply, or to a consciousness of superiority which makes it unwilling to reply. We have no special reproaches to make to the Augsburg newspaper on this account, since it merely treats us as it treats Germany, for which it believes it can most beneficially show its sympathy by a thoughtful silence, only rarely interrupted by travel notes, health bulletins, and paraphrased nuptial poems. It may well be that the Augsburg newspaper is right to regard its silence as a contribution to the public welfare. Besides tactics of silence, however, the Lady of Augsburg employs another method of controversy, which by its verbose, complacent, and arrogant loquacity is, as it were, the active complement to the previous passive and melancholy quietude. The Lady of Augsburg is silent when it is a question of a fight over principles, over the essence of a matter, but she lies in wait, observes from afar, and seizes the opportunity when her opponent. A. W. Shakespeare, Othello, Act I, Scene 3 ed. The polemical tactics of the Augsburg newspaper 289. Neglects her dress, makes a faux pas * in the dance, or drops her handkerchief and then she minces virtue and does shake the head. B. She blares into the air her long suppressed, well-meant anger with imperturbable aplomb, with all the indignation of prudery in dress, and calls out to Germany, there you see, that is the character, that is the frame of mind, that is the consistency of the Rheinische Zeitung. There's hell, there's darkness, there is the sulphurous pit, burning, scalding stench, consumption, fi, fi, fi. Pa, pa. Give me an ounce of civet, good apothecary, 0. By means of such noisy impromptus, the Lady of Augsburg is able not only to remind the forgetful public of her vanished virtue, her honorable character and mature age, not only to adorn her sunken temples with outdated and faded recollections, but even to gain surreptitiously some other practical successes besides these petty, harmless successes of coquetry. She confronts the Rheinische Zeitung as a sturdy fighter, quasi-rebanigista, de-blustering, upbraiding, provoking, and her petulant provocations make the world forget her senile silence and quite recent retreat. In addition, the appearance is created and diligently cultivated, that the fight between the Augsburgese and the Rhenisch-Zeitung turns on this kind of paltriness, scandal-mongering and sartorial solecisms. The host of unintelligent and irresponsible people who fail to understand the essential fight in which we speak and the Lady of Augsburg is silent, but who, on the other hand, recognize their own beautiful soul in the captious fault-finding and petty criticisms of the Augsburgese, applaud and pay homage to the honorable lady who castigates her unruly opponent with such skill and moderation, more to educate than to hurt her. In number 329 of the Augsburgese there is another sample of this oversubtle, repellent, small-town polemic. A correspondent reports from the Main that the Augsburg Alg. ZTG praised Julius Mosen's political novel The Congress of Verona because it was put out by Cotta's publishing house. We confess that, owing to its worthlessness, we only occasionally glance at the literary criticism section of the Augsburgese, and are not acquainted with its criticism of Mosen. In this matter we put our trust à discretion in the conscience of the correspondent. Assuming a false step ed. B.W. Shakespeare, King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6 ed. C. Ibid ed. As if everything had been done well ed. 11 asterisk. 290 Karl Marx. The fact to be correct, the report is not in itself improbable for, according to recent explanations which have been met with a refutation based on trickery and not solid reasons, the independence of the critical conscience of the Augsburgese in respect of the place of printing in Stuttgart is at least open to doubt. Hence all that remains is that we did not know where the political novel was printed, and enfin, not to know that is not a mortal political sin. Later, apprised of the misstatement about the place of printing, the editorial board stated in a note: "We have just learnt that the Congress of Verona, by the poet Julius Mosen, was not published by Cotta, and we therefore request our readers to make this correction to the report from the Main in number 317 of this year." Since the chief reproach levelled by the Main correspondent against the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung was based solely on the premise that the Congress of Verona had been published by Cotta, since we have explained that this was not the case, and since every argument is invalidated if its premise is abolished, we were entered at any rate to make the extravagant demand on our readers' intelligence that they should correct the report from the Main in the light of this statement, and we could believe that we had atoned for our injustice to the Augsburgese. But look at the Augsburg's logic. The Augsburg's logic interprets out correction as follows. If Mosen's Congress of Verona had been published by Cotta, it would have to be regarded by all friends of right and freedom as a nasty and unsaleable book, since, however, we have subsequently learnt that it was published in Berlin, we request our respected readers to welcome it, in the poet's own words, as one of the spirits of eternal youth, which stride on along their radiant path and mercilessly trample on the old gang. That fellow handles his bow like a crow-keeper, draw me a clothier's yard. I the clout, hue, eh. That, exclaims the Lady of Augsburg triumphantly, diet is what the Rheinische Zeitung calls its frame of mind, its consistency. Has the Rheinische Zeitung ever declared the consistencies of the Augsburg's logic to be its consistency, or the frame of mind on which this logic is based to be its frame of mind? The Lady of Augsburg was entered only to conclude, that is the way in which consistency and frame of mind are misunderstood in Augsburg. Or does the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung seriously believe that by means of Mosen's toast we would have liked to provide a W. Shakespeare, King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6 ed. The polemical tactics of the Augsburg newspaper 291. Corrective commentary to assess the Congress of Verona? We discussed the Schiller Festival at rather great length in a feature article. We pointed to Schiller as the prophet of the new movement of minds, number 326, a correspondence from Leipzig, and noted the resulting significance of the Schiller Festival. Why had we to repudiate Mosen's toast, which emphasized this significance? Could it be because it contains a sally against the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung, which the latter had already deserved because of its condemnation of Herweg. All that, however, had nothing to do with the report from the Main, for then we should have had to write, as the Lady of Augsburg imputes to us. The reader must judge the report from the Main in number 317 in the light of Mosen's poem in No. 320. The Augsburg's logic deliberately invents this nonsense in order to be able to throw it at us. The verdict of the Rheinischen in the feature article of number 317 on Mosen's Bernhard von Weimar proves, although it needs no proof, that in regard to Mosen it has not departed by a hair's breadth from its customary factual criticism. For the rest, we admit to the Lady of Augsburg that even the Rheinischen is scarcely able to ward off the literary condottieri, that importunate and disgusting rabble which has sprung up all over Germany in the newspaper era of which the Augsburg AZ is the embodiment. Finally, the Augsburg newspaper reminds us of the ballista which throws out big words and phrases that leave reality untouched. The Augsburg AZ, of course, touches on every possible reality, Mexican reality, Brazilian reality, but not German reality, not even Bavarian reality, and if for once it does touch on something of the kind, it invariably takes appearance for reality and the reality for appearance. When it is a matter of spiritual and true reality, the Rheinischen could exclaim to the Lady of Augsburg in the words of Lear, "Do thy worst, blind Cupid. Read thou this challenge," and the Lady of Augsburg would reply with Gloucester, "Were all thy letters suns, I could not see B." Written on November 29, 1842, printed according to the news first published in the Rheinische Paper Zeitung number 334, November 30, 1842, published in English for the first time. Of November 22, 1842, ed. B. W. Shakespeare, King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6, ed. The supplement to NOS 335 and 336. Of the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung. On the Commissions. Of the Estates in Prussia 110. Rheinische Zeitung number 345, December 11, 1842, Cologne, December 10. In the supplement to number 335 of the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung there is a not uninteresting essay on the commissions of the estates in Prussia. Since we wish to criticize it, we must preface our remarks by stressing a simple principle which, however, is often overlooked in a passionate party controversy. The presentation of a state institution is not the state institution itself. Hence a polemic against this presentation is not a polemic against the state institution. The conservative press, which continually reminds us that the view held by the critical press should be rejected as being merely an individual opinion and a distortion of reality, continually forgets that it itself is not the object in question, but only an opinion on that object, and that therefore to combat it is not always to combat that object. Every object that is made a matter for praise or blame in the press becomes a literary object, hence an object for literary discussion. What makes the press the most powerful lever for promoting culture and the intellectual education of the people is precisely the fact that it transforms the material struggle into an ideological struggle, the struggle of flesh and blood into a struggle of minds, the struggle of need, desire, empiricism into a struggle of theory, of reason, of form. The essay in question reduces the arguments against the institution of the commissions of the estates to two main heads, two arguments against their composition and arguments against their purpose. At the outset we must condemn as a basic logical defect that the composition has been the first object of discussion, the examina. On the commissions of the estates in Prussia 293. Of the purpose being reserved for a subsequent article. The composition cannot be anything but the external mechanism, the guiding and regulating soul of which lies in its purpose. But who would think of judging the expediency of a machine's composition before examining and ascertaining its purpose? It could be that the composition of the commissions is open to criticism because it corresponds to their purpose, inasmuch as this purpose itself cannot be recognized as a true purpose. It could also be that the composition of the commissions is worthy of recognition because it does not correspond to their purpose, going beyond the latter. Hence this order of the presentation is an initial mistake, but one which vitiates the whole presentation. On almost all sides, the essay states, the complaint has been made with remarkable unanimity that predominantly only landed property has been taken into account in connection with the right of representation in the estates. In opposition to this, attention has been drawn, on the one hand, to the progress of industry and, on the other hand, with still greater emphasis to intelligence and its right to participate in the representation of the estates. By the basic law on the provincial assemblies of the estates, landed property is made the condition for estate membership, a provision which was logically continued in regard to the commissions of the estates formed of members of the provincial assemblies. Thus, although landed property is the general condition for participating in the right of estate representation, it is by no means the sole criterion. Confusion of those two essentially different principles, however, underlay to a great extent the lively objections which have been raised against the composition of the commissions of the estates. Land ownership represents all estates. This fact the author admits. He adds, however, that it is not simply land ownership as such, not abstract land ownership, but land ownership under certain secondary circumstances, land ownership of a particular kind. Land ownership is the general condition for estate representation, but it is not the sole condition. We fully agree with the author when he asserts that the additional conditions essentially alter the general principle of representation through land ownership. At the same time, however, we must declare that opponents who consider that the general principle is already too restricted cannot by any means be. 294 Karl Marx. Refuted by proof that this principle, which is restricted in itself, has been regarded as still not restricted enough, but as necessarily requiring that further restrictions alien to its nature should be added to it. Apart from the very general requirements of an unblemished reputation and a minimum age of 30 years, the former being, on the one hand, self-evident and, on the other hand, open to indefinite interpretation, there are the following special conditions. 1. 10 years uninterrupted land ownership. 2. Membership of a Christian church. 3. Possession of land formerly held directly under the emperor for the first estate. 4. Possession of property entailing imperial knighthood for the second estate. 5. A magistracy or civil profession for the urban estate. 6. Self-management of landed property as the main occupation for the fourth estate. These are not conditions which arise from the essence of land ownership, but which, from considerations foreign to the latter, add limits that are foreign to it, restrict its essence instead of making it more general. According to the general principle of representation through land ownership, there would be no distinction between Jewish and Christian land ownership, between land ownership by a lawyer and by a merchant, between land ownership that is 10 years old and one that is 0 year old. According to this general principle, all these distinctions do not exist. Hence, if we ask what the author has shown, we can only reply, the restriction of the general condition of land ownership by special conditions which are not part of its nature, by considerations based on the difference between the estates. And the author admits. Closely connected is the complaint heard from many sides that, in regard to these commissions of the estates too, the difference between estates which belongs only to the past has been brought in again and applied as a principle of estate organization, in alleged contradiction with the present state of our social conditions, and with the demands of the spirit of the time. The author does not examine whether the general condition of land ownership is in contradiction with representation of the estates or even makes it impossible. Otherwise it could hardly have escaped him that, if the estate principle were consistently applied, a condition which forms an essential feature only of the peasant estate could not possibly be made a general condition for the representation of the other estates, whose existence in no way depends on land ownership. For the representation of the estates can only be determined by the essential difference between them. On the commissions of the estates in Prussia 295. And hence not by anything which lies outside this essence. If, therefore, the principle of representation of land ownership is annulled because of special estate considerations, then this principle of representation of the estates is annulled because of the general condition of land ownership, and neither principle comes into its own. Furthermore, even if a difference between the estates is accepted, the author does not examine whether this difference which is presumed to exist in the institution in question characterizes the estates of the past or those of the present. Instead, he discusses the difference between the estates in general. It will be as little possible to eradicate it, he says, as to destroy the difference existing in nature between the elements and to go back to a chaotic unity. One could reply to the author, just as no one would think of destroying the difference between the natural elements and going back to a chaotic unity, no one would want to eradicate the difference between the estates. At the same time, however, one would have to demand of the author that he should make a more thorough study of nature and rise from the first sensuous perception of the various elements to a rational perception of the organic life of nature. Instead of the specter of a chaotic unity, he would become aware of the spirit of a living unity. Even the elements do not persist in inert separation. They are continually being transformed into one another, and this transforming alone forms the first stage of the physical life of the earth, the meteorological process. In the living organism, all trace of the different elements as such has disappeared. The difference no longer consists in the separate existence of the various elements, but in the living movement of distinct functions, which are all inspired by one and the same life, so that the very difference between them does not exist ready-made prior to this life, but, on the contrary, continually arises out of this life itself and as continually vanishes within it and becomes paralysed. Just as nature does not confine itself to the elements already present, but even at the lowest stage of its life proves that this diversity is a mere sensuous phenomenon that has no spiritual truth, so also the state, this natural realm of the spirit, must not and cannot seek and find its true essence in a fact apparent to the senses. The author, therefore, has provided only a superficial basis for the divine order of the world by confining himself to the difference between the estates as its final and definitive result. 296 Karl Marx. But, in the author's opinion, care must be taken that the people is not set in motion as a crude, inorganic mass. Therefore, there can be no question as to whether in general estates ought to exist, but only the question of establishing to what extent and in what proportion the existing estates are called upon to take part in political activity. The question that arises here, of course, is not to what extent the estates exist, but to what extent they ought to continue their existence right up to the highest sphere of state life. If it would be unfitting to set the people in motion as a crude, inorganic mass, it would be just as much impossible to achieve an organized movement of the people if it were resolved mechanically into rigid and abstract constituents, and an independent movement, which could only be a convulsive one, were demanded of these inorganic, forcibly established parts. The author starts out from the view that in the actual state the people exists as a crude, inorganic mass, apart from some arbitrarily seized on differences of estate. Hence he knows no organism of the state's life itself, but only a juxtaposition of heterogeneous parts which are encompassed superficially and mechanically by the state. But let us be frank. We do not demand that in the representation of the people actually existing differences should be left out of account. On the contrary, we demand that one should proceed from the actual differences created and conditioned by the internal structure of the state, and not fall back from the actual life of the state into imaginary spheres which that life has already robbed of their significance. And now take a look at the reality of the Prussian state as it is known and obvious to everyone. The true spheres, in accordance with which the state is ruled, judged, administered, taxed, trained, and schooled, the spheres in which its entire movement takes place, are the districts, rural communities, governments, provincial administrations, and military departments, but not the four categories of the estates, which are intermingled in a diverse array among these higher units and owe the distinctions between them not to life itself, but only to dossiers and registers. And those distinctions, which owing to their very essence are dissolved at every moment in the unity of the whole, are free creations of the spirit of the Prussian state, but are by no means raw materials imposed on the present time by blind natural necessity and the dissolution process of a past period. They are members but not on the commissions of the estates in Prussia 297. parts, they are movements but not states, they are differences of unity but not units of difference. Just as our author will not wish to assert that, for instance, the great movement by which the Prussian state changes daily into a standing army and a militia is the motion of a crude, inorganic mass, so must he not assert this of a representation of the people which is based on similar principles. We repeat once more, we demand only that the Prussian state should not break off its real state life at a sphere which should be the conscious flowering of the state life. We demand only the consistent and comprehensive implementation of the fundamental institutions of Prussia. We demand that the real organic life of the state should not be suddenly abandoned in order to sink back into unreal, mechanical, subordinated, non-state spheres of life. We demand that the state should not dissolve itself in carrying out the act that should be the supreme act of its internal unification. We shall give further criticism of the essay in question in a subsequent article. Renunstiftungszeitung number 354, December 20, 1842. Cologne, December 19. The author wants to establish according to his point of view to what extent the existing estates are called upon to take part in political activity. As already pointed out, our author does not examine to what extent the estates presupposed by the electoral law are the existing estates, to what extent estates exist at all. On the contrary, he takes as the basis of his examination something which it should have been the main task of his investigation to prove. Hence, he goes on to argue. The purpose of the commissions is so clearly laid down, both in the ordinances of June 21 of this year on their formation and in the Royal Cabinet Order of August 19 on their convocation to form a central commission, that there can be absolutely no doubt on the subject. According to the wording of the above-mentioned Cabinet Order, the Estate Advisory Council in the individual provinces should be supplemented by an element of unity. In accordance with this, therefore, first of all, the general purpose of the commissions of the estates is the same as that of the provincial estates, insofar as it is likewise a matter of advisory cooperation in public affairs, and especially in the work of legislation. And, on the other hand, the characteristic feature of the activity assigned to them is its centralization. Hence, concerning the doubts which have been raised as to the composition of the commissions of the estates, what would have to be done is to prove to what extent. A pun on the German word stand, which means state as well as estate. Ed. 298 Karl Marx. Their union in a central commission contains grounds why the elements from which they are formed cannot correspond to the purpose of their central activity. Instead of such a proof being attempted, it has merely been asserted that the composition of the commissions of the estates, which is based on the same principle as the composition of the provincial estates, may well suffice for advising on subordinate provincial interests, but not for an activity embracing the whole state. In contradiction to this were advanced the above-mentioned complaints, which, if they were well founded, would be applicable also to the provincial estates. From the very beginning we have drawn attention to the illogicality of wanting to examine the expediency of the composition of the commissions of the estates before criticizing their purpose. It was bound to happen that in an unguarded moment our author would presuppose the expediency of their purpose in order to be able to deduce the expediency of their composition. He tells us that the purpose of the commissions is clear. Granting this clarity, this formal correctness of the purpose, does that even so much as touch on the content and the truth of this content? The commissions, according to our author, differ from the provincial estates only by their centralization. Hence it has to be proved, he says, to what extent their union in a central commission contains grounds why the elements from which they are formed cannot correspond to the purpose of their central activity. We must reject this demand as illogical. The question that arises is not to what extent the union of the provincial estates in a central commission contains grounds why the component elements cannot correspond to their central activity. On the contrary, the question is to what extent the component elements of the provincial estates contain grounds which paralyze a true union in a real central commission, and hence also real central activity. The union cannot make the component elements impossible, but the component elements can make the union impossible. If, however, a real union, a true centralization is presupposed, then the question of the possibility of a central activity loses all meaning, for the central activity is merely the expression, the result, the vitality of a true centralization. A central commission in itself involves a central activity. How then does the author prove that the component elements of the provincial estates are suitable for central commissions? How, therefore, does he prove the real and not illusory existence of a central commission? He says, if they, the complaints advanced against the composition of the commissions, were well founded, they would be applicable also to the provincial estates. Of course, for what is asserted is precisely that these elements are not suitable for a central whole. But can the author believe? On the commissions of the estates in Prussia 299. That he has refuted his opponents merely by himself becoming aware of and formulating their objections. Instead of confining himself to the statement that complaints against the composition of the commissions of the estates are complaints against the composition of the provincial estates, he ought to show to what extent objections against the provincial estates cease to be objections against the commissions of the estates. The author should not ask himself why the commissions of the estates are not in accord with the central activity, he should ask himself by what means they should be made capable of a central activity. It has been shown at some length and with concrete examples in these pages how little the provincial estates are called upon to participate in legislation, whether this participation is in the shape of advice or joint action, which can make a difference in the power but by no means in the capability of the provincial estates. Moreover, the commissions do not even arise from the provincial assemblies as moral persons, on the contrary, they arise from the provincial assemblies resolved into their mechanical component parts. It is not the provincial assembly which elects the commissions, but the diverse isolated parts of the assembly, which each separately elect their deputies to the commission. This election is therefore based on a mechanical dissolution of the body of the assembly into its individual component parts, on an issue in parties*. Hence it is possible that not the majority, but the minority of the assembly is represented in the commissions, for a deputy from the knightly estate, for instance, can have a majority in his estate although he has no majority in the assembly, since such a majority may in fact arise by the minority representing the knightly estate combining with representatives of the urban or the peasant estate. Consequently, the objections raised against the composition of the assembly are not just simply, but doubly applicable to the commissions, since in the latter the individual estate is withdrawn from the influence of the assembly as a whole and kept within its own special limits. But let us leave even this out of account. We take as our starting point a fact which the author will concede without argument. We assume that the composition of the provincial estates fully corresponds to their purpose, that is to say, the purpose of representing their particular provincial interests from the standpoint of their particular estate interests. This character of the provincial assemblies will be the character of all their activities. Division into parts ed. 300 Karl Marx. It will therefore also be the character of their elections to the commissions and the character of the commission deputies themselves, for an assembly which corresponds to its purpose will certainly remain true to its purpose in regard to its most important activity, in regard to the representatives whom it itself elects. What new element then suddenly turns the representatives of provincial interests into representatives of state interests and gives their particular activity the nature of a general activity? Obviously, it cannot be any other element than the fact of a common place of assembly. But can mere abstract space give a man of character a new character and chemically decompose his spiritual essence? It would be paying homage to the most materialistic mechanism to ascribe such an organizing soul to mere space, particularly in view of the fact that at the meeting of the commission the existing separateness is also spatially recognized and represented. After what has been said above, we can only regard the further grounds by which our author seeks to justify the composition of the commissions as attempts to justify the composition of the provincial estates. Renunstiegszeitung number 365, December 31, 1842. Cologne, December 30. As we have shown in a previous article, what the eulogist of the commissions of the estates defends in the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung is not their composition, but the composition of the provincial assemblies. It seems to him Surprising to find intelligence put forward as a particular element requiring representation as an estate alongside industry and landed property. We are glad to agree for once with the author and to be able to restrict ourselves to explaining his statement instead of refuting it. What does this surprise at those claims of intelligence amount to? Does he consider that intelligence is not at all an element of estate representation, or are we to believe perhaps that the article in question merely asserts that it is not a particular element? Estate representation, however, recognizes only particular elements, which exist side by side. Hence something that is not a particular element, is not at all an element for estate representation. The article in question quite rightly calls the way in which intelligence enters into the representation of estates the general property of intelligent beings, hence not a particular property of estate representatives, for a property which I have in common with everyone else and to the same extent as everyone else, cannot constitute my character, my. On the Commissions of the Estates in Prussia 301. Superiority, my special nature. In an assembly of naturalists it is not sufficient to share in the general property of an intelligent being, but in an estate assembly it is sufficient to possess intelligence as a general property, to belong to the natural historical genus 3 of intelligent beings. Intelligence should have a place in the provincial estate as a general human property, but intelligence should not belong to man as a particular property of a provincial estate, that is to say, intelligence does not make man a member of a provincial estate, it merely makes the member of a provincial estate a man. Our author will concede that, consequently, no special position is allotted to intelligence in the assembly. Every newspaper advertisement is a fact of intelligence. 15. But who on that account would seek representatives of literature in advertisements? A field cannot speak, only the owner of the field can. Hence the field must appear in an intelligent form in order to make its voice heard. Wishes, interests, do not speak, only man speaks. But do field, interest, wish, lose their limitation because they assert themselves as something human, something intelligent? It is not a question of mere form, it is a question of the content of intelligence. If, as we readily concede to the author, intelligence not only does not need any representation as an estate, but even needs a non-estate representation, conversely, estate representation needs intelligence, but only a very limited intelligence, just as every man needs sufficient reason to realize his aims and interests, which still does not in any way make his aims and interests the aims and interests of reason. The utilitarian intelligence which fights for its hearth and home differs, of course, from the free intelligence which fights for what is right despite its hearth and home. There is a kind of intelligence which serves a particular purpose, a particular matter, and there is another kind of intelligence which masters every matter and serves only itself. The author, therefore, desires only to say, intelligence is not a property of any estate. He does not ask whether estate is an intelligent property. He comforts himself with the idea that intelligence is a general property of the estate, but he refuses us the comfort of a proof that estate is a particular property of intelligence. In the newspaper, Genius.ed be a pun on the German word Intelligenzblatt, which means an advertising sheet, literally an intelligence sheet.ed. 302 Karl Marx. It is quite consistent, not only with our author's principles, but with those of estate representation, for him to convert the question of the right of representation of intelligence in the provincial assemblies into the question of the right of representation of the learned estates, of the estates which have made a monopoly of intelligence which has become an estate. Our author is right to the extent that, given estate representation, it can also only be a question of intelligence that has become an estate. But he is wrong in not acknowledging the right of the learned estates, for where the estate principle prevails all estates must be represented. Just as he errs in excluding clerics, teachers, and private men of learning, and does not even mention lawyers, physicians, etc., as possible candidates, he completely misconceives the nature of estate representation when he puts state servants belonging to the government on the same footing as the above-mentioned estates of learned men. In a state based on estates, government officials are the representatives of state interests as such, and therefore are hostile towards the representatives of the private interests of the estates. Although government officials are not a contradiction under people's representation, they are very much so under estate representation. The article in question seeks further to prove that in the French and English constitutions the representation of landed property is as great as, if not greater than, in the Prussian constitution based on estates. Even if this were really the case, would it cease to be a defect in Prussia because it occurs also in England and France? We do not need to explain that this comparison is quite inadmissible if only because the French and English deputies are elected not as representatives of landownership but as representatives of the people, and, as far as particular interests are concerned, a fald, for instance, remains a representative of industry although he pays a comparatively insignificant land tax in some corner of France. We will not repeat what we pointed out in our first article, namely, that the principle of estate representation annuls the principle of land ownership representation, and vice versa, and that hence there is neither real land ownership representation nor real estate representation, but only an inconsistent amalgamation of the two principles. We do not intend to examine further the basic error of a comparison which seizes on the different figures for England, France, and Prussia, without taking into account their necessary connection with the different conditions in these countries. We stress only one aspect, namely, that in France and England account is taken of the benefit the state derives from landed. On the commissions of the estates in Prussia 303. Property and of the burdens the owner has to bear, whereas in Prussia, on the contrary, what is taken into account, for instance, in connection with the majority of monoreal estates and mediatized lands is how free they are from state burdens and how independent their private use is. Not what someone possesses, but what he possesses of advantage to the state, not ownership, but, so to speak, the state activity of ownership, gives the right to representation in France and England, whose systems, by the way, we by no means agree with. The author seeks further to prove that big landed property is not disproportionately represented compared with small landed property. On this point, as on that discussed above, we refer the reader to the work Überstandische Verfassung in Preußen, Cotta's Publishing House, Stuttgart and Tübingen, and to Ludwig Bühl's book on the Prussian provincial estates. How incorrect the existing distribution is, quite apart from the difference between big and small landed property, can be shown from the following examples. The land value of the city of Berlin is $100 million, whereas that of the monoreal estates in the Mark of Brandenburg is only $90 million. Yet the former sends only 3 deputies to the assembly, whereas the owners of the latter elect 20 deputies from among themselves. Even among the towns, distribution according to the accepted scale of land ownership is not consistently adhered to. Potsdam sends 1 deputy to the assembly, although the value of its landed property is hardly 1/10 of that of Berlin. Potsdam has 1 deputy per 30,000 inhabitants, whereas Berlin has 1 per 100,000 inhabitants. The contrast is still more glaring if the smaller towns, which for historical reasons have been granted an individual vote Viralstimme, 113 are compared with the capital. For the rest, in order to establish the true relations between representation of intelligence and representation of landed property as an estate, let us return once more to the author's classical thesis, his above-mentioned justified surprise at finding intelligence put forward as a particular element requiring representation as an estate alongside industry and landed property. The author rightly does not seek the origin of the provincial assemblies in state necessity, and he regards them not as a state need, but as a need of particular interests against the state. It is not the basic rational mind of the state, but the pressing need of private interests that is the architect of the political system based on estates, and at all events intellect is no needy, egoistic interest, but the general interest. Hence representation of intelligence in an ism. 304 Karl Marx. Bly of the estates is a contradiction, a nonsensical demand. Moreover, we call the author's attention to the consequences which so inevitably follow if need is made the principle of people's representation that our author himself for a moment recoils from them in horror and rejects not merely particular demands coming from the representation of particular interests, but the demand for this representation itself. Either the need is real, and then the state is unreal because it fosters particular elements which do not find their legitimate satisfaction in the state, and therefore become organized as special bodies alongside the state and have to enter into a contractual relation with the state. Or the need really receives satisfaction in the state, and hence its representation against the state is illusory or dangerous. For a moment the author comes down on the side of illusion. He remarks as regards industry that even if it were not adequately represented in the provincial assemblies, it would still have ways enough for giving effect to its interests in the state and in relation to the government. Hence he maintains that estate representation based on the principle of need, is an illusion, because the need itself is illusory. For what holds good of industry as an estate holds good for all estates, but for the estate of landed property even to a higher degree than for industry, since the former is already represented through the district president landrat, the district estates, etc., that is to say, through fully constituted state bodies. From what has been said, it is obvious that not only can we not agree with the complaints about the restricted scope of the standing orders of the commissions, but, on the contrary, we must seriously protest against any extension of them as being against state interests. The liberalism which wants representation of intelligence in the provincial assembly is equally wrong. Not only is intelligence not a particular element of representation, it is not an element at all, it is a principle which cannot take part in any compound of elements, but can only produce a division into parts based on itself. There can be no question of intelligence as an integrating part, but only as the organizing soul. We are concerned here not with a complement but with an antithesis. The question is, representation of intelligence or representation of estates. The question is whether a particular interest should represent political intelligence or whether the latter should represent particular interests. Political intelligence will, for example, regulate landed property according to state principles, but it will not regulate state principles according to landed property. Political intelligence will assert landed. On the commissions of the estates in Prussia 305. Property not in accordance with its private egoism, but in accordance with the state nature of landed property. It will not determine the essence of the whole in accordance with this particular essence, but will determine the latter in accordance with the essence of the whole. On the contrary, landed property with the right of representation does not adapt itself to intelligence but adapts intelligence to itself, like a watchmaker who does not want to set his watch by the sun, but wants to make the sun follow his watch. The question can be summed up in a few words: should landed property criticize and be master over political intelligence, or should it be the other way round? For intelligence nothing is external, because it is the inner determining soul of everything, whereas, conversely, for a definite element like landed property everything is external that is not landed property itself. Hence not only the composition of the provincial assembly, but its activities also are mechanical, for it must treat all general interests and even particular interests different from itself as things extraneous and alien. All that is particular, such as landed property, is in itself limited. It must therefore be dealt with as something limited, that is to say, it must be dealt with by a general power superior to it, but it cannot deal with the general power according to its own needs. The provincial assemblies, owing to their specific composition, are nothing but an association of particular interests which are privileged to assert their particular limits against the state. They are therefore a legitimized self-constituted body of non-state elements in the state. Hence by their very essence they are hostile towards the state, for the particular in its isolated activity is always the enemy of the whole, since precisely this whole makes it feel its insignificance by making it feel its limitations. If this granting of political independence to particular interests were a necessity for the state, it would be merely the external sign of an internal sickness of the state, just as an unhealthy body must break out in boils according to natural laws. One would have to decide between two views, either that the particular interests, assuming the upper hand and becoming alien to the political spirit of the state, seek to impose limits on the state, or that the state becomes concentrated solely in government and as compensation concedes to the restricted spirit of the people merely a field for airing its particular interests. Finally, the two views could be combined. If, therefore, the demand for representation of intellect is to have any meaning, we must expound it as the demand for conscious representation of the intelligence of the people, a rep. 306 Karl Marx. Representation which does not seek to assert individual needs against the state, but one whose supreme need is to assert the state itself, and indeed as its own achievement, as its own state. In general, to be represented is something passive, only what is material, spiritless, unable to rely on itself, imperiled, requires to be represented, but no element of the state should be material, spiritless, unable to rely on itself, imperiled. Representation must not be conceived as the representation of something that is not the people itself. It must be conceived only as the people's self-representation, as a state action which, not being its sole, exceptional state action, is distinguished from other expressions of its state life merely by the universality of its content. Representation must not be regarded as a concession to defenseless weakness, to impotence, but rather as the self-reliant vitality of the supreme force. In a true state there is no landed property, no industry, no material thing, which as a crude element of this kind could make a bargain with the state. In it there are only spiritual forces, and only in their state form of resurrection, in their political rebirth, are these natural forces entitled to a voice in the state. The state pervades the whole of nature with spiritual nerves, and at every point it must be apparent that what is dominant is not matter, but form, not nature without the state, but the nature of the state, not the unfree object, but the free human being. Written on December 10, 1930. 1842. First published in the Zeitung. NOS 345, 354 and 365, December 11, 20 and 31, 1842. Printed according to the newspaper. Published in English for the first time. The Divorce Bill 114. Cologne, December 18. In regard to the divorce bill, the Zeitung has adopted quite a special position, and so far no proof has been given anywhere that this position is untenable. The Zeitung agrees with the bill inasmuch as it considers the hitherto existing Prussian legislation on marriage immoral, the hitherto innumerable and frivolous grounds for divorce impermissible, and the existing procedure not in accord with the dignity of the matter concerned, which, incidentally, can be said of the old Prussian court procedure as a whole. On the other hand, the Zeitung has put forward the following main objections to the new bill. 1. Instead of reform there has been a mere revision, hence Prussian law was retained as the basic law, which has resulted in considerable half-heartedness and uncertainty. 2. The legislation treats marriage not as a moral, but as a religious and church institution, hence the secular essence of marriage is ignored. 3. The procedure is very defective and consists of a superficial combination of contradictory elements. 4. It cannot be ignored that there are, on the one hand, severities of a police nature which are contrary to the concept of marriage and, on the other, too great leniency in regard to what are called considerations of fairness. 5. The whole formulation of the bill leaves much to be desired as regards logical consistency, precision, clarity, and comprehensive points of view. Insofar as opponents of the bill condemn one or other of these defects, we agree with them. On the other hand, we can by no means approve of their unconditional apologia for the former system. We repeat once more the statement we made previously. 308 Karl Marx. If legislation cannot decree morality, it can still less pronounce immorality to be legally valid. 3. When we ask these opponents, who are not opponents of the church conception and of the other shortcomings we have indicated, on what they base their arguments, They always speak to us about the unfortunate position of the husband and wife tied together against their will. They adopt a eudaimonic standpoint, they think only of the two individuals and forget about the family. They forget that almost every divorce is the breakup of a family, and that even from the purely juridical standpoint the children and their property cannot be made to depend on arbitrary will and its whims. If marriage were not the basis of the family, it would no more be the subject of legislation than, for example, friendship is. Thus, the above-mentioned opponents take into account only the individual will, or, more correctly, the arbitrary desire of the married couple, but pay no attention to the will of marriage, the moral substance of this relationship. The legislator, however, should regard himself as a naturalist. He does not make the laws, he does not invent them, he only formulates them, expressing in conscious, positive laws the inner laws of spiritual relations. Just as one would have to reproach the legislator for the most unbridled arbitrary behavior if he replaced the essence of the matter by his own notions, so also the legislator is certainly no less entitled to regard it as the most unbridled arbitrariness if private persons seek to enforce their caprices in opposition to the essence of the matter. No one is forced to contract marriage, but everyone who has done so must be compelled to obey the laws of marriage. A person who contracts marriage does not create marriage, does not invent it, any more than a swimmer creates or invents the nature and laws of water and gravity. Hence marriage cannot be subordinated to his arbitrary wishes, on the contrary, his arbitrary wishes must be subordinated to marriage. Anyone who arbitrarily breaks a marriage thereby asserts that arbitrariness, lawlessness, is the law of marriage, for no rational person will have the presumption to consider his actions as privileged, as concerning him alone. On the contrary, he will maintain that his actions are legitimate, that they concern everybody. But what do you oppose? You oppose the legislation of arbitrariness, but surely you do not want to raise arbitrariness to the level of a law at the very moment when you are accusing the legislator of arbitrariness. See this volume, p. 275 ed. The Divorce Bill 309. Hegel says, in itself, according to the concept, marriage is indissoluble, but only in itself, i.e., only according to the concept. 3. This says nothing specific about marriage. All moral relations are indissoluble according to the concept, as is easily realized if their truth is presupposed. A true state, a true marriage, a true friendship are indissoluble, but no state, no marriage, no friendship corresponds fully to its concept, and like real friendship, even in the family, like the real state in world history, so, too, real marriage in the state is dissoluble. No moral existence corresponds to its essence, or, at least, it does not have to correspond to it. Just as in nature decay and death appear of themselves where an existence has totally ceased to correspond to its function, just as world history decides whether a state has so greatly departed from the idea of the state that it no longer deserves to exist, so, too, the state decides in what circumstances an existing marriage has ceased to be a marriage. Divorce is nothing but the statement of the fact that the marriage in question is a dead marriage, the existence of which is mere semblance and deception. It is obvious that neither the arbitrary decision of the legislator, nor the arbitrary desire of private persons, but only the essence of the matter can decide whether a marriage is dead or not, for it is well known that the statement that death has occurred depends on the facts, and not on the desires of the parties involved. But if, in the case of physical death, precise, irrefutable proof is required, is it not clear that the legislator should be allowed to register the fact of a moral death only on the basis of the most indubitable symptoms, since preserving the life of moral relationships is not only his right, but also his duty, the duty of his self-preservation. Certainty that the conditions under which the existence of a moral relationship no longer corresponds to its essence are correctly registered, without preconceived opinions, in accordance with the level attained by science and with the generally accepted views. This certainty, of course, can only exist if the law is the conscious expression of the popular will, and therefore originates with it and is created by it. We will add a few words about making divorce easier or more difficult. Can you consider a natural object to be healthy, strong, truly organized, if every external impact, every injury, is capable of destroying it? Would you not feel insulted if someone put forward as an axiom that your friendship could not withstand the slightest accident and must be dissolved by AGWF Hegel, Grundlinie der Philosophie directs. Addendum 2. 163 ed. 31-0 Karl Marx. Any caprice? In regard to marriage, the legislator can only establish when it is permissible to dissolve it, that is to say, when in its essence it is already dissolved. Juridical dissolution of marriage can only be the registering of its internal dissolution. The standpoint of the legislator is the standpoint of necessity. The legislator, consequently, gives due honor to marriage, acknowledges its profound moral essence, if he considers it strong enough to withstand a multitude of collisions without harm to itself. Indulgence of the wishes of individuals would turn into harshness towards the essence of the individuals, towards their moral reason, which is embodied in moral relationships. Finally, we can only term it undue haste when from many quarters the accusation of hypocrisy is leveled against countries with strict laws on divorce, among which the Rhine province is proud to be included. Only people whose field of vision does not go beyond the moral corruption around them can dare to make such accusations. In the Rhine province, for example, these accusations are considered ridiculous and are regarded at most as proof that even the idea of moral relationships can be lost, and every moral fact regarded as a fairy tale or a falsehood. This is the direct result of laws that are not dictated by respect for human beings. It is a mistake which is not done away with by contempt for the material nature of man becoming contempt for his ideal nature and blind obedience to a supermoral and supernatural authority being demanded instead of conscious subordination to moral and natural forces. Written on December 18, 1842. First published in the Rheineszeitung. Number 353, December 19, 1842. Printed according to the newspaper. The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung 115. The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung. Within the Prussian state. Rheineszeitung No. 1, January 1, 1843 Cologne, December 31. The German press begins the new year with apparently gloomy prospects. The ban that has just been imposed on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung in the states of Prussia is surely a sufficiently convincing refutation of all the complacent dreams of gullible people about big concessions in the future. Since the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung, which is published under Saxon censorship, is being banned for its discussion of Prussian affairs, this at the same time puts an end to the hope of an uncensored discussion of our own internal affairs. This is a factual consequence which no one will deny. The main accusations leveled against the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung were approximately the following. It continually reports rumors, at least half of which subsequently prove to be false. Moreover, it does not keep to the facts, but pries for hidden motives. And no matter how false its conclusions in this respect often are, it invariably voices them with all the ardor of infallibility and often with the most malicious passion. Its whole activity is unsteady, indiscreet, and immature, in a word, it is bad activity. Supposing all these accusations were well founded, are they accusations against the arbitrary character of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung, or are they not rather accusations against the necessary character of the young popular press that is only just coming into being? Is it a question only of the existence of a certain kind of press, or is it a question of the non-existence of a real press, i.e., a popular press? The French, English, and every kind of press began in the same way as the German press, and the same reproaches have been deserved by and made against each of them. The press is, and should be, nothing but the public, admittedly often passionate. 312. Karl Marx. Exaggerated and mistaken, expression of the daily thoughts and feelings of a people that really thinks as a people. Like life itself, therefore, it is always in a state of becoming, and never of maturity. It is rooted in the people and honestly sympathizes with all the latter's hopes and fears, love and hatred, joys and sorrows. What it has learned by listening in hope and fear, It proclaims loudly, and it delivers its own judgment on it, vigorously, passionately, one-sidedly, as prompted by its feelings and thoughts at the given moment. What is erroneous in the facts or judgments it puts forward today, it will itself refute tomorrow. It represents the real naturally arising policy, which its opponents love so much in other cases. The reproaches which in recent days have been continuously levelled against the young press cancel each other out. See, it is said, what a firm, steady, definite policy the English and French newspapers pursue. They are based on real life, their views are the views of an existing, quite mature force. They impose no doctrines on the people, but are themselves the real doctrines of the people and its parties. You, however, do not voice the thoughts and interests of the people, you only manufacture them or, rather, you foist them on the people. You create the party spirit, you are not created by it. Thus, on one occasion, the press is blamed because there are no political parties, on another occasion it is accused of wanting to remedy this defect and create political parties. But it is self-evident that where the press is young, the popular spirit also is young, and the daily public political thinking of an only just awakening popular spirit will be less mature, more shapeless and hasty than that of the popular spirit which has become great, strong, and self-confident in the course of political struggles. Above all, a people which is only just awakening to political consciousness is less concerned about the factual correctness of an occurrence than about its moral soul, through which it has its effect. Whether fact or fiction, it remains an embodiment of the thoughts, fears, and hopes of the people, a truthful fairy tale. The people see this, their own nature, reflected in the nature of their press, and if they did not see this, they would regard the press as something unessential and not worthy of sympathy, for the people do not allow themselves to be deceived. Hence, although the young press may daily compromise itself, may allow evil passions to penetrate it, the people see in it their own condition and they know that, despite all the poison which malice or lack of understanding introduces, its essence always remains true and pure, and in its ever-flowing, ever. The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung 31:3. Swelling stream, the poison becomes truth and a healing medicine. The people know that their press has shouldered their sins, that it is prepared to suffer humiliation for the sake of the people and that for their glory, renouncing distinction, self-satisfaction, and irrefutability, it represents the rose of the moral spirit amid the thorns of the present. We must, therefore, regard all the reproaches levelled against the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung as reproaches against the young popular press, hence against the real press, for it stands to reason that the press cannot become real without passing through the necessary stages of its development which arise from its inherent nature. We must, however, declare that to condemn the popular press is to condemn the political spirit of the people. Nevertheless, at the beginning of this article we described the prospects for the German press as apparently gloomy. And that is so, for the struggle against something that exists is the first form of its recognition, its reality, and its power. And only struggle can convince both the government and the people, as well as the press itself, that the press has a real and necessary right to existence. Only struggle can show whether this right to existence is a concession or a necessity, an illusion, or a truth. The Zeitung and the ban. On the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung. Zeitung No. 4, January 4, 1843 Cologne, January 3. In its issue of December 31, the Zeitung printed an article dated Leipzig, 27th by its correspondent, which reported the ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung almost exultantly. Yet the cabinet order on the ban, contained in the issue of the Zeitung received here yesterday, is dated December 28. The riddle is solved by simply noting the fact that the news of the ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung was received with the post here on December 31 and the Zeitung considered it proper to fabricate not only the correspondence, but also the correspondent, and present its own voice as coming from the good city of Leipzig. The mercantile fantasy of the Zeitung was so adroit as to confuse concepts. It transferred the residence of the Zeitung to Leipzig, because it had become impossible for the residents of the Leipziger Zeitung to be in Cologne. If the editors of the Königliche Zeitung, even after cooler reflection, had wanted to defend the exercise of 314 Karl Marx, their fantasy as sober, factual truth, we should be compelled to report, in connection with the mysterious correspondence from Leipzig, yet another fact, which goes beyond all bounds of decency and even in our country would seem to every moderate and reasonable person to be an incomprehensible indiscretion. As for the ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung itself, we have already expressed our view. We have not disputed, as if they were sheer inventions, the shortcomings for which the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung has been condemned. But we have maintained that they are shortcomings which arise from the very nature of the popular press itself and therefore must be tolerated as arising in the course of its development, if people are at all willing to tolerate its course of development. The Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung is not the entire German popular press, but it is a necessary component part of it. In the natural development of the popular press, each of the different elements which determine the nature of this press must first of all discover for itself its specific form of development. Hence the whole body of the popular press will be divided into different newspapers with different complementary characteristics, and if, for example, the predominant interest of one is in political science, that of another will be in political practice, or if the predominant interest of one is in new ideas, that of another will be in new facts. Only if the elements of the popular press are given the opportunity of unhampered, independent, and one-sided development and of achieving independent existence in separate organs, can a good popular press be formed, i.e., one which harmoniously combines all the true elements of the popular spirit, so that the true moral spirit will be entirely present in each newspaper, just as the fragrance and soul of the rose is present in each of its petals. But for the press to achieve its purpose it is above all necessary that it should not have any kind of purpose prescribed for it from outside, and that it should be accorded the recognition that is given even to a plant, namely, that it has its own inherent laws, which it cannot and should not arbitrarily evade. The Good and the Bad Press. Rheinische Zeitung No. 6, January 6, 1843 Cologne, January 5. We have already had to hear in abstracto a great deal about the difference between the good and the bad press. Let us illustrate this difference now with an example. The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung 31.5. The Elberfelder Zeitung of January 5, in an article dated from Elberfeld, describes itself as a good press. The Elberfelder Zeitung of January 5 carries the following report. Berlin, December 30. The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung has on the whole made only a slight impression here. On the other hand, the Düsseldorfer Zeitung, agreeing with the Rheinische Zeitung, reports. Berlin, January 1. The unconditional ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung is causing a very great sensation here, since it was very eagerly read by the Berliners, etc. Which press then, the good or the bad, is the true press? Which expresses actual reality, and which expresses it as it would like it to be? Which expresses public opinion, and which distorts it? Which, therefore, deserves the confidence of the state? The explanation given by the Königliche Zeitung does little to satisfy us. In its reply to our remark about its reporting almost exultantly the ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung, it confines itself not only to the part concerning dates, but to a misprint. The Königliche Zeitung itself must know very well that the sentence. The riddle is solved by simply noting the fact that the news of the ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung was received with the post here on December 31, should have read on December 30 and did not read so only because of a misprint. On December 30 at noon, as we can prove if necessary, the Rheinische Zeitung, and therefore probably also the Königliche Zeitung, received this news through the local post office. Reply to the attack of a moderate. Newspaper 3. Rheinische Zeitung No. 8, January 8, 1843. Cologne, January 7. A moderate Rhenish newspaper, as the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung in its diplomatic language calls it, i.e., a newspaper of moderate forces, of very moderate character and of the most moderate understanding, has distorted our assertion that the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung is a necessary component part of the German popular press, into the assertion that lying is a necessary part of the press. We will not take undue offense at the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung ed. 316 Karl Marx. This moderate newspaper extracting a single sentence from our argument and not considering that the ideas put forward in the article in question as well as in an earlier one are worthy of its lofty and honorable attention. Just as we cannot demand of someone that he should jump out of his own skin, so we must not demand that an individual or party should jump out of its spiritual skin, and venture on a salto mortale beyond the limits of its mental horizon. Least of all can we demand this of a party which takes its narrow-mindedness for holiness. Therefore, we will not discuss what that inhabitant of the intellectual realm of mediocrity should have done in order to refute us, but will only discuss its actual deeds. First of all, the old sins of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung are enumerated, its attitude to the Hanover events, 118 its party polemic against Catholicism. In illy lacrimela would Our Lady Friend regard the same behavior, only in the opposite direction, as one of the mortal sins of the Münchener Politisk Blätter, its bits of gossip, etc., etc. We recall, in this connection, some lines from Alphonse Karr's magazine Les Guipes. M. Guizot, the story goes, calls M. Thiers a traitor, and M. Thiers calls M. Guizot a traitor, and, unfortunately, both are right. If all German newspapers of the old style wanted to reproach one another for their past, the examination of the case would be reduced to the formal question whether they sinned through what they did or through what they did not do. We are prepared to grant Our Lady Friend the innocent advantage over the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung that she has not only not led a bad life, but that she has shown no signs of life at all. Meanwhile, the article of ours which is incriminated spoke not of the past, but of the present character of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung, although it stands to reason that we would have no less serious objections against a ban on the Elberfelder Zeitung, the Hamburger Correspondent, or the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung published in Koblenz, since the legal position is not altered by the moral character or even the political and religious opinions of individuals. On the contrary, the lack of rights of the press is beyond all doubt once its existence is made dependent on its frame of mind. Up to now, indeed, there has been no legal code or court of law for a frame of mind. The moderate newspaper accuses the last phase of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung of false information, distortions, and lies. Hence those tears. Terence, Andrea, Act I, Scene 1. Ed. The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung 31:7. And accuses us with righteous indignation of regarding lying as a necessary element of the popular press. Suppose we actually admitted this frightful conclusion, suppose we actually maintained that lying is a necessary element of the popular press, in particular of the German popular press? We do not mean a lying frame of mind, lying in the spiritual sense, but lying in regard to facts, lying in the material sense. Stone him! Stone him! Our Christian-minded newspaper would cry. Stone him! Stone him! The whole chorus would join in. But let us not be too hasty, let us take the world as it is, let us not be ideologists, and we can certify that Our Lady Friend is no ideologist. Let our moderate newspaper cast a critical eye over its own columns. Does it not, like the Preußische Staatszeitung, like all the German newspapers and all the world's newspapers, daily report false information from Paris, gossip about imminent ministerial changes in France, fables that some Paris newspaper has concocted, which the following day, or even an hour later, will be refuted? Or perhaps the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung presumes that lying in regard to facts is a necessary element of columns headed England, France, Spain, or Turkey, but a damnable crime, meriting the death penalty, in columns headed Germany or Prussia. Whence this double set of weights and measures? Whence this dual view of truth? Why should one and the same newspaper be allowed the frivolous light-heartedness of a gossip monger in one column, and have to display the sober irrefutability of an official organ in another column. It is obviously because for German newspapers there should exist only a French, English, Turkish, Spanish time, but no German time, only a German timelessness. But should not rather those newspapers be praised, and praised from the state point of view, which wrest from foreign countries and win for the fatherland the attention, the feverish interest and the dramatic tension which accompany every coming into being, and above all the coming into being of contemporary history? Suppose even that these newspapers have aroused dissatisfaction, ill humor. It is, after all, German dissatisfaction, German ill humor that they arouse. After all, they have given back to the state minds that had turned away from it, even though at first these minds are excited and ill-humored. And they have aroused not only dissatisfaction and ill humor, they have also aroused fears and hopes, joy and sorrow. They have aroused, above all, real sympathy for the state. They have made the state close to the heart, a domestic affair of its members. Instead of St. Petersburg, London, or Paris, they have made Berlin, Dresden, Hanover, etc., the capital cities on the map of the German political mind, a feat more 318. Karl Marx. Glorious than the transfer of the world capital from Rome to Byzantium. And if the German and Prussian newspapers, which have set themselves the task of making Germany and Prussia the main interest of the Germans and Prussians, the task of transforming the mysterious, priestly nature of the state into a clear-cut, secular nature accessible to all and belonging to all, and of making the state part of the flesh and blood of its citizens, if these newspapers are inferior to the French and English newspapers as regards factual truth, if their behavior is often unskillful and fanciful, bear in mind that the German knows his state only from hearsay, that closed doors are not at all transparent to the eye, that a secret state organization is not at all a public state organization, and do not ascribe to the newspapers what is the defect of the state alone, a defect which precisely these newspapers are seeking to remedy. Therefore, we repeat once more, the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung is a necessary component part of the German popular press. It has primarily satisfied immediate interest in political fact, we have primarily satisfied interest in political thought. In this connection, it stands to reason that fact does not preclude thought any more than thought precludes fact, but it is a matter here of the predominant character, the distinguishing feature. Reply to the denunciation. By a neighbor newspaper Rheinischen No. 10, January 10, 1843 Cologne, January 9. It would be quite contrary to the nature of things if the good press everywhere did not try now to win its nightly spurs by attacking us, headed by the Augsburg prophetess Hulda, whom, in response to her repeated challenge, we shall presently take to task. Today we shall deal with our invalid neighbor, the most worthy Königszeitung Kulturs Friedrichs. 3. First of all, something preliminary or a preliminary something, a reminder with which we wish to preface today's denunciation by this newspaper to make it intelligible, a most delightful little story of the way in which the Königszeitung tries to gain the respect of the government, how it asserts true freedom in contrast to arbitrariness and knows how to set itself bounds. Always the same. Ed. The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung 31-9. From within. The kind reader will recall that number 4 of the Rheinische Zeitung Dirty accused the Königszeitung of having fabricated its correspondence from Leipzig, which announced almost exultantly the much-discussed ban. The reader will recall that at the same time the Königszeitung was given the friendly advice to refrain from any serious attempt to defend the genuineness of that document, with the definite warning that otherwise we should be compelled in connection with the mysterious correspondence from Leipzig to make public yet another unpleasant fact. The kind reader will also recall the timid, evasive reply of the Königszeitung of January 5, our corrective rejoinder in number 6, and the patient silence which the Königszeitung thought best to observe in regard to this. The fact referred to is the following: the Königszeitung found that the ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung was justified because that newspaper published a report which goes beyond all bounds of decency and even in our country must seem to every moderate and reasonable person to be an incomprehensible indiscretion. It is obvious that what was meant was the publication of Herwege's letter. 120. It might perhaps have been possible to agree with this opinion of the Königszeitung if only the Königszeitung a few days earlier had not itself wanted to publish Herwege's letter, and only failed to do so because it came up against bounds imposed from outside, which thwarted its good intention. In saying this, we by no means want to accuse the Königszeitung of a disloyal yearning, but we must leave it to the public to judge whether it is a comprehensible discretion, or whether it is not, on the contrary, a violation of all the bounds of decency and public morals, when one accuses one's neighbor, as if it were a crime deserving the death penalty, of the very action that one was oneself about to perform, and which only failed to be one's own action because of an external obstacle. After this explanation, it will be understandable why the bad conscience of the Königszeitung has led it to reply to us today with a denunciation. 21. It says, it is asserted there, in the Königszeitung, that die exceptionally sharp, almost insulting, at any rate unpleasant, tone which the press adopts towards Prussia has no other basis than the desire to draw to oneself the attention of the government and to awaken it. For, according to the Königszeitung, the people has already far outgrown the existing state forms, which suffer from a peculiar hollowness. The people, like the press, has no faith in these institutions and still less in the possibility of their development from within. 12 to 194. 320. Karl Marx. The Königszeitung accompanies these words with the following exclamation. Is it not astounding that side by side with such statements complaints are still heard about inadequate freedom of the press? Can one demand more than the freedom to tell the government to its face that all state institutions are old rubbish, unsuitable even as a transition to something better? First of all, we should come to an agreement about how to quote. The author of the article 122 in the Königszeitung raises the question, what is the explanation for this sharp tone of the press precisely in relation to Prussia? He replies, I think that the reason is to be found chiefly in the following. He does not assert, as the Königszeitung falsely attributes to him, that there is no other reason. On the contrary, he gives his view merely as his own belief, as his personal opinion. The author further admits, about which the Königszeitung says nothing, that the upsurge in 1840 partially penetrated state forms, endeavoring to imbue them with a full content and life. Nevertheless, it is felt that the popular spirit passes them by, hardly grazing them, and that it is almost unable as yet to recognize them or take them into account even as a transition to further development. The author continues. We leave open the question whether these forms have a right to exist or not. It is enough that the people, like the press, has no complete faith in the state institutions, still less in the possibility of their development from within and from below. The Königszeitung changes the words has no complete faith into has no faith, and in the last part of the sentence quoted above it leaves out the words and from below, thus substantially altering the meaning. The press, our author continues, therefore constantly addressed itself to the government, because it seemed to be still a matter of the forms themselves, within which the government could be told freely, openly, and weightily of the justified moral will of the people, its ardent desires, and its needs. Summing up these quotations, does the article in question assert, as the Königszeitung alleges it tells the government to its face, that all state institutions are old rubbish, unsuitable even as a transition to something better? Is it a question here of all state institutions? It is a question only of the state forms in which the will of the people could be freely, openly, and weightily expressed. And what until recently? The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung 32:1. Were these state forms? Obviously, only the provincial estates. Has the people had special faith in these provincial estates? Has the people expected a great popular development out of them? Did loyal Bülow Kummerow consider them a true expression of the people's will? But not only the people and the press, the government as well has admitted that we still lack state forms themselves, or would it, without such an admission, have had any reason for setting up a new state form in the shape of the Commission's 123? That, however, the commissions, too, have not been satisfactory in their present form, is a thing that we have not been alone in asserting. The same opinion has been expressed in the Königszeitung by a member of a commission. The further assertion that the state forms, precisely as forms, are still in contrast to their content, and that the spirit of the people does not feel at home in them as in its own forms, does not recognize them as the forms of its own life. This assertion only repeats what has been said by many Prussian and foreign newspapers, but chiefly by conservative writers, namely, that the bureaucracy is still too powerful, that not the whole state, but only part of it, the government, leads a state life in the proper sense of the term. As to how far present state forms are suitable, partly for themselves becoming imbued with living content, partly for incorporating the supplementary state forms, the Königszeitung should have sought the answer to this question in the articles in which we examine the provincial estates and the provincial commissions in relation to the whole system of our state organization. There it would have found information which even its wisdom could grasp. We do not demand that in the representation of the people actually existing differences should be left out of account. On the contrary, we demand that one should proceed from the actual differences created and conditioned by the internal structure of the state. We demand only the consistent and comprehensive development of the fundamental institutions of Prussia. We demand that the real organic life of the state should not be suddenly abandoned in order to sink back into unreal, mechanical, subordinated, non-state spheres of life. Königszeitung, 1842, number 345, a. But what does the worthy Königszeitung put into our mouths? That all state institutions are old rubbish, unsuitable even as a transition to something better. It almost seems as if the Königszeitung thinks it can make up for the deficiency of its own courage by ascribing to others the impudent creations of its cowardly but malicious fantasy. See this volume, pages 296 and 297 ed. 12 * 322 Karl Marx. The denunciation of the Königszeitung. And the polemic. Of the Rhine und Moselzeitung. Königszeitung number 13, January 13, 1843. Cologne, January 11. Votre front à Monsieur Monterpou de l'Agresse. Sirite ma présence, Irust, qui vous blesse. Tu es don? Tu avez-vous? Et circles de plaisirs, lorsque vous me voyez, passez-vous de soupers. A. These words apply in the first place to Our Lady neighbor of Cologne. The Königszeitung prefers not to expand on the theme of its alleged denunciation. It drops this main point and complains only that on this occasion the editorial board has been involved in the polemic not in the most pleasant manner. But, dear lady neighbor, if the Königszeitung correspondent identifies one of our Berlin reports with the Rheinszeitung, why should not the Rheinszeitung be allowed to identify with the Königszeitung the Rhine report published in reply by the Königszeitung? Now, ad vocem the fact. It, the Rheinszeitung, accuses us not of any fact, but of an intentionale. We accuse the Königszeitung not merely of an intention, but of a fact of that intention. Owing to accidental external circumstances, a fact, the acceptance of Herwege's letter for publication, was transformed for the Königszeitung into an intention, although, its intention had already been transformed into a fact. Every fact which has been thwarted is reduced to a mere intention, but does this make it any less a fact in the eyes of the court? At any rate it would be a very peculiar virtue that found justification for its actions in accidental circumstances which prevented their realization and made them not a deed, but the mere intention of a deed. But our loyal lady neighbor puts a question not, it is true, to the Rheinszeitung, which, it has an awkward suspicion, will not be so easily at a loss for a reply because of its decency and conscientiousness, but to uneasy your countenance seems to my eyes. Because of my presence, Irust, are you hurt? What then is the matter? And what the distaste that when you behold me you utter such sighs? J. B. Molière, Les Fatures, Act I, Scene 5, ed. the ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung 323. That small section of the public which perhaps is not yet quite clear how far the suspicions, it ought to say, defense against suspicions, of this newspaper deserve to be believed. The question the Königszeitung puts is, how does the Rheineszeitung know that we did not combine with this intention, i.e., the intention to publish Herwege's letter, the other intention as well, Signo haudit probita *, namely, to add the rebuke which the childish petulance of the author deserved. But how does the Königszeitung know what was the intention of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung in publishing Herwege's letter? Why, for example, could it not have had the harmless intention of being the first to publish an item of news? Or why not, perhaps, the loyal intention of simply submitting the letter to the judgment of public opinion? We should like to relate an anecdote to our lady neighbor. In Rome, the publication of the Koran is prohibited. But a cunning Italian found a way out of the situation. He published a refutation of the Koran, i.e., a book, the tied page of which bore the heading Refutation of the Koran, but after the tied page it contained a simple reprint of the Koran. Have not all heretics employed such a ruse? Was not Vanini burned at the stake in spite of the fact that in his Theatrum Mundi, while propagating atheism, he carefully and ostentatiously brought out all the arguments against it? Did not even Voltaire in his book La Bible Enfin Expliqué preach unbelief in the text and belief in the notes, and did anyone believe in the purifying power of these notes? But, our worthy lady neighbor concludes, if we had this intention, could our acceptance for publication of an already well-known document be put on a par with the original publication? But, dearest lady neighbor, the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung, too, only published a letter that had already been circulated in many copies. In fine, my lord, you are too wilful blame see. The papal encyclical Ex Cathedra * of August 15, 1832, the day of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, states: "It is madness, deliramentum, to assert that every man is entitled to freedom of conscience, freedom of the press cannot be sufficiently abhorred." This pronouncement transfers us from Cologne to Koblenz, to the moderate newspaper, the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung. After the in no way proved ed. B. L. Vanini, Amphitheatrum Aeterni ed. C. W. Shakespeare, King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 1 ed. D. Encyclical issued from the throne of St. Peter, binding on the whole Church. As incontestable truth ed. 324 Karl Marx. Quotation given above, that newspapers' woeful outcry against our defense of press freedom becomes understandable and justified, however strange it is after that to hear also that she would like to be included among the very zealous friends of the press. From the paper's moderate columns today have sprung forth not, it is true, 2 lions but a lion's skin and a lion's cowl, to which we shall pay due attention from the point of view of natural history. Number 1 expresses its feelings, inter alia, as follows. On its part, i.e., of the Rheineszeitung, the struggle is conducted in such a loyal way that from the outset it assures us that, for the sake of the legal position which is so dear to its heart, it would protest even against a ban on the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung. This assurance would be in an equal degree flattering and soothing for us but for the fact that in the same breath there happened to escape from the mouth of the knight who champions every freedom of the press that has been violated a vilification of the Münchener Historische Politische Blätter, which is well known to have been long ago actually banned here. It is strange that at the very moment when the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung pronounces sentence on newspapers for lying in regard to facts, it itself lies in regard to facts. The passage referred to reads literally as follows. First of all, the old sins of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung are enumerated, its attitude to the Hanover events, its party polemic against Catholicism, hin illi lacrimale. Would our lady friend regard the same behavior, only in the opposite direction, as one of the mortal sins of the Münchener Politische Blätter? Asterisk. In these lines the Münchener Politische Blätter declares a party polemic against Protestantism. Did we thereby justify the ban? Could we have wanted to justify it by finding again in the Münchener Politische Blätter only in the opposite direction the same behavior that in the case of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung we said gave no grounds for a ban? On the contrary, we appealed to the conscience of the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung, asking whether one and the same behavior justified a ban when coming from one side, but did not justify a ban when coming from the other side. We asked it, therefore, whether it pronounced its sentence on the behavior itself or rather only on the trend of the behavior. And the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung has replied to our question, saying in effect that it does not, as we do, condemn religious party polemics, but only the kind of party polemic which has the temerity to be Protestant. If, at the very time when we were defending the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung against the ban that had just been imposed on it, we, together with the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung, mentioned the party polemic of the Leipziger All. See this volume, p. 316 ed. The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung 32.5. Gemeine Zeitung against Catholicism. Had we not the right without the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung to mention the party polemic of the Münchener Politische Blätter, which had been banned long ago? To the small degree of publicness or the state, the immaturity of a daily, public, and inexperienced political thinking, the nature of contemporary history that is coming into being, all grounds on which we excused the newspapers lying in respect of facts, number one kindly added a new one, namely, the factual intellectual weakness of a large part of the German press. The Rhein und Mosel Zeitung has proved by its own example that incorrect thinking inevitably and unintentionally produces incorrect facts, and therefore distortions and lies. We come now to number 2, to the lion's cowl, for the additional grounds of number 1 undergo here a more extensive process of confusion. The lion's cowl first of all informs the public about the state of its feelings, which is of no great interest. It says that it had expected an outburst of fury, but that we gave only a genteel rejoinder, apparendi lightly tossed off. Its thanks for this unexpected leniency are, however, alloyed with a vexatious doubt whether this unexpected leniency is in fact a sign of generosity or, on the contrary, the result of spiritual discomfort and exhaustion. We do not intend to explain to our pious gentlemen how clerical comfort could, indeed, be a reason for spiritual discomfort. We will pass on at once to the content of the rejoinder in question. The pious gentleman admits he unfortunately cannot conceal that, according to his extremely moderate understanding, the Rheinische Zeitung merely seeks to conceal its embarrassment behind empty wrangling over words. And so as not, for a moment, to allow any semblance of hypocritical meekness or modesty, the pious gentleman demonstrates his extremely moderate understanding with the most convincing, most irrefutable proofs. He begins as follows: the old sins of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung, its attitude to the Hanover events, its party polemic against Catholicism, its bits of gossip, etc., cannot, of course, be denied, but our excellent pupil of the great philosopher Hegel supposes these offenses are fully excused by the fact that other newspapers also are guilty of similar transgressions, which is tantamount to saying that a scoundrel brought before the court could not justify himself better than by referring to the base tricks of his numerous comrades still at liberty. Where have we asserted that the old sins of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung are fully excused by the fact that other newspapers also are guilty of similar transgressions? Where have we even merely tried to excuse these old sins? Our actual argument. 326 Karl Marx. Which is easily distinguished from its reflection in the mirror of the extremely moderate understanding, was as follows. First of all, the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung enumerates the old sins of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung. We specify these sins, and then we continue. If all German newspapers of the old style wanted to reproach one another for their past, the examination of the case would be reduced to the formal question whether they sinned through what they did or through what they did not do. We are prepared to grant our lady friend, the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung, the innocent advantage over the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung that she has not only not led a bad life, but that she has shown no signs of life at all. Thus, we do not say other newspapers also, we say all German newspapers of the older style, among which we expressly include the Rhein und die Mosel-Zeitung, cannot excuse themselves entirely by references to one another, but that they can rightly address the same reproaches to themselves. The Rhein und die Mosel-Zeitung could lay claim only to the doubtful advantage of having sinned by what it did not do, thus contrasting its sins of omission to the sins of commission of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung. We can explain to the Rhein und die Mosel-Zeitung its passive badness by a fresh example. It now vents its fanatic spleen on the defunct Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung, whereas during the lifetime of the latter it published extracts from it instead of refuting it. The comparison by which the extremely moderate understanding tries to clarify our argument requires a small, but essential correction. It should have spoken not about one scoundrel who excuses himself before the court by referring to the other scoundrels still at liberty, but about two scoundrels, of whom the one who has not reformed and has not been imprisoned, triumphs over the other, who has been put in prison, although he has reformed. In addition, the extremely moderate understanding continues, in addition, the legal position is not altered by die moral character or even the political and religious opinions of individuals. Consequently, even a totally bad newspaper, precisely because it is merely bad, has a right to that bad existence, just as everything else which is bad in the world, precisely because of its bad existence, cannot be disputed its right to exist. It seems that the pious gentleman wants to convince us not only that he never studied any of the great philosophers, but that he did not even study any of the lesser ones. The passage, which in the fantastic exposition of our friend acquired such wonderfully distorted and confused features. See this volume, p. 316 ed. The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung 32:7. Read before it was refracted through the prism of the extremely moderate understanding as follows. Meanwhile, the article of ours which is incriminated spoke not of the past, but of the present character of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung, although it stands to reason that we would have no less serious objections against a ban, etc., etc., on the Rhein und die Mosel Zeitung published in Koblenz, since the legal position is not altered by the moral character or even the political and religious opinions of individuals. On the contrary, the lack of rights of the press is beyond all doubt once its existence is made dependent on its frame of mind. Up to now, indeed, there has been no legal code or court of law for a frame of mind. 3. We merely assert, therefore, that a person cannot be imprisoned, or deprived of his property or any other legal right because of his moral character or because of his political or religious opinions. The latter assertion seems particularly to excite our religious-minded friend. We demand that the legal position of a bad being should be unassailable, not because it is bad, but insofar as its badness remains within a frame of mind, for which there is no court of law and no legal code. Thus we contrast a bad frame of mind, for which no court of law exists, to bad deeds, which, if they are illegal, come within the scope of the court and the laws punishing such deeds. We assert, therefore, that a bad being, despite its badness, has the right to exist, as long as it is not illegal. We do not assert, as our pseudo-echo reports, that a bad being, precisely because it is merely bad, cannot be disputed its right to exist. On the contrary, our worthy well-wisher must have realized that we dispute that he and the Rhein und die Mosel Zeitung have the right to be bad, and therefore we are trying as far as possible to make them good, without considering we are entitled on that account to attack the legal position of the Rhein und die Mosel Zeitung and its shield-bearer. Here is yet another example of the measure of understanding of our pious zealot. If, however, the organ of political thought goes so far as to assert that newspapers such as the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung, and especially, it stands to reason, such as itself, the Rheinische Zeitung, should rather be praised, and praised from the state point of view, since even supposing they have aroused dissatisfaction and ill humor, it is, after all, German dissatisfaction and German ill humor that they have aroused, then we cannot fail to express our doubts about this strange service to the German fatherland. In the original, the passage quoted reads, "But should not rather those newspapers be praised, and praised from the state point of view, which wrest from foreign countries and win for the fatherland the attention, the feverish interest and the dramatic tension which accompany every. See this volume, p. 316 ed. 328 Karl Marx. Coming into being, and above all the coming into being of contemporary history. Suppose even that these newspapers have aroused dissatisfaction, ill humor. It is, after all, German dissatisfaction, German ill humor that they arouse. After all, they have given back to the state minds that had turned away from it, even though at first these minds are excited and ill-humored. And they have aroused not only dissatisfaction and ill humor, etc., they have aroused, above all, real sympathy for the state. They have made the state close to the heart, a domestic affair, etc. Our worthy man, therefore, omits the connecting intermediate links. It is as if we said to him, my dear fellow, be grateful to us, we are enlightening your understanding, and even if you are a little annoyed, nevertheless it is your understanding that gains by it, and as if our friend replied, what? I have to be grateful to you because you annoy me. After these samples of extremely moderate understanding, no particularly deep psychological investigations are required to understand the immoderate fantasy of our author, which makes it appear to him that we are already marching with fire and sword through the German regions in cohorts. Finally our friend throws off the mask. Ulrich von Hutten and his companions, who, as is well known, include Luther, will forgive the lion's cowl of the Rhine und Moselzeitung its impotent anger. We can only blush at an exaggeration which ranks us with such great men and, since one good turn deserves another, we wish to rank our friend with Chief Pastor Goes. Therefore, with Lessing, we cry out to him. And here is my brief nightly challenge. Write, Herr Pastor, and inspire others to write as much as they possibly can. I, too, shall write. If I allow that you are right in regard to the slightest matter in which you are wrong, then I can never touch a pen again. B. The Rhine und Moselzeitung. Rheineszeitung number 16, January 16, 1843. Cologne, January 15. Number 1 of the Rhine und Moselzeitung, dated January 11, which we touched upon a few days ago as an outrider of the Lion's article, today tries to prove, 126 by an example, how little the one which overbalances in its dialectics, the Rheineszeitung, is capable of clearly grasping a simple, clearly formulated proposition. Number 1 claims that in fact it did not at all say that the Rheineszeitung had tried to justify the ban on the Münchener Politische See this volume, p. 317 ed. G. E. Lessing, in Parabel. Nebst einer kleinen Bitte und einem eventuellen Absageschreiben ed. The ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung 32-9. But that, at the very moment when it puts itself forward as the champion of unconditional freedom of the press, it does not hesitate to vilify a newspaper which was actually banned, and therefore the chivalry with which it gave assurance of readiness to enter the lists against a ban on the Rhine und Moselzeitung is not worth much. Outrider number 1 overlooks that there could be 2 reasons for his disquiet about our chivalrous behavior in the event of a ban on the Rhine und Moselzeitung, and that both of them have already been answered. The worthy outrider, we must suppose, does not trust our assurance because in the alleged vilification of the Münchener Politische Blätter he sees a hidden justification for banning it. We had the more right to presuppose such a train of thought in our worthy outrider because that mean man has the peculiar cunning to wish to detect the true opinion behind statements that seem to him to have unconsciously slipped out. In that case we can calm the worthy outrider by proving to him how impossible it is for there to be any connection between our statement about the Münchener Politische Blätter and a justification for banning it. The second possibility is that number 1 finds it altogether regrettable and unchivalrous of us to accuse a newspaper which has actually been banned, such as the Münchener Politische Blätter, of a party polemic against Protestantism. He regards this as a vilification. In that case we ask the worthy outrider, if, at the very time when we were defending the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung against the ban that had just been imposed on it, we, together with the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung, mentioned the party polemic of the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung against Catholicism. Had we not the right without the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung to mention the party polemic of the Münchener Politische Blätter, which had been banned long ago? 3. That is to say, we do not vilify the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung by mentioning with the consent of the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung its party polemic against Catholicism. Will our assertion about the pro-Catholic party polemic of the Münchener Politische Blätter become vilification because it is so unfortunate as not to have the consent of the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung? Number 1 has done nothing beyond calling our assertion a vilification, and since when have we been obliged to take Noel's word for anything? We said, the Münchener Politische Blätter is a Catholic party newspaper, and in this respect it is a Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung in reverse. The outrider in the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung says, the Münchener Politische Blätter is not a party. See this volume, pages 324-25 ed. 330 Karl Marx. Newspaper and is not a Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung in reverse. It is not, the outrider says, such a repository of untruths, stupid bits of gossip and mocking at non-Catholic creeds. We are not theological polemicists for one side or the other, but it is enough to read the Münchener Politische Blätter's psychological description of Luther based on vulgar tittle-tattle. It is enough to read what the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung says about Hutton and his companions, to decide whether the moderate newspaper adopts a standpoint from which it could objectively judge what is religious party polemic and what is not. Finally, the worthy outrider promises us a more detailed characterization of the Rheinische-Zeitung. News Verones. The small party between Munich and Koblenz has already once given its opinion that the Politica F sense of the Rhinelanders should either be exploited for certain non-state pursuits or suppressed as an annoyance. Can this party fail to be annoyed when it sees the proof of its own complete unimportance in the rapid spread of the Rheinische-Zeitung throughout the Rhine province? Perhaps the present moment is unfavorable for showing annoyance. We think that all this is not badly conceived and only regret that this party, not having a more important organ, has to be satisfied with the worthy outrider and his insignificant moderate newspaper. One can judge the strength of the party from this organ. Written on December 31, 1842, and printed according to the News January 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and 15, 1843 paper first published in the Rheinische-Zeitung published in English for the first NOS 1, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13, and 16, January time 1, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13, and 16, 1843. Announcement by the editors of the Rheinische-Zeitung of their reply to Oberpräsident von Schaper 127. Cologne, January 2. Since the corrections made by Herr Oberpräsident von Schaper and the explanations requested of the Rheinische-Zeitung have been widely aired in the press, we take this occasion to state that our reply, which has been delayed only because a number of investigations have become necessary, will follow in the coming week. Written on January 2, 1843, printed according to the newspaper first published in the Rheinische-Zeitung No. 3, January 3, 1843, published in English for the first time. Justification of the correspondent. From the Mosel 128. Rheinische-Zeitung No. 15, January 15, 1843. From the Mosel, January. NOS 346 and 348 of the Rheinische-Zeitung contain 2 articles of mine, one of which deals with the distress due to lack of firewood in the Mosel region, and the other the special sympathy of the Mosel population for the Royal Cabinet Order of December 24, 1841, and for the resulting greater freedom of the press. 129. The latter article is written in coarse, and, if you like, even rude tones. Anyone who often has to hear directly the ruthless voice of want among the surrounding population easily loses the aesthetic tact by which his thoughts can be expressed in the most elegant and modest images. He may perhaps even consider it his political duty for a time to speak in public in the popular language of distress which in his native land he had no chance of forgetting. If, however, it is a question of proving that he speaks the truth, This can hardly mean proving literally every word, for in that case every summary would be untrue and, in general, it would be impossible to reproduce the meaning of a speech without repeating it word for word. Thus, for example, if it was said, "The cry of distress of the vine growers was regarded as an insolent shrieking," then to be fair one could demand only that this expressed an approximately correct equation. That is to say, it should be proved that there is an object which to a certain extent measures up to the summary description insolent shrieking, and makes this a not inappropriate description. If such a proof is given, the question is no longer one of truth but only of precision of language, and it would be hard to give more than a problematic judgment on extremely subtle nuances of linguistic expression. The occasion for the above remarks of mine was provided by two rescripts of Oberpräsident von Schaper in number 352 of the Justification of the Correspondent from the Mosel 33-3. Rheinische Zeitung, dated Koblenz, December 15, in which a number of questions are put to me concerning my two articles mentioned above. The delay in the publication of my reply is due primarily to the content of the questions themselves, since a newspaper correspondent, in transmitting with the utmost conscientiousness the voice of the people as he has heard it, is not at all obliged to be prepared to give an exhaustive and motivated account of the occasions and sources of his report. Apart from the fact that such work would require much time and resources, the newspaper correspondent can only consider himself as a small part of a complicated body, in which he freely chooses his particular function. While one is perhaps more concerned to depict his impression of the distressed state of the people obtained directly from their statements, another, who is a historian, will discuss the history of the situation which has arisen, the man of feeling will describe the distress itself, the economist will examine the means required for its abolition, this itself being one problem which can be treated from different aspects, sometimes more on a local scale, sometimes more in relation to the state as a whole, etc. Thus, with a lively press movement, the whole truth will be revealed, for if the whole appears at first only as the emergence of a number of different, individual points of view which sometimes intentionally, sometimes accidentally develop side by side, in the end, however, this work of the press will have prepared for one of its participants the material out of which he will create a single whole. Thus, gradually, by means of a division of labor, the press arrives at the whole truth, not by one person doing everything, but by many doing a little. Another reason for the delay in my reply is that the editorial board of the Rheinische Zeitung required further particulars after my first report. Similarly, after the second and third reports, it asked for additional data, and also the present concluding report. Finally, the editorial board, on the one hand, demanded that I myself indicate my sources, and, on the other hand, held up the publication of my reports until it had itself, by some other means, received confirmation of my data. Further, my reply appears anonymously. In this respect I am guided by the conviction that anonymity is an essential feature of the newspaper press, since it transforms the newspaper from an assemblage of many individual opinions into the organ of one. While confirming the above statements, we point out at the same time that the various mutually explanatory letters made it necessary for us to present a combined account. Editorial Board of the Rheinische Zeitung. 334 Karl Marx. Mind. The name of the author would separate one article from another as definitely as the body separates one person from another, and would thus completely suppress the function of being only a complementary part. Finally, anonymity ensures greater impartiality and freedom, not only of the author, but also of the public, since the latter sees not who is speaking, but what he is saying. Free from an empirical view of the author as a person, the public judges him solely by his intellectual personality. Since I do not mention my own name, in all my detailed reports I shall give the names of officials and communities only when quoting printed documents that are available in bookshops, or when mentioning names will harm no one. The press is obliged to reveal and denounce circumstances, but I am convinced that it should not denounce individuals, unless there is no other way of preventing a public evil or unless publicity already prevails throughout political life so that the German concept of denunciation no longer exists. In concluding these introductory remarks, I think I am entitled to express the hope that the Herr Oberpräsident, after acquainting himself with my whole exposition, will be convinced of the purity of my intentions and will attribute even possible mistakes to an incorrect view of things, and not to an evil disposition. My exposition itself should show whether I have deserved the serious accusation of slander and of intent to excite dissatisfaction and discontent, even in the present case of continued anonymity, accusations which are the more painful coming from a man who is regarded with particularly great respect and affection in the Rhine province. To facilitate a survey of my reply, I have set it out under the following headings: A. The question of wood distribution. B. The attitude of the Mosel region to the Cabinet Order of December 24, 1841, and to the resulting greater freedom of the press. C. The cankers of the Mosel region. D. The vampires of the Mosel region. E. Proposals for a remedy. A. The question of wood distribution. In my article from the Mosel, December 12, in number 348 of the Rheinischen, I referred to the following circumstances. The community of several thousand souls to which I belong is the owner of most beautiful wooded areas, but I cannot recollect an occasion when members of justification of the correspondent from the Mosel 33.5. The community derived direct advantage from their property by sharing in the distribution of wood. On this, the Herr Oberpräsident comments. Such procedure, which does not accord with legal provisions, can only be motivated by quite exceptional circumstances, and at the same time he demands, in order to verify the facts of the case, that I name the community. I frankly admit, on the one hand, I believe that a procedure which does not accord with the law, and therefore contradicts it, can hardly be motivated by circumstances, but must always remain illegal. On the other hand, I cannot find that the procedure described by me is illegal. The instruction, dated, Koblenz, August 31, 1839, on the management of wooded areas belonging to communities and institutions in the Koblenz and Trier administrative districts, issued on the basis of the law of December 24, 1816, and the Royal Cabinet Order of August 18, 1835, and published in the supplement to number 62 of the official organ of the Royal Administration in Koblenz. This instruction states literally the following in 37. In regard to the utilization of material in the wooded areas, as a rule as much must be sold as is required to cover forest costs, taxes and administrative expenses. For the rest, it depends on the decision of the communities themselves whether the material is sold by auction to cover other needs of the community, or whether it is distributed among die members of the community, wholly or in part, gratis or for a definite fee. However, as a rule, firewood and material for making household articles are distributed in natura, but building timber, if it is not used for communal buildings or to assist individual members of the community in cases of damage by fire, etc., is sold by auction. This instruction, issued by one of the predecessors of the Herr Oberpräsident of the Rhine province, seems to me to prove that the distribution of firewood among the members of the community is neither made obligatory by law nor prohibited by it, but is only a question of expediency. Hence in the article in question also, I discussed only the expediency of the procedure. Accordingly, the basis for the Herr Oberpräsident's demand to know the name of the community disappears, since it is no longer a question of investigating the administration of a particular community, but only of a modification to an instruction. However, I do not object to the editorial board of the Rheinischen, in the event of a special demand from the Herr Oberpräsident, being empowered to name the community in which, to the best of my recollection, there has been no wood distribution. Such information would not be a denunciation of the local authorities but could only promote the welfare of the community. 336 Karl Marx. Rheinischen number 17, January 17, 1843. B. The attitude of the Mosel region to the Cabinet Order of December 24, 1841, and to the resulting greater freedom of the press. In regard to my article from Bernkastel dated December 10, in number 346 of the Renunkszeitung, where I asserted that the Mosul population, in view of its particularly difficult situation, welcomed with exceptional enthusiasm the greater freedom of the press afforded by the Royal Cabinet Order of December 24 last year, the Herr Oberpräsident makes the following comment. If this article has any meaning, it can only be that hitherto the Mosul population had been forbidden to discuss publicly and frankly its state of distress, the causes of it and the means to remedy it. I doubt that this is so, for in view of the efforts of the authorities to find a remedy for the admittedly distressed state of the vine growers, nothing could be more desired by the authorities than a discussion, as public and frank as possible, of the conditions prevailing there. I should, therefore, be greatly obliged if the author of the above article would be so good as to point out specially the cases where, even before the appearance of the Royal Cabinet Order of December 24 last year, the authorities prevented a frank, public discussion of the distressed state of the inhabitants of the Mosul region. The Herr Oberpräsident further remarks. In addition, I think that I can in advance certainly describe as untrue the assertion in the above-mentioned article that die cry of distress of the vine growers was for a long time regarded in higher quarters as an insolent shrieking. My reply to these questions will take the following course. I shall try to prove, 1. That, first of all, quite apart from the powers of the press prior to the Royal Cabinet Order of December 24, 1841, the need for a free press necessarily arises from the specific character of the state of distress in the Mosul region. 2. That even if there were no special obstacles to a frank and public discussion before the appearance of the above-mentioned cabinet order, my assertion would be no less true, and the particular sympathy of the Mosul population for the Royal Cabinet Order and the resulting greater freedom of the press would remain equally understandable. 3. That in actual fact special circumstances prevented a frank and public discussion. From the whole context it will then be seen how far my assertion, for a long time the desperate state of the vine growers was doubted in higher quarters, and their cry of distress was regarded as an insolent shrieking, is true or untrue. Justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 33:7. As regards 1. In investigating a situation concerning the state one is all too easily tempted to overlook the objective nature of the circumstances and to explain everything by the will of the persons concerned. However, there are circumstances which determine the actions of private persons and individual authorities, and which are as independent of them as the method of breathing. If from the outset we adopt this objective standpoint, we shall not assume good or evil will, exclusively on one side or on the other, but we shall see the effect of circumstances where at first glance only individuals seem to be acting. Once it is proved that a phenomenon is made necessary by circumstances, it will no longer be difficult to ascertain the external circumstances in which it must actually be produced and those in which it could not be produced, although the need for it already existed. This can be established with approximately the same certainty with which the chemist determines the external conditions under which substances having affinity are bound to form a compound. Hence we believe that by our proof that the necessity for a free press follows from the specific character of the state of distress in the Mosul region, we give our exposition a basis that goes far beyond anything personal. The state of distress in the Mosul region cannot be regarded as a simple state of affairs. At least two aspects of it have to be distinguished, the private aspect and the state aspect, for the state of distress in the Mosul region cannot be considered to lie outside the state administration any more than the Mosul region can be considered to lie outside the state. Only the mutual relation between these two aspects provides the actual state of the Mosul region. In order to show the nature of this mutual relation, we shall report an authentic exchange of opinion, certified by documents, between the respective organs of the two sides. In the fourth issue of Mitteilungen der Vereins zur Forderung der Weinkultur in der Mosul und Sarzio Trier there is a report of negotiations between the Finance Ministry, the government at Trier and the board of the above-mentioned society. A document presented by the society to the Finance Ministry contains, among other things, a calculation of the income from the vineyards. The government at Trier, which also received a copy of this document, asked for an expert opinion on it from the chief of the Trier Cadastre Bureau, Tax Inspector von Zucalmalayo, who, as the government itself says in one of its reports, seemed to be specially suitable because he took an active part at the time when the registers of incomes from vineyards in the Mosul region were compiled. 338 Karl Marx. We shall now simply put side by side the most striking passages from the official opinion of Herr von Zucalmalayo and the reply of the Board of the Society for the Promotion of Viticulture. The official reporter, in the official report covering the past decade, 1829-38, the calculation of the gross income per morgen 3 of vineyards in communities belonging to the third class as regards payment of wine tax is based on, 1. The yield per morgen, 2. The price at which a fuderb of wine is sold in the autumn. The calculation, however, is not based on any precisely verified data, for without official intervention and control it is impossible for either an individual or a society to collect privately trustworthy information on the quantity of wine obtained by all the individual property owners over a specified period in a large number of communities, because many auctioneers may be directly interested in concealing the truth as far as possible. The reply of the Board of the Society. We are not surprised that the Cadastre Bureau does its utmost to defend the procedure practiced by it. Nevertheless, it is difficult to understand the argument which follows, etc. The chief of the Cadastre Bureau tries to prove by figures that the registered yields are everywhere correct. He says also that the 10-year period assumed by us cannot prove anything here, etc., etc. We shall not argue about figures, for, as he very wisely says in the introduction to his remarks, we lack the requisite official information. Moreover, we do not regard it as necessary, since his entire calculation and argument based on official data can prove nothing against the facts we have presented. Even if we admit that the registered yields were quite correct at the time of their compilation, or even that they were too low, it is impossible successfully to contest our statement that they can no longer serve as a basis under the present lamentably changed circumstances. The official reporter. Hence not a fact appears anywhere justifying the assumption that the registered yields from vineyards, based on assessments in the recent period, are too high, but it would be quite easy to prove that the earlier assessments of vineyards of the rural and urban districts of Trier and of the Saarburg district are too low, both in Elves and compared with other crops. The reply of the Board of the Society. A man crying out for help finds it painful when in reply to his well-founded complaint he is told that during compilation the registered yields could have been put higher rather than lower. Moreover, the reply points out, the Herr Reporter, despite all his efforts to reject our data, could hardly refute or correct anything in our figures of income, therefore he has tried only to quote different results as regards expenditure. Morgan German measure of land equaling approximately V4 hectare ed. Futter large measure for wine, approximately 1000 liters ed. Justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 33-9. We want now to indicate some of the most striking differences of opinion between the Herr Reporter and the Board of the Society on the question of calculating expenditure. The official reporter. In regard to point 8, it should be particularly noted that the removal of the usual lateral shoots, or what is called Geischen, is an operation recently introduced by only a few owners of vineyards, but nowhere, neither in the Mosul nor the Saar region, can it be regarded as part of the customary method of cultivation. The reply of the Board of the Society. The removal of lateral shoots and the loosening of soil, according to the chief of the Cadastre Bureau, was only recently introduced by a few owners of vineyards, etc. That, however, is not the case. The vine grower has understood that, to save himself from going under completely, he must not fail to try anything that could in some degree improve the quality of die wine. For die prosperity of die region, this attitude should be carefully encouraged, instead of being repressed. And who would think of putting the cost of potato cultivation at a lower figure because there are some cultivators who leave die potatoes to their fate and God's goodness? The official reporter. The cost of the barrel indicated in point 14 cannot at all enter into the valuation here, since, as has already been pointed out, dye cost of the barrel is not included in dye quoted prices of wine. If then the barrel is sold together with dye wine, as is usually dye case, dye cost of the barrel is added to the price of the wine and thus the value of the barrels is reimbursed. The reply of the board of the society. When wine is sold, dye barrel is included, and there is not and even could not be the slightest question of its reimbursement. The rare cases when dye innkeepers of our town buy wine without the barrel cannot be taken into account when viewing the situation as a whole. It is not the same with wine as with other goods, which lie in a warehouse until they are sold and the packing and dispatch of which then take place at dye expense of the purchaser. Since, therefore, dye purchase of wine tacitly includes that of dye barrel, it is clear that dye price of the latter must be included in dye production costs. The official reporter. If the figures of yields given in dye supplement are corrected to correspond to the official data on DM, but the calculation of costs is accepted as correct even in all parts, and only the land and wine taxes and the cost of the barrels, or expenditures given in points 13, 14, and 17, are omitted from these costs, dye result is as follows. Gross income $53.21 silver groch and 6 pfennigs costs not including 13, 14, and 17 39.50. Net income $14.16 silver groch and 6 pfennigs. The reply of the board of the society. The calculation as such is correct, but the result is incorrect. We based our calculation not on supposed figures, but on figures which express the actual amounts involved, and we found that if from $53 of actual expenditure 48.340 Karl Marx dollars representing the actual and only income are subtracted, there remains a loss of $5. The official reporter. If, nevertheless, it cannot be denied that the state of distress in the Mosul region has considerably worsened compared with the period before the inauguration of the customs union, and that in part even a real impoverishment is to be feared, the reason for it should be sought exclusively in the former two high yields. Owing to the previously existing quasi-monopoly of the wine trade in the Mosul region and the rapid succession of good wine years in 1819, 1822, 1825, 1826, 1827 and 1828, an unprecedented luxury developed there. The large sums of money in the hands of the vine grower induced him to buy vineyards at enormous prices and to plant new vineyards at excessive cost in places that were no longer suitable for viticulture. Everyone wanted to become an owner, and debts were incurred which previously could easily be covered by the income from a good year, but which now, with the present unfavorable economic situation, are bound to ruin completely the vine grower who has fallen into the hands of usurers. One consequence of this will be that viticulture will be confined to the better holdings and will again, as formerly, come more into the hands of the rich landowners, a purpose to which it is most suited owing to the large initial expenditure involved. The rich landowners, too, can more easily withstand unfavorable years and even at such times have adequate means to improve cultivation and to obtain a product which can stand up to competition with that from the now opened countries of the customs union. Of course, during the first years this cannot take place without great hardships for the poorer class of vine growers, most of whom, however, had become owners of vineyards in the previous favorable period. However, it should always be borne in mind that the earlier state of affairs was an unnatural one for which the imprudent are now paying. The state will be able to confine itself to making the transition as easy as possible for the present population by appropriate measures. The reply of the board of the society. Truly, one who only fears possible poverty in the Mosul region has not yet seen that poverty which, in its most ghastly form, is already deep-rooted and daily spreading among the morally healthy, tirelessly industrious population of this region. Let no one say, as the chief of the Cadastre Bureau does, that it is the impoverished vine grower's own fault. No, all of them have been struck down to a greater or lesser degree, the prudent and the imprudent, the industrious and the negligent, the well-to-do and the indigent, and if things have now gone so far that even the well-to-do, the industrious, and the thrifty vine growers are compelled to say that they can no longer provide themselves with food, then the cause is evidently not to be sought in them. It is true that in favorable years the vine growers bought new plots at prices higher than usual and that they incurred debts, calculating at their incomes, as they saw them, would suffice gradually to pay them off. But it is incomprehensible how this, which is proof of the enterprising and industrious spirit of these people, can be called luxury, and how it can be said that the present position of the vine growers has arisen because the earlier state of affairs was an unnatural one, for which the imprudent are now paying. The chief of the Cadastre Bureau asserts that people who, according to him, were previously not even property owners, tempted by unusually good years, increased excessively total of vineyards, and that only remedy now lies in reducing the number of vineyards. Justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 341. But how insignificant is the number of vineyards which can be adapted for growing fruit or vegetables, compared with the majority which, apart from grapes, can produce only hedges and bushes. And can it be that this highly respectable population, which is crowded into such a relatively small area because of viticulture, and is so courageously struggling against misfortune, does not even deserve an attempt to alleviate its distress so that it can hold out until more favorable circumstances enable it to rise again and become for the state what it was before, namely, a source of income the equal of which is not to be found on any area of equal size apart from the towns. The official reporter. It is, of course, quite understandable that the richer landowners, too, take advantage of this distress of the poorer vine growers in order to obtain for themselves all possible alleviations and advantages by a vivid description of the former happy state of affairs in contrast to the present less favorable, but nevertheless still profitable, position. Renus Zeitung No. 18, January 18, 1843. The reply of the Board of the Society. We owe it to our honor and our inner conviction to protest against the accusation that we take advantage of the distress of the poorer vine growers in order to obtain for ourselves all possible advantages and alleviations by means of vivid descriptions. No, we assert, and that, we hope, will suffice for our justification, that we were far from having any selfish intention, and that all our efforts were directed towards making the state aware, by a frank and truthful description of the conditions of the poor vine growers, of a situation the further development of which is bound to be dangerous for the state itself. Anyone who knows the transformation which the present pitiful position of the vine growers has already increasingly brought about in their domestic life and industrial activity, and even as regards morality, cannot but shudder at the future when he thinks of a continuance or even increase of such distress. It has to be admitted, first of all, that the government could not come to a decision but must have vacillated between the view of its reporter and the opposing view of the vine growers. Bearing in mind, further, that the report of Herr von Zucalmalayo is dated December 12, 1839, and the answer of the Society is dated July 15, 1840, it follows that up to this time the view of the reporter must have been, if not the sole, at any rate the prevailing view of the government collegium. In 1839, at least, it was still counterposed to the Society's memorandum as the government's judgment, and therefore, as it were, a resume of the governmental view, for if a government is consistent its latest opinion can surely be regarded as the sum total of its earlier views and experience. In the report, however, not only is the state of distress not recognized as general, but there is no intention of remedying even the admitted state of distress, for it is stated, the state will be able to confine itself solely to making the transition as easy as possible for the present population by appropriate measures. Under these Cir. 342 Karl Marx. Circumstances, transition must be taken to mean gradual ruin. The ruin of the poorer vine growers is regarded as a kind of natural phenomenon, to which one must be resigned in advance, seeking only to mitigate the inevitable. Of course, it is stated, this cannot take place without great hardships. The Society, therefore, also raises the question whether the vine growers of the Mosul do not even deserve an attempt to save them. If the government had held a decisively opposed view, it would have modified the report at the outset, since the report makes a definite statement on such an important question as the task and decision of the state in this matter. Hence it is evident that the distressed state of the vine growers could be admitted without there being any effort to remedy it. We cite now yet another example of the kind of information given to the authorities about conditions in the Mosul region. In 1838, a highly placed administrative official traveled through the Mosul region. At a conference in Paisport with 2 district presidents, he asked one of them what the vine growers' situation was like as regards property and received the reply: "The vine growers live too luxuriously, and if only for that reason things cannot be going badly with IDM." Yet luxury had already become a story of former days. We only incidentally point out here that this view, which coincides with the official report, has by no means been generally abandoned. We recall the statement from Koblenz published in Supplement I of the Frankfurter Journal No. 349, 1842, which speaks of the alleged state of distress of the Mosul vine growers. The above quoted official view is reflected, too, in the attitude of higher quarters, which throws doubt on the desperate state of the vine growers and on the general nature of the distress, hence also on its general causes. The reports of the society quoted above contain, inter alia, the following replies of the Finance Ministry to various petitions. Hoc, as die market prices for wine show, die owners of Mosul and Sar vineyards included in die first and second classes as regards taxation have no cause for dissatisfaction, nevertheless it is not denied diet vine growers whose products are of inferior quality are not in an equally favorable position. In a reply to a petition for remission of taxation for 1838, it is stated: "In reply to your representation sent here on October 10 of last year, we have to inform you that die petition for a general remission of die entire wine tax for a pun on the German words Übergang, which means transition, and Untergang, which means ruin. Ed. Justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 343. 1838 cannot be entertained, since you do not belong to the class which is most in need of consideration and whose state of distress, etc., is explicable by quite other causes than taxation. Since we wish to construct our exposition solely on factual material, endeavoring, as far as we can, to present only facts in a general form, we shall first of all make clear the general ideas underlying the dialogue between the Trier Society for the Promotion of Viticulture and the government's reporter. The government has to appoint an official to give an expert opinion on the memorandum presented to it. It naturally appoints an official who has the greatest possible knowledge of the subject, preferably therefore an official who himself took part in regulating the situation in the Mosul region. This official is not averse to finding in the complaints contained in the document in question attacks on his official understanding and his previous official activity. He is aware of his conscientious performance of his duty and of the detailed official information at his disposal. He is suddenly faced with an opposing view, and what could be more natural than that he should take sides against the petitioner, and that the intentions of the latter, which could of course always be bound up with private interests, should seem to him suspicious, and that therefore he should suspect them. Instead of using the data in the memorandum, he tries to refute them. In addition, the obviously poor vine grower has neither the time nor the education to describe his condition, hence the poor vine grower is unable to speak, whereas the vine cultivator who is able to speak is not obviously poor, and therefore his complaints seem unfounded. But if even the educated vine grower is rebuked for not having the official understanding, how could the uneducated vine grower hold his own against this official understanding? For their part, private persons who have observed the real poverty of others in the full extent of its development, who see it gradually coming closer even to themselves, and who, moreover, are aware that the private interest they defend is equally a state interest, and is defended by them as a state interest, these private persons are not only bound to feel that their own honor has been impugned, but consider also that reality itself has been distorted under the influence of a one-sided and arbitrarily established point of view. Hence they oppose the overweening presumption of officialdom, they point out the contradiction between the real nature of the world and that ascribed to it in government offices, contrasting the practical proofs to the official proofs. And, finally, they cannot avoid suspecting that behind total misconception of 344 Karl Marx. Their account of the actual state of affairs, which is based on well-founded convictions and clear facts, there is a selfish intention, namely, the intention to assert official judgment in opposition to the intelligence of the citizens. Consequently, they conclude also that the expert official who comes into contact with their conditions of life will not give an unprejudiced description of them, precisely because these conditions are partly the result of his activities, whereas the unprejudiced official, who could give a sufficiently impartial judgment, is not an expert. When, however, the official accuses private persons of elevating their private affairs to the level of a state interest, private persons accuse the official of degrading the state interest to the level of a private affair of his own, from which all others are excluded as being mere laymen. In this way even the most patent reality appears illusory compared with the reality depicted in the dossiers, which is official and therefore of a state character, and compared with the intelligence based on this official reality. Hence to the official only the sphere of activity of the authorities is the state, whereas the world outside the sphere of activity is merely an object of state activity, completely lacking the state frame of mind and state understanding. Finally, in the event of a notoriously bad situation, the official puts the main blame on private persons who, he alleges, are themselves responsible for their plight, while he refuses to allow any attack on the excellence of administrative principles or institutions, which are themselves official creations and no part of which he is willing to relinquish. The private person, on the other hand, conscious of his industriousness, his thrift, his hard struggle against nature and social conditions, demands that the official who is supposed to be the sole creative force of the state should put an end to his distress, and, since that official claims he can put everything right, that he should prove his ability to remedy the bad situation by his activity, or at least recognize that institutions which were suitable at a certain time have become unsuitable under completely changed circumstances. The same standpoint of superior official knowledge and the same antithesis between the administration and the object administered are repeated within the world of officialdom itself. We see that the Cadastre Bureau, in its judgment on the Mosul region, is mainly concerned with asserting the infallibility of the Cadastre, and just as the Finance Ministry maintains that the evil is due to quite other causes than taxation, so the administration will find that the basis of the distress lies not at all in itself, but outside itself. Not intentionally, but necessarily, the individual official who is in closest contact with the vine grower sees the state of things as better. Justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 345. Or other than it actually is. He thinks that the question whether things are all right in his region amounts to the question whether he administers the region correctly. Whether the administrative principles and institutions are good or not is a question that lies outside his sphere, for that can only be judged in higher quarters where a wider and deeper knowledge of the official nature of things, i.e., of their connection with the state as a whole, prevails. He may be most honestly convinced that he himself administers well. Hence either he will find the situation not so entirely desperate or, if he does find it to be so, he will look for the reason outside the administration, partly in nature, which is independent of man, partly in private life, which is independent of the administration, and partly in accidental circumstances, which depend on no one. The higher administrative bodies are bound to have more confidence in their officials than in the persons administered, who cannot be presumed to possess the same official understanding. An administrative body, moreover, has its traditions. Thus, as regards the Mosul region too, it has its once and for all established principles, it has its official picture of the region in the cadastre, it has official data on revenue and expenditure, it has everywhere, alongside the actual reality, a bureaucratic reality, which retains its authority however much the times may change. In addition, the two circumstances, namely, the law of the official hierarchy and the principle that there are two categories of citizens, the active, knowledgeable citizens in the administration, and the passive, uninformed citizens who are the object of administration. These two circumstances are mutually complementary. In accordance with the principle that the state possesses conscious and active existence in the administration, every government will regard the condition of a region insofar as the state aspect of the matter is concerned as the result of the work of its predecessor. According to the law of hierarchy, this predecessor will in most cases already occupy a higher position, often the one immediately above. Finally, every government is actuated, on the one hand, by the consciousness that the state has laws which it must enforce in the face of all private interests, and, on the other hand, as an individual administrative authority, its duty is not to make institutions or laws, but to apply them. Hence it can try to reform not the administration itself, but only the object administered. It cannot adapt its laws to the Mosul region, it can only try to promote the welfare of the Mosul region within the limits of its firmly established rules of administration. The more zealously and 346 Karl Marx. Sincerely, therefore, a government endeavors within the limits of the already established administrative principles and institutions by which it is itself governed to remove a glaring state of distress that embraces perhaps a whole region, and the more stubbornly the evil resists the measures taken against it and increases despite the good administration, so much the more profound, sincere, and decisive will be the conviction that this is an incurable state of distress, which the administration, i.e., the state, can do nothing to alter, and which requires rather a change on the part of those administered. Whereas, however, the lower administrative authorities trust the official understanding of those above them that the administrative principles are good, and are themselves ready to answer for their dutiful implementation in each separate case, the higher administrative authorities are fully convinced of the correctness of the general principles and trust the bodies subordinate to them to make the correct official judgment in each case, of which, moreover, they have official proofs. In this way it is possible for a government with the best intentions to arrive at the principle expressed by the government's reporter in Trier in regard to the Mosul region. The state will be able to confine itself solely to making the transition as easy as possible for the present population by appropriate measures. If we look now at some of the methods which have transpired and which the government has used to alleviate the distress in the Mosul region, we shall find our argument confirmed at least by the history of the administration which is accessible to all. On the secret history, of course, we cannot pass judgment. We include among these measures, remission of taxes in bad wine years, the advice to go over to some other cultivation, such as sericulture, and, finally, the proposal to limit pannellation of landed property. The first of these measures, obviously, can only alleviate, not remedy. It is a temporary measure, by which the state makes an exception to its rule, and an exception which does not cost it much. Moreover, it is not the constant state of distress which is alleviated, it is likewise an exceptional manifestation of it, not the chronic sickness to which people have become accustomed, but an acute form of it which comes as a surprise. In regard to the other two measures, the administration goes outside the scope of its own activities. The positive activity which it undertakes here consists partly in instructing the Mosul inhabitants how they themselves can come to their own aid, and partly in proposing a limitation or even denial of a right they previously possessed. Here, therefore, we find confirmed the train of thought. Justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 347. We described above. The administration, which considers that the distressed state of the Mosul region is incurable and due to circumstances lying outside the scope of its principles and its activity, advises the Mosul inhabitants so to arrange their life that it is adapted to the present administrative institutions and that they are able to exist in a tolerable fashion within them. The vinegrower himself is deeply pained by such proposals, even if they only reach him by rumor. He would be thankful if the government carried out experiments at its own expense, but he feels that the advice that he should undertake experiments on himself means that the government is refusing to help him by its own activity. He wants help, not advice. However much he trusts the knowledge possessed by the administration in its own sphere, and however confidently he turns to it in such matters, he credits himself just as much with the necessary understanding in his own sphere. But limitation of the parcellation of landed property contradicts his inherited sense of right. He regards it as a proposal to add legal poverty to his physical poverty, for he regards every violation of equality before the law as the distress of right. He feels, sometimes consciously, sometimes unconsciously, that the administration exists for the sake of the country and not the country for the sake of the administration, but that this relationship becomes reversed when the country has to transform its customs, its rights, its kind of work and its property ownership to suit the administration. The Mosul inhabitant, therefore, demands that, if he carries out the work which nature and custom have ordained for him, the state should create conditions for him in which he can grow, prosper, and live. Hence such negative devices come to naught when they encounter the reality not only of the existing conditions, but also of civic consciousness. Renunkszeitung number 19, January 19, 1843. What then is the relation of the administration to the distress in the Mosul region? The distressed state of the Mosul region is at the same time a distressed state of the administration. The constant state of distress of part of the country, and a state of distress, which, beginning almost unnoticed more than a decade ago, at first gradually and then irresistibly develops to a climax and assumes ever more threatening dimensions, can well be called constant, signifies a contradiction between reality and administrative principles, just as, on the other hand, not only the nation, but also the government regards the well-being of a region as a factual confirmation of good admi. 348 Karl Marx. Administration. The administration, however, owing to its bureaucratic nature, is capable of perceiving the reasons for the distress not in the sphere administered, but only in the sphere of nature and the private citizen, which lies outside the sphere administered. The administrative authorities, even with the best intentions, the most zealous humanity and the most powerful intellect, can find no solution for a conflict that is more than momentary or transient, the constant conflict between reality and the principles of administration, for it is not their official task, nor would it be possible, despite the best intentions, to make a breach in an essential relation or, if you like, oath. This essential relation is the bureaucratic one, both within the administrative body itself and in its relations with the administered body. On the other hand, the private vine grower can no more deny that his judgment may be affected, intentionally or unintentionally, by private interest, and therefore the correctness of his judgment cannot be assumed absolutely. Moreover, he will realize that there are in the state a multitude of private interests which suffer, and the general principles of administration cannot be abandoned or modified for their sake. Furthermore, if it is asserted that there is distress of a general character and that the general well-being is endangered in such a manner and to such an extent that private misfortune becomes a misfortune for the state and its removal a duty which the state owes to itself, the rulers regard this assertion of the ruled in relation to them as inappropriate, for the rulers consider they are in the best position to judge how far the welfare of the state is endangered and that they must be presumed to have a deeper insight into the relation between the whole and the parts than the parts themselves have. Furthermore, individuals, even a large number of them, cannot claim that their voice is the voice of the people. On the contrary, their description of the situation always retains the character of a private complaint. Finally, even if the conviction held by the complaining private persons were the conviction of the entire Mosul region, the latter, as an individual administrative unit, as an individual part of the country, would be, in relation to its own province as also in relation to the state, in the position of a private person whose convictions and desires should be judged only by their relation to the general conviction and the general desire. In order to solve this difficulty, therefore, the rulers and the on the German words Verhältnis, which means relation, and Verhängnis, which means fate. Ed. Justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 34:9. Ruled alike are in need of a third element, which would be political without being official, hence not based on bureaucratic premises, an element which would be of a civil nature without being bound up with private interests and their pressing need. This supplementary element with the head of a citizen of the state and the heart of a citizen is the free press. In the realm of the press, rulers and ruled alike have an opportunity of criticizing their principles and demands, and no longer in a relation of subordination, but on terms of equality as citizens of the state, no longer as individuals, but as intellectual forces, as exponents of reason. The free press, being the product of public opinion, is also the creator of public opinion. It alone can make a particular interest a general one. It alone can make the distressed state of the Mosul region an object of general attention and general sympathy on the part of the fatherland. It alone can mitigate the distress by dividing the feeling of it among all. The attitude of the press to the people's conditions of life is based on reason, but it is equally based on feeling. Hence it does not speak only in the clever language of judgment that soars above circumstances, but the passionate language of circumstances themselves, a language which cannot and should not be demanded of official reports. The free press, finally, brings the people's need in its real shape, not refracted through any bureaucratic medium, to the steps of the throne, to a power before which the difference between rulers and ruled vanishes and there remain only equally near and equally far removed citizens of the state. If, therefore, a freer press became essential owing to the specific state of distress of the Mosul region, if it there became an urgent, because actual, need, it is obvious that no exceptional obstacles to the press were required to create such a need, but that, on the contrary, an exceptional freedom of the press was required to satisfy the existing need. As regards to the press which deals with the affairs of the Mosul region is in any case only a part of the Prussian political press. Hence, in order to ascertain its state before the promulgation of the frequently cited cabinet order, it will be necessary to take a quick glance at the state of the whole Prussian press before 1841. Let us listen to a man whose loyal frame of mind is generally recognized. General Ideas and Matters, says David Hansemann in his book Preußen und Frankreich, 2nd edition, Leipzig, 1834, p. 272, develop quietly and tranquilly in Prussia, and do so the more unnoticed because the censorship does not permit any thorough discussion in Prussian newspapers of political and even economic questions concerning the state, however decent and moderate their formulation. A thorough discussion can only mean one in which arguments and counter-arguments can be 350 Karl Marx put forward. Hardly any economic question can be discussed thoroughly unless its connections, with internal and external policy are also examined, for there are few questions, perhaps none at all in the case of economic questions, in which such connections do not exist. Whether this exercise of the censorship is expedient, whether the censorship could be exercised in any other way in the present state of the government in Prussia, is not the question here, suffice it that such is the case. It should be recalled, further, that one of the censorship decree of December 19, 1788, already stated. It is certainly not the intention of the censorship to hinder a decent, earnest, and modest investigation of the truth or otherwise impose any unnecessary and burdensome constraint on writers. In Article 2 of the censorship decree of October 18, 1819, it is stated again. The censorship will not prevent serious and modest investigation of truth nor impose undue constraint on writers. Compare with this the introductory words of the censorship instruction of December 24, 1841 13 degrees. In order already now to free the press from improper restrictions, which are against the intentions of the All-Highest, His Majesty the King, by a supreme order issued to the Royal State Ministry, has been pleased to disapprove expressly of any undue constraint on the activity of writers and, empowered us to direct the censors anew to due observance of Article 2 of the censorship decree of October 18, 1819. Finally, let us recall the following statement. The censor can very well permit a frank discussion also of internal affairs. The undeniable difficulty of determining the correct limits in this matter should not deter the censor from endeavoring to comply with the true intention of the law, nor mislead him into the kind of anxiety which has already only too often given rise to misinterpretations of the government's intention. In view of all these official declarations, it is clear that the question why censorship obstacles have occurred despite the wish of the authorities that conditions in the Mosul region should be discussed as frankly and publicly as possible, becomes instead the more general question, why, in spite of the intention of the law, the government's intention, and, finally, the intentions of the All-Highest, should the press in 1841 admittedly still have to be freed from improper restrictions, and the censorship in 1841 have to be reminded of Article 2 of the 1819 decree? As regards the Mosul region in particular, the former question should not ask what special obstacles to the press have occurred, but what special measures in favor of the press should be taken by way of exception to ensure that this partial discussion of internal conditions is as frank and public as possible. Justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 351. The clearest indication of the inner content and character of political literature and the daily press prior to the above-mentioned cabinet order is contained in the following statement of the censorship instruction. In this way it may be hoped that both political literature and the daily press will realize their function better, adopt a more dignified tone, and in future will scorn to speculate on the curiosity of their readers through communication of baseless reports taken from foreign newspapers, etc., etc. It is to be expected that thereby greater sympathy for the interests of the fatherland will be aroused and thus national feeling enhanced. From this it seems to follow that, although no special measures prevented a frank and public discussion of conditions in the Mosul region, nevertheless the general state of the Prussian press itself was bound to be an insurmountable obstacle both to frankness and to publicity. If we sum up the above quoted passages from the censorship instruction, they tell us that, the censorship was excessively anxious and an external barrier to a free press, that hand in hand with this went the internal narrowness of the press, which had lost courage and even abandoned the effort to rise above the horizon of novelty, and that, finally, in the nation itself sympathy for the interests of the fatherland and national feeling had been lost, that is to say, precisely the elements which are not only the creative forces of a frank and public press, but also the conditions within which a frank and public press can operate and win popular recognition, recognition which is the breath of life of the press, and without which it hopelessly pines away. Hence, although measures taken by the authorities can create an unfree press, it is beyond the power of the authorities, when the general state of the press is unfree, to ensure that special questions are discussed as frankly and publicly as possible. Under such conditions, even frank statements which might happen to be made on particular subjects in the columns of the newspaper would fail to evoke any general sympathy, and would therefore be unable to achieve any real publicity. In addition, as Hans Mann rightly remarks, there is perhaps not a single question of the state economy in which connections with internal and external policy do not exist. Hence the possibility of a frank and public discussion of conditions in the Mosul region presupposes the possibility of frank and public discussion of the whole of internal and external policy. Individual administrative authorities were so powerless to ensure this possibility that only the direct and decisive expression of the will of the king himself could play a determining and lasting role here. 13 to 194. 352 Karl Marx. If public discussion was not frank, frank discussion was not public. Frank discussion was limited to obscure provincial sheets, whose horizon, of course, did not go beyond their area of circulation and, as shown above, could not do so. To characterize such local discussions, we shall quote a few extracts from the Bernkaste Gemeinheitliches Wochenblatt of different years. In 1835 it stated: in the autumn of 1833 in Erden, a person from another place made 50 HMSA of wine. In order to fill the barrel, fudder, this person bought an additional 2 ohms at a price of $30. The barrel cost $9, the grape pressing tax amounted to $7.05 silver groschen, the harvesting of die grapes $4, cellar rent $1.03 silver groschen, payment for the cooper 16 silver groschen. Therefore, without counting cultivation costs, the total expenditure was $51.24 silver groschen. On May 10, the barrel of wine was sold for $41. It should be noted also that this wine was of good quality and was not sold from sheer necessity, not did it fall into the hands of usurers, p. 87. On November 21 in the Bernkastel market, 3/4 ohm of 1835 wine was sold for 14 silver groschen and on the 27th of the same month 4 ohms together with the barrel were sold for $11. Moreover, it should be noted that on the previous Michaelmas the barrel had been bought for $11, p. 267, ibid. On April 12, 1836, there was a similar item. We should like to quote also some extracts from 1837, on the 1st of this month in Kinheim, in the presence of a notary there was sold by public auction a young, 4-year-old vineyard containing about 200 vine stocks, correctly trained on stakes. It cost the buyer 1/2 pfennigs per stock, under the usual conditions of payment. In 1828, the same vine stock there cost 5 silver groschen, p. 47. In Grach, a widow surrendered her ungetherd grape harvest for half of the wine yield and she received for her share 1 ohm of wine, which she exchanged for 2 pounds of butter, 2 pounds of bread and /% pound of onions, number 37, ibid. On the 20th of this month there was a forced sale by auction here of 8 fudders of 1836 wine from Grach and Bernkastel, part of it from the best sites, and 1 fudder of 1835 wine from Grach. The sale, barrels included, yielded a total sum of $135 15 silver groschen, so that the wine cost the buyer about $15 per fudder. The barrel alone could have cost $10 to $12. What is left for the poor vine grower to pay for the cost of cultivation? Is it then impossible to remedy this terrible distress? Letter to the Editor, Number 4, p. 30. We have here, therefore, merely a simple relation of facts, sometimes accompanied by a brief elegiac epilogue. Precisely because of their artless simplicity they can produce a shattering effect, but they could hardly even claim to be a frank and public discussion of conditions in the Mosul region. If then an individual or even a considerable part of a population falls victim to a striking and terrifying misfortune and no one discusses this calamity, if no one treats it as a phenomenon worthy. A 1 ohm is about 100 to 150 liters ed. Justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 35:3. A being thought about and discussed, the unfortunate victims are bound to conclude either that the others are not allowed to speak about it, or that they do not want to do so because they consider the importance attached to the matter illusory. Even for the most uneducated vine grower, however, the recognition of his misfortune by others, this spiritual participation in it, is an urgent need, if only because he can conclude that when all give thought to it and many speak of it, soon some will do something about it. Even if a free and open discussion of the Mosul conditions had been permitted, no such discussion took place, and it is clear that people believe only in what actually exists. They do not believe in a free press which might exist, but only in a free press that actually exists. The Mosul inhabitants, of course, had felt their distress before the appearance of the royal cabinet order, and indeed had heard doubts expressed about this distress, only they did not see any discussion of it by a public and frank press. After the appearance of the cabinet order, on the other hand, they saw such a press spring up, as it were, out of nothing. Thus their conclusion that the royal cabinet order was the sole cause of this movement of the press, in which, for the reasons mentioned above, they took such an exceptional interest, owing directly to their actual need, this conclusion seems to have been at least a very popular one. Finally, it seems that, apart from the popularity of this opinion, a critical examination would lead also to the same result. The introduction to the censorship instruction of December 24, 1841, states: His Majesty the King has been pleased to disapprove expressly of any undue constraint on the activity of writers and, recognizing the value and need of frank and decent publicity, etc. This introductory statement assures the press of a special royal recognition, hence a recognition of its state significance. That a single word from the king could have such an important effect and was welcomed by the Mosul inhabitants as a word of magical power, as a panacea against all their tribulations, seems only to testify to the genuinely royalist disposition of the Mosul population and to their thankfulness expressed in no niggardly fashion, but in overflowing measure. Renus Zeitung No. 20, January 20, 1843. As regards 3. We have tried to show that the need for a free press necessarily arose from the specific character of the conditions in the Mosul region. We have shown further that prior to the appearance of the royal cabinet order this need could not be satisfied, if not because of special constraints imposed on the press. 13 * 354 Karl Marx. At any rate owing to the general state of the Prussian daily press. Lastly, we shall show that as a matter of fact special circumstances have been hostile to a frank and public discussion of conditions in the Mosul region. Here, too, we must in the first place stress the point of view by which we have been guided in our exposition and recognize the powerful influence of general conditions on the will of the acting persons. In the special circumstances which prevented a frank and public discussion of the state of affairs in the Mosul region, we ought not to see anything but the factual embodiment and obvious manifestation of the above-mentioned general conditions, namely, the specific position of the administration in regard to the Mosul region, the general state of the daily press and of public opinion, and, finally, the prevailing political spirit and its system. If these conditions were, as seems to be the case, the general, invisible and compelling forces of that period, it hardly needs to be shown that they had to take effect as such, and were bound to be manifested in facts and expressed in separate actions which had the semblance of being arbitrary. Anyone who abandons the subjective standpoint falls victim to one-sided, bitter feelings against individual personalities in whom he sees embodied all the harshness of the contemporary conditions confronting him. Among the special obstacles to the press we must include not only individual difficulties due to censorship, but equally the special circumstances which made censorship itself superfluous because they did not allow the object of censorship to come into being at all, even tentatively. When the censorship comes into obvious, persistent, and sharp conflict with the press, it can be concluded with a fair certainty that the press has achieved vitality, character, and self-assurance, for only a perceptible action produces a perceptible reaction. When, on the other hand, there is no censorship because there is no press, although the need for a free and therefore censurable press exists, one must expect to find a pre-censorship in circumstances which have suppressed by fear the expression of thought even in its more unpretentious forms. We cannot aim at giving a full description of these special circumstances even in an approximate form. It would mean describing the whole history of the period since 1830 insofar as it concerns the Mosul region. We believe we shall have fulfilled our task if we prove that the frank and public word in all its forms, in spoken form, in written form, and in printed form, print not yet censored as well as that already censored, has encountered special obstacles. Depression and despondency, which in any case shatter the moral strength required by a distressed population for public and justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 35-5. Frank discussion, were especially aroused by the court sentences imposed for insult to an official in the performance of his duty or in connection with his duty, which necessarily followed numerous denunciations. This kind of procedure is still fresh in the memory of many Mosul vine growers. One citizen, particularly liked because of his good nature, jokingly remarked to the maidservant of a district president, who the evening before had busily applied himself to the bottle when celebrating the king's birthday in joyful company, "Your master was a bit tiddly last night." For this innocent remark he was publicly brought before the police court at Trier, but, as might have been expected, he was acquitted. We have chosen this particular example because a simple conclusion necessarily follows from it. Each district president is the censor in the chief town of his district. The district president's administration, however, together with that of the official bodies subordinated to him, will provide the principal subject matter for the local press, because it is the latter's immediate concern. If in general it is difficult to be the judge in one's own case, incidents of the kind mentioned above, which testify to a pathologically sensitive notion of the inviolability attaching to an official position, make the mere existence of the district president's censorship a sufficient reason for the non-existence of a frank local press. If, therefore, we see that an ingenuous and innocent utterance can lead to an appearance before the police court, a written form of free speech, a petition, which is still a long way from publicity by the press, has the same police court result. In the former case, frank speaking is prevented by the inviolability attaching to an official position, in the latter case by the inviolability of the laws of the land. Following a cabinet order of July 6, 1836, which stated, among other things, that the King III was sending his son to the Rhine province to acquaint himself with the conditions prevailing there, some cultivators in the Trier administrative district were inspired to request their deputy to the provincial assembly to draw up a petition to the Crown Prince on their behalf. At the same time they indicated the various items of their complaint. In order to increase the importance of the petition by a larger number of signatures, the deputy to the provincial assembly sent to the environs a messenger who obtained the signatures of 160 peasants. The petition read as follows. A Frederick William III ed. B. who became Frederick William IV in 1840 ed. C. Waldenaer ed. 356 Karl Marx. We, the undersigned inhabitants of the circuit, of the Trier administrative district, being informed that our gracious King is sending us His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to acquaint himself with our position, and in order to spare His Royal Highness the trouble of hearing complaints from a number of separate persons, herewith authorize our deputy to the Provincial Assembly, Herr, most humbly to submit to His Royal Highness, His Most Gracious Majesty's son, the Crown Prince of Prussia, that 1. When we are unable to sell our surplus products, especially as regards cattle and wine, it is impossible for us to pay the taxes, which in all circumstances are too high, for which reason we desire a considerable reduction of the same, since otherwise we have to give the tax collectors our goods and chattels, as shown by the attached. It contains an order from a tax collector to pay 1 Reichstaler 25 silver grosch and 5 pfennigs. 2. That His Royal Highness should not judge our situation from the evidence of innumerable, much too highly paid, officials, pensioners, persons with special remuneration, civilian and military personnel, rentiers and industrialists, who, owing to the fall in the price of our products, are able to live in the towns cheaply in a luxury such as is not to be found, on the other hand, in the poor hut of the cultivator, who is overwhelmed by debts, and this contrast arouses his indignation. Whereas previously there were 27 officials receiving $29,000, there are now 63 officials, excluding those on pension, who are paid a total of $105,000. 3. That our communal officials should be elected, as was previously the case, directly by members of the community. 4. That the tax offices should not be closed for hours on end during the day, but should be open at all times, so that the cultivator who, through no fault of his own, arrives a few minutes late, does not have to wait 5 to 6 hours, even having to freeze all night in the street or stand in the burning sun all day, since the official should always be ready to serve the people. 5. That the provision in 12 of the law of April 28, 1828, renewed by the official Gazette of His Majesty's Government of August 22 last, which makes it a punishable offence to plough within 2 feet of the ditch at the edge of roads going through cultivated land, should be annulled and the owners allowed to plough their whole land right up to the road ditch, so as to prevent this land from being stolen from them by the highway custodians. Your Royal Highness most humble subjects. Signatures follow. This petition, which the deputy to the Provincial Assembly wanted to hand personally to the Crown Prince, was accepted by someone else with the express promise that it would be given to His Royal Highness. No reply to it was received, but court proceedings were instituted against the deputy to the Provincial Assembly as the initiator of a petition containing insolent, dishonorable accusations against the laws of the province. As a result of this charge, the deputy to the Provincial Assembly was sentenced in Trier to 6 months' imprisonment with costs. This punishment, however, was amended by the appeal court so that only the part relating to costs was left in force, on the grounds that the conduct justification of the correspondent from the Mosul 35-7 of the accused was not quite free from indiscretion, and therefore he was responsible for the case being brought against him. The contents of the petition itself, on the other hand, were acknowledged to be not at all punishable. Partly because of the aim of the Crown Prince's journey, and partly because of the official position of the accused as a deputy to the Provincial Assembly, the petition in question was bound to be magnified in the eyes of the whole environs into a specially important and decisive event, and to attract public attention in the highest degree. Taking this into account, the consequences cannot be said to have encouraged a public and frank discussion of the conditions in the Mosul region, or to have made probable any wishes of the authorities on this subject. We come now to the real obstacle to the press, to prohibitions imposed by the censorship. From what has been said above, it is evident that such prohibitions are bound to be rare, since attempts at a censurable discussion of the Mosul conditions have been a rarity. The minutes of a council of elders, which, besides some eccentric statements, contained also some frank speaking, were not allowed to be printed owing to the censorship exercised by the district president. The discussion took place in the council of elders, but the minutes of the council were drawn up by the burgomaster. His introductory statement was as follows: Gentlemen, the Mosul region between Trier and Koblenz, between the Eifel and the Hunsrücken, is outwardly very poor because it is entirely dependent on viticulture, which has been dealt the death blow by the trade agreements with Germany. The above-mentioned region is also spiritually poor, etc. Finally, yet another fact can be adduced to show that when a public and frank discussion did overcome all the above-mentioned obstacles and by way of exception managed to get into the columns of a newspaper, it was treated as an exception and subsequently suppressed. Several years ago an article by Herr Kaufmann, professor of cameralistics at Bonn University, on the distressed state of the vine growers in the Mosul region, etc., was printed in the Rhein-und Mosel Zeitung. After 3 months, during which it had been reprinted in various newspapers, it was banned by order of the government, and the ban is still in force. I think I have now sufficiently replied to the question of the attitude of the Mosul region to the Cabinet Order of December 10, to the censorship instruction of December 24 based on this order, and to the subsequent freer movement of the press. It only remains for me to substantiate my assertion. For a long time the 358 Karl Marx desperate state of the vine growers was doubted in higher quarters, and their cry of distress was regarded as an insolent shrieking. The statement in question can be divided into 2 parts. For a long time the desperate state of the vine growers was doubted in higher quarters, and their cry of distress was regarded as an insolent shrieking. The first proposition, I think, requires no further proof. The second one, their cry of distress was regarded as an insolent shrieking, cannot be deduced directly from the first, as the Herr Oberpräsident does by giving it the form, their cry of distress was regarded in higher quarters as an insolent shrieking. Incidentally, this interpolation, too, holds good, insofar as higher quarters and official quarters can be taken as equivalent in meaning. That one could speak of a cry of distress of the vine growers, not in a metaphorical sense, but in the strict sense of the word, is evident from the information we have given above. That, on the one hand, this cry of distress was declared to be without justification, and the description of the distress itself regarded as a glaring exaggeration prompted by bad, selfish motives, and that, on the other hand, the complaint and the petition of those suffering distress were regarded as insolent, dishonorable accusations against the laws of the province. These propositions have been proved by a government report and criminal proceedings. That, furthermore, an excessive outcry, which does not correspond to the true state of affairs and is exaggerated from bad motives, involving insolent accusations against the laws of the province, that such an outcry is identical with a shrieking, and indeed an insolent shrieking, cannot at least be regarded as a far-fetched or dishonest assertion. That finally, therefore, one side of the identity can be put in place of the other seems simply to follow as a logical consequence. written between January 1 and 20, 1843, printed according to the news first published in the Rheinischen paper NOS 15, 17, 18, 19 and 20, January 15, published in English for the first 17, 18, 19, and 20, 1843 Timmy. Polemical articles against the Allgemeine Zeitung 131. Rheinische Zeitung No. 3, January 3, 1843. The Lady of Augsburg has reached the stage when the fair sex itself no longer dares to simulate youth, and now has no more terrible accusation to make against her sisters than that of youth. In number 360, however, the worthy Sibyl's means of estimating age has surprisingly misled her. She speaks about a cooling off of the youthful ardor of the Rheinische Zeitung in connection with a correspondent who happens to be a sexagenarian and could hardly have expected to find a testimonial to his youth in the columns of the Augsburg Zeitung. But that is what happens. Freedom is sometimes too old, sometimes too young. It is never on the order of the day, at any rate not on that of the Augsburg ZTG, which is more and more emphatically rumored to be published in Augsburg. Rheinische Zeitung No. 12, January 12, 1843. If the editorial board of the Rheinische Zeitung desired to add to the above correspondence a postscript in the manner of the ZTG, since she was so kind as to recognize the ensign pistil in the Rheinische Zeitung, we could only give her a choice between doll tear sheet and mistress quickly. Her manly confession of faith, however, we would expect from the friend of those ladies, from Falstaff. Honor pricks me on. Yeah, but how if honor pricks me off when I come on? How then? Can honor set to a leg? No. Or an arm asterisk no. Or take away the grief of a wound? No. Honor hath no skill in surgery then? No. What is honor? A word. What is in that word honor? What is that honor? Air. A trim reckoning. Who hath it? He that died a Wednesday. Doth he feel it? No. Doth he hear it? No. Is it insensible then? Yea, to the dead. But will it not live with the living? No. Why? Detraction will not suffer it, therefore I'll none of it. Honor is a mere scutcheon, and so ends my Catechism 3. A. W. Shakespeare, King Henry IV, Part 1, Act V, Scene 1 ed. 360 Karl Marx. Thus, too, ends the political catechism of the Augsburg AZ, thus she reminds the press that one could lose arm and leg in critical times, thus she detracts from honor, because she has renounced any honor which could be detracted from. The Augsburg AZ promised to engage us in a fight over principles and she has kept her promise. She has used no principles, hence her principles, against us in the struggle. Now and again she has assured us of her indignation, cast petty suspicions, attempted minor corrections, made a big show of small performance, and laid claim to superiority of age. In regard to this last point, to her title of veteran, we could say what M. Desemy says to M. Cabet. Que Monsieur Cabet 8 bon courage, avec tant de titres, ilne put manquer d'obtenir bientôt ses invalides v***. Madame Augsburg survives because of a mistake in calculation, an anachronism. Form, the only thing she possessed in earlier days, even form, the parfum littéraire, she has lost. It has been replaced by a philistine, diffuse, and arrogant formlessness, and no one is likely to regard the platitude of hair puff and the simile of the bullfrog that tried to blow itself up into an ox as elegant because he finds the same sort of thing in the Augsburg AZ. First published in the Rheinische, printed according to the News-Zeitung NOS 3 and 12, January 3 and paper 12, 1843, published in English for the first time. Let Monsieur Cabet take heart, with so many titles, he cannot fail to obtain his disability pension soon. Th. Desemy, Calomnies et Politique de M. Cabet, p. 7, Note ed. Marginal notes to the accusations. Of the Ministerial Rescript 132. I. From the outset, it, the Renasczeit, pursued such a reprehensible course etc. Unmistakably, it is stated, the intention continued to prevail in the newspaper to attack the basis of the state constitution, to develop theories which aim at undermining the monarchical principle, to maliciously cast suspicion on the actions of the government in the eyes of the public, to incite some estates of the nation against others, to arouse dissatisfaction with the existing legal conditions, and to promote very hostile trends against friendly powers. Its views on alleged defects of administration, apart from the fact that they were mostly without foundation and largely devoid of thoroughness and expert knowledge, were not couched in a serious, calm, and dignified tone, but marked by malicious hostility towards the state and its administrative forms and organs. It is obvious that a trend does not become reprehensible merely because the government declares it to be so. Even the Copernican system of the universe was not only found reprehensible by the supreme authority of the time, but was actually condemned. Furthermore, it is everywhere the law that the accuser should provide the proof. Finally, there is attributed to the Renasczeitung the unmistakable intention of committing the crimes laid to its charge. But an intention only becomes recognizable, and the more so unmistakable, when it has been realized in acts. But if even for a moment we were to concede, what, however, we expressly deny, that all the accusations of the Ministerial Rescript were well founded, the result nevertheless would be that in their present indefinite and ambiguous formulation they would provide just as much and just as little reason for a ban on any newspaper whatever as for a ban on the Renasczeitung. First of all, it is said that there prevailed in the Renasczeitung the unmistakable intention to attack the basis of the state constitution. It is well known, however, that there unmistakably prevails a great diversity of opinion on the Prussian constitution. 362 Karl Marx. And its basis. Some deny that the basis has any constitution, others that the constitution has any basis. One view is held by Stein, Hardenberg, Schahn, another one by Rochow, Arnhem, and Eckhorn. Hegel in his day believed that he had laid the basis for the Prussian constitution in his philosophy of law, and the government and the German public concurred in this belief. One way by which the government proved this was the official dissemination of his writings. The public, however, did so by accusing him of being the philosopher of the Prussian state, as one can read in the Old Leipzig Conversational Dictionary. 133 What Hegel believed at that time, Stahl believes today. In 1831, by a special order of the government, Hegel lectured on the philosophy of law. In 1830, the Staatszeitung declared that Prussia was a monarchy surrounded by republican institutions. Today it says Prussia is a monarchy surrounded by Christian institutions. In view of this great diversity of opinion on the Prussian constitution and its basis, it seems natural that the RHZ also should have its opinion, which of course may differ from the current view of the government, but which nevertheless can quote in its favor both Prussian history and many elements of the present-day life of the state as definitively highly placed authorities. Far from intending to attack the basis of the Prussian constitution, therefore, the RHZ, on the contrary, was convinced that it was attacking only deviations from this basis. In regard to the banning of the RHZ, an official article in the Allgemeine Königsberger Zeitung described Prussia as a state of liberal sovereignty. This is a definition which is not to be found in Prussian law and allows of all possible interpretations. Liberal sovereignty can be understood in two ways, either that freedom is merely the personal frame of mind of the king, and therefore his personal quality, or that freedom is the spirit of sovereignty, and is therefore realized, or at least should be realized, also through free institutions and laws. In the former case we have a despotisme clair, and the person of the prince is contrasted to the state as a whole as to a mindless and unfree material. In the latter case, and this was the view of the RHZ, one does not confine the prince within the bounds of his personality, but regards the whole state as his body, so that the institutions are the organs in which he lives and acts, and the laws are the eyes by which he sees. Further, it is said to have been the intention of the RHZ to develop theories which aim at undermining the monarchical principle. Enlightened Despotism ed. Marginal notes to accusation of ministerial rescript 363. Once again, the question arises, what is to be understood by the monarchical principle? The RHZ, for instance, maintained that the predominance of distinctions between the estates, one-sided bureaucracy, censorship, etc., contradicted the monarchical principle, and it has always tried to prove its assertions, and has not put them forward as mere ideas. In general, however, the RHZ has never given special preference to a special form of state. It was concerned for a moral and rational commonweal. It regarded the demands of such a commonweal as demands which would have to be realized and could be realized under every form of state. Hence it did not treat the monarchical principle as a principle apart, it treated monarchy rather as the realization of the state principle in general. If this was an error, it was not an error of underestimation, but of overestimation. Further, the RHZ has never tried maliciously to cast suspicion on the actions of the government in the eyes of the public. On the contrary, it is out of goodwill that it has tried to cast suspicion on those measures of the government itself that are contrary to the spirit of the people. Furthermore, it has never abstractly counterposed the government to the people. On the contrary, it has considered defects of the state to be just as much defects of the people as of the government. As far as thoroughness and expert knowledge are concerned, as also the tone of the RHZ, at least not a single newspaper in Germany has shown more thoroughness or expert knowledge. As for its tone, it is truly serious, calm, and dignified, compared with the rowdy tone of the servile, conservative, three journals. In this respect, the RHZ has been accused, not unjustly, of unpopularity, of being too scientific in its form, which directly contradicts the ministry's accusation. No more has the RHZ tried to incite some estates of the nation against others. On the contrary, it has tried to incite every estate against its own egoism and limitations. It has everywhere brought civic reason to bear against estate unreason, and human love against estate hatred. Moreover, if it has sinned in this respect, it has only committed a sin that is sanctioned by the law and usage of the Rhine province. The reproach of having wanted to arouse dissatisfaction with the existing legal conditions cannot in this indefinite formulation even be regarded as a reproach. A conservative has been inserted above the word servile in the manus. Crypt ed. 364 Karl Marx. Even the government has tried to arouse dissatisfaction with the existing legal conditions, for example with the old Prussian marriage situation. All reform and revision of the law, all progress, rests on such dissatisfaction. Since legal development is not possible without development of the laws, and since development of the laws is impossible without criticism of them, and since every criticism of the laws sets the mind and therefore also the heart of the citizen at variance with the existing laws, and since this variance is experienced as dissatisfaction, it follows that a loyal participation of the press in the development of the state is impossible if it is not permitted to arouse dissatisfaction with the existing legal conditions. The reproach that the RHZ persecutes loyal organs by unworthy ridicule, which is obviously intended to refer to the newspaper controversy, cannot provide grounds for a ban. From all sides, the RHZ has been denounced, has had mud cast at it, and been attacked. It was its duty to defend itself. Moreover, there is no official press. The RHZ has not insulted foreign powers, 135, but has only condemned their insults against Germany. In this respect it has merely pursued a national policy. As far as the states of the German Confederation are concerned, it has only expressed the view of the majority of the representatives of the people in these states. As regards religion, the newspaper has treated it in accordance with Article 2 of the 1819 censorship decree, that is to say, it has opposed religious truths being fanatically transplanted into politics and the confusion of ideas 136 arising therefrom. 2. If the RHZ had wanted to promote systematic opposition to the government, it would have had to employ entirely opposite tactics. It would have flattered the prejudices of the Rhine province, instead of opposing them. Above all, it would have paid homage to its religious prejudices and have exploited the antithesis between North German and South German culture after the manner of the Ultramontane, 137, instead of introducing North German culture in the Rhine province. It would have based itself on French, and not German, theories. It would have put forward the provincial spirit with its special limitations in opposition to the idea of state unity, hence, like Gors, 138, it would above all have taken the provincial assemblies under its protection. Marginal notes to accusation of ministerial rescript 365. It would have considered that all that was good came from the estates while all that was bad came from the government, as ordinary liberalism does. In its criticism of the Rhine estates it would not have laid stress on the general wisdom of the government in contrast to the private egoism of the estates, 139, as it has done in contrast to many Rhine 3 liberals. Lastly, it would have joined in the chorus of other newspapers and demanded extended rights for the commissions, instead of describing such a demand as contrary to the interests of the state. Finally, it is strangely exaggerating to speak of the malice of the whole tendency, since in that case 1. The fight for the customs union, 2. For Prussia in the matter of the Russian cartel, 143. For Prussian hegemony, 4. The constant reference to Prussia as the progressive state, 5. The praise of Prussian popular institutions, such as the army, administration, etc., would likewise be ill-intentioned. Neither has the RHZ one-sidedly opposed the bureaucracy. On the contrary, it has brought the influence of the latter to bear, 1 against Bülow-Kummerow, 2 against the Romantic trend. On the contrary, it was the only liberal newspaper which recognized also the good aspect of the bureaucracy, as well as the good aspect of the old Prussian legislation. Thus, the RHZ alone has defended the main principle of the new divorce law, in contradiction to almost all other newspapers. Thus, lastly, it was the first and almost the sole newspaper to welcome the cabinet order on corrections as a progressive step. 141. We cite these examples only to prove that the RHZ has not conducted a systematic, abstract opposition, but has always asserted only what it was convinced was rational, from whatever side it proceeded. Written on February 12, 1843, printed according to the Manus, first published in the book Rheinische CNPT Brief und Akten zur Geschichte Politischen, published in English for the first Bewegung 1830-1850, 1. B.D., Essen, 1919. Time. See this volume, pages 280-81 ed. Be corrected by Marx from Prussian.ed. The local election of deputies. To the Provincial Assembly. Cologne, March 9. The Rhein und Mosel Zeitung, which is so modest as to be neither the most widely read newspaper of the Rhine province nor an exponent of political thought, remarks in connection with the election of deputies from the city of Cologne, 142 inter alia. We are quite ready to regard Herr Merkens and Herr Camphausen as very honorable men, so are they all honorable men, as it is said in the tragedy, and even, just think of it, even to bestow applause on the Rheinische Zeitung, a most valuable gift. When it triumphantly counterposes these men to the opponents of the rights of our province. But we must all the more sharply and resolutely condemn the reasons for which an attempt has been made to exert an influence on the election of these men, not because these reasons are undeserving of any consideration, but because they deserve no such exclusive consideration, but only a secondary one. The fact is that the following lithographed circular had been distributed to various electors of Cologne city. What the city of Cologne has to represent first and most importantly in the forthcoming provincial assembly is indisputably the conditions of its trade and industry. Hence the choice must fall on men who, besides being of an honorable disposition and occupying an independent civic position among us, are closely acquainted with the course of these relations in all respects and are able to grasp, illuminate, and expound them from the correct standpoint. Then follows the reference to the above-mentioned, certainly very honorable men. After which the circular states in conclusion. Our city already today occupies a powerful position in the commercial world. But a still greater extension of its trade and industry is in store for it, and the time for this development is not far distant. Shipping by sail, steam, towage, and the railways, will bring back to our city the period of the old Hansa, only its true interest must be represented with understanding and circumspection in the forthcoming Provincial Assembly. Cologne, February 24. A number of electors. This circular elicited the following Capuchin's tirade from the extremely witty Rhein und Mosel Zeitung. W. Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 2 ed. Local election of deputies to Provincial Assembly 367. If anywhere material local interests prevail to such an extent that there is not even a faint glimmering of spiritual and general needs, is it any wonder that those who hold the reins of government in their hands pay attention only to the former, and the latter are ordered only according to their discretion? O you great city of Cologne, you holy city of Cologne, you witty city of Cologne, what a low point the spiritual state and historical recollections of many of your children have reached. By the realization of wishes and hopes that could at most make you into a big money bag, they dream of bringing back the period of the old Hansa. The Rhein und Mosel Zeitung does not find fault with the election of the deputies, it finds fault with the reasons which are said to have exerted an influence on the election. And what were these reasons? The newspaper quotes one circular addressed to various electors, in which the conditions of trade and industry are described as the most important objects of Cologne's representation in the forthcoming Provincial Assembly. How does the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung know that this circular, which incidentally, as the newspaper itself admits, reached only various electors, exerted such an effect on the minds of the electors that it primarily and exclusively decided the election of Herr Merkens and Herr Camphausen? Because the election of these gentlemen is recommended in a circular for quite special reasons, and because in fact these gentlemen were elected, does it in any way follow that their election is a result of that recommendation and its special motivation? The Rhein und Mosel ZTG bestows applause on the Rheineszeitung when it triumphantly counterposes these men, Herr Camphausen and Herr Merkens, to the opponents of the rights of our province. What moves it to this bestowal of applause? Obviously the character of those elected. Is this character supposed to have been less well known in Cologne than in Koblenz? 14 among the interests to be represented in the Provincial Assembly, the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung mentions only a freer political system of local government and an extension of the rights of the estates. Does it think that it is not known in Cologne that Herr Merkens has distinguished himself in various provincial assemblies by his struggle for a free political system of local government, and that in one provincial assembly he even defended this courageously and indefatigably in opposition to almost the entire assembly? But in regard to the extension of the interests of the estates, it is very well known in Cologne that Herr Merkens has primarily protested against the narrowing of these interests by autonomy, that nevertheless he stood just as resolutely for the interests of the estates being kept within their proper bounds when they opposed the general interest, general law and reason, as in the debates on the law on wood thefts and hunting. 3. If, therefore, the general. See this volume, pages 224-62 ed. 368 Karl Marx. Qualification of Herr Merkens to be a deputy to the Provincial Assembly is established beyond all doubt by his whole parliamentary career. If Herr Camphausen's exceptional, universal culture, high intelligence and serious honorable character are generally known and recognized, how does the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung know that the election of these gentlemen is due not to these obvious reasons, but rather to the above-quoted circular? No. No. The honorable newspaper will reply to us, that is not what I maintain, not all. My ecate spiritual cast of mind is merely offended by the originators of that circular, by those materialists who have laid stress not on the spiritual and true interests of the people, but on other and much lower motives, and who for improper reasons have sought to exert an influence on the election of those men and on those children of Cologne whose spiritual state and historical recollections have sunk so low. If the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung is only concerned about the originators of that anonymous document, why does it raise such an outcry? Why does it say? If anywhere material local interests prevail to such an extent that there is not even a faint glimmering of spiritual and general needs, is it any wonder that those who hold the reins of government in their hands pay attention only to the former, and the latter are ordered only according to their discretion? Do then material local interests prevail exclusively in Cologne because they prevail exclusively in an anonymous circular? No more than juristic interests prevail exclusively in Cologne because these interests are exclusively asserted in another circular which likewise reached various electors. Are not dull children to be found in every town as in every family? Would it be fair to judge the character of a town or a family from these children? Closer examination, however, shows that the circular is in fact not so bad as the Honorable Koblenz newspaper wants to make us believe. It is even completely justified by the function of the provincial estates as fixed by law. Their legal function consists partly in asserting the general interest of the province, and partly in asserting their special estate interests. That Herr Kamphausen and Herr Merkens are worthy representatives of Rhenish provincial interests is a general conviction that did not need to be confirmed or even so much as mentioned by the originators of the circular. Since the general qualification of these gentlemen as deputies to the provincial assembly was above all discussion, the question therefore concerned only the special requirements of a Cologne deputy. The question was what city interests Cologne should first and most importantly represent in the forthcoming provincial assembly. Would anyone want to deny that these are the conditions of trade and industry? But neither would the simple denial suffice, proof would have to be given. Local election of deputies to provincial assembly 369. The Rhein-und-Mosel-Zeitung particularly objects to the passage. Shipping by sail, steam, towage, and the railways, will bring back to our city the period of the old Hansa. Oh, woe to the poor city of Cologne! How it is deceived! How it deceives itself! By the realization of wishes and hopes, moans the Rhein-und-Mosel-Zeitung, that could at most make you into a big money bag, they dream of bringing back the period of the old Hansa. Poor Rhein-und-Mosel-Zeitung, it does not understand that the phrase period of the old Hansa is intended to mean only the period of the old flourishing of trade, that in reality the death knell would have to sound for all spiritual and general needs, that spiritual state would have to be totally deranged, and that all historical recollections would have to be quite blotted out if Cologne wanted to bring back the political, social, and intellectual period of the Hansa towns, the period of the Middle Ages. Would the government not have to make spiritual and general needs exclusively its private domain if a town were to have so completely estranged itself from all rational and healthy awareness of the present time as to live only in a dream of the past? Would it not be even the duty of the government, its duty of self-preservation, to tighten its hold on the reins if the attempt was made in all seriousness to blow sky-high the whole present and future in order to bring back obsolete and decayed conditions? We want to tell our readers the plain truth. There took place in Cologne, and that is the clearest testimony to its political vitality, a serious election struggle, a struggle between the men of the present and the men of the past. The men of the past, the men who would like to see the period of the old Hansa towns restored in its entirety, have been driven from the field despite all machinations. And now along come these fantastic materialists, for whom every steamship and every railway should have demonstrated ad oculos their utter lack of sense, and talk hypocritically of spiritual state and historical recollections, and lament by the waters of Babylon over the great city of Cologne, the holy city of Cologne, the witty city of Cologne, and it is to be hoped that their tears will not dry up so soon. Written in March 1843, printed according to the newspaper first published in the Rheinische Zeitung No. 68, March 9, 1843, published in English for die first time. The Rhein-und-Mosel-Zeitung. As Grand Inquisitor. Cologne, March IL. A few days ago the Rhein-und-Mosel-Zeitung published a bull of excommunication against the pious Königsche Zeitung. Today the Triersche Zeitung stands before the Court of Inquisition in Koblenz, and rightly so. For, in connection with Friedrich von Salad, the Triersche Zeitung says among other things 144. We have before us his book, the Lein Evangelium, which without falsification reveals for us the holy, eternal truths of the Gospel. He, Salat, endeavored to be a man in the highest sense, following the example given by Jesus, and, as the true champion of the Lord, revealed eternal truth. Anyone who reads that, says the Rhine-und Moseltzeitung, and knows nothing more about this man who is given such high praise, would he not believe that Herr von Salat must have been a faithful Christian and in his Lein Evangelium must have preached the Lord's word with fiery zeal? But what in truth is the content of this gospel? It is that false and pernicious doctrine which a Strauss, a Feuerbach, a Bruno Bauer, and all the apostles of modern paganism, whatever their names are, expound in lecture rooms and in their writings for a narrow circle of learned people and so on. As an authentic proof of its assertion, the Rhine-und Moseltzeitung quotes a passage from this Lein Evangelium, namely, that in which a parallel is drawn between the traitor Judas and the Christ of the Gospels, i.e., Christ as depicted in the Bible. The proofs cited strikingly demonstrate Salat's attitude of deliberate opposition to historical Christianity. A mistaken feeling of humanity may be offended by the ruthless polemic of the Rhine-und Moseltzeitung against a man who has only just died, but is not the apologia of the Trierszeitung. The Rhine-und Moseltzeitung as Grand Inquisitor 371. More inhuman, and equally offensive? Do I honor the deceased by giving a false account of his spiritual personality? Salat indeed endeavored to reveal truth, but by no means the truth of the gospel. Salat certainly endeavored to be a true human being, but by no means a champion of ecclesiastical truth. On the contrary, Salat believed that he could make rational truth effective only in opposition to holy truth, and that he could make the moral human being effective only in opposition to the Christian human being, and that is why he wrote his Lein Evangelium. And what happened? Did the Trierzeitung's apologist honor the man when he turned all his efforts upside down? Would it be an honor for Luther if one said he was a good Catholic, or for Pope Ganganelli if one called him a Mecenas for the Jesuits? What hypocrisy! What weakness! Salat was a Republican. Can you be his friend if you make a great show of declaring his royalism? Salat loved truth above all. Do you believe there is no better way to pay homage to him than by an untruth? Or are Christianity and friendship at odds in your person? All right. Admit it then, and say, Salat was a good man, etc., but a bad Christian. Deplore that, if you like, deplore it publicly, but do not pretend that his works are an illuminating testimony to his Christianity. If you condemn what your friends strove for, then condemn it sans gene as the Rhine-und Moseltzeitung does, but not in a hypocritical, devious way, not by praising him for being what he was not, and therefore rejecting precisely what he really was. Even if we admit that the Lein Evangelium itself could give rise to such a conception, that Salat here has by no means got things clear in his own mind, that he himself believes he is teaching the true meaning of the gospel, and that it is easy to counterpose quite Christian-sounding contradictory excerpts to the quotation given by the Rhine-und Moseltzeitung, that newspaper is still correct in claiming that he puts forward a self-made Christianity instead of historical Christianity. Finally, a few words more on the passages quoted by the Rhine-und Moseltzeitung. They suffer from a fundamental defect, that of being unpoetical. And what an altogether mistaken idea it is to want to treat theological controversies poetically. Has it ever occurred to a composer to set dogma to music? Leaving aside this heresy against art, what is the content of the passage quoted? Salat finds it incompatible with the divinity of Christ that Christ knows the treacherous intention of Judas and does not attempt to reform him or to frustrate the crime. Hence Salat exclaims, as cited by the Rhine-und Moseltzeitung. 372 Karl Marx. Woe to whoever in dazzled delusion contrived to invent such traits of the Lord, and caricatured him to let him retain this morsel of knowledge of man's human nature. 3. Salat's verdict testifies to the fact that he was neither a theologian nor a philosopher. As a theologian he could not have been disturbed by the contradiction with human reason and morality, for the theologian does not judge the gospel by human reason and morality, on the contrary, he judges these by the gospel. On the other hand, as a philosopher he would have regarded such contradictions in the nature of religious thought as well-founded, and therefore he would have conceived the contradiction as a necessary product of the Christian outlook and would by no means have condemned it as a falsification of the latter. May the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung vigorously continue its work of faith and clothe all and sundry Rhenish newspapers in the San Benito. 145 We shall see whether the half and half, lukewarm ones, who are neither hot nor cold, will get on better with the terrorism of faith than with the terrorism of reason. Written on March 11, 1843, printed according to the newspaper first published in the Rhenisch Zeitung No. 71, March 12, 1843, published in English for the first time. A. F. von Salad, Lein Evangelium, S. 442 ed. Stylistic Exercises. Of the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung. Cologne, March 13. The Rhein und Mosel Zeitung has replied today 146 to our article of March 9 on the deputies to the Provincial Assembly. 3. We do not want to hold back from our readers some samples of this masterpiece of style. Among other delicacies is the following. Thus in far-reaching strokes, not it is true with a halberd, but with its accustomed cudgel, the Rhine ZTG has let fly at a spectre, just think. An accustomed cudgel. To let fly in strokes with a cudgel. Which it believed it perceived in an article of the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung, and as is self-evident, what a luxury, to expend words on things that are self-evident. All its strokes fell wide, wide of the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung, perhaps on its editor, and the attacked, the spectre was indeed only attacked, newspaper finds itself quite unhurt and intact. What generous logic, which does not leave to the sagacity of its readers even the conclusion that strokes which fell wide of the attacked newspaper did not fall on the attacked newspaper. What luxury of understanding, what a thoroughgoing narration. Only it should be mentioned how interesting it must have seemed to the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung to proclaim that its back was intact. How the imagination of the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung is preoccupied with its splendid idea of the spectre and the Rhine ZTG letting fly at it, and of the cudgel blows that fell wide, can be demonstrated by the following variations, as ingenious as they are surprising, on this superlative theme. In enumerating them, we will not fail to call attention to their fine nuances and shades. Thus, see this volume, pages 366-69 ed. 374 Karl Marx. 1. In far-reaching strokes with its accustomed cudgel, the Rhine ZTG of March 9 has thus let fly at a spectre which it believed it perceived in an article of the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung, and as is self-evident all its strokes fell wide. 2. But the article which made the Rhine ZTG a spirit seer, previously the spirit was a spectre, and since when could the Rhine ZTG have detected any spirit in the obscure ultramontane paper? And consequently a heroine fighting a shadow. So this time the shadow of the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung at least is said to have been hit. 3. The Rhine ZTG, however, which is certainly aware also that in respect of everything substantial, true, and solid, the back of the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung, its powers become a laughing stock, and what spiritual power would not become a laughing stock in respect of a back, and which nevertheless for once wants to show that it has horns, the accustomed cudgel has mysteriously turned into horns, and can but, previously, let fly in far-reaching strokes, has thought up, previously seen or believed it has seen, a spectre which it would like to have regarded as the real spirit of our article, a repetition to remind the reader of the facts of the matter, and against which it vents its anger to its heart's content and tests its strength, a clever rhetorical performance, just as in a bull baiting the baited beast, somewhat earlier the RHZTG was the man with the cudgel, so surely the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung is the beast, vents its anger on a straw figure thrown to it, and considers itself the victor when it has torn it to pieces. It is truly Homeric. Just think of its epic amplitude. And how Aesopian, too, this profound insight into animal psychology. This subtle interpretation of the mental state of a bull that considers itself the victor. It would be very childish and ingenuous and no less insipid and trivial to want to discuss the subject itself with such an eminent publicist. Therefore we shall only add the following for a characterization of the man. In its article which was so unfortunately attacked, the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung merely expressed doubt whether the attainment of their, i.e., of the originators of the circular on the election of Herr Camphausen and Herr Merkens, hopes would really bring back the period of the old Hansa, but there was in its article no talk of a return to obsolete and decayed conditions. Let him who can, understand that. Further, the Rhein ZTG tried to put forward an obvious lie in saying, among the interests to be represented in the Provincial Assembly, the Rhein und Mosel ZTG mentions only a freer political system of local government and an extension of the rights of the estates, whereas one can read in the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung the addition, the disclosure of so many other undecided questions in the development of the people's life. Has then the Rhein und Mosel Zeitung formulated or even mentioned a single one of these undecided questions? Does it? Sack. It, L-4. Prometheus bound. Allegory on the prohibition of the Rheineszeitung. Announcement 147. The undersigned declares that, owing to the present conditions of censorship, he has retired as from today from the editorial board of the Rheineszeitung. Cologne, March 17, 1843. Dr. Marx. First published in the Rheineszeitung. Number 77, March 18, 1843. Printed according to the newspaper. Published in English for the first time. Letters. April 1841 to March 1843. 184 1. To Karl Friedrich Bachmann. In Jena. Berlin, Schützenstrasse 68. April 6, 1841. Dear Sir, I send you here with a dissertation for a doctor's degree on the difference between the natural philosophy of Democritus and the natural philosophy of Epicurus, 3, and enclose the Literae Peditorii, B. Curriculum Vitae, my leaving certificates from the universities of Bonn and Berlin, and, finally, the legal fees of 12 Friedrichsdors. At the same time, in the event of my work being found satisfactory by the faculty, I humbly beg you to hasten as much as possible the conferring of the doctor's degree 148, since, on the one hand, I can only remain a few weeks longer in Berlin and, on the other hand, external circumstances make it highly desirable for me to obtain the doctor's degree before my departure. I should like the leaving certificates to be returned, as they are originals. I remain, Sir, with great respect, your most devoted servant, Karl Heinrich Marx. First published in the Yearly Archive for printed according to the original Die Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung, 1926, published in English for the first. See this volume, pages 25-105 ed. B. Application Form ed. 380. Karl Marx. 2. To Oscar Ludwig Bernhard Wolff. In Jena. Berlin, April 7, 1841. Schützenstrasse 68. Dear Herr Professor, in expressing my most sincere thanks for your great kindness in fulfilling my request, I take the liberty of informing you that I have just sent my dissertation, together with the accompanying material, to the Faculty of Philosophy, and I beg you, in accordance with your kind offer, to be so good as to hasten the dispatch of the diploma. I thought that I had already made too great a claim on your kindness to dare to trouble you still further by sending my dissertation direct to you. Assuring you of my most sincere gratitude and highest respect, I remain yours most devotedly, Karl Heinrich Marx. First published in the Yearly Archive for printed according to the original Die Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung, 1926, published in English for the first. 184 2. 3. To Arnold Ruge. In Dresden 149. Trier, February 10, 1842. Dear friend, I take the liberty of sending you a small contribution for the Deutsche Jahrbucher in the form of the enclosed criticism of the censorship instruction. 3. If the article is suitable for your journal, I ask you for the time being not to mention my name to anyone except Wigand, and also to send me by post immediately the issues of the Deutsche Jahrbucher containing my article, because for the time being here in Trier I am completely excluded from the literary world. It is obvious that it is in the interest of the cause that the printing should be expedited, if the censorship does not censor my censure. If you do not know of a critic for Vatka's super clever book on sin B, were it not so devilishly clever, one would be tempted to call it stupid. My critical zeal is at your disposal. It would perhaps be equally worthwhile to deal again with Bayer's work on the moral spirits. Feuerbach's criticism was a friendly service. 150. Honorable as is Bayer's moral frame of mind, his work itself is just as weak and even immoral. I should be very glad if you would let Wigand know that my manuscript will reach you in a few days' time. Bauer SD letter in. See this volume, pages 109-31 ed. W. Vatka, die menschliche Freiheit in ihrem Verhältnis zur Sünde und zur Gottlichkeit ed ck Bayer, Betrachtungen über den Begriff des sittlichen Geists und über das Wesender. Tagend ed. D. Bruno Bauer ed. 382. Karl Marx, which he demands that it should be sent off at last, came when I was very ill in bed and therefore was handed to me only a few days ago. Being busy on the enclosed article, I was not able to make the necessary corrections. As I have now come to the end of some voluminous works, it goes without saying that all my forces are at the disposal of the Deutsche Jahrbucher. With sincere respect, Marx. My address is, Dr. Marx, Trier, to be delivered to Geheimer Regierungsrat von Westphalen. First published in the journal printed according to the original Document des Sozialismus, BD. I, 1902 _. Published in English for the first time. 4. To Arnold Ruge. In Dresden. Trier, March 5, 1842. Dear friend. I fully agree with the plan for the Anecdota Philosophica 151 and also think it would be better to include my name among the others. A demonstration of this kind, by its very nature, precludes all anonymity. Those gentlemen must see that one's conscience is clear. With the sudden revival of the Saxon censorship, it is obvious from the outset that it will be quite impossible to print my treatise on Christian art, which should have appeared as the second part of the Poson. 152. But what about including it in a modified version in the Anecdota? The mass of material obnoxious to the censorship which now fills people's minds perhaps makes it possible also to publish the Anecdota, as material accumulates, in a number of separate installments. Another article which I also intended for the Deutsche Jahrbucher is a criticism of Hegelian natural law, insofar as it concerns the internal political system. The central point is the struggle against constitutional monarchy as a hybrid which from beginning to end contradicts and abolishes. To Arnold Ruge. March 20, 1842 383. Itself. 153. Residential Publica is quite untranslatable into German. I would send both these articles immediately for your examination if they did not require the rewriting of a fair copy and, in part, some corrections. The fact is that my future father-in-law, Herr von Westphalen, lay on his deathbed for 3 months and died the day before yesterday. During this period, therefore, it was impossible to do anything properly. Regarding the other things, next time. With sincerest respect, devotedly yours, Marx. Apropos. Through an oversight, the manuscript on the censorship contains the phrase, the censorship of tendency and the tendency censorship. It should be, the censorship of tendency and the tendency of censorship. 3. Be so kind as to send me the reply directly by post to Trier. Bauer has been suspended from his post, as he writes in a letter just received, Par lit de Justice 154. First published in the journal Document printed according to the original des Sozialismus, BD. I, 1902 underscore. Published in English for the first time. 5. To Arnold Ruge. In Dresden. Trier, March 20, 1842. Dear friend. Novices are the most pious people, as Saxony proves ad oculos. C. Bauer once had the same sort of scene with Eckhorn in Berlin as you had with the Minister of the Interior. 0. As orators, these gentlemen are as alike as two peas. On the other hand, what is exceptional is that philosophy speaks intelligibly with the state. See this volume, p. 123 ed. Here by royal order ed. C. By ocular demonstration ed. D. von Rochow ed. 14 to 194. 384 Karl Marx. Wisdom of these overassured scoundrels, and even a little fanaticism does no harm. There is nothing more difficult than to make these earthly providences believe that belief in truth and spiritual convictions exist. They are such sceptical state dandies, such experienced fops, that they no longer believe in true, disinterested love. How, then, is one to get at these roués except with the aid of what, in the highest circles, is called fanaticism? A guards lieutenant regards a lover whose intentions are honorable as a fanatic. Should people no longer marry because of that? It is a remarkable thing that the degradation of people to the level of animals has become for the government an article of faith and a principle. But this does not contradict religiosity, for the deification of animals is probably the most consistent form of religion, and perhaps it will soon be necessary to speak of religious zoology instead of religious anthropology. When I was still young and good, I already knew at least that the eggs laid in Berlin were not the eggs of the swan Leda, but goose eggs. A little later I realized that they were crocodile eggs, like, for example, the very latest egg by which, allegedly, on the proposal of the Rhine Province Assembly, the illegal restrictions of French legislation concerning high treason, etc., and crimes of officials, have been abolished. 155 But this time, because it is a question of objective legal provisions, the hocus pocus is so stupid that even the stupidest Rhenish lawyers have immediately seen through it. At the same time, Prussia has declared with complete naivete that publicity of court proceedings would jeopardize the prestige and credit of Prussian officials. That is an extremely frank admission. All our Rhenish scribblings about publicity and publicizing suffer from a basic defect. Honest folk continually point out that these are by no means political, but merely legal, institutions, that they are a right, and not a wrong. As though that were the question. As though all the evil of these institutions did not consist precisely in the fact that they are a right. I should very much like to prove the opposite, namely, that Prussia cannot introduce publicity and publicizing, for free courts and an unfree state are incompatible. Similarly, Prussia should be highly praised for its piety, for a transcendental state and a positive religion go together, just as a pocket icon does with the Russian swindler. Bülow Kumaro, as you will have seen from the Chinese newspapers, 156 makes his pen flirt with his plough. 80, this rustic. Bülow Kumaro, Prussen, sein Verfassung, sein Verwaltung, sein Verhaltnis zu Deutschland, thi ed. To Arnold Ruge. March 20, 1842 385. Coquette, who adorns herself with artificial flowers. I think that writers with this earthly position, for, after all, a position on ploughland is surely earthly, would be desirable, and even more so if in the future the plough were to think and write instead of the pen, while the pen, on the other hand, were to perform serf labor in return. Perhaps, in view of the present uniformity of the German governments, this will come to pass, but the more uniform the governments, the more multiform nowadays are the philosophers, and it is to be hoped that the multiform army will conquer the uniform one. Ad rem asterisk, since among us, loyal, moral Germans, Politica is included in Formalia, whence Voltaire deduced that we have the profoundest textbooks on public law. Therefore, as regards the matter, I found that the article on Christian art, which has now been transformed into On Religion and Art, with special reference to Christian art, must be entirely redone, because the tone of the poson, which I conscientiously followed. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet, and light unto my path. Thy commandments make me wiser than mine enemies, for they are ever with me, and the Lord shall roar from Zion. This tone of the poson and the irksome constraint of the Hegelian exposition should now be replaced by a freer, and therefore more thorough exposition. In a few days, I have to go to Cologne, where I set up my new residence, 157, for I find the proximity of the Bonn professors intolerable. Who would want to have to talk always with intellectual skunks, with people who study only for the purpose of finding new dead ends in every corner of the world? Owing to these circumstances, therefore, I was not able, of course, to send here with the criticism of the Hegelian philosophy of law for the next anecdota, as it was also written for the poson. I promise to send the article on religious art by mid-April, if you are prepared to wait so long. This would be the more preferable for me, since I am examining the subject from a new point of view and am giving also an epilogue de Romanticis Zero as a supplement. Meanwhile I shall most actively, to use Goethe's language, continue to work on the subject and await your decision. Be so kind. A. To come to the matter, ed. B. Psalm 119, 105, 98, Amos 1:2, paraphrased, ed. C. on the Romantics, ed. 14 * 386 Karl Marx. As to write to me on this to Cologne, where I shall be by the beginning of next month. As I have not yet any definite domicile there, please send me the letter to Jung's address. In the article itself I necessarily had to speak about the general essence of religion. In doing so I come into conflict with Feuerbach to a certain extent, a conflict concerning not the principle, but the conception of it. In any case religion does not gain from it. I have heard nothing about Koppen for a long time. Have you not yet approached Christensen in Kiel? I know him only from his History of Roman Law, 3, which, however, contains also something about religion and philosophy in general. He seems to have an excellent mind, although when he comes to actual philosophizing, his writing is horribly incomprehensible and formal. Perhaps, he has now begun to write plain German. Otherwise he seems to be à la hauteur de principes. I shall be very pleased to see you here on the Rhine. Yours, Marx. I have just had a letter from Bauer in which he writes that he wants to travel northwards again, owing to the silly idea that there he will be better able to conduct his proceedings against the Prussian government. Berlin is too close to Spandau. 158 At all events, it is good that Bauer is not allowing the matter to take its own course. As I have learned here from my future brother-in-law, Zero Aristocrat cum il faut, people in Berlin are particularly vexed at Bauer's Bonne Foi. D. First published in the journal document printed according to the original de Socialismus, BD. I, 1902 _. Published in English Tor the Time. J. Christensen, Die Wissenschaft der Römischen Reichsgeschichte im Grundriss, BD 1 ed. B. Highly Principled ed. C. Ferdinand von Westphalen ed. D. Good Faith ed. To Arnold Ruge. April 27, 1842 387. 6. To Arnold Ruge. In Dresden. C/O Engineer Kramer Bonn, April 27, 1842. Dear. You must not become impatient if my contributions are delayed for a few days more, but only for a few days. Bauer will probably inform you orally that this month, owing to all kinds of external muddles, it has been almost impossible for me to work. Nevertheless, I have almost finished. I shall send you 4 articles, 1, on religious art, 2, on the Romantics, 3, the philosophical manifesto of the historical school of law, B4, the positivist philosophers, whom I have teased a little. 159 These articles, in content, are connected. You will receive the article on religious art as a duodecimo extract, for the work has steadily grown into almost book dimensions, and I have been drawn into all kinds of investigations which will still take a rather long time. I have abandoned my plan to settle in Cologne, since life there is too noisy for me, and an abundance of good friends does not lead to better philosophy. I have sent the Rheinischen a long article on our last Rhine province assembly with a light introduction about the Preußische Staatszeitung. See, in connection with the debates on the press, I have returned again to the question of censorship and freedom of the press, examining it from other viewpoints. Thus, Bonn remains my residence for the time being. After all, it would be a pity if no one remained here for the holy men to get angry with. Yesterday Hass came from Greifswald, in regard to whom the only thing I have admired is his enormous top boots, like those of a village priest. He spoke, too, just like the top boot of a village. In the original the name has been made illegible by someone unknown. Ed BC this volume, pages 203-10 ed. C. Ibid, pages 132-81 ed. 388 Karl Marx. Priest, he knew nothing about anything, is preparing to publish a book in several volumes about the boring Anselm of Canterbury, on which he has been working for 10 years. 160 He thinks that the present critical trend is a moment which must be overcome. He speaks of religiosity as a product of life experience, by which he probably means his successful rearing of children and his fat belly, for fat bellies undergo all sorts of experiences and, as Kant says, if it goes behind it becomes an F, if it goes upwards it becomes religious inspiration. What a man this pious Hass is with his religious constipation. We were very much amused with what you wrote in your letters about Vatka's lack of a full heart. This super clever, diplomatic Vatka, who would so much like to be the greatest critic and the greatest believer, who always knows everything better than anyone else, this Vatka has for one party no heart, and for the other no head. Hi Jacet * Vatka, a notable example of what the passion for cards and religious music leads to. Fichte, who has wrapped himself in the mantle of his unpopularity, has spread the half-ambiguous rumor that he has been invited to Tübingen. The faculty is not meeting his wish to be held fast by an increase in salary. Sack has made a trip to Berlin with the most pious intentions to speculate on the insanity of his brother and to get himself appointed in his place. Nothing but wars and debauchery, says their Seitz, B, and if the university here cannot be reproached with wars, at least there is no lack of debauchery. Do you not want to carry out your plan of a trip to the Rhine? Yours. Marx. First published in the journal document printed according to the original De Socialismus, BD 1, 1902 t. v. R. Published in English for the first time. Here lies ed. Homer, Iliad ed. To Arnold Ruge. July 9, 1842 389. 7. To Arnold Ruge. In Dresden. Trier, July 9, 1842. Dear friend. If events had not apologized for me, I would have abandoned any attempt at an excuse. It stands to reason that I regard it as an honor to contribute to the anecdota, and only unpleasant extraneous circumstances prevented me from sending you my articles. From April to the present day I have been able to work for a total of perhaps only 4 weeks at most, and that not without interruption. I had to spend 6 weeks in Trier in connection with another death. The rest of the time was split up and poisoned by the most unpleasant family controversies. My family laid obstacles in my way, which, despite the prosperity of the family, put me for the moment in very serious straits. 161 I cannot possibly burden you with the story of these private scandals. It is truly fortunate that scandals of a public nature make it impossible for a man of character to be irritated over private ones. During this time I was writing for the Rheinische Zeitung, to which I should long ago have sent my articles, etc., etc. I would have informed you long before about these intermezzos, had I not hoped from day to day to be able to complete my work. In a few days' time I am going to Bonn and shall not touch a thing until I have finished the contributions for the anecdota. Of course, in this state of affairs I was not able to elaborate in particular the article on art and religion as thoroughly as the subject requires. Incidentally, do not imagine that we on the Rhine live in a political El Dorado. The most unswerving persistence is required to push through a newspaper like the Rheinische Zeitung. My second article on the Provincial Assembly, dealing with the question of clerical discords, was deleted by the censor. 162 I showed in this article how the defenders of the state adopted a clerical standpoint, and the defenders of the church a state standpoint. This incident is all the more unpleasant for the Rheinische Zeitung because the stupid Cologne Catholics fell into the trap, and defense of the Archbishop 3 would have attracted subscribers. Incidentally, you can hardly imagine how contemptible are opers. Von Drostvischung ed. 390 Karl Marx. Soars and at the same time how stupidly they dealt with the orthodox blockhead. 3 But the matter has had a successful ending. Before the entire world, Prussia has kissed the Pope's mule, and our government automatons walk the streets without blushing. The Rheinische Zeitung has now put in an appeal about the article. In general, the fight for the Rheinische Zeitung is beginning. In the Königsche Zeitung, the author of the leading articles, Hermes, ex-editor of the former political Hannover Zeitung, has taken the side of Christianity against the philosophical newspapers Inkeneisberg and Cologne. If the censor does not again play some trick, a reply from me will be published in the next supplement. 0 The religious party is the most dangerous in the Rhine area. The opposition has of late become too accustomed to opposing within the church. Do you know any details about the so-called free? The article in the Königsberger Zeitung 165 was, to say the least, undiplomatic. It is one thing to declare for emancipation that is honest, it is another thing to start off by shouting it out as propaganda, that sounds like bragging and irritates the Philistine. And then, reflect on who are these free, a man like Mayan, etc. But, at any rate, if there is a suitable city for such ventures, it is Berlin. I shall probably be drawn into a prolonged polemic with the Cologne Hermes. No matter how ignorant, shallow, and trivial the man is, thanks precisely to these qualities he is the mouthpiece of Philistinism, and I intend not to let him go on chattering. Mediocrity should no longer enjoy the privilege of immunity. Hermes will also try to saddle me with the free, about whom, unfortunately, I do not know the slightest thing for sure. It is fortunate that Bauer is in Berlin. He, at least, will not allow any stupidities to be committed, and the only thing that disquiets me in this affair, if it is true and not merely a deliberate newspaper fabrication, is the probability that the insipidity of the Berliners will make their good cause ridiculous, and that in a serious matter they will not be able to avoid various stupidities. Anyone who has spent as much time among these people as I have will find that this anxiety is not without foundation. How are you getting on with your Jahrbuchard? As you are at the center of philosophical and theological news, I should like nothing better than to learn something from you about a Frederick William III ed. B. Gregory 16 ed. See this volume, pages 184-202 ed. Deutsche Jahrbucher für Wissenschaft und Kunst ed. To Dagobert Oppenheim. Approximately August 25, 1842 391. The present situation. True, the movement of the hour hand is visible here, but not that of the minute hand. Old Marhynek seems to have considered it necessary to provide the whole world with documentary proof of the complete impotence of the old Hegelianism. 3. His vote is a disgraceful vote. Will the Saxons in this assembly not denounce the censorship? Fine constitutionalism. Hoping to hear from you soon, yours, Marx. Ruttenberg is a weight on my conscience. I brought him onto the editorial board of the Rheinische Zeitung, but he is absolutely incapable. Sooner or later he will be shown the door. What do you advise if the article on the Archbishop is not stamped for publication by the High Police censorship? It must appear in print because of 1. Our provincial assembly, 2. The government, 3. The Christian state. Should I, perhaps, send it to Hoffman and Camp? It does not seem to me suitable for the anecdota. First published in the journal document printed according to the original De Socialismus, B.D. I. 1902, published in English for the first time. 8. To Dagobert Oppenheim. In Cologne. Bonn, approximately August 25, 1842 equals. Dear Oppenheim, I enclose a manuscript from Ruga. Number 1 is not usable, but number 2, on the state of affairs in Saxony, you will probably be able to use. 164. Send me Mayer's article in the Rheinischen on the system of local government and, if possible, all Hermes articles against the Joses 5. I will then send you as soon as possible an article which a ph. Marhinek, Einleitung in die Öffentlichen Vorlesungen über die Bedeutung der Hegeischen Philosophie in der Christlichen Theologie ed. 392. Karl Marx. Even if it does not finally settle the latter question, will nevertheless make it take another course. Will the article on Hanover 166 go through? At least try to make a small start with it soon. It is not so much a matter of this article itself as of a series of useful articles from that quarter which I can then promise you. The author of the article wrote to me yesterday. I do not think my attacks on the opposition will do harm to sales of the newspaper in Hanover. On the contrary, people there are fairly generally so far advanced that the views I put forward will be accepted as correct. If it is in accord with your views on the subject, send me also the Just Milieu article 167 for criticism. The subject must be discussed dispassionately. In the first place, quite general theoretical arguments about the state political system are more suitable for purely scientific organs than for newspapers. The correct theory must be made clear and developed within the concrete conditions and on the basis of the existing state of things. However, since it has now happened, two things should be borne in mind. Every time we come into conflict with other newspapers, the matter can, sooner or later, be used against us. Such a clear demonstration against the foundations of the present state system can result in an intensification of the censorship and even the suppression of the newspaper. It was in this way that the South German Tribune came to an end. But in any case we arouse the resentment of many, indeed the majority, of the free-thinking practical people who have undertaken the laborious task of winning freedom step by step, within the constitutional framework, while we, from our comfortable armchair of abstractions, show them their contradictions. True, the author of the Just Milieu article invites criticism, but 1. We all know how governments respond to such challenges. 2. It is not enough for someone to express readiness to hear criticism, for which in any case his permission will not be asked. The question is whether he has selected the appropriate arena. Newspapers only begin to be the appropriate arena for such questions when these have become questions of the real state, practical questions. I consider it essential that the Rheinische Zeitung should not be guided by its contributors, but that, on the contrary, it should guide them. Articles of the kind mentioned afford the best opportunity for indicating a definite plan of operations to the contributors. A single author cannot have a view of the whole in the way the newspaper can. To Arnold Ruga. November 30, 1842 393. If my views do not coincide with yours, I would, if you do not find it inappropriate, give this criticism to the Anecdota, as a supplement to my article against Hegel's theory of constitutional monarchy. 3. But I think it is better when the newspaper is its own doctor. Hoping for an early reply from you, yours, Marx. First published in the book Rheinische, printed according to the original Brief und die Akten zur Geschichte der politischen Bewegung 1830-1850, 1. B.D., Essen, 1919, published in English for the first time. 9. To Arnold Ruga. In Dresden 16/8. Cologne, November 30, 1842. Dear friend. My letter today will be confined to the confusion with the free. As you already know, every day the censorship mutilates us mercilessly, so that frequently the newspaper is hardly able to appear. Because of this, a mass of articles by the free have perished. But I have allowed myself to throw out as many articles as the censor, for Mayen and Co. sent us heaps of scribblings, pregnant with revolutionizing the world and empty of ideas, written in a slovenly style and seasoned with a little atheism and communism, which these gentlemen have never studied. Because of Rutenberg's complete lack of critical sense, independence, and ability, Mayen and Co. had become accustomed to regard the Reinigungszeitung as their own, docile organ, but I believed I could not any longer permit this watery torrent of words in the old manner. This loss of a few worthless creations of freedom, a freedom which strives primarily to be free from all thought, was therefore the first reason for a darkening of the Berlin sky. Rutenberg, who had already been removed from the German department, where his work consisted mainly in inserting punctua. See this volume, pages 382-83 ed. 394 Karl Marx. Schon Marx, and to whom, only on my application, the French department was provisionally transferred. Rutenberg, thanks to the monstrous stupidity of our state providence, has had the luck to be regarded as dangerous, although he was not a danger to anyone but the Reinigungszeitung and himself. A categorical demand was made for the removal of Rutenberg. Prussian providence, this despotism proves seen, le plus hypocrite, le plus 4b, 3 spared the manager an unpleasant step, and the new martyr, who has already learned to display consciousness of martyrdom in facial expression, behavior, and speech with some virtuosity, is exploiting this turn of events. He writes to all the corners of the earth, he writes to Berlin that he is the banished principal of the Reinigungszeitung, which is adopting a different position in relation to the government. It goes without saying that this also evoked demonstrations from the heroes of freedom on the banks of the Spree, whose muddy water washes souls and dilutes tea. Finally, on top of this came your and Herwege's attitude to the free to cause the cup of the angry Olympians to overflow. A few days ago I received a letter from little Mayen, whose favorite category is, most appropriately, what ought to be. In this letter I am taken to task over my attitude 1, to you and Herweg, 2, to The Free, 3, to the new editorial principle and the position in relation to the government. I replied at once and frankly expressed my opinion about the defects of their writings, which find freedom in a licentious, sans-culotte-like, and at the same time convenient, form, rather than in a free, i.e., independent and profound, content. I demanded of them less vague reasoning, magniloquent phrases, and self-satisfied self-adoration, and more definiteness, more attention to the actual state of affairs, more expert knowledge. I stated that I regard it as inappropriate, indeed even immoral, to smuggle communist and socialist doctrines, hence a New World outlook, into incidental theatrical criticisms, etc., and that I demand a quite different and more thorough discussion of communism, if it should be discussed at all. I requested further that religion should be criticized in the framework of criticism of political conditions rather than that political conditions should be criticized in the framework of religion, since this is more in accord with the nature of a newspaper and the educational level of the reading public. 4. A Prussian despotism, the most hypocritical, the most deceitful ed. Paraphrase of a line from Heines Frieden, Die Nordsee, 1. Zyklus, ed. cc. This volume, p. 287 ed. To Arnold Ruge. November 30, 1842 395. Religion in itself is without content, it owes its being not to heaven but to the earth, and with the abolition of distorted reality, of which it is the theory, it will collapse of itself. Finally, I desired that, if there is to be talk about philosophy, there should be less trifling with the label atheism, which reminds one of children, assuring everyone who is ready to listen to them that they are not afraid of the bogey man, and that instead the content of philosophy should be brought to the people. Voilà tout. Yesterday I received an insolent letter from Mayen, who had not yet received this work and who now questions me on every possible thing. 1. I should state on whose side I am in their quarrel with Bauer, about which I know absolutely nothing. 2. Why did I not allow this and that to go through? I am threatened with being accused of conservatism. 3. the newspaper should not temporize, it must act in the most extreme fashion, i.e., it should calmly yield to the police and the censorship instead of holding on to its positions in a struggle, imperceptible to the public but nevertheless stubborn and in accordance with its duty. Finally, an infamous report is given of Herwege's betrothal, etc., etc. All this is evidence of a terrible dose of the vanity which does not understand how, in order to save a political organ, one can sacrifice a few Berlin windbags, and thinks of nothing at all except the affairs of its clique. Moreover, this little man strutted like a peacock, solemnly laid his hand on his breast and on his dagger, let fall something about his party, threatened me with his displeasure, declaimed à la Marquis Posa, only somewhat worse, etc. Since we now have to put up from morning to night with the most horrible torments of the censorship, ministerial communications, complaints of the Oberpräsident, 169 accusations in the Provincial Assembly, howls from shareholders, etc., etc., and I remain at my post only because I consider it my duty to prevent, to the best of my ability, those in power from carrying out their plans, you can imagine that I am somewhat irritated and that I replied rather sharply to mine. It is possible, therefore, that the Free will withdraw for a while. Therefore I earnestly beg that you yourself help us by contributing articles, and also ask your friends to do the same. Yours, Marx. First published in the journal document printed according to the original De Socialismus, B.D. I, 1902. 1843. 10. To Arnold Ruge. In Dresden. Cologne, January 3, 25 1843. Dear B. You probably already know that the Rheineszeitung has been banned, suspended, and is under sentence of death. 170 The termination of its life has been fixed for the end of March. During this period of grace before execution, the newspaper is being subjected to a double censorship. Our censor, Zero a decent fellow, is under the censorship of von Gerlach, Regierungspräsident here, a passively obedient blockhead. When ready, our newspaper has to be presented to the police to be sniffed at, and if the police nose smells anything unchristian or un-Prussian, the newspaper is not allowed to appear. The ban resulted from the coincidence of several special causes. Its wide circulation, my own justification of the correspondent from the Mosel, in which very highly placed statesmen were thoroughly exposed, our stubborn refusal to name the person who sent us the text of the law on marriage 171, the convocation of the provincial estates, which we could influence by our agitation, finally, our criticism of the ban on the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung * and on the Deutsche Jahrbucher. The ministerial rescript, which will appear in the newspapers in a day or so, is if possible more feeble than the previous ones. The following are given as motives: 1. The lie that we had no permission, as though in Prussia. In the original by mistake, December ed. In the original the name has been made illegible by someone unknown ed. Cy ethos ed. DC this volume, pages 332-58 ed. Ibid, pages 311-30 ed. To Arnold Ruge, January 25, 1843 397. Where not even a dog can exist without its police number, the Rheineszeitung could have appeared even a single day without fulfilling the official conditions for existence. 2. The censorship instruction of December 24, 172 aimed at establishing a censorship of tendency. By tendency it meant the illusion, the romantic belief in possessing a freedom which one would not allow oneself to possess here. Whereas the rationalist Jesuitism which prevailed under the former government had a stern, rational physiognomy, this romantic Jesuitism demands imagination as its main requisite. The censored press should learn to live under the illusion of freedom, and of that magnificent man who majestically permitted this illusion. But whereas the censorship instruction wanted censorship of tendency, now the ministerial rescript explains that in Frankfurt a ban, suppression, has been invented for a thoroughly bad tendency. It states that the censorship exists only in order to censor eccentricities of a good tendency, although the instruction said precisely the opposite, namely, that eccentricities of a good tendency are to be permitted. 3. The old balderdash about a bad frame of mind, empty theory, hey diddle, etc. Nothing has surprised me. You know what my opinion of the censorship instruction has been from the outset. I see here only a consequence. In the suppression of the Reinigungszeitung I see a definite advance of political consciousness, and for that reason I am resigning. 173. Moreover, I had begun to be stifled in that atmosphere. It is a bad thing to have to perform menial duties even for the sake of freedom, to fight with pinpricks, instead of with clubs. I have become tired of hypocrisy, stupidity, gross arbitrariness, and of our bowing and scraping, dodging, and hair-splitting over words. Consequently, the government has given me back my freedom. As I wrote to you once before, I have fallen out with my family and, as long as my mother is alive, I have no right to my property. Moreover, I am engaged to be married and I cannot, must not, and will not, leave Germany without my fiancée. If, therefore, the possibility arose that I could edit the Deutsche Boat 174 with Herweg in Zurich, I should like to do so. I can do nothing more. In reality ed. B. Frederick William IV ed. See this volume, p. 389 ed. D. Jenny von Westphalen ed. 398 Karl Marx. In Germany. Here one makes a counterfeit of oneself. If, therefore, you will give me advice and information on this matter, I shall be very grateful. I am working on several things, which here in Germany will find neither censor nor bookseller, nor, in general, any possible existence. I await an early reply from you. Yours, Marx. First published in the journal document printed according to the original De Socialismus, B.D. I, 1902. Published in English for the first time. 11. To Arnold Ruge. In Dresden. Cologne, March 13, 1843. Dear friend. As soon as it is at all possible I shall set my course straight for Leipzig. I have just had a talk with Stuck, who seems to have been greatly impressed by most of the statesmen in Berlin. This Dr. Stuck is an extremely good-natured man. As for our plan, 175 as a preliminary I will tell you of my own conviction. When Paris was taken, some people proposed Napoleon Sana with the regency, others Bernadotte, while yet others suggested that Louis Philippe should rule. But Talleyrand replied, Louis XVIII or Napoleon. That is a principle, anything else is intrigue. In the same way I could call almost anything else, other than Strasbourg, or at any rate Switzerland, not a principle, but an intrigue. Books of more than 20 printed sheets are not books for the people. The most that one can venture on there are monthly issues. Even if the publication of the Deutsche Jahrbucher were again permitted, at the very best we could achieve a poor copy of the deceased publication, and nowadays that is no longer enough. On the other hand, Deutsch Französisch Jahrbucher, that would be a the Duke of Reichstadt ed. To Arnold Ruge, March 13, 1843 399. Principle, an event of consequence, an undertaking over which one can be enthusiastic. It goes without saying that I am only expressing my own unauthoritative opinion, and for the rest submit myself to the eternal powers of fate. Finally, newspaper affairs compel me to close. Let me tell you also about my personal plans. As soon as we had concluded the contract, I would travel to Kreuznach, marry, and spend a month or more there at the home of my wife's mother, 3, so that before starting work we should have at any rate a few articles ready. The more so since I could, if necessary, spend a few weeks in Dresden, for all the preliminaries, the announcement of the marriage, etc., take considerable time. I can assure you, without the slightest romanticism, that I am head over heels in love, and indeed in the most serious way. I have been engaged for more than 7 years, and for my sake my fiancée has fought the most violent battles, which almost undermined her health, partly against her pietistic aristocratic relatives, for whom the Lord in heaven and the Lord in Berlin are equally objects of religious cult, and partly against my own family, in which some priests and other enemies of mine have ensconced themselves. For years, therefore, my fiancée and I have been engaged in more unnecessary and exhausting conflicts than many who are 3 times our age and continually talk of their life experience, the favorite phrase of our just milieu be. Apropos, we have received an anonymous reply to Proust's report against the new Tübingen Jahrbucher. 176. I recognized Schwegler by the handwriting. You are described as an overexcited agitator, Feuerbach as a frivolous mocker, and Bauerk as a man of wholly uncritical mind. The Swabians. The Swabians. That will be a fine concoction. On the subject of your very fine, truly popular written complaint, we have inserted a superficial article by Pfitzner, half of which, moreover, I have deleted for lack of a better criticism and of time. 177 pp does not go sufficiently deep into the matter, and the little capers he cuts tend to turn him into a laughing stock instead of making his enemy ridiculous. Yours, Marx. A Caroline von Westphalen ed. Nickname of Edgar Bauer ed. C. Bruno Bauer ed. 400 Karl Marx. I have arranged for the books for Fleischer. Your correspondence published at the beginning is interesting. 178 Bauer on Ammon is delightful. 3. The Sorrows and Joys of the Theological Mind B seems to me a not very successful rendering of the section of the Phenomenology, the Unfortunate Consciousness. 0. Feuerbach's aphorisms 1 seem to me incorrect only in one respect, that he refers too much to nature and too little to politics. That, however, is the only alliance by which present-day philosophy can become truth. But things will probably go as they did in the 16th century, when the nature enthusiasts were accompanied by a corresponding number of state enthusiasts. I was most of all pleased by the criticism of the good Literarische Zeitung**. You have probably already read Bauer's Self-Defense / in my opinion, he has never before written so well. As far as the Rheinische Zeitung is concerned, I would not remain under any conditions. It is impossible for me to write under Prussian censorship or to live in the Prussian atmosphere. I have just been visited by the chief of the Jewish community here, who has asked me for a petition for the Jews to the Provincial Assembly, and I am willing to do it. However much I dislike the Jewish faith, Bauer's view seems to me too abstract. The thing is to make as many breaches as possible in the Christian state and to smuggle in as much as we can of what is rational. At least, it must be attempted, and the embitterment grows with every petition that is rejected with protestations. First published in the journal document printed according to the original Des Socialismus, B.D. I. 1902. A. B. Bauer's Review on Die Buch, Ammon, Die Geschichte Lebens Jesu. Anekdote, B.D. 2 ed. B. by B. Bauer ed. C.G.W.F. Hegel, Phenomenologie des Geists, ch. 4 ed. D. L. Feuerbach, Vorläufig Thesen zur Reformation der Philosophie, Anekdote. Ta, B.D. 2 ed. E. A. Ruge, Das Christliche Germanische Gestimulio. Die Berliner Literarische Zeitung, Anekdote, B.D. 2 ed. B. Bauer, Die Gesetze der Freiheit und die Meinungen Angelegenheit ed. From the Preparatory Materials. Notebooks. On Epicurean Philosophy M. Written in 1839. First published in part in Marx/Engels. Gesamtausgabe, ABT1, BD1, HB1, 1927. First published in full in Russian in the book, K. Marx and F. Engels, From Early Writings, Moscow, 1956. Signed, Karl Heinrich Marx. Printed according to the manuscript. Translated from the German, Greek and Latin. Published in English for the first time. Epicurean Philosophy. First Notebook. I. Diogenes Laertius, Book 10. Excerpts from Book 10 of Diogenes Laertius. Contained in P. Gassendi. Notes on Book 10 of Diogenes Laertius. Lyons, 1649, Vol. I. Diogenes Laertius, Book 10. Epicurus. 2. But on coming across the works of Democritus, Epicurus turned to philosophy. p. 10. 4. Posidonius the Stoic and Nicolaus and Sotion in the 12th book of the work entitled Diocletian Refutations allege, 3. That he put forward as his own the doctrines of Democritus about atoms and of Aristippus about pleasure. p. 11. 6. Epicurus know not how to conceive the good, apart from the pleasures of taste, sexual pleasures, the pleasures of sound and the pleasures of beautiful form. p. 12. 12. Among the early philosophers, his favorite was Anaxagoras, although he occasionally disagreed with him. p. 16. 29. Epicurean philosophy is divided into three parts: the canon, physics, ethics. p. 25. The canon. 31. Now in the canon Epicurus affirms that our sensations and preconceptions, prolepses, and our feelings are the standards of truth. The Epicureans generally make perceptions of mental presentations to be also standards. Pages 25 to 26. His own statements are also to be found in the Principal Doctrines. p. 26. The sensations are true. Every sensation is devoid of reason and incapable of memory, for neither is itself caused nor, regarded as having an external cause, can it add anything thereto or take anything therefrom, neither judge nor deceive. 31 to 32. Nor is there anything which can refute sensations. One sensation cannot convict another and kindred sensation, for they are equally valid, equipolentium, nor can one sensation refute another which is not kindred, for the objects which the two judge are not the same, nor can one sensation refute another, since we pay equal heed to all, nor again can reason refute them, for reason is dependent on sensation. Written in Latin in the manuscript ed. 406 Karl Marx. And the reality of perceptions guarantees the truth of our senses. But seeing and hearing are just as real as feeling pain. Between being true and being a reality, there is no difference. p. 26. Hence it is from phenomena that we must seek to obtain information about the unknown. For all our notions are derived from perceptions, either by actual contact or by analogy or resemblance or composition, with some slight aid from reasoning. pp. 26-27. And the objects presented to madmen as well as presentations in dreams are true, for they produce movements, which that which does not exist never does. p. 27. 233. By preconception they the Epicureans mean a sort of apprehension or a right opinion or notion or universal idea stored in the mind, that is, a recollection of an external object often presented, e.g., such and such a thing is a man, for no sooner is the word man uttered than we think of his shape by an act of preconception in which the senses take the lead. Thus the object primarily denoted by every term is then evident. And we could not seek what we do seek, unless we knew it before. We could not name anything at all, if we did not previously know its form by way of preconception. It follows, then, that preconceptions are evident. Mere opinion also depends on a previous evident presentation, by reference to which we form a judgment. Opinion they also call assumption. They say it is sometimes true, sometimes false by something being added to it or taken away from it, or by its being confirmed or contradicted as being evident or not. For if it is confirmed or not contradicted, it is true, and if it is not confirmed or is contradicted, it is false. Hence the introduction of that which awaits, for example, when one waits and then approaches the tower and establishes whether it looks from close quarters as it does from afar. pp. 27-28. They affirm that then are two feelings, pleasure and pain. The first is favorable to nature, the second hostile. According to these is determined what we must strive after and what we must avoid. pp. 28-29. There are two kinds of inquiry, the oft concerned with things, the other with the mere word 1p29. Epicurus to Menoesius. 123 First believe that God is a being indestructible and blessed according to the universal notion of God, and do not ascribe to him anything which is incompatible with his immortality, or that agrees not with his blessedness. P. 82. For gods verily there are. For the notion of them is evident, cf. the universal notion of God, consensus omnium, see on sensus gentium caret, but they are not such as the multitude believe, seeing that men do not steadfastly maintain the notions they form respecting them. Not the man who denies the gods worshipped by the multitude, but he who affirms of the gods what the multitude believe about them is truly impious. 124 For the utterances of the multitude about the gods are not true preconceptions, but false assumptions, hence the multitude believe that the greatest evils happen to the wicked and the greatest blessings happen to the good from the hand of the gods. For being entirely prejudiced in favor of their own virtues, they grant their favor to those who are like themselves and consider as alien whatever is not so. P. 83. Accustom thyself to believe that death is nothing to us, for all that is good or bad is based on sentience, and death is the loss of sentience. The consensus of all, the consensus of the peoples ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 407. Therefore a right understanding that death is nothing to us makes transient life worth living, not by adding indefinite time to life, but by putting an end to the yearning after immortality. 125 For life has no terrors for him who has thoroughly apprehended that ceasing to live has NP terrors. Foolish, therefore, is the man who says that he fears death not because it causes suffering when it comes, but because it causes suffering when it is yet to come. For that which causes no annoyance when it is present causes only imaginary suffering when it is expected. Death, which is indeed the most terrifying of all evils, is nothing to us since, as long as we are, death is not come, and as soon as death is come, we are no more. It is nothing then, either to the living or to the dead, since for the former it is not, and the latter are no longer. Pages 83 to 84. 126 He who admonishes the young to live honorably and the old to die honorably, is foolish, not merely because of the desirableness of life, but also because the striving to live honorably and the striving to die honorably are one and the same thing. P. 84. 127 We must however remember that the future neither depends on us nor is altogether independent of us, so that we must not expect it as something which will certainly be nor give up hope of it as of something which will certainly not be. P. 85. Some desires are natural, others are vain, and among the natural ones some are necessary, others natural only. And among the necessary ones some are necessary for happiness, as the desire to free the body of uneasiness, others for very life. P. 85. 128 An error-free consideration of these things can lead to health of body and ataraxy of soul, for these are the aim of a blessed life. For the end of all our actions is to be free from pain and not to live in confusion. And when once we have attained this, every tempest of the soul is laid, for man no longer needs to seek for something which he still lacks or for anything else through which the welfare of the soul and the body will be complete. For we need pleasure when the lack of pleasure causes us pain, but when we feel no pain, we no longer need pleasure. P. 85. Wherefore we say that pleasure is the beginning and the end of the blessed life. 129 We apprehend pleasure as the first and innate good and we proceed from it in all that we do or refrain from doing and to it we come back, inasmuch as this feeling serves us as the guideline by which we judge of everything good. Pp. 85-86. And since pleasure is our first and innate good for that reason we do not choose every pleasure. All pleasure therefore, because it is suited to us by nature, is a good, yet not every pleasure is choice-worthy, just as all pain is an evil and yet not all pain is to be avoided under all circumstances. 130 All these matters must rather be decided by weighing one against another and from the standpoint of advantage and disadvantage, for what is good proves at certain times to be an evil for us, and conversely what is evil proves to be a good. P. 86. Again we regard independence of outward things as a great good, not so as to be satisfied in every case with little, but in order to be contented with little when abundance is lacking, being honestly convinced that those who least need luxury enjoy it most and that everything which is natural is easy to obtain, while that which is vain and worthless is hard to procure. P. 86. 131. By pleasure we mean the absence of pain in the body and of trouble in the soul. P. 87. 132. Of all this the beginning and the supreme good is reasonableness, and hence it is more precious even than philosophy, from which all other virtues spring, and they teach us that one cannot live pleasantly unless one lives reasonably, honorably, and justly, and that one cannot live reasonably, honorably, and justly without living pleasantly. For the virtues are closely connected with pleasant living, and pleasant living is inseparable from them. P. 88. 408. Karl Marx. 133. Who, then, in your opinion, is superior to him who thinks piously of the gods and is quite fearless of death, who has reflected on the purpose of nature and understands that the greatest good is easy to reach and to attain, whereas the worst of evils lasts only a short time or causes short pains? Necessity, which has been introduced by some as the ruler over all things, is not a ruler, he maintains, over that some of which depends on chance and some on our arbitrary will. Necessity is not subject to persuasion, chance, on the other hand, is inconstant. But our will is free, it can entail blame and also the opposite. P. 88. 134. It would be better to accept the myth about the gods than to bow beneath the yoke of fate imposed by the physicists, for the former holds out hope of obtaining mercy by honoring the gods, and the latter, inexorable necessity. 135. But he the wise man must accept chance, not God as the multitude do, and not an uncertain cause. He considers it better to be unhappy but reasonable than to be happy but unreasonable. It is, of course, better when in actions a good decision attains a good issue also through the favor of circumstances. Pp. 88-89. You will never be disturbed, but will live as a god among men. For a man who lives in the midst of entrancient blessings is not like a mortal being. P. 89. Elsewhere Epicurus rejects the whole of divination. There is no divination, and even if there is, what happens does not rest with us. P. 89. 136. He differs from the Cyrenaics in his teaching on pleasure. They do not recognize pleasure in a state of rest, but only pleasure in motion. But Epicurus admits both, the pleasure of the mind as well as the pleasure of the body, for one can conceive pleasure in a state of rest as well as in motion. But Epicurus says, the following: ataraxy and freedom from pain are sensations of pleasure in a state of rest, joy and delight are seen to be effective only in motion. P. 90. 137. He further differs from the Cyrenaics in this: they hold that bodily pains are worse than mental pains, whereas he holds mental pains to be worse, since the flesh is tormented only by that which is present, the mind by that which is past as well as by that which is present and that which is coming. So also are the pleasures of the mind greater. P. 90. And as proof that pleasure is the end he adduces the fact that living beings, as soon as they are born, naturally and unaccountably to themselves find satisfaction in pleasure but reject pain. Instinctively, then, we shun pain. Pages 90-91. 138. And the virtues too are chosen on account of pleasure and not for themselves. He says also that only virtue is inseparable from pleasure, all the rest is separable, for instance human things. P. 91. Principal Doctrines. 139. A blessed and immortal being has no trouble himself nor brings it on anybody else, hence he knows no anger or partiality, for the like exists only in the weak. Elsewhere he says that the gods are discernible by reason alone, not, indeed, being numerically distinct, yet through resemblance, as a result of the continuous influx of similar images made precisely for this purpose, human in appearance. Pages 91 to 92. The highest peak of pleasure is the exclusion of all pain. For wherever pleasure reigns, as long as it continues, there is no pain or grief, nor both together. P. 92. 140. It is impossible to live pleasantly without living reasonably, honorably, and justly, and it is impossible to live reasonably, honorably, and justly without living pleasantly. P. 92. 141. No pleasure is in itself an evil, but that which produces certain pleasures causes manifold disturbances of pleasure. P. 93. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 409. 142. If all pleasure were accumulated and with time had become compact, this concentrate would be just as perfect as principal parts of nature, and the sensations of pleasure would never differ one from another. P. 93. 143. It is impossible to banish fear over matters of the greatest importance if one does not know the essence of the universe but is apprehensive on account of what the myths tell us. Hence without the study of nature one cannot attain pure pleasure. pp. 93-94. 142. If we were not alarmed by the meteors and by death, as to how it might in some way or other affect us, and if we were moreover able to comprehend the limits of pain and desire, we should need no study of nature. P. 93. 143. It is useless to provide security against men so long as we are alarmed by things up above and things under the earth and in general things in the boundless universe. For security against men exists only for a definite time. P. 94. The same security which we attain by quiet and withdrawal from the multitude arises through the possibility of banishing by moderation those desires which are not necessary and through the very simple and very easy attainment of the necessary things. P. 94. 144. The wealth of nature is limited and easily obtainable, but that which arises from vain fancies extends into infinity. P. 94. Pleasure of the flesh does not increase any more once the pain of privation has been removed, it is then subject only to variation. P. 94. The peak of thought, as far as joy is concerned, in fathoming precisely those questions, and those related to them, which most alarm the mind. P. 94. 145. Unlimited time contains the same pleasure as the limited if its limits are measured with the necessary discernment. P. 95. Limits of pleasure are prescribed to the flesh, but the yearning for unlimited time has made them recede to infinity, but the mind, which has made clear to itself the aim and the limits of the flesh and has extinguished desires concerning eternity, has made a complete life possible for us and we no longer need infinite time. And it does not shun pleasure, even when circumstances cause a parting from life, accepting the end of the best life as a consummation. P. 95. 146. We must always have before our mind's eye the set aim to which we refer all our judgments, if not, everything will be full of disorder and unrest. P. 95. If you fight against all sensations, you will have nothing by which to be guided in judging those which you declare to be false. P. 95. 148. Unless on every occasion you refer all your actions to the end prescribed by nature, but swerve and, whether in shunning or in striving after something, turn to something else, your actions will not be in harmony with your words. P. 96. 149. Some desires are natural and necessary, others natural but not necessary, and others again neither natural nor necessary, but the offspring of vain fancy. P. 96. 148. The same knowledge which fills us with assurance that terrors are neither eternal nor of long duration enables us to see that in our limited lifetime the security of friendship is the most reliable. P. 97. The following passages represent Epicurus' views on spiritual nature, the state. The contract, at Vhix 7j, he considers as the basis, and accordingly, only utility, object papov, as the end. 150. Natural right is a mutual agreement, contracted for the purpose of utility, not to harm or allow to be harmed. P. 97. 410 Karl Marx. For all living beings which could not enter into mutual contracts not to harm each other or allow each other to be harmed, there is neither justice nor injustice. It is the same, too, with peoples who have been either unable or unwilling to enter into contracts not to harm each other or allow each other to be harmed. p. 98. Justice is not something existing in itself, it exists in mutual relations, wherever and whenever an agreement is concluded not to harm each other or allow each other to be harmed. p. 98. 151 Injustice is not in itself an evil, but the evil lies in the fearful anxiety over its remaining concealed from the guardians of the law appointed to deal with it. For whether he the transgressor of the law will remain undiscovered until death, is uncertain. p. 98. In general, the same justice is valid for all, for it is something useful in mutual intercourse, but the special conditions of the country and the totality of other possible grounds bring it about that the same justice is not valid for all. p. 98. 152 That which proves to be useful for the needs of mutual intercourse, that which is considered just, has the essence of right when the same is valid for everyone. If, however, somebody stipulates this, but it does not turn out to be to the advantage of mutual intercourse, then it no longer has the essence of justice. p. 99. And when the usefulness which is contained in right has ceased to exist but for a certain time continues to correspond to the conception of right, then it has nevertheless during that time remained right for those who do not let themselves be deluded by empty talk, but take many things into account. p. 99. 153 Where, without any new circumstances having arisen, that which is considered as right proves in practice not to correspond to the conception of right, then it is not right, but where, new circumstances having arisen, the same valid right is no longer useful, it was indeed formerly right, when it was useful for the mutual intercourse of citizens, but later when it was no longer useful, it was no longer right. p. 99. 154 He who knew how best to gain self-assurance from the external circumstances procured for himself that which was possible, as something not alien to himself, and considered that which was not possible as alien to himself. p. 99. End of the 10th book of Diogenes Laertius. Epicurus to Herodotus 37 In the first place, we must understand what it is that words denote, so that we have something to which we can refer opinions or inquiries or doubts, and by which we can test them, and so that everything does not slip from us into infinity without our having a judgment on it and that we are not left with mere empty words. 38 For it is necessary that the original meaning of every word should be perceived and need no proof, if we want to have something to which we can refer inquiries or doubts or opinions. Pages 30 to 31. It is significant that Aristotle, in his Metaphysics, makes the same remark on the relation of language to philosophizing. Since the ancient philosophers, not excluding the sceptics, all begin by presupposing consciousness, a firm foothold is necessary. This is provided by the concepts presented in knowledge in general. Epicurus, being the philosopher of the concept, is most exact in the manuscript this phrase is in Latin ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 411. This and therefore defines these fundamental conditions in greater detail. He is also the most consistent and, like the sceptics, he completes ancient philosophy, but from the other side. 38 Further we must observe everything both on the basis of sensations and also simply of present impressions, whether of the mind or of any criterion whatever, and equally on the basis of actual feelings, so that we have something by which we can characterize what is to be expected and what is unknown. Once this is done, one must begin reflections on the unknown. p. 31. The common opinion of the physicists that nothing comes into being from not being. Aristotle, Physics, Book I, Chap 4, Commentary of Coimbra Jesuit College, pp. 123-125. In one sense things come to be out of that which has no being, yet in another sense they come to be always out of what is. For coming to be necessarily implies the pre-existence of something which potentially is, but actually is not, and this something is spoken of both as being and as not being. Aristotle, De Generatione et Corruptione, Book I, Chap 3, Commentary of Coimbra College, p. 26. Diogenes Laertius, X. 39, the universe was always such as it is now, and such it will ever remain. p. 31. The universe consists of bodies and space. p. 32. 40. Of bodies some are composite, others the elements of which these composite bodies are made. p. 32. 41. These elements are indivisible and unchangeable, if things are not all to be destroyed and pass into non-existence. pp. 32-33. The universe is infinite. For what is finite has an extremity. p. 33. The universe is unlimited by reason of the multitude of bodies and the extent of the void. p. 33. The infinite body will obviously prevail over and annihilate the finite body. Aristotle, Physics, Book 3. Chap 5, Commentary of Coimbra College, p. 487. Diogenes Laertius, X. 42, they the atoms, vary indefinitely in their shapes. pp. 33-34. 43. The atoms are in continual motion through all eternity. p. 34. 44. Of all this there is no beginning, since both atoms and void exist from all eternity. p. 35. Atoms have no quality at all except shape, size, and weight. p. 35. They are not of any and every size, at any rate no atom has ever been seen by our senses. p. 35. 45. There is an infinite number of worlds. p. 35. 46. Again there are impressions which are of the same shape as the solid bodies but far thinner than what we can perceive. p. 36. These impressions we call images. p. 36. 48. Besides this, the production of the images is as quick as thought. For the continual streaming off from the surface of the bodies is evidenced by no visible sign. p. 37. And there are other modes in which these natural phenomena may be formed. For there is nothing in them which contradicts the sensations if we in some way take into account what is evident in order to refer the impressions produced on us from outside. p. 38. 49. But it must also be assumed that when anything streams in from outside, we see and apprehend the shapes. p. 38. 50. Every presentation received either by the mind or through sensation, but not judged, non judicata, is true. The illusion and error, whether it is not confirmed or is even refuted, always lies in what is added by thought, following a motion in ourselves which, though connected with a certain effort of presentation, has its own perception, through which the error arises. p. 39. 412. Karl Marx. 51. For there would be no error if we did not experience also a certain other motion in ourselves which is connected with the effort of presentation, but has its own perception. p. 39. It is through this inner movement which is connected with the effort of presentation, but has its own perception, that, if it is not confirmed or is refuted, illusion arises, but if it is confirmed or not refuted, truth results. pp. 39-40. 52. Again, hearing takes place when a current passes from the object which emits sounds, etc. p. 40. 53. Also concerning smell we must assume, as I have said about hearing. p. 41. 54. Every quality which is inherent in and proper to them, the atoms, meaning those named above, magnitudo, figura, pondus asterisk, is unchangeable just as the atoms also do not change. p. 41. 55. Again one should not suppose that there are atoms of every size, lest this be contradicted by phenomena, but some changes in size must be admitted. For if this is so, the processes in feelings and sensations will be more easily explained. pjp. 42-43. 56. Besides, one must not suppose that in a limited body there is an infinite number of atoms, and of every size. P. 43. 60. One motion must be assumed which must be thought of as directed upwards to infinity, and one directed downwards. P. 45. See end of page 44 and beginning of page 45, where, strictly speaking, the atomistic principle is violated, and an internal necessity is attributed to the atoms themselves. Since they have a certain size, there must be something smaller than they are. Such are the parts of which they are composed. But these are necessarily to be considered together as a koivoksrjake b. Thus ideality is transferred to the atoms themselves. The smallest thing in them is not the smallest imaginable, but is likened to it without anything definite being thought of. The necessity and ideality attributed to them is itself merely fictitious, accidental, external to them. The principle of Epicurean atomistics is not expressed until the ideal and necessary is made to have being only in an imaginary form external to itself, the form of the atom. Such is the extent of Epicurus' consistency. 61. When they are traveling through the void and meet with no resistance, the atoms must move with equal speed. P. 46. Just as we have seen that necessity, connection, differentiation, within itself, is transferred to or rather expressed in the atom, that ideality is present here only in this form external to itself, so it is with motion too, the question of which necessarily arises once the motion of the atoms is compared with the motion of the Zaxa tag size, shape, weight ed. B. Permanent Community ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 413. AOXPDAATCA bodies, that is, of the concrete. In comparison with this motion, the motion of the atoms is in principle absolute, that is, all empirical conditions in it are disregarded, it is ideal. In general, in expounding Epicurean philosophy and its immanent dialectics, one has to bear in mind that, while the principle is an imagined one, assuming the form of being in relation to the concrete world, the dialectics, the inner essence of these ontological determinations, as a form, in itself void, of the absolute, can show itself only in such a way that they, being immediate, enter into a necessary confrontation with the concrete world and reveal, in their specific relation to it, that they are only the imagined form of its ideality, external to itself, and not as presupposed, but rather only as ideality of the concrete. Thus its determinations are in themselves untrue and self-negating. The only conception of the world that is expressed is that its basis is that which has no presuppositions, which is nothing. Epicurean philosophy is important because of the naiveness with which conclusions are expressed without the prejudice of our day. 62. And not even when it is a question of composite bodies can one be said to be faster than the other, etc. P. 46. It can only be said that they often rebound until the continuity of their movement becomes perceptible to the senses. For what we conjecture of the invisible, namely, that periods of time contemplated through speculation may also contain continuity of movement, is not true for things of this kind, since only all that which is really perceived or is comprehended from an impression by thinking is true. P. 47. The question must be considered, why the principle of the reliability of the senses is disregarded and what abstracting conception is set up as a criterion of truth. 63. The soul is a corporeal thing, composed of fine particles, which is spread, diffusum, over the whole of the body, corpus. P. 47. Interesting here again is the specific difference between fire and air, on the one hand, and the soul, on the other, showing that the soul is adequate to the body, analogy being used and nevertheless discarded, which is in general the method of imaginative consciousness. Thus all concrete determinations collapse and a mere monotonous echo takes the place of development. 63. Further we must keep in mind that the soul is the chief cause of sensation. 64. It would not be, if it were not in a manner of speaking enveloped by the rest of the mass of the body. The remaining mass of the body, which makes it possible for the soul to be this cause, itself shares through the soul in this quality, yet not in all of what the soul possesses. That is why it has no longer any sentience when the soul has departed. For it did not have this ability in itself, but served as an intermediary for it to another. A Composite ed. 414 Karl Marx. Being which emerged simultaneously with it and which, owing to the ability it had achieved to produce immediately a sensation corresponding to the specific stimulation, imparted sentience both to itself and to the remaining mass of the body by reason of neighborhood, vicinia, and sympathy. p. 48. We have seen that the atoms, taken abstractly among themselves, are nothing but entities, imagined in general, and that only in confrontation with the concrete do they develop their ideality, which is imagined and therefore entangled in contradictions. They also show, by becoming one side of the relation, that is, when it comes to dealing with objects which carry in themselves the principle and its concrete world, the living, the animate, the organic, that the realm of imagination is thought of now as free, now as the manifestation of something ideal. This freedom of the imagination is therefore but an assumed, immediate, imagined one, which in its true form is the atomistic. Either of the determinations can therefore be taken for the other, each considered in itself is the same as the other, but in respect of each other too the same determinations must be ascribed to them, from whichever viewpoint they are considered. The solution is therefore the return to the simplest, first determination, where the realm of the imagination is assumed as free. As this return takes place in regard to a totality, to what is imagined, which really has the ideal in itself, and is the ideal itself in its being, so here the atom is posited as it really is, in the totality of its contradictions. At the same time, the basis of these contradictions emerges, the desire to apprehend the thing imagined as the free ideal thing as well, while only imagining it. The principle of absolute arbitrariness appears here, therefore, with all its consequences. In its lowest form, this is already essentially the case with the atom. As there are many atoms, each one contains in itself a difference in respect of the many, and hence it is in itself many. But that is already contained in the definition of the atom, so that the plurality in it is necessarily and immanently a oneness. It is so because it is. But it still remains to be explained, with regard to the world, why it develops freely from a single principle into a plurality. Therefore what is to be proved is assumed, the atom itself is what is to be explained. Then the difference of the ideality could be introduced only by comparison. In themselves both sides come under the same definition, and ideality itself is again posited by the external combination of these many atoms, by their being the principles of these compositions. The principle of this composition is therefore that which initially was composite in itself without any cause, that is, what is explained is itself the explanation, and it is thrust into. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 415. The nebulous space of imaginative abstraction. As already said, this emerges in its totality only when the organic is considered. It must be noted that the fact that the soul, etc., perishes, that it owes its existence only to an accidental mixture, expresses in general the accidental nature of all these notions, e.g., soul, etc., which, not being necessary in ordinary consciousness, are accounted for by Epicurus as accidental conditions, which are seen as something given, the necessity of which, the necessity of the existence of which, is not only not proved, but is even admitted to be not provable, only possible. What persists, on the other hand, is the free being of the imagination, which is firstly the free which itself exists in general, and secondly, as the thought of the freedom of what is imagined, a lie and a fiction, and hence in itself an inconsistency, an illusion, an imposture. It expresses rather the demand for a concrete definition of the soul, etc., as immanent thought. What is lasting and great in Epicurus is that he gives no preference to conditions over notions, and tries just as little to save them. For Epicurus the task of philosophy is to prove that the world and thought are thinkable and possible. his proof and the principle by which it proceeds and to which it is referred is again possibility existing for itself, whose natural expression is the atom and whose intellectual expression is chance and arbitrariness. Closer investigation is needed of how all determinations may be exchanged between soul and body and how either of them is the same as the other in the bad sense that neither one nor the other is at all conceptually defined. See end of page 48 and beginning of page 49. Epicurus stands higher than the sceptics in that not only are conditions and presentations reduced to nothing, but their perception, the thinking of them and the reasoning about their existence, proceeding from something solid, is likewise only a possibility. 67. It is impossible to conceive anything that is incorporeal as self-existent, except imply space. The incorporeal is not thought by the imagination, it pictures it as the void and as empty. 3. An empty space can neither act nor be acted upon, but by virtue of its existence makes motion possible for the bodies. P. 49. Hence those who say the soul is incorporeal talk nonsense. pp. 49-50. It is necessary to study the passage on page 50 and the beginning of page 51, where Epicurus speaks of the determinations of concrete bodies and seems to refute the atomistic principle by saying, 69, that the whole body in general receives its specific being out of all that, not as though it were a composite of it, as, for instance, when out of conglomera. This sentence is in German in the manuscript ed. 15-194. 416. Karl Marx. Tions of atoms themselves a larger formation is made up, but only that, as stated, it receives its specific being out of all that. And all these things demand specific consideration and judgment, in which the whole must constantly be considered and not in any way be separated, but, apprehended as a whole, receives the designation of body. Pages 50 and 51. 70. Again, the bodies often encounter non-specific accidentals, some of which, of course, are invisible and incorporeal. Thus, by using this word in the manner in which it is most frequently used, we make it clear that the accidentals neither possess the nature of the whole to which, as the composite whole, we give the name of body, nor that of the specific qualities without which a body is unthinkable. P. 51. 71. We must regard them as that which they appear to be, namely, as accidental attributes of the body which, however, neither are in themselves concomitants of the body nor possess the function of an independent being. We see them such as sensation itself makes their individuality appear. P. 52. It is a matter of certainty for Epicurus that repulsion is posited with the law of the atom, the declination from the straight line. That this is not to be taken in the superficial sense, as though the atoms in their movement could meet only in this way, is expressed at any rate by Lucretius. Soon after saying in the above quoted passage, without this clinamen atomi * there would be neither offensus natus, ne plaga creata b2, 223, he says. Again, if all movement is always interconnected, the new arising from the old in a determinate order, if the atoms never swerve so as to originate some new movement that will snap, the bonds of fate, the everlasting sequence of cause and effect, what is the source of the free will? On the Nature of Things, Book 11251 ff. Here another motion by which the atoms can meet is posited, distinct from that caused by the clinamen. Further, it is defined as absolutely deterministic, hence negation of self, so that every determination finds its being in its immediate being, otherwise, in the being negated, which in respect of the atom is the straight line. Only from the clinamen does the individual motion emerge, the relation which has its determination as the determination of itself and no other. Lucretius may or may not have derived this idea from Epicurus. That is immaterial. The conclusion from the consideration of repulsion, that the atom as the immediate form of the concept is objectified only in immediate absence of concept, this same is true also of the philosophical consciousness of which this principle is the essence. This serves me at the same time as justification for giving a quite different account of the matter from that of Epicurus. A declination of the atom ed. Meeting nor collision possible. Ed. Epicurean Philosophy. Second Notebook. I Diogenes Laertius, Book 10. 2 Sextus Empiricus. 3 Plutarch, that Epicurus actually makes a pleasant life impossible. I Diogenes Laertius, Book 10. Commentary by Gassendi. Epicurus to Herodotus. Continued 72 We must not investigate time as we do the other accidents which we investigate in a subject, namely, by referring mem to the preconceptions envisaged in our minds, but we must take into account the plain fact itself, in virtue of which we speak of time as long or short. We must not adopt any new terms as preferable, but should employ the already existing ones, nor must we predicate anything else of time, as if this something had the same essence as the proper meaning of the word, but we must chiefly reflect upon how we associate and measure what is peculiar to it. 73 For this also requires no proof, but only reflection that we associate it with days and nights and their parts, and likewise also with feelings and absence of feeling, with movement and rest, conceiving a peculiar attribute of these to be precisely that which we call time. Pages 52 to 53, and all things are again dissolved. P. 53. It is clear, then, that he Epicurus also makes the words perishable, since their parts are subject to change. He says this also elsewhere. P. 53. 74 And further, we must not suppose that the worlds have necessarily one and the same shape, but that they differ from one another. P. 53. For neither are living things necessarily separated from the infinite, nor have they fallen from heaven. 75. We must grasp that nature too in many and very different respects follows the instruction and pressure of things, and thinking gives greater precision to that which it receives from nature and adds new discoveries, in some cases more quickly and in others more slowly, requiring for this sometimes more and sometimes less time. pp. 53-54. See end of page 54 and beginning of page 55, where the objektivan Vojiatkova is discussed. 76 As for the meteors, we must believe that their motion, position, eclipse, rising and setting and the like do not take place because someone governs and orders or has ordered them, who at the same time enjoys perfect bliss. We must compare with this what Simplicius attributes to Anaxagoras about the Vau Cb which orders the world. A Origin of Designations ed. B. Mind ed. 15 418 Karl Marx. Along with immortality 77, for actions and anxieties, anger and favor do not accord with bliss, but result from weakness, fear and need, with which they are most related. Nor must we believe that the being which has acquired bliss willingly submits to these movements, for this is an annoyance and contradictory to bliss, but we must rather maintain all its sublimity by using expressions which lead to such notions as do not give rise to any opinions contradictory to sublimity. If we do not agree with this contradiction will itself produce the greatest mental confusion. Hence we must assume that, with the appearance of the world, both the original interception of these conglomerations and the obligatory character and periodicity of these movements appeared. Pages 55 and 56. Here we must observe the principle of the thinkable in order, on the one hand, to maintain the freedom of self-consciousness, and, on the other hand, to attribute to God freedom from any determination. 78. That what makes one blissful in the knowledge of the meteors lies in particular in accurate study of what those natural phenomena are which are observed in our meteors and what is in some way kindred to them in principle. Here we have that which can be in a plurality of ways, that which can possibly and that which is in some other way, but it is rather an absolute rule that nothing which threatens danger, which can disturb ataraxy, can ever happen to an indestructible and blissful nature. Consciousness must apprehend that this is an absolute law. P. 56. Further, on pages 56 and 57, Epicurus denounces the senseless mere wondering contemplation of the celestial bodies as stultifying and fear-inspiring. He asserts the absolute freedom of mind. 80. We must beware of the prejudice that the study of those objects is not thorough or subtle enough because it is aimed only at our ataraxy and bliss. Hence we must investigate the meteors and all that is unknown, observing how often the same thing occurs within our experience. p. 57. 81. Besides all this, we must understand that the greatest confusion in men's minds arises through the belief that there are beings which are blissful and indestructible, and that at the same time have desires, actions, and feelings which conflict with these attributes, and that men somehow foresee eternal suffering and entertain suspicions of the kind fostered by the myths, and because in death there is no sensation, they also fear to be at some time deprived of sensation, and that they are not guided by the correct notions, so that, unless they set limits to their fears, they experience equal or still greater anxiety than they would were their imaginings true. 82. But ataraxy means to have freed oneself from all that. pp. 57-58. Therefore we must pay attention to all things that are present to us and to the sensations, to general ones in relation to what is general, to particular ones in relation to what is particular, and to all the evidence available for every single criterion. p. 58. Epicurus to Pythocle. Epicurus repeats at the beginning of his discussion on the meteors that the aim of this is yvuaeoc, atapa and a and ktcrxtc. In the manuscript here, after the semicolon, follows Gassendi's Latin translation of the preceding Greek phrase, esse, id, quod pluribus modis fieri dicitur, et non uno modo necesse contingere, et posse alio quoque modo esse habere. Ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 419. Cecilia, coaffared tepse im tuv kutov 3x, 85. But the study of these celestial bodies also differs substantially from the rest of science. 86. Nor must we apply to everything the same theory as in ethics or in clarifying the other problems of physics, for example that the universe consists of bodies and the incorporeal, quod 2x6 vov, or that there are indivisible elements and the like, where only a single explanation corresponds to the phenomena. 0. For this is not the case with the meteors. These have no simple cause of their coming into being and have more than one essential category corresponding to the sensations. Pages 60 and 61. It is important in the whole of Epicurus' view of things that the celestial bodies, as something beyond the senses, cannot command the same degree of evidence as the rest of the moral and sensuous world. To them Epicurus' theory of disjunctiate applies in practice, viz., that there is no aut, and hence that internal determinateness is denied, and that the principle of the thinkable, the imaginable, of accident, of abstract identity and freedom manifests itself as what it is, as the indeterminate, which precisely for that reason is determined by a reflection external to it. It is seen here that the method of consciousness which imagines and represents, fights only its own shadow. What the shadow is depends on how it is seen, how that which reflects is reflected out of it back into itself. As in the case of the organic in itself, when it is substantialized, the contradiction of the atomistic outlook is revealed, so now, when the object itself assumes the form of sensuous certainty and of imagining reason, philosophizing consciousness admits what it is doing. As there the imagined principle and its application are found objectified as one, and the contradictions are thereby called to arms as the antithesis of the concretist presentations themselves, so here, where the object hangs, as it were, over the heads of men, where through the self-sufficiency, through the sensuous independence and the mysterious remoteness of its existence, the object challenges consciousness, so here consciousness comes to acknowledge its own activity, it contemplates what it does, so as to make the presentations which pre-exist in it intelligible and to vindicate them as its own, just as the whole activity of consciousness is only struggle with remoteness, which, like a curse, shackles the whole of a knowledge, ataraxy and firm conviction, as is also the case with everything else ed. That is, void. Note by Marx. Ed. See in the manuscript here follows in brackets the last phrase in Gassendi's Latin translation, quicumcuno tantum modo rebus apparentibus congruant. Ed. Disjunction ed either or ed. 420 Karl Marx. Antiquity, just as it has only possibility, chance, as its principle, and seeks in some way to establish identity between itself and its object, so does it admit this, as soon as this remoteness confronts it in objective independence as heavenly bodies. Consciousness is indifferent as to just what explanation is offered. It affirms that there is not one explanation, but many, that is, that any explanation will suffice, thus it acknowledges that its activity is active fiction. For this reason, in antiquity in general, in whose philosophy premises are not lacking, the meteors and the doctrine concerning them are the image in which, even in the person of Aristotle, it contemplates its own defects. Epicurus expressed this, and this is the service he rendered, the iron logic of his views and conclusions. The meteors challenge sensuous understanding, but it overcomes their resistance and will listen to nothing but its own ideas of them. 86 For nature must be studied not according to empty axioms and laws, but as required by the phenomena. 87 Life requires us to live without confusion. p. 61. Here, where the premise itself confronts actual consciousness, arousing fear in it, there is no longer any need for any principles or premises. The imagination is extinguished in fear. Epicurus therefore again formulates the following proposition, as though finding himself in it. 87 Everything therefore happens, once it is explained consistently in various ways, in conformity with the phenomena, if that which has been credibly established in respect of them is maintained. But if we maintain one thing as valid and reject another, although it equally conforms to the phenomena, then we are openly overstepping the bounds of the study of nature and launching into the realm of myth. p. 61. The question now is how the explanation is to be arranged. 87 Certain signs of the processes of the meteors can be taken from the processes going on in our experience which can be observed or are present in the same way as the phenomena of the meteors. For these can occur in a plurality of ways. 88 But one must observe the appearance of every single thing and also explain whatever is connected with it. This will not be inconsistent with the fact that it can take place in various ways, as happens in our experience. p. 61. For Epicurus the sound of his own voice drowns the thunder and blots out the lightning of the heavens of his conception. We can gather from the monotonous repetition how important Epicurus considers his new method of explanation, how intent he is to eliminate the miraculous, how he always insists on applying. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 421. Not one, but several explanations, giving us very frivolous examples of this in respect of everything, how he says almost outright that while he leaves nature free, he is concerned only with freedom of consciousness. The only proof required of an explanation is that it should not be avita giapchapi taftat 3 by the evidence of the senses and experience, by the phenomena, the appearance, for what matters is only how nature appears. These propositions are reiterated. On the origin of the sun and the moon. 94 This also is suggested in this way by sensation. p. 63. On the size of the sun and the constellations. 91 The phenomena here on the earth we see, as we perceive them by the senses. p. 63. On the rising and setting of the constellations. 92 For no phenomenon testifies against this. p. 64. On the turnings of the sun and the moon. 93 For all that and what is connected with it does not contradict any of the evident phenomena if in separate explanations we always hold fast to what is possible and can bring each of them into conformity with the phenomena, without fear of the slavish artifices of the astrologers. pp. 64-65. On the waning and waxing of the moon. 94, and in any of the ways by which also the phenomena within our experience suggest an explanation of this problem, unless, being in love with some one means of explanation, we lightly reject the others or are unable to see what it is possible for a man to know and therefore seek to know what is impossible. p. 65. On the species voltasib in the moon. 95, in general in any way considered as being in conformity with the phenomena. 96 For, it must be added, this way must be used in respect of all the meteors. For if you fight against what is evident, you will never be able to enjoy genuine ataraxy. P. 66. A disproved ed. B. Face ed. 422 Karl Marx. Note particularly the exclusion of all divine, teleological influence in the passage on the Ordo Periodicus *, where it is clearly seen that the explanation is only a matter of consciousness listening to itself and the objective is a delusion simulated. 97, must be seen as something ordinary which also occurs within our own experience. The divinity must not on any account be adduced for this, but must be kept free from all tasks and in perfect bliss. For unless this be done, the whole theory of origins of the meteors will be rendered senseless, as has already been the case with some theoreticians who did not apply a possible explanation, but indulged in idle attempts at explanations, believing that it happens only in one way and excluding all other possible explanations, and thus arrived at things which are impossible, and were unable to understand the phenomena as signs, which one must dp, and were not disposed to rejoice with God. P. 67. The same arguments are often repeated almost word for word. 98 On the varying lengths of nights and days, on the jot caret t, vuxt and vxol /tjjskpovtipa x zakavta, 15 P. 67. 98 On the etria jgiadet, cp 67. 99 On the origin of the vet, dp 68. 100 to 101 of the spavtai, 6 of the oxpatrov, p 69, 103 Thus he says of the expound-pavik star. 104 And there are several other ways in which thunderbolts may occur. Exclusion of myth is the sole condition necessary, and it will be excluded if one properly attends to the phenomena and hence draws inferences concerning what is invisible. P. 70. After adducing many explanations of EFGOF, Terry Motus, he adds as usual, 106 But there are also several other ways, etc., p. 71. On the comets. 112, there are many other ways by which this might be brought about if one is capable of finding out what accords with the phenomena. P. 75. De stellis fixus et errantibus 113 To assign a single cause for these effects when the phenomena suggests several causes is madness and an enormity of those who are obsessed by senseless. A periodical order ed. This is the Greek original of the previous phrase ed. See weather signs ed. D clouds ed. E thunder ed. Lightning ed. G thunderbolts ed. H earthquake ed. 1 On fixed and wandering stars ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 423. Astrology and assign at random causes for certain phenomena when they by no means free the divinity from burdensome tasks. P. 76. He even accuses those who simpliciter, Erksuk 3 discuss such things. 114 Portento sum quid pium coram multitudine oscenter affectere equals that applies to those who wish to do something to impress the crowd. P. 76. He says in connection with KJW3T /I.A.6 IU, H the anticipation of temps task in animals, which some connected with God. 116 For such folly as this would not possess the most ordinary being if ever so little enlightened, much less one who enjoys perfect felicity. P. 77. From this we can see among other things how Pierre Gassendi, who wants to rescue divine intervention, assert the immortality of the soul, etc., and still be an Epicurean. See, for example, Esse Animos Immortals, Contra Epicurum, Pet. Gassendi Animadverse. In 1. December. Diog. Laird, pages 549 to 602, or, Esse Deum Authorum Mundi, Contra Epicurum, pages 706 to 725, Gerere Deum Hominum Curam, Contra Epicurum, pages 738 to 751, etc. Compare, Feuerbach, Geschichte Neueren Philosophie, Pierre Gassendi, pages 127 to 150, does not understand Epicurus at all and still less can teach us anything about him. Gassendi tries rather to teach us from Epicurus than to teach us about him. Where he violates Epicurus' iron logic, it is in order not to quarrel with his own religious premises. This struggle is significant in Gassendi, as is in general the fact that modern philosophy arises where the old finds its downfall, on the one hand from Descartes' universal doubt, whereas the sceptics sounded the knell of Greek philosophy, on the other hand from the rational consideration of nature, whereas ancient philosophy is overcome in Epicurus even more thoroughly than in the sceptics. Antiquity was rooted in nature, in materiality. Its degradation and profanation means in the main the defeat of materiality, of solid life. The modern world is rooted in the spirit and it can be free, can release the other, nature, out of itself. But equally, by contrast, what with the ancients was profanation of nature is with the modern salvation from the shackles of servile faith, and the modern rational outlook on nature must first raise itself to the point from which the ancient Ionian philosophy, in principle et a simply, absolutely ed. B. Weather signs ed. C. Tempest ed. 424 Karl Marx. Least, begins the point of seeing the divine, the idea, embodied in nature. Who will not recall here the enthusiastic passage in Aristotle, the acme of ancient philosophy, in his treatise Nept xtjc Ivosvk, c. 09 rjc, which sounds quite a different note from the dispassionate monotony of Epicurus 180. Characteristic of the method of the Epicurean outlook is the way it deals with the creation of the world, a topic in the treatment of which the standpoint of a philosophy will always be ascertainable, since it reveals how, according to this philosophy, the spirit creates the world, the attitude of a philosophy to the world, the creative power, the spirit of a philosophy. Epicurus says, pages 61 and 62, 181. 88 The world is a celestial complex, Jpiox tik which comprises stars and earth and all phenomena containing a cut-out segment, dtjlotou v, of the infinite, and terminating in a boundary which may be either ethereal or solid, a boundary whose dissolution will bring about the wreck of all within it, which may be at rest, and may be round, triangular or of any other shape. All these alternatives are possible since none of them is contradicted by the phenomena. Where the world ends cannot be discerned. That there is an infinite number of such worlds is evident. Anybody will at once be struck by the poverty of this world construction. That the world is a complex of the earth, stars, etc., means nothing, since the origin of the moon, etc., occurs and is explained only later. In general, every concrete body is a complex, or more precisely, according to Epicurus, a complex of atoms. The definition of a complex, its specific distinction, lies in its boundary, and for that reason, once the world is defined as having been cut out from the infinite, it is superfluous to add the boundary as a closer definition, for something which is cut out is separated from the remainder and is a concrete, distinct thing, and therefore bounded in regard to the remainder. But the boundary is what must be defined, since a bounded complex in general is not yet a world. Further on it is said that the boundary can be defined in any way one likes, trav capic, and finally it is admitted that it is impossible to define its specific difference, but that it is conceivable that one exists. On the nature of animals ed. In the manuscript this quotation and the next one on p. 426 are written in German ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 425. Hence all that is said is that the notion of the return of a totality of differences to an indefinite unity, i.e., the notion of a world, exists in consciousness, is present in everyday thinking. The boundary, the specific difference, and hence the immanence and necessity of this notion is declared to be not conceivable. That the notion exists can be conceived, tautologically, because it is there, so that what is to be explained, the creation, the origin and internal production of a world by thought, is declared inconceivable, and the existence of this notion in consciousness is passed off as the explanation. It is the same as if one were to say that it can be proved that there is a God, but his differentia specifica, quid sit, the what of this determination, cannot be investigated. When Epicurus further says that the boundary can be conceived as of any kind, i.e., every determination which in general we distinguish in a spatial boundary can be applied to it, then the notion of the world is nothing but the return to sensuously perceptible unity, which is indefinite and therefore may be defined in any way one likes, or more generally, since the world is an indefinite notion of half sensuous, half reflecting consciousness, the world is present in this consciousness together with all other sensuous notions and bounded by them. Its definition and boundary is therefore as multiple as these sensuous notions surrounding it. Each of them can be regarded as its boundary and hence as its closer definition and explanation. That is the essence of all Epicurean explanations, and it is all the more important because it is the essence of all the explanations of reflecting consciousness, which is the prisoner of preconceptions. So it is also with the moderns in regard to God, when goodness, wisdom, etc., are ascribed to him. Any one of these notions, which are definite, can be considered as the boundary of the indefinite notion of God which lies between them. The substance of this kind of explanation is therefore that a notion which is to be explained is found in consciousness. The explanation or closer definition is then that notions in the same sphere and accepted as known stand in relation to it, hence that in general it lies in consciousness, in a definite sphere. Here Epicurus admits the weakness of his own and of all ancient philosophy, namely, that it knows that notions are in consciousness, but that it does not know their boundary, their principle, their necessity. A specific distinction, what he is ed. 426 Karl Marx. However, Epicurus is not satisfied with having worked out his conception of the creation. He performs the drama himself, objectifies for himself what he has just done, and only then does his creation proper begin. For he says further, 89 such a world may arise, in one of the intermundia, by which term we mean the spaces between worlds, in a vast empty space, in a great transparent void, when certain suitable seeds rush in from a world or an intermundium or from several worlds, and gradually form compounds or divisions, or, as may happen, undergo changes of place, and receive into themselves waterings from without as far as the foundations laid can hold the compound. 94 If a world arises in the void, it is not enough that there should be an aggregation or vortex or a multitude and that it should meet with another, as one of the physicists says. For this is in conflict with the phenomena. p. 62. Here, first, worlds are presupposed for the creation of the world, and the place where this occurs is the void. Hence what was foreshadowed to begin with in the concept of creation, viz. that what was to be created is presupposed, is substantiated here. The notion without its closer definition and relation to the others, that is to say, as it is provisionally presupposed, is empty or disembodied, an intermundium, an empty space. How this notion gets its determination is presented as follows: seeds appropriate for the creation of a world combine in the way necessary for the creation of a world, that is, no determination, no difference is given. In other words, we have nothing but the atom and the sphere, despite Epicurus himself striving against this, etc. Aristotle has already in a profound manner criticized the superficiality of the method which proceeds from an abstract principle without allowing this principle to negate itself in higher forms. After praising the Pythagoreans because they were the first to free the categories from their substrate, and did not consider them as attributes of the things of which they are predicated, but as the very substance itself. They the Pythagoreans thought that the finitude and infinity, were not attributes of certain other things, e.g. of fire or earth, etc., but were the substance of the things of which they are predicated. He reproaches them because they thought that the first subject of which a given definition was predicible was the substance of the thing. Aristotle Metaphysics, Book I, Chap V. There must have been a slip of the pen here, for the manuscript has vercorper, embodied, instead of incorpore, disembodied, ed b void ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 427. 2 Sextus Empiricus. We now go on to the attitude of the Epicurean philosophy to scepticism, insofar as it can be gathered from Sextus Empiricus. But first a basic definition given by Epicurus himself must be cited from Book 10 of Diogenes Laertius contained in the description of the wise man. 121 The wise man will be a dogmatist but not a mere sceptic. p. 81. What Epicurus says about his principle of thinkability, and about language and the origin of concepts, makes up an important part of his exposition of his system as a whole, defining its essential attitude towards ancient philosophy and containing implicit his position in relation to the sceptics. It is interesting to see what Sextus Empiricus says about why Epicurus took to philosophy. 9:18 If anybody asks, out of what chaos originated, he will have nothing to answer. And according to some, this was precisely the reason why Epicurus plunged into philosophizing. 19 For when he was a boy he asked his teacher, who was reading to him, out of what chaos arose if it arose first. When the teacher said it was not his business to teach that, but the business of those who were called philosophers, Epicurus said, I must go to them if they know the truth of things. Sext. Empiricus, Against the Professors, Geneva, 1621, p. 383. 2:23 For Democritus says that man is that which we all know, etc. 24 For this thinker proceeds to say that only the atoms and the void truly exist, and these, he says, form the substrate not only of living beings, but of all compound bodies, so that, as far as these are concerned, we shall not form a concept of the particular essence of man, seeing that they are common to all things. But besides these there is no existing substrate, so that we shall possess no means whereby we shall be able to distinguish man from the other living beings and form a clear conception of him. 25 Again, Epicurus says that man is such and such a shape combined with a soul. According to him, then, since man is shown by pointing out, he that is not pointed out is not a man, and, if anyone points out a female, the male will not be man, while if the female points out a male, she will not be man. Outlines of Pyrrhonism, p. 56. 8:64 For besides Pythagoras also Empedocles and the Ionians, besides Socrates also Plato, Aristotle, and the Stoics, and perhaps also the garden philosophers, concede that God exists, as the speeches made by Epicurus testify. Against the Professors, p. 320. 8:71 For it cannot be assumed that the souls are carried down below. 72 They are not dissolved, when separated from the bodies, as Epicurus used to say, like smoke. For before also it was not the body which held them fast, but they themselves were for the body the reason why it held together, but still more for themselves. Against the Professors, p. 321. 8:58 And Epicurus, according to some, concedes the essence of God as far as the multitude is concerned, but by no means as concerns the nature of things. Against the Professors, p. 319. Implicitly ed. 428 Karl Marx. 7:267 The Epicureans did not know that if that which is pointed out is man, that which is not pointed out is not man. And further such pointing out takes place either in respect of a man, flat-nosed or aquiline-nosed, long-haired or curly-haired, or in respect of other distinctive features. Against the Professors, p. 187. 49, amongst them we must place Epicurus, although he seems to be hostile to the professors of science. Against the Professors, p. 11. 57 Since, according to the sage Epicurus, it is not possible either to inquire or to doubt without a preconception, it will be well first of all to consider what grammar is. Against the Professors, p. 12. 272, but we shall find even the accusers of grammar, Pyrrho and Epicurus, acknowledging its necessity. 273 Epicurus has been detected as guilty of having filched the best of his dogmas from the poets. For he has been shown to have taken his proposition that the intensity of pleasure is the removal of everything painful from this one verse, when they had now put aside all longing for drinking and eating. And as to death, that it is nothing to us, Epicharmus had pointed this out to him when he said, to die or to be dead concerns me not. So too, he stole the notion that dead bodies have no feeling from Homer, where he writes, "'Tis dumb clay that he beats with abuse in his violent fury." Against the professors, p. 54. 7, 14 side by side with him. Archelaus of Athens, who divides philosophy into puixoph, they place Epicurus as one who also rejects logical consideration. 15 But there were others who said that he did not reject logic in general, but only that of the Stoics. Against the professors, p. 140. 22 But the Epicureans proceed from logic, for they investigate first the canonics and create for themselves the doctrine of the visible and the concealed and the appearances which accompany them. Against the professors, p. 142. 1 Opposition to the representatives of science seems to be common to the Epicureans and the followers of Pyrrho, though not from the same standpoint. The Epicureans hold that the sciences contribute nothing to the perfecting of wisdom. This means that the Epicureans consider the knowledge of things, as another form of existence of the spirit, to be powerless in raising the reality of the spirit. The Pyrrhonists consider the powerlessness of the spirit to comprehend things as its essential aspect, its real activity. There is a similar relation between the dogmatists and the Kantians in their attitude to philosophy, although both sides appear degenerate and deprived of the freshness of ancient philosophy. The former renounce knowledge out of godliness, that is, they believe with the Epicureans that the divine in man is ignorance, that this divine, which is laziness, is disturbed by understanding. The Kantians, on the contrary, are as a Physics and Ethics ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 429. It were the appointed priests of ignorance, their daily business is to tell their beads over their own powerlessness and the power of things. The Epicureans are more consistent. If ignorance is inherent in the spirit, then knowledge is no enhancement of the spiritual nature, but something indifferent to the spirit, and for an ignorant man the divine is not the motion of knowledge, but laziness. 1-2 Or, as some conjecture, because they see in this a way of covering up their ignorance. For in many matters Epicurus stands convicted of ignorance, and even in ordinary converse his speech was not always correct. Against the professors, p. 1. After quoting some more gossip which clearly proves his confusion, Sextus Empiricus defines the difference between the sceptics' attitude to science and that of the Epicureans as follows. 5 The followers of Pyrrho opposed the sciences neither because they did not contribute anything to wisdom, for that assertion would be dogmatic, nor because they were uneducated. 6 They had the same attitude to the sciences as to the whole of philosophy. From this it is evident that one must distinguish between georgiaxa and dipiab, and that Epicurus' contempt for geaptoigiaxa extends to what we call knowledge, and how exactly this assertion suos systemati omni consenti. For just as they approached philosophy with the desire of attaining truth, but, when faced with an anomaly of things resembling contradiction, suspended judgment, so also, when they set about mastering the sciences and tried also to attain the truth contained in them, they found equal difficulties, which they did not conceal. p. 6 Against the professors, Book I. In the Outlines of Pyrrhonism, Book I, Chap. 17, the etiology which Epicurus in particular applied is aptly refuted, in such a way, however, that the sceptic's own impotence is revealed. 185 Possibly, 2, the 5 modes of suspension of judgment may suffice as against the etiologies. For either a person will suggest a cause which accords with all the trends of philosophy and of scepticism and with the phenomena, or he will not. And perhaps it is impossible to assign a cause which accords with all these. Of course, to assign such a cause which is nothing else at all but a phenomenon, is impossible because the cause is the ideality of the phenomenon, the transcended phenomenon. Just as little can the assignment of a cause accord with scepticism, because skepticism is professional opposition to all thought, the negation of a science ed. Philosophy ed. C corresponds to his whole system ed. 430 Karl Marx. Determination itself. It is naive to confine skepticism to Patvasave, for the phenomenon is the being lost, the not being of thought. Skepticism is the same not being of thought as reflected in itself, but the phenomenon has in itself disappeared, it is only a semblance. Skepticism is the speaking phenomenon and disappears as the phenomenon disappears, it is also only a phenomenon. 185 to 186 For all things, whether apparent or non-evident, are matters of controversy. But if there is controversy, the cause of this cause will also be asked for. That is, the skeptic wants a cause which itself is only a semblance and therefore no cause. And if he assumes an apparent cause for an apparent, and a non-evident for a non-evident, he will be lost in the regress ad infinitum outlines of Pyrrhonism, Book I. That is, because the skeptic refuses to get away from the semblance and wants to hold on to it as such, he cannot get away from the semblance, and this maneuver can be carried on into infinity. It is true that Epicurus wishes to go on from the atom to further determinations, but as he will not allow the atom as such to be dissolved, he cannot go beyond atomistics, determinations external to themselves and arbitrary. The skeptic, on the other hand, accepts all determinations, but in the determinateness of semblance, his activity is therefore just as arbitrary and displays everywhere the same inadequacy. He swims, to be sure, in the whole wealth of the world, but remains in the same poverty and is himself an embodiment of the powerlessness which he sees in things. Epicurus makes the world empty from the start, and so he ends up with the completely indeterminate, the void resting in itself, the Otios God. 186 And if at any point he makes a stand, either he will state that the cause is valid in respect of the previous admission, introducing the relating to something while he negates the relating to nature. It is precisely in the semblance, in the appearance, that the T Spock 11b is Thethpo, XTJVTFUAVK. Or if he accepts something out of a presupposition, he will be stopped. P36 Outlines of Pyrrhonism. As the meteors, the visible heaven, are for the ancient philosophers the symbol and the visible confirmation of their a phenomena ed. Relating to something ed. See Relating to nature ed. Notebooks on Epicurean philosophy 431. Eudike for the substantial, so that even Aristotle takes the stars for gods, or at least brings them into direct connection with the highest energy, so the written heaven, the sealed word of the God who has been revealed to himself in the course of world history, is the battle cry of Christian philosophy. The premise of the ancients is the act of nature, that of the moderns the act of the spirit. The struggle of the ancients could only end by the visible heaven, the substantial nexus of life, the force of gravity of political and religious life being shattered, for nature must be split in two for the spirit to be one in itself. The Greeks broke it up with the Hephaestion hammer of art, broke it up in their statues, the Roman plunged his sword into its heart and the peoples died, but modern philosophy unseals the word, lets it pass away in smoke in the holy fire of the spirit, and as fighter of the spirit fighting the spirit, not as a solitary apostate fallen from the gravity of nature, it is universally active and melts the forms which prevent the universal from breaking forth. 3 Plutarch, published by C. Xylander. That Epicurus actually makes a pleasant life impossible. It goes without saying that very little of this treatise by Plutarch is of any use. One need only read the introduction with its clumsy boastfulness and its crude interpretation of the Epicurean philosophy in order no longer to entertain any doubt about Plutarch's utter incompetence in philosophical criticism. Although he may agree with the view of Metrodorus, 3:2 the Epicureans believe that the supreme good is found in the belly and all other passages of the flesh through which pleasure and non-pain make their entrance, and that all the notable and brilliant inventions of civilization were devised for this belly-centered pleasure and for the good expectation of this pleasure. P 1087, this is minime * Epicurus teaching. Even Sextus Empiricus sees the difference between Epicurus and the Cyrenaic school in that he asserts that voluptas is voluptas animi. C3, 9-10. Epicurus asserts that in illness the sage often actually laughs at the paroxysms of the disease. Then how can men for whom the pains of the body are so slight and easy to bear find anything appreciable in its pleasures? P 1088. A least of all ed. B pleasure ed. C pleasure of the soul ed. 432. Karl Marx. It is clear that Plutarch does not understand Epicurus' consistency. For Epicurus the highest pleasure is freedom from pain, from diversity, the absence of any dependence, the body which depends on no other for its sensation, which does not feel this diversity, is healthy, positive. This position, which achieves its highest form in Epicurus' osios God, is of itself like a chronic sickness in which the disease, because of its duration, ceases to be a condition, becomes, as it were, familiar and normal. We have seen in Epicurus' philosophy of nature that he strives after this absence of dependence, this removal of diversity in theory as well as in practice. The greatest good for Epicurus is its apasia, since the spirit, which is the thing in question, is empirically unique. Plutarch revels in commonplaces, he argues like an apprentice. Incidentally, we can speak of the conception of the Apoc, B, who is a preoccupation equally of the Epicurean, Stoic, and Sceptic philosophies. If we study him we shall find that he belongs most logically to the atomistic philosophy of Epicurus, and that, viewed from this standpoint too, the downfall of ancient philosophy is presented in complete objectiveness in Epicurus. Ancient philosophy seeks to comprehend the wise man, Boific, in two ways, but both of them have the same root. What appears theoretically in the account given of matter, appears practically in the definition of the oiok. Greek philosophy begins with 7 wise men, among whom is the Ionian philosopher of nature Thales, and it ends with the attempt to portray the wise man conceptually. The beginning and the end, but no less the center, the middle, is one aiok, namely Socrates. It is no more an accident that philosophy gravitates round these substantial individuals, than that the political downfall of Greece takes place at the time when Alexander loses his wisdom in Babylon. Since the soul of Greek life and the Greek mind is substance, which first appears in them as free substance, the knowledge of this substance occurs in independent beings, individuals, who, being notable, on the one hand, each has his being in external contrast to the others, and whose knowledge, on the other hand, is the inward life of substance and thus something internal to the conditions of the reality surrounding them. The Greek philosopher is a demiurge, his world is a different one from that which flowers in the natural sun of the substantial. Ataraxy ed. Wise man ed. VV JCIUI, Q.4 J.X. LOK, I. Asterisk I asterisk asterisk dash caret I caret V caret VV caret. S caret F caret IV, VIT asterisk. Asterisk backslash W caret TT caret HWA caret F. Caret I. Caret. L. Page from Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy. Second Notebook. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 435. The first wise men are only the vessels, the Pythia, from which the substance resounds in general, simple precepts, their language is as yet only that of the substance become vocal, the simple forces of moral life which are revealed. Hence they are in part also active leaders in political life, lawgivers. The Ionian philosophers of nature are just as much isolated phenomena as the forms of the natural element appear under which they seek to apprehend the universe. The Pythagoreans organize an inner life for themselves within the state, the form in which they realize their knowledge of substance is halfway between a completely conscious isolation not observed among the Ionians, whose isolation is rather the undeliberate, naive isolation of elementary existences, and the trustful carrying on of life within a moral order. The form of their life is if self-substantial, political, but maintained abstract, reduced to a minimum in extent and natural fundamentals, just as their principle, number, stands midway between colorful sensuousness and the ideal. The Eleatics, as the first discoverers of the ideal forms of substance, who themselves still apprehend the inwardness of substance in a purely internal and abstract, intensive manner, are the passionately enthusiastic prophetic heralds of the breaking dawn. Bathed in simple light, they turn away indignantly from the people and from the gods of antiquity. But in the case of Anaxagoras, the people themselves turn to the gods of antiquity in opposition to the isolated wise man and declare him to be such, expelling him from their midst. In modern times, cf., for example, Ritter, Geschichte der alten Philosophie, B.D. I 1829, pages 300 ff. Anaxagoras has been accused of dualism. Aristotle says in the first book of the Metaphysics that he uses the vuga like a machine and only resorts to it when he runs out of natural explanations. But this apparent dualism is on the one hand that very same dualistic element which begins to split the heart of the state in the time of Anaxagoras, and on the other hand it must be understood more profoundly. The Vovk is active and is resorted to where there is no natural determination. It is itself the non-ensp of the natural, the ideality. And then the activity of this ideality intervenes only when physical sight fails the philosopher, that is, the VOT $3 is the philosopher's own Vauci, and is resorted to when he is no longer able to objectify his activity. Thus the subjective Vauci appeared as the essence of a reason ed. B not being ed. 436 Karl Marx. The wandering scholar, 3 and, in its power as ideality of real determination, it appears on the one hand in the Sophists and on the other in Socrates. If the first Greek wise men are the real spirit, the embodied knowledge of substance, if their utterances preserve just as much genuine intensity as substance itself, if, as substance is increasingly idealized, the bearers of its progress assert an ideal life in their particular reality in opposition to the reality of manifested substance, of the real life of the people, then the ideality itself is only in the form of substance. There is no undermining of the living powers. The most ideal men of this period, the Pythagoreans and the Eleatics, extol state life as real reason. Their principles are objective, a power which is superior to themselves, which they herald in a semi-mystical fashion, in poetic enthusiasm, that is, in a form which raises natural energy to ideality and does not consume it, but processes it and leaves it intact in the determination of the natural. This embodiment of the ideal substance occurs in the philosophers themselves who herald it. Not only is its expression plastically poetic, its reality is this person, whose reality is its own appearance. They themselves are living images, living works of art which the people sees rising out of itself in plastic greatness, while their activity, as in the case of the first wise men, shapes the universal. Their utterances are the really assertive substance, the laws. Hence these wise men are just as little like ordinary people as the statues of the Olympic gods. Their motion is rest in self, their relation to the people is the same objectivity as their relation to substance. The oracles of the Delphic Apollo were divine truth for the people, veiled in the chiaroscuro of an unknown power, only as long as the genuine evident power of the Greek spirit sounded from the Pythian tripod. The people had a theoretical attitude towards them only as long as they were the resounding theory of the people itself. They were of the people only as long as they were unlike them. The same with these wise men. But with the Sophists and Socrates, and by virtue of Avajuk B in Anaxagoras, the situation was reversed. Now it is ideality itself which, in its immediate form, the subjective spirit, becomes the principle of philosophy. In the earlier Greek wise men there was revealed the ideal form of the substance, its identity, in distinction to the cf. Goethe, Faust, 1, 3 ed. B. Potentialities ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 437. Many colored raiment woven from the individualities of various peoples that displayed its manifest reality. Consequently, these wise men on the one hand apprehend the absolute only in the most one-sided, most general ontological definitions, and on the other hand, themselves represent in reality the appearance of the substance enclosed in itself. While they hold themselves aloof from the noi and express the mystery of the spirit, on the other hand, like the plastic gods in the marketplaces, in their blissful self-contemplation, they are the genuine embellishment of the people, to which as individuals they return. It is now, on the contrary, ideality itself, pure abstraction which has come to be for itself, that faces the substance, subjectivity, which establishes itself as the principle of philosophy. Not of the people, this subjectivity, confronting the substantial powers of the people, is yet of the people, that is, it confronts reality externally, is in practice entangled in it, and its existence is motion. These mobile vessels of development are the sophists. Their innermost form, cleansed from the immediate dross of appearance, is Socrates, whom the Delphic oracle called the Putcx being confronted by its own ideality, substance is split up into a mass of accidental limited existences and institutions whose right unity, and identity with it has escaped into the subjective spirit. The subjective spirit itself is as such the vessel of substance, but because this ideality is opposed to reality, it is present in minds objectively as a must, and subjectively as a striving. The expression of this subjective spirit, which knows that it has the ideality in itself, is the judgment of the concept, for which the criterion of the individual is that which is determined in itself, the purpose, the good, but which is still here a must of reality. This must of reality is likewise a must of the subject which has become conscious of this ideality, for it itself stands rooted in reality and the reality outside it is its own. Thus the position of this subject is just as much determined as its fate. First, the fact that this ideality of substance has entered the subjective spirit, has fallen away from itself, is a leap, a falling away from the substantial life determined in the substantial life itself. Hence this determination of the subject is for it an accomplished fact, an alien force, the bearer of which it finds itself to be, the daemon of Socrates. The daemon is the immediate appearance of the fact that for Greek life philosophy is just as a multitude ed. Be wisest ed. 438 Karl Marx. Much only internal as only external. The characteristics of the daemon determine the empirical singularity of the subject, because the subject naturally detaches itself from the substantial, and hence naturally determined, life in this Greek life, since the daemon appears as a natural determinant. The sophists themselves are these daemons, not yet differentiated from their actions. Socrates is conscious that he carries the daemon in himself. Socrates is the substantial exemplar of substance losing itself in the subject. He is therefore just as much a substantial individual as the earlier philosophers, but after the manner of subjectivity, not enclosed in himself, not an image of the gods, but a human one, not mysterious, but clear and luminous, not a seer, but a sociable man. The second determination is therefore that the subject pronounces a judgment on the must, the purpose. Substance has lost its ideality in the subjective spirit, which thus has become in itself the determination of substance, its predicate, while substance itself has become in relation to the subjective spirit only the immediate, unjustified, merely existing composite of independent existences. The determination of the predicate, since it refers to something existing, is hence itself immediate, and since this something is the living spirit of the people, it is in practice the determination of the individual spirit's education and teaching. The must of substantiality is the subjective spirit's own determination expressed by it, the purpose of the world is therefore the spirit's own purpose, to teach about it is its calling. It therefore embodies in itself the purpose and hence the good both in its life and in its teaching. It is the wise man as he has entered into practical motion. Finally, inasmuch as this individual pronounces the judgment of the concept on the world, he is in himself divided and judged, for while he has his roots for one part in the substantial, he owes his right to exist only to the laws of the state to which he belongs, to its religion, in brief, to all the substantial conditions which appear to him as his own nature. On the other hand, he possesses in himself the purpose which is the judge of that substantiality. His own substantiality is therefore judged in this individual himself, and thus he perishes precisely because he is born of the substantial, and not of the free spirit which endures and overcomes all contradictions and which need not recognize any natural conditions as such. The reason why Socrates is so important is that the relation of Greek philosophy to the Greek spirit, and therefore its inner limit. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 439. Is expressed in him. It is self-evident how stupid was the comparison drawn in recent times between the relation of Hegelian philosophy to life and the case of Socrates, from which the justification for condemning the Hegelian philosophy was deduced. The specific failing of Greek philosophy is precisely that it stands related only to the substantial spirit. In our time both sides are spirit and both want to be acknowledged as such. Subjectivity is manifested in its immediate bearer Socrates as his life and his practical activity, as a form by which he leads single individuals out of the determinations of substantiality to determination in themselves. Apart from this practical activity, his philosophy has no other content than the abstract determination of the good. His philosophy is his transference from substantially existing notions, differences, etc., to determination in self, which, however, has no other content than to be the vessel of this dissolving reflection. His philosophy is therefore essentially his own wisdom, his own goodness. In relation to the world, the only fulfillment of his teaching on the good is a quite different subjectivity from that of Kant when he establishes his categorical imperative. For Kant it is of no account what attitude he, as an empirical subject, adopts towards this imperative. With Plato motion becomes ideal. As Socrates is the image and teacher of the world, so Plato's ideas, his philosophical abstraction, are its prototypes. In Plato this abstract determination of the good, of the purpose, develops into a comprehensive, world-embracing philosophy. The purpose, as the determination in itself, the real will of the philosopher, is thinking. The real determinations of this good are the immanent thoughts. The real will of the philosopher, the ideality active in him, is the real must of the real world. Plato sees this his attitude to reality in such a way that an independent realm of ideas hovers over reality, and this beyond is the philosopher's own subjectivity, and is obscurely reflected in it. If Socrates discovered only the name of the ideality which has passed out of substance into the subject, and was himself consciously this motion, the substantial world of reality now enters really idealized into Plato's consciousness, but thereby this ideal world itself is just as simply organized in itself as is the really substantial world facing it, of which Aristotle most aptly remarked. Metaphysics, I, chap. 9, for the forms are practically equal to or not fewer than the things, in trying to explain which these thinkers proceeded from them to the form. 440 Karl Marx. The determination of this world and its organization in itself is therefore to the philosopher himself a beyond. The motion has been removed from this world, yet when the forms exist, still the things that share in them do not come into being, unless there is something to originate movement. Aristotle, OPCIT. The philosopher as such, that is, as the wise man, not as the motion of the real spirit in general, is therefore the truth beyond of the substantial world facing him. Plato expresses this most precisely when he says that either the philosophers must become kings or the kings philosophers for the state to achieve its purpose. In his attempts to educate a tyrant he also made a practical effort on these lines. His state has indeed as its special and highest estate that of the learned. I wish to mention here two other remarks made by Aristotle, because they provide the most important conclusions concerning the form of Platonic consciousness and link up with the aspect from which we consider it in relation to the A of 6g. Aristotle says of Plato. In the Phaedo the case is stated in this way that the forms are causes both of being and of becoming, yet when the forms exist, still the things that share in them do not come into being, unless there is something to originate movement. Aristotle, OPCIT. It is not only that which is, it is the whole possibility of being that Plato wants to bring out into ideality. This ideality is a closed, specifically different realm in the philosophising consciousness itself, because it is this, it lacks motion. This contradiction in the philosophising consciousness must objectify itself to the latter, the philosophising consciousness must eject this contradiction. Again, the forms are patterns not only of sensible things, but of forms themselves also, e.g. the genus, as genus of forms, so that the same thing could be both pattern and copy. Opcit. Lucretius on the ancient Ionian philosophers have certainly made many excellent and divine discoveries and uttered oracles from the inner sanctuary of their hearts with more sanctity and far surer reason than those the Delphic prophetess pronounces, drugged by the laurel fumes from Apollo's tripod. Book I, 11. 736-740. Important for the definition of the Epicurean philosophy of nature is the following. A Plato, Residential Publica v. 473 ed. B. Wiseman ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 441. 1. The eternity of matter, which is connected with the fact that time is considered as an accident of accidents, as proper only to composites and their eventus, and hence is relegated to outside the material principle, outside the atom itself. It is further connected with the fact that the substance of the Epicurean philosophy is that which reflects only externally, which has no premises, which is arbitrariness and accident. Time is rather the fate of nature, of the finite. Negative unity with itself, its internal necessity. 2. The void, the negation, is not the negative of matter itself, but space where there is no matter. In this respect too, therefore, matter is in itself eternal. The form which we see emerge at the conclusion from the workshop of Greek philosophical consciousness, out of the darkness of abstraction, and veiled in its dark garb, is the same form in which Greek philosophy walked, alive, the stage of the world, the same form which saw gods even in the burning hearth, the same which drank the poison cup, the same which, as the god of Aristotle, enjoys the greatest bliss. Theory. Epicurean philosophy. Third Notebook. 3. Plutarch, 1. That Epicurus actually makes a pleasant life impossible. 2. Colotes. 3. Plutarch, 1. That Epicurus actually makes a pleasant life impossible. 3. 10-11, as a common end for it, pleasure, Epicurus has set the removal of all pain. For he believes that our nature adds to pleasure only up to the point where pain disappears and does not allow it to increase any further, although the pleasure, when the state of painlessness is not reached, admits of certain unessential variations. But to proceed to this point, accompanied by desire, is our stint of pleasure, and the journey is indeed short and quick. Hence it is that becoming aware of the poverty here the Epicureans transfer their final good from the body, as from an unproductive piece of land, to the soul. P. 1088. 4. 1. Do you not hold that the gentlemen the Epicureans do well to begin with the body, where pleasure first appears, and then pass to the soul as having more stability and bring the whole to consummation in it? The answer to this is that the transition is correct, but 4. 3. When you hear their loud protest that the soul is so constituted as to find joy and tranquility in nothing in the world but pleasure of the body either present or anticipated, and that this is its good, do they not appear to you to be using thy soul as a funnel of the body, through which they pour pleasure, like wine, from a worthless and leaky vessel into another and leave it to age there in the belief that they are turning it into something more respectable and precious? P. 1088. Here too, Plutarch fails to understand the logic of Epicurus. It is important to note anyhow that he does not see a specific transition from the voluptas corporis ad voluptatem animi *, and Epicurus' attitude in this respect should be more closely defined. 4. The soul takes up the memory, but retains nothing else, and the memory of it pleasure is obscure. P. 1088. 4. 5. Observe the greater moderation of the Cyrenaics, though they have tippled from the same jug as Epicurus, they even think it wrong to indulge in sexual commerce when there is a light, and instead provide for a cover of darkness, so that the mind may not, by receiving the images of the act in full clarity through a pleasure of the body to pleasure of the soul. Ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 443. The sense of sight, too often rekindle the desire. 4, 6. The other set, hold that the superiority of the sage lies above all in this, in vividly remembering and keeping intact in himself the sights and feelings and movements associated with pleasure, thus recommending a practice unworthy of the name of wisdom by allowing the slops of pleasure to remain in the soul of the sage as in the house of a wastrel. P 1089. 4, 9. For it betrays a violent and brutish longing for present and anticipated enjoyments, when the soul revels with such bacchanalian attachment to recollection. P 1089. 4, 10. It is this, I believe, that has driven them, seeing for themselves the absurdities to which they were reduced, to take refuge in the painlessness and the stable condition of the flesh, for the stable and settled condition of the flesh and the trustworthy expectation of this condition contain, they say, the highest and the most assured delight for men who are able to reflect. v. 1. Now first observe their conduct here, how they keep decanting this pleasure or painlessness or stable condition of theirs back and forth, from body to soul and then once more from soul to body, compelled, since they cannot retain volatile pleasure, to begin again from the beginning, and though they lay the pleasure of the body as he says at the base of the delight of the soul, they again let the delight pass through anticipation into pleasure. P 1089. This remark is of importance for the Epicurean dialectics of pleasure, although it is wrongly criticized by Plutarch. According to Epicurus, the wise man himself is in this vacillating condition which appears to be the determination of y, of. Only God is g. Accept 6xt, c. Be the pure rest of nothingness in itself, the complete absence of all determination. This is why he has his abode not inside the world like the wise man, but outside it. V. 5. For whereas a stable condition of the flesh occurs frequently enough, no certain and firm expectation where the flesh is concerned can arise in a reasonable mind. P 1090. Plutarch criticizes Epicurus on the grounds that because of the possibility of pain there can be no freedom in a healthy present. But in the first place the Epicurean spirit is not one which concerns itself with such possibilities, but because absolute relativity, the accidental nature of every relationship, is in itself only unrelatedness, the Epicurean wise man takes his condition as unrelated, and as such it is for him a stable one. Time is for him only the accident of accidents. How could its shadow penetrate into the solid phalanx of Akapapountak? But if he postulates that the immediate premise of the individual spirit, namely the body, should be healthy, this is only postulated to bring back home to the spirit its own unrelatedness, its inborn nature, that is by postulating a healthy body not externally differentiated from the a pleasure ed. B bliss ed. C ataraxy ed. 444 Karl Marx. Individual spirit. If, when one is suffering, this real nature of his hovers before him in the guise of fantasies and hopes of individual conditions in which that characteristic condition of his spirit would be realized, that only means that the individual as such contemplates his ideal subjectivity in an individual way, a completely correct observation. For Epicurus, Plutarch's objection means simply that the freedom of the spirit is not present in a healthy body because it is present, for it is superfluous to remove the possibility outside precisely because reality is determined only as a possibility, as chance. If on the other hand the matter is regarded in its universality, then it is precisely a renunciation of universality if the true positive condition is to be obscured by accidental details. This simply means that dwelling in the free ether one thinks of particular mixtures, of the exhalations of poisonous plants, of the inhalations of tiny living things. This means to renounce life because one is liable to die, etc. It means not to allow oneself the enjoyment of the universal but to fall out of it into particularities. Such a frame of mind concerns itself only with the very smallest things, it is so meticulous that it fails to see anything. Finally, if Plutarch says one must take care to maintain the health of the body, Epicurus also repeats that same platitude, but with more genius. He who perceives the universal condition as the true one takes the best care to maintain it. That is human common sense. It believes it has the right to counterpose to the philosophers its most foolish trivialities and commonplaces as a terra incognita. It thinks itself a Columbus when it stands eggs on end. Apart from his system, for this is his right, summum jus asterisk, Epicurus is on the whole correct when he says the wise man considers illness as a non-being, but the semblance disappears. If therefore he is ill, that is to him a disappearance which does not endure. If he is healthy, in his essential condition, the semblance does not exist for him and he has other things to do than to think that it could exist. If he is ill, he does not believe it the illness. If he is healthy, he acts as though this were the condition to which he is entitled, that is, he acts as a healthy person. How lamentable in comparison with this resolute, healthy individual is a Plutarch, who recalls Aeschylus, Euripides, and even Dr. Hippocrates merely in order not to rejoice in health. Health, as the condition of being identical with oneself, is forgotten of itself. There is no reason to busy oneself with the body. This differentiation begins only with illness. Epicurus desires no eternal life. How much less can it matter to him that the next instant may conceal some misfortune? Supreme Right ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 445. Just as wrong is the following criticism made by Plutarch. 6. 1. Criminals and transgressors of the law, they say, pass their entire lives in misery and apprehension, since even though they may succeed in escaping detection, they can have no assurance of doing so. In consequence, fear for the future lies heavy on them and precludes any delight or confidence in their present situation. 6. 2. In these words, without knowing it, they have also spoken against themselves. We can often enjoy in the body a stable condition, that is, health, but there is no way to acquire any assurance that it will last. Hence they cannot but be constantly anxious and worried for the body in facing the future. p. 1090. In actual fact it is just the contrary of what Plutarch says. Only when the individual violates them do the laws and general customs begin to be premises for him. He sets himself against them, and his escape from this state of tension would only lie in twotic asterisk, which, however, is not guaranteed by anything. In general, the interesting thing in Epicurus is that in every sphere he eliminates the condition by which the premise as such is provoked to appear, and he considers as normal the condition in which the premise is concealed. In general, it is nowhere a question of the mere opound. Punitive justice is a direct manifestation of inner connection, mute necessity, and Epicurus eliminates both its category from logic and the semblance of its reality from the wise man's life. The accidental fact, on the contrary, that the just man suffers, is an external relation and does not wrest him out of his unrelatedness. Hence it can be seen how wrong is the following criticism made by Plutarch. 6. 3. To do no wrong does nothing to bring assurance. It is not suffering deservedly, but suffering at all that is dreaded. p. 1090. What Plutarch means is that Epicurus must reason in that way according to his principles. It does not occur to him that Epicurus may have other principles than those which he, Plutarch, attributes to him. 6. For the nature of the flesh possesses in itself the raw material of diseases, and as in the jesting proverb we speak of getting the whip from the ox's hide, so it gets the pains from the body, and suffices to make life precarious and full of fears for wicked and honest men alike, once they have been taught to let their delight and trust depend on the body and on expectation for the body and on nothing else, as Epicurus teaches in his treatise on the highest goods and in many other passages as well. Pages 1090 to 1091. A trust ed. B. Body, Flesh ed. 446. Karl Marx. 7. 1. Inasmuch as there the Epicureans' good is an escape from ills, and they say that no other can be conceived, and indeed that nature has no place at all in which to put its good except the place left when evil is expelled. p. 1091. 7. 2 Epicurus too makes a similar statement to the effect that the good is a thing that arises out of your very escape from evil and from your memory and reflection and jubilation that this has happened to you. His words are these: for what produces a jubilation unsurpassed is the contrast of the great evil escaped, and this is the nature of good, if you apply your mind rightly and then stand firm and do not indulge in meaningless prating about good. P. 1091. Shame! Exclaims Plutarch here. 7. For therefore in this they are no whit inferior to swine or sheep. Actually, for the cleverer and more graceful animals the escape from evil is not the end. Since once they have escaped evil they instinctively seek out the good, or better, let us say that they reject everything painful or alien as an impediment to the pursuit of the real, better kernel of their nature. 8. 1. For what is necessary is not good, what is worth seeking and choosing lies beyond the escape from evil. 3. P. 1091. Plutarch thinks himself very wise when he says that besides the necessity of flying from evil, the animal seeks the good that lies beyond the escape. Its animal nature lies precisely in the fact that the animal seeks something good over beyond. According to Epicurus, no good for man lies outside himself, the only good which he has in relation to the world is the negative motion to be free of it. That all this is understood individually in Epicurus follows from the principle of his philosophy, which he formulates with all its consequences. Plutarch's syncretic senseless argumentation cannot measure up to this. 8. 3. For even if an itching of the skin or a rheumy flux in the eye is unpleasant, it does not follow that scratching the skin and wiping the eye are anything special, nor does it follow that if pain, fear of the gods and anxiety about what awaits one in Hades are evil, escape from them is enviable bliss. P. 1091. 8. For no, these men coop up their delight in quarters that are small and cramped, advancing beyond the usual stupid notions and taking as the final goal of wisdom that which, it would appear, is naturally present in irrational beasts. 8. 5. For if it makes no difference in the freedom of the body from pain whether it has got free by itself or through nature, so too in ataraxy it is of no importance whether the unperturbed condition is achieved by the soul or through nature. 8. 6. For likewise these gentlemen will be seen to be no better off than the brutes in this matter of not being disturbed by what awaits them in Hades or by tales about the gods and of not anticipating endless anxiety or pain. Pages 1091-1092. On this point Aristotle has quite different views. He teaches in the Metaphysics that necessity rules free men more than it does slaves. Note by Marx. The manuscript here gives in brackets the Latin translation of the last sentence of the citation ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 447. 8. 7. Epicurus himself says, if we were not troubled with misgivings about meteors and again with fear of death and pain, we should never have stood in need of natural philosophy. P. 1092. 8. 8. Since, however, the aim of their theology is to have no fear of God, but instead to be rid of anxieties, I should think that this condition is more securely in the possession of creatures that have no faintest notion of God than of those who have been taught to think of him as injuring no one. For they the animals have not been delivered from superstition, since they have never even been its victims, nor have they put aside the notion of the gods that is disturbing, but have never even adopted it. 8. 9. The same is to be said of things in Hades. P. 1092. 8. 9-10. Misgiving and dread of what comes after death is less the portion of those who have no preconception of death than of those who still have to conceive that death is no concern of ours. Death is a concern of these men to the extent that they reason about it and subject it to inquiry, but the brutes are relieved of any concern whatever for what is nothing to them, and when they avoid blows and wounds and being killed, they fear only that in death which the Epicureans fear as well. P. 1092. That the Epicureans are said to demand that mathematics should be shunned. Plutarch, OPCIT, p. 1094d. 12. 1. In admiration and most hearty commendation of one Apelles they write that from the beginning he held aloof from mathematics and thus kept himself unspotted. LOCCIT. Likewise history, etc., cf. Sext. Empiricus. Plutarch considers as a great fault of Metrodorus that the latter writes, 12:2, so if you must admit that you do not even know on which side Hector fought, or the opening lines of Homer's poem, or again what comes between, do not be dismayed. Loccit. 13:1, Epicurus says, that the wise man is a lover of spectacles and yields to none in the enjoyment of musical and theatrical shows, but on the other hand he allows no place, even over the wine, for questions about music and the philological inquiries of critics, etc. p. 1095. 15. For why, the Epicureans themselves assert that it is more pleasant to confer a benefit than to receive one. p. 1097. These oxata are precisely those key in Harisum Epicuri elapsa. H. 18. 5. But Epicurus himself allowed that some pleasures come from fame. p. 1099. More worthy of consideration than the above quoted shallow moral objections of Plutarch is his polemic against the Epicurean theology, not that polemic as such, but because it is revealed how ordinary consciousness, adopting, on the whole, the Epicurean standpoint, shies only before the obvious philosophical conclusion. Here one must always bear in mind that Epicurus is concerned. A themselves ed. B. who have fallen into the heresy of Epicurus ed. 16 to 194. 448 Karl Marx. Neither with voluptas asterisk nor with sensuous certainty, nor with anything else except the freedom of the mind and its freedom from determination. Therefore we shall go through Plutarch's considerations one by one. XX. 3. Point, that of the pleasure they derive from these views, has, I should say, been dealt with by Epicurus, where their theory is fortunate and successful, it does remove fear and superstition in a way, but it gives no joy or favor of the gods. Instead it puts us in the same state of mind in relation to the gods, of neither being alarmed nor rejoicing, i.e., being unrelated, that we have in relation to Hyrcanian fishes, from which we expect neither good nor evil. XX. 4. But if we are to add anything to what has already been said, I think we can take this from them themselves. First, they disagree with those who would do away with grief and tears and lamentations at the death of friends, and say that an absence of grief extending to complete insensibility stems from another, greater evil, callousness or unrestrained ambition and infatuation. Hence they say that it is better to be moved somewhat and to grieve and to melt into tears and fret and manifest other sentiments which make one appear soft-hearted and affectionate. XX. 5. For this is what Epicurus said in many other passages. pp. 1100-1101. Plutarch does not understand the fear of God at all in the sense that Epicurus does, he does not grasp how philosophical consciousness wishes to free itself from it. The ordinary man is not aware of this. Plutarch therefore quotes trivial empirical examples showing how little terror this belief has for people at large. In contrast to Epicurus, Plutarch first considers the belief of the Tycho Excot be in God and says that with the multitude this habit of mind indeed takes the form of fear. To be precise, sensuous fear is the only form in which he can grasp the anguish of the free spirit in face of a personal almighty being which absorbs freedom in itself and is, therefore, exclusive. He says, 1. XXI, 3. Those who fear him, God, if they fear him as a ruler gracious to the good and hostile to the wicked, they are freed by this one fear from doing wrong and do not need many redeemers, and since they let evil die down within themselves, in all calm, they are less tormented than those who make use of it and behave impudently but suddenly experience anxiety and regret. p. 1101. And so by this sensuous fear they are protected against evil, as though this imminent fear were not evil. What is then the essence of the empirically evil? That the individual shuts himself off from his eternal nature in his empirical nature, but is that not the same as to shut his eternal nature out of himself, to apprehend it in the form of persistent isolation in self, in the form of the empirical, and hence to consider it as an empirical God outside self? Or must the stress be laid on the form of the relation? Then God is A pleasure ed. B multitude ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 449. Punitive in relation to the evil, lenient in relation to the good, and the evil here is what is evil to the empirical individual, and the good what is good to the empirical individual, for otherwise whence would this fear and this hope come, since the individual is concerned with what is evil and what is good for him? In this relation God is merely what is common to all the consequences that empirical evil actions can have. So does the empirical individual refrain from doing evil out of fear lest from the good which he achieves by evil actions a greater evil will result and a greater good will be forfeited, that is to say, in order that the continuity of his well-being will not be broken by the imminent possibility of being snatched out of that continuity. Is that not the same thing as Epicurus teaches in plain words, do not act unjustly, so as not to go in continual fear of being punished? This immanent relation of the individual to his axiopopountai is therefore presented as a relationship to a God existing outside the individual, but again having no other content than this axokposta, which is here continuity of well-being. Fear of the future, that condition of insecurity, is here inserted into the remote consciousness of God, considered as a condition which pre-exists in him, but also as a mere threat, and therefore precisely as in individual consciousness. 2. Plutarch says that this striving towards God also procures voluptas. Bxxi, 6 No, wherever it believes and conceives most firmly that God is present, there more than anywhere else it puts away all feelings of pain, fear, and worry, and gives itself up so far to pleasure that it indulges in a playful and merry inebriation in amatory matters. P 1101. He goes on to say that old men, women, merchants, and kings rejoice in religious feast days. XXI, 8 For it is not the abundance of wine or the attraction of the meats that cheer the heart at festivals, but good hope and the belief in the benign presence of God and his gracious acceptance of what is done. P 1102. There is need for closer study of how Plutarch describes this rejoicing, this voluptas. First he says that the soul is most free from sorrow, fear, and anxiety when God is present. So the presence of God is defined as freedom of the soul from fear, sorrow, and anxiety. This freedom is manifested in exuberant rejoicing, for this is the individual soul's positive manifestation of this its condition. Ataraxy ed. B pleasure ed. 16 450 Karl Marx. Further, the accidental difference of the individual situation disappears where this pleasure exists. And thus the individual is freed from his other determinations, and in this rejoicing the individual as such is determined, and this is a substantial determination. Finally, the pleasure is not in the separate enjoyment, but in the certainty that God is not something separate, but that his content is to rejoice over this pleasure of the individual, to look down benevolently on it, and hence to be himself in the determination of the rejoicing individual. Therefore what is deified and celebrated here is the deified individuality as such, freed from its customary bonds, therefore the oiok asterisk of Epicurus with his axipodollar. B God is worshipped not as non-present God, but as the present pleasure of the individual. This God has no further determination. Yes, the true form in which this freedom of the individual emerges here is enjoyment, and indeed individual, sensuous enjoyment, the enjoyment which is not disturbed. Casepasia therefore hovers overhead as the general consciousness, but it manifests itself as the sensuous voluptas of Epicurus, except that what is here a living isolated condition is their total consciousness of life, and that for this reason the individual manifestation in Epicurus is more indifferent to external conditions, more animated by its soul, by stopopoundiae, while in Plutarch this element is more lost in individuality, and both are directly blended, and therefore are directly separate. Such is the pitiful outcome of the differentiation of the divine which Plutarch asserts in his polemic against Epicurus. And, to make another remark, if Plutarch says that kings do not enjoy their publicis conviorius et visceratione busque so much as the sacrificial meals, this means nothing else than that in the first case enjoyment is considered as something human, accidental, and in the second as divine, that individual enjoyment is considered as divine, which is precisely Epicurean. From this relation of the no ver, pot and the no ex cot 6 to God, Plutarch distinguishes the relation of the sex staffi huarkovzayid pixaxitofyevik. We shall see what point he wins here against Epicurus. A wise man ed. B. Ataraxi ed. C. Public feasts and entertainments ed. D. Bad ed. E. Multitude ed. Best men and most agreeable to God ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 451. Plutarch says, XXII, 1-3, what great pleasures they have through their pure notions about God, who for them is the guide to all blessings, the father of everything honorable, and may no more do than suffer anything base. For he is good, and in none that is good arises envy about aught or fear or anger or hatred, for it is as much the function of heat to chill instead of warm as it is of good to harm. By its nature anger is infinitely far removed from favor, wrath from goodwill, and from loveoyman and kindness, hostility and a forbidding disposition, for the one set belong to virtue ahd power, the other to weakness and vice. Hence the deity cannot have in itself anger and favor together, rather, because it is God's nature to bestow favor and lend aid, it is not his nature to be angry and to do harm. P. 1102. The philosophical meaning of the proposition that God is the Tj Yejitafayad and Va and The Father Tokptajave Xod and Vb is that this is not a predicate of God, but that the idea of good is the divine itself. But according to Plutarch a quite different result follows. Good is taken in the strictest opposition to evil, for the former is a manifestation of virtue and of power, the latter of weakness, privation, and badness. Judgment, difference, is therefore removed out of God, and this is precisely a basic principle with Epicurus, who is therefore quite consistent when he finds this absence of difference in man theoretically as well as practically in his immediate identity, in sensuousness, whereas in God he finds it in pure odium. The God who is determined as good by removal of judgment is the void, for every determination carries in it an aspect which it receives in contrast to others and encloses in itself, and hence reveals in opposition and contradiction its opf, 0 its, joic, d its p6ssos to renounce itself. Plutarch therefore gives the same determination as Epicurus, but only as an image, as imagination, which the latter calls by its conceptual name and does away with the human image. There is therefore a false ring to the question, XXII, 5. Do you think that those who deny providence require any further punishment, and are not adequately punished when they deprive themselves of so great a pleasure and delight? Pages 1102-1103. For it must be affirmed, on the contrary, that he experiences more pleasure in the contemplation of the divine who sees it as pure bliss in itself, without any notionless anthropomorphic relations, than he who does the opposite. It is already in itself bliss to have the thought of pure bliss, however abstractly it be. A master principle of all good ed. B. Of all that is beautiful ed. C. Wrath ed. D. Hatred ed. E. Fear ed. 45 to Karl Marx. Apprehended, as we can see from the Indian holy man. Besides, Plutarch has abolished Rukbhavata 3 by opposing evil, difference, to God. His further descriptions are purely notionless and syncretic, and besides, he shows in everything that he is concerned only with the individual, not with God. That is why Epicurus is so honest as not to make God bother about the individual. The internal dialectics of Plutarch's thinking thus necessarily leads him back to speak about the individual soul instead of about the divinity, and he arrives at the \6 Yaknipi up CB of Epicurus. He says, XXIII, 6 consequently it, the soul, is overjoyed at receiving this most sapient and godlike doctrine that for it the end of suffering means ruin, destruction and being nothing. P. 1103. One must not let oneself be misled by Plutarch's unctuous words. We shall see how he negates each one of his determinations. Already the artificial means of escape to koktbakst Stvirpak and then in contrast Kmoko 8 and Pop Hvac 6 Ngi, O Pound Tvai, F show where the center of gravity is, how thin one side is and the other 3 times stronger. The study is divided again into that of the attitudes of, first, the Tov AXKov XA /Novijpov, then the Notkov Zat Tot, 0 TOV, H, and finally the Emetkov Zavov Epkov, p. 1104, to the doctrine of the continued existence of the soul. Already this division into hard and fast qualitative differences shows how little Plutarch understands Epicurus, who, as a philosopher, considers the position of the human soul in general, and if, despite its determination as transient, he remains sure of Rjadov Karat, Plutarch should have seen that every philosopher involuntarily extols a Tjavij which is alien to him in his limitation. Fear is again adduced as a means of improvement for the unjust. We have already dealt with this point. For in fear, and indeed an inner, unextinguishable fear, man is determined as animal, and it is absolutely indifferent to the animal how. A providence ed. Consideration on the soul ed. See the end of suffering ed. 6 ruin ed. Destruction ed. Being nothing ed. Asterisk unjust and the wicked ed. J1 many and the uneducated ed. / decent and the reasonable ed. J pleasure ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 453. It is kept in check. If a philosopher does not find it outrageous to consider man as an animal, he cannot be made to understand anything. XXVI, 1-21. The great majority, free from fear of what happens in Hades, have a myth-inspired expectation of eternal life, and the love of being, the oldest and most powerful of all our passions, provides pleasure and bliss overcoming that childish terror. P. 1104. Indeed, when men have lost children, a wife, or friends, they would rather have them exist somewhere in hardship and survive than be utterly taken away and destroyed and reduced to nothing, and they like to hear such expressions used of the dying as he is leaving us or going to dwell elsewhere, and all that represent death as a change of residence of the soul but not as destruction. P. 1104. XXVI, 5 such expressions as it is the end and he has perished and he is no more disturb them. XXVII, 1-3, but they are dealt the finishing blow by those who say, we men are born but once, there is no second time. Indeed, by discounting the present moment as a minute fraction, or rather as nothing at all, in comparison with all time, men let it pass without enjoying it. They neglect virtue and action and despise themselves as creatures of a day, impermanent and born for no high end. P. 1104. For being without sensation and dissolved, and the doctrine that what has no sensation is nothing to us does not remove the terror of death, but rather confirms it by adding what amounts to proof. For this is the very thing our nature dreads, the dissolution of the soul into what has neither thought nor feeling, and Epicurus, by making the dissolution a scattering into emptiness and atoms, does still more to root out our hope of immortality, for which, I had almost said, all men and all women are ready to be torn to pieces by Cerberus and carry water to the leaky urn, if only they may still continue to be and not to be blotted out. P. 1105. We now come to the view of the Tamaje, although it becomes apparent in the end that there are not many who do not share it, and that, indeed, all, and attack, swear allegiance to this banner. Actually there is no qualitative difference from the preceding stage, but what appeared in the form of animal fear appears here in the form of human fear, the form of feeling. The content remains the same. We are told that the desire to be is the oldest love, of course, the most abstract and therefore the oldest love is love of self, love of one's own particular being. But actually that would be to formulate the matter too bluntly. It is taken back again and surrounded with an ennobling radiance by the appearance of feeling. So he who loses wife and children wishes that they should be somewhere, even if things are bad with them, rather than that they should have completely ceased to be. Simply as a matter of love, the wife and the child of the individual as such are cherished deeply and faithfully in his heart, a much higher form of being than empirical existence. But the matter stands in a different way. A multitude ed. Without any exaggeration, All ed. 454 Karl Marx. Wife and child in empirical existence are merely wife and child, insofar as the individual himself exists empirically. The fact that he wants to be assured that they are somewhere, in spatial sensuousness, even if things are bad with them, rather than that they do not exist at all, means nothing more than that the individual wishes to be conscious of his own empirical existence. The cloak of love was only a shadow, the naked empirical ego, self-love, the oldest love is the kernel, and it has not been rejuvenated into any more concrete, more ideal form. Plutarch is of the opinion that the name of change sounds more pleasant than that of completely ceasing to exist. But the change must not be a qualitative one, the individual ego in its individual being must persist, the name is therefore only the sensuous presentation of that which it is, and is meant to signify the opposite. It is therefore a lying fiction. The thing must not be changed, but only put in a dark place. The interposition of fantastic remoteness is only intended to conceal the qualitative leap, and every qualitative difference is a leap, without which there is no ideality. Plutarch is further of the opinion that this consciousness of finiteness makes one weak and inactive, generates dissatisfaction with the present life, only it is not life that passes away, but merely this individual being. If this individual being considers itself as excluded from this persisting universal life, can it become richer and fuller by maintaining its teeniness for an eternity? Does this relation change, or does it not rather remain ossified in its lifelessness? Is it not the same whether it finds itself in this indifferent relation to life today or whether this lasts hundreds of thousands of years? Finally, Plutarch says outright that it is not the content, the form, that matters, but the being of the individual. To be, even though torn to pieces by Cerberus. What is then the content of his teaching on immortality? That the individual, abstracted from the quality which gives him here his individual position, persists not as the being of a content, but as the atomistic form of being. Is that not the same as what Epicurus says, namely, that the individual soul becomes dissolved and returns into the form of the atoms? To ascribe feeling to these atoms as such, even though it is granted that the content of this feeling is indifferent, is but an illogical fantasy. Plutarch therefore teaches the Epicurean doctrine in his polemic against Epicurus, but he does not forget always to present the jot, evita as the most fearful thing. This pure. A non-being ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 455. Being for self is the atom. If in general the individual is assured of immortality not in his content, which, insofar as it is general, exists in itself in general, and, insofar as it is form, eternally individualizes itself, if as individual being he is assured of immortality, then the concrete differentiation of the being for self ceases to exist, for the differentiation does not mean that the individual continues to exist, but that the eternal persists, unlike the transient, and all that this comes to is the assertion that the atom as such is eternal and that the animate returns to this its basic form. Epicurus carries his teaching on immortality thus far, but he is philosophical and consistent enough to call it by its name, to say that the animate returns to the atomistic form. No compromise helps here. If some concrete differentiation of the individual must disappear, as is shown by life itself, then all those differentiations must disappear which are not in themselves universal and eternal. If the individual must nevertheless be indifferent to this j cetas ox j, 3, then there remains only this atomistic husk of the former content, that is the teaching on the eternity of the atoms. To whom eternity is as time and time as eternity, he from all strife is free. Says Jacobus Bohemius. 183 XXVIII. 1. Hence in abolishing belief in immortality they the Epicureans also abolish the sweetest and greatest hopes of the multitude. P. 1105. If therefore Plutarch says that with immortality Epicurus takes away the sweetest hopes of the multitude, he would have been far more correct if he had said what he says meaning something else. XXVII. 3. He does not remove the terror of death but rather explains it. P. 1105. Epicurus does not negate this view, he explains it. he expresses it as a concept. We now come to the class of the uists and v and vv spvxwv. V, needless to say, it by no means takes us any further than the preceding, but what at first appeared as animal fear, then as human fear, as anxious suspiration, as reluctance to give up atomistic being, now appears in the form of arrogance, of a change ed. Be decent and reasonable ed. 456 Karl Marx. Demand, of entitlement. Hence this class, as Plutarch describes it, departs most of all from reason. The lowest class puts forward no claims, the second weeps and will put up with anything to save the atomistic being, the third is the Philistine who exclaims, "My God, that would be too much, that such a clever, honest fellow should have to go to the devil." XXVIII, 1-4 What then do we believe about the hopes of the good, whose lives have been pious and upright and who anticipate in the other world not evil, but the most beautiful and godly gifts? For in the first place, just as the athletes do not receive a wreath without a contest, but only when they have contested and won, so it is not to be wondered at, that those believe that the reward for victory in life will be conferred on the good only after life are intent on virtue. These hopes include also that of seeing at last the deserved punishment of those who in their wealth and power are injurious and insolent now and in their folly laugh to scorn those who are better than they. In the next place, no one longing for truth and the vision of reality has ever been able to find full satisfaction in this world. Hence I regard death as a great and perfect blessing, since only in that other world will the soul live its real life, whereas here it does not truly live, but is as in a dream. P 1105. So these good and clever men expect the reward for life after life, but how inconsistent it is, in that case, to expect life again as a reward for life, since for them the reward for life is something qualitatively different from life. This qualitative difference is again clothed in fiction. Life is not raised to any higher sphere, but transferred to another place. They only pretend to despise life, they are not concerned with anything better, they only clothe their hope in a demand. They despise life, but for them their atomistic existence is the good thing in that life, and they covet the eternity of their atomistic being, which is the good. If to them the whole of life seemed a spectre, something bad, whence their consciousness of being good? Only from knowledge of themselves as atomistic being, and Plutarch goes so far as to say that they are not satisfied with that consciousness, that because the empirical individual exists only insofar as he is seen by another, these good men rejoice now because after death those who until then despised them will truly see them as good and will have to recognize them and be punished because they did not previously consider them to be good. What a demand! The bad must recognize them in life as good, and they themselves do not recognize the universal powers of life as good. Is that not the pride of the atom screwed up to the highest pitch? Is that not saying in plain language how arrogant and self-conceited the eternal is made, and how eternal the arid being for self is made when it has content? It is of no avail to conceal this with phrases, to say that nobody can satisfy his curiosity in this respect. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 457. This demand does not express anything else than that the general must exist in the form of the individual as individual consciousness, and that this demand is eternally fulfilled by the general. But inasmuch as it is demanded that it should be present in this empirical, exclusive being for self, it means nothing but that it is a question not of the general, but of the atom. So we see how Plutarch, in his polemic against Epicurus, says the same thing as Epicurus at every step, but Epicurus develops the conclusion simply, abstractly, truly, and plainly, and knows what he is talking about, whereas Plutarch everywhere says something else than what he means to say, and at bottom also means something else than what he says. That is in general the relationship of common consciousness to philosophical consciousness. 3-2. Plutarch, Calotes, Xylander edition. 1 Calotes, my dear Saturninus, whom Epicurus used to call affectionately his Colli and Calicans, brought out a book entitled On the Point that conformity to the doctrines of the other philosophers actually makes it impossible to live. P 1107. If in the preceding dialogue Plutarch tried to prove to Epicurus quod non beat vivi possit according to his, Epicurus, philosophy, now he tries to vindicate the $OYIJ locab degree FTNE other philosophers against this objection on the part of the Epicureans. We shall see whether he succeeds better with this task than with the preceding one, in which the polemic can in effect be called a panegyric in favor of Epicurus. This dialogue has an important bearing on Epicurus' relationship to the other philosophers. Karl makes a good joke when he offers Socrates hay instead of bread and asks him why he does not put his food in his ear, but in his mouth. Socrates occupied himself with very trivial matters, this being a necessary consequence of his historical position. 3 Leontius writes, that Democritus was honored by Epicurus for having embraced the true teaching before him, and, because he had first discovered the principles of nature. P 1108. 6. 3. The man who asserts that the majority are deceived in supposing that what heats is heating and what cools is cooling is himself deceived if he does not believe that from what he asserts it follows that nothing is of one nature more than of another. P 1110. That it is not possible to live happily ed. Doctrines ed. 458 Karl Marx. Plutarch feels an itch every time Epicurus' philosophical logic breaks through to the front. The Philistin is of the opinion that whoever argues that the cold is not cold and the warm is not warm, relying on the way such things are judged by the multitude in accordance with their sensations, deceives himself when he fails to assert that neither the one nor the other exists. Our learned friend does not realize that the differentiation is thus merely transferred from the object to consciousness. If one wishes to solve this dialectic of sensuous certitude in itself, one must admit that the attribute is in the combination, in the relation of sensuous knowledge to the sensuous, and as this relation is directly differentiated, so must the attribute also be directly differentiated. Thus the error will not be ascribed either to the object or to knowledge, but the whole of sensuous certainty will be considered as this fluctuating process. He who has not the dialectical power to negate the sphere as a whole, he who wishes to let it remain, must also be satisfied with the truth as it is present within the sphere. Plutarch is too incompetent a gentleman to do the former, and too honest and clever to do the latter. 7. 4. So that of every quality we can truly say, it no more is than is not, for to those affected in a certain way the thing is, but to those not so affected it is not. P 1110. So, Plutarch says, one would have to say of every property that it no more is than is not, for it changes according to the way one is affected. His question alone suffices to show that he does not understand the matter. He speaks of a fixed being or non-being as a predicate. But the being of the sensuous consists rather in not being such a predicate, in not being a fixed being or non-being. When I separate these in this way, I separate precisely that which is not separated in sensuousness. Ordinary thinking always has ready abstract predicates which it separates from the subject. All philosophers have made the predicates themselves into subjects. A. Epicurus and Democritus. 7. 2. He says that Democritus' words color is by convention, sweet by convention, a compound by convention. What is real is the void and the atoms are in conflict with our senses, and that anyone who abides by this reasoning and applies it is not capable of reflecting whether he is dead or alive. 8. 3. Against this proposition I have nothing to object, but I must say that this is as inseparable from Epicurus' doctrine as shape and weight are by their own the Epicureans' assertion inseparable from the atom. 8. 4-5. For what does Democritus say? That entities infinite in number, indivisible and different, destitute moreover of quality and of perception, move scattered about in the void, that when they draw near one another or collide or become entangled the resulting aggregate appears in the one case. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 459. To be water, in others fire, a plant, or a man, but that everything really is atoms, ideas, as he calls them, and nothing else. For there is no generation from the non-existent, and again nothing can be generated from the existent, as the atoms owing to their solidity can be neither affected nor changed. From this it follows that no color comes from the colorless, and no nature or mind from things without qualities. 8. 6. Democritus is therefore to be censured not for admitting the consequences which flow from his principles, but for setting up principles that lead to these consequences. For he should not have posited immutable first elements, but having posited them, he should have observed that the generation of any quality becomes impossible and denied it although he had noted it. But Epicurus is quite unreasonable when he says that he lays down the same first principles, but does not say that color is by convention and so the other qualities. 8. 7. If this is the case with not saying, does he not then admit that he is following his usual practice, for he does away with providence and says he has left piety, he entertains friendship for the sake of pleasure, and says that he is ready to assume the greatest pains for friends, and he posits an infinite universe but does not eliminate up and down. Pages 1110-1111. 9. 1-2. What then? Did not Plato too and Aristotle and Xenocrates find themselves producing gold from something not gold, and everything else from four simple and primary bodies? But in their view the first principles combine at the outset to generate everything and bring with them their inherent qualities as no inconsiderable provision, and when they have combined, and wet has come together with dry, cold with hot, and so on, bodies which interact on each other and change throughout, then by another mixture they bring into being another product. 9. 3. But the atom stands alone and is destitute of any generative power, and when it collides with another owing to its hardness and resistance it undergoes a shock, but it neither suffers nor causes any further effect. Rather the atoms receive and inflict blows for all time, and are unable to produce a living thing or mind or natural being or even to produce out of themselves a common mass or a single heap in their constant colliding and scattering. P. 1111. B. Epicurus and Empedocles. X. 1. But Calotes fastens in turn on Empedocles, who writes, "This too I'll tell thee, no nature is there of a mortal thing nor any cursed fatality of death. Mixture alone there is and dissolution of things commingled, and men call them nature." P. 1111. X. 2. I for one do not see to what extent it is in conflict with life to assume that there can be neither generation of the non-existent nor destruction of the existent, but that generation is a name given to the conjunction of certain existents with one another, and death a name given to their separation. That he used nature in the sense of generation Empedocles has indicated by opposing death to it. X. 3. But if those who say that generation is a mixing and death a dissolution do not and cannot live, what else do they the Epicureans do? Yet when Empedocles cements and joins the elements together by the operation of heat, softness, etc., he somehow opens the way for them to a mixture that coalesces into a natural unity, whereas those i.e., the Epicureans who herd together unchangeable and unresponsive atoms produce nothing out of them, but cause an uninterrupted series of collisions among the atoms. For an entanglement that is supposed to prevent dissolution produces rather an intensification of the collisions, so that what they call generation is neither mixture nor 460. Karl Marx. Cohesion, but confusion and conflict. X. 4. So that nothing, not even an inanimate body, is produced out of them. X. 5. While perception, mind, intelligence, and thought cannot so much as be conceived, even with the best of will, as arising among void and atoms, things which taken separately have no quality and which on meeting are not thereby affected or changed, indeed their meeting or fusion produces neither mixture nor coalescence, but only shocks and rebounds. X. 6. Thus by such doctrines life and the existence of living things are made impossible, since they are based on principles which are void, impassive, godless, and moreover incapable of mixture or fusion. 11. 1-2. Then how can they claim to leave room for a thing's nature, for a soul, for a living being? As they do for an oath, for prayer, for sacrifice, for worship, in words, by affirmation, by pretending, by naming filings, while by their principles and their doctrines they do away with all this. So by nature aj merely mean a tiling that naturally is, and by generation a thing generated, just as something wooden is commonly called wood and what harmonizes harmony. pp. 1111-1112. 11. 2y, says Karl, Siliceted versus Empedoclem *, do we wear ourselves out, toiling for ourselves and seeking certain things and avoiding others? For neither do we exist nor live in association with others. 11. 3y Never fear, one might say, my dear little Karl, no one keeps you from taking care of yourself when he teaches that Karl's nature is nothing but Karl himself, or from attending to affairs for you and your company being pleasures, when he points out that there is no nature of cakes or odors or intercourse, but that there are cakes and perfumes and women. 11. For no more does the grammarian, who says that Heracles' strength is Heracles himself, deny the existence of Heracles, nor do those who declare that accords and rafterings are mere forms of speech deny the existence of sounds and rafters. 11. 5 When Epicurus says, the nature of existing things is bodies and void, do we take him to mean that nature is distinct from existing things, or simply to indicate existing things and nothing more, just as it is his habit for instance to use the expression the nature of void for void and, by Zeus, the nature of the universe for the universe? p. 1112. 11. 6 What else, then, has Empedocles done when he teaches that nature is not distinct from that which is generated nor death from what dies? p. 1112. Empedocles is quoted, 11. 7-8 When what is mixed comes to the light of day as man or as a beast or plant or bird, men say 'tis born, but call the parts disjoined unhappy fate. Though Karl cites these lines himself, he fails to see that Empedocles did not abolish men, beasts, etc., by saying they are produced by the mixture of the elements, but rather, when he showed how wrong those are who call this combination and separation nature, unhappy fate and lurid death, he did not wish to abolish the use of the current expressions for them. p. 1113 J12, 1-2 Fools. For they have no thoughts that range afar who look for birth of what was not before or for a thing to die and wholly perish. These are the words of one who says in ringing tones for all who have ears to hear that he does not abolish generation, but only generation from the non-existent, nor a to wit, to Empedocles ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 461. Abolish destruction, but only out-and-out destruction, that is, the destruction that reduces to non-existence. p. 1113. 12. 31 No sage in his prophetic soul would say that, while men live, this thing they call their life, so long they are, and suffer good and ill, but both before the joining of their frame, and once it is disjoined, why, they are nothing. For these are not the words of one who denies the existence of men who have been born and are living, but rather of one who takes both the unborn and the already dead to exist. p. 1113. 12. 4-5, But Karl says that in Empedocles' view we shall never so much as fall ill or receive a wound. But how can one who says that before life and after life each person suffers good and ill, leave no suffering to the living? Who is it, Karl, that really find themselves impervious to wounds and disease? You yourselves, compacted of atom and void, neither of which has any sensation. Not this is objectionable, but that there is nothing to give you pleasure either, since your atom does not receive the causes of pleasure and your void does not respond to them. p. 1113. C. Epicurus and Parmenides. 13. 2-3 Yet I do not see how, by saying that the universe is one, he has made it impossible for us to live. So Epicurus too, when he says that the universe is infinite, ungenerated, and imperishable, and subject neither to increase nor diminution, speaks of the universe as of some one thing. When he premises at the beginning of his treatise that the nature of things is atoms and void, he treats that nature as one, dividing it into two parts, one of them actually nothing, but termed by you and your company intangible, empty, and bodiless. So that for you too the universe is one. 13. 5. Observe right here the sort of first principles you people premise for generation, infinity and the void incapable of action, incapable of being acted upon, bodiless, the infinite disordered, irrational, elusive, disrupting and confounding itself because of a multiplicity that defies control or limitation. 13. 6. Parmenides, for 1, has abolished neither fire nor water, nor cities lying in Europe and Asia, in Karl's words. 13. 8. But before all others and even before Socrates he saw that nature has in it something that we apprehend by opinion, and again something that we apprehend by the intellect. pp. 1113-1114. What belongs to the world of the intellect, is entire, unmoving, and unborn. To quote his own WPRDS, and is always like itself and enduring in what it is. p. 1114. Karl says outright that Parmenides makes a clean sweep of all things by affirming that the universe is one. p. 1114. 13. 9. The world of the intellect, which he calls being because it is eternal and imperishable, and one because it is uniform with itself and admits of no variation, while he puts what belongs to the world of the senses under the head of disordered and moving nature. p. 1114. 13. 10. Here most persuasive truth, which deals with what is thought and forever unalterably the same, and there, man's beliefs, that lack all true persuasion. 462. Karl Marx. Because they deal with objects admitting all manner of changes, accidents, and irregularities. p. 1114. Thus the contention that being is one was no denial of the plural and perceptible, but an indication of its distinction from what is thought. p. 1114. d. Epicurus and Plato. A proof of Plutarch's unphilosophical manner of thinking is provided by the following passage on Aristotle, 14, for as for the ideas for which he, Karl 3, denounces Plato, Aristotle, who everywhere assails them and brings up against them every sort of objection in his treatises on ethics and on physics and in his popular dialogues, was held by some to be more contentious than philosophical in his attitude to this doctrine and bent on undermining Plato's philosophy. p. 1115. 15. 2. But he Karl, who has not a grain of wisdom, took man is not to be one and the same as man is non-existent. But in Plato's view there is a world of difference between is not and is non-existent, for by the former is meant the denial of any kind of being, by the latter the otherness of the partaken and what it partakes in. 15. 3. That later philosophers brought under the head of a mere difference of genus and species, and went no higher because they became involved in greater problems of logic. Yet another passage from which one can see the imminent, self-satisfied stupidity bd Plutarchy h. 15. For the relation of the partaken into the partaker is that of cause to matter, model to copy, power to effect. p. 1115. If Plutarch says about Plato's doctrine of ideas, 15, 7, he does not deny the sensuous, but asserts that what is thought has being, p. 1116, it is because the stupid eclectic does not see that this is precisely what Plato must be reproached with. He does not negate the sensuous, but he asserts that what is thought has being. Thus sensuous being is not expressed in thought, and what is thought too has a being, so that two realms of being exist one beside the other. Here one can see how easily Plato's pedantry finds a response among common men, and as for Plutarch's philosophical views, we can class him among the common men. It goes without saying that what in Plato appears original, necessary, at a certain stage of general philosophical development splendid, is in an individual witnessing the departure of the ancient world a shallow reminiscence of the ecstasy of a dead man, a lamp of antediluvian. A Marx's manuscript has, Aristotle ed. B. of Blessed Plutarch ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 463. Times, the perverseness of an old man who has relapsed into childhood. There can be no better criticism of Plato than Plutarch's praise. 15, 7. He does not deny the effect produced on us and made perceptible in us, but points out to those who follow him that there are other things more stable and more enduring, notions abstracted from sensuous perception and hollow, in being because they neither begin nor come to an end nor are subject to any influence. Note G XEJ oits JXTF, XE3 a negative determinations, and teaches by formulating the difference more clearly in words. Correct, the difference is a nominal one, to call the one things that are and the other things that come to be. P 1116. 15. 8. The more recent philosophers have also done the like. They refuse to many important realities the name of being the void, time, place and, generally, the whole class of nameable things, which includes all real ones. For these, they say, though they are not being, are nevertheless something, and they continue to make use of them in their lives and their philosophy as permanent and enduring magnitudes. P 1116. Plutarch now addresses Calotes and asks whether they themselves do not distinguish between stable and transient being, etc. Now Plutarch becomes waggish and says, 16, 2, but Epicurus is wiser than Plato in acknowledging that all alike have being. He holds that the transient has the same being as the eternal, and realities that can never divest themselves of their being the same as those whose being lies in the fact that they are acted upon and changed and which never remain the same. 16, 3. Yet if Plato was indeed greatly mistaken in this, he should be called to account for confusion of terms by those who speak better Greek. P 1116. It is amusing to listen to this swaggering respectability which thinks itself clever. He himself, that is, Plutarch, reduces the Platonic differentiation of being to two names, and yet on the other hand claims that the Epicureans are wrong when they ascribe a stable being to both sides. Nevertheless they distinguish quite well the ptaptovb and the ivtoph from that which exists by composition. Does not Plato also do this if the avok d stands stable on the one hand and the ypound $aie on the other? A neither nor ed. B indestructible ed. C uncreated, having no beginning ed. D being ed. E becoming ed. Epicurean philosophy. 4th notebook. 3 Plutarch. 2. Calotes. 4 Lucretius, On the Nature of Things, 3 books, 1, 2, 3. 3 Plutarch. 2. Calotes. E. Epicurus and Socrates. 19, 2. For it is one of Epicurus' tenets that none but the sage is unalterably convinced of anything. P 1117. An important passage as regards Epicurus' attitude to scepticism. 19, 5. But the reflection by which we conclude that the senses are not accurate or trustworthy enough does not deny that every single object presents to us a certain appearance, but, though we make use of the perceptions as they appear to us in what we do, it does not allow us to trust them as absolutely and infallibly true. For it is sufficient that they are necessary and that they are useful, sin there is nothing better available. P 1118. XX. 1. When he Calotes ridicules and scorns Socrates for seeking to discover what man is and flauntingly, as Calotes puts it, declaring that he did not know it, we can see that Calotes himself had never dealt with the problem. P 1118. F. Epicurus and Stilpo. XXII, 1-2, he Calotes says that Stilpo makes life impossible by the assertion that nothing else can be predicated of one thing. For how shall we live if we cannot say that man is good, etc., but only that man is man, good is good, etc. P 1119. While it really must be admitted that Calotes knows how to feel out an opponent's weaknesses, Plutarch lacks philosophical bearings to such an extent that he does not even know what it is all about, especially when the proposition of abstract identity as the death of all life is formulated and censured. He makes the following foolish retort, worthy of the very stupidest village schoolmaster. XXII, 3. What man's life was ever the worse because of it? Who that heard that assertion, i.e., Stilpos did not recognize it as coming from a witty mocker or from one who wished to offer it as a dialectical exercise for others? What is bad? Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 465. Kalotes, is not to refuse to call a man good, but to refuse to call God God and not to believe in him, and this is what you or your company do, who will not admit that a Zeus exists who presides over generation, or Demeter, the giver of laws, or Poseidon, the begetter. It is this disjoining of one word from another that works harm and fills your lives with contempt of the gods and shamelessness, when you tear away from the gods the appellations attached to them and also annihilate all sacrifices, mysteries, processions and festivals. P 1119. XXIII, one Stilpo's point, however, is this: if we predicate, running of a horse, the predicate, he maintains, is not the same as that of which it is predicated, but the concept of what man is one thing, and that of goodness is another, for when asked for a definition we do not give the same for both. Therefore they err who predicate one of the other. XXIII, 2. For if good is the same as man, how comes it that we can also predicate good of food and of medicine? P 1120. A very good and important exposition of Stilpo. G. Epicurus and the Cyrenaics. XXIV, 4-5. For they the Cyrenaics say we are affected by sweetness and darkness, each of these influences possessing within itself a specific and unchangeable effect, whereas the view that honey is sweet, and night air dark, encounters evidence to the contrary from many witnesses, animals, things, and men alike, for to some honey is disagreeable, while others feed on it. Accordingly opinion continues free from error only as long as it keeps to experience, but when it strays beyond and meddles with judgments and pronouncements about external appearances, it is forever getting embroiled with itself and falling into conflict with others in whom the same things give rise to contrary experiences and dissimilar impressions. P 1120. XXV, 2, 4-5. For the school that asserts that when a round image impinges on us, or in another case a bent one, the imprint is truly received by the senses, but refuses to allow us to affirm that the tower is round or that the oar is bent, maintains the truth of its impressions as real manifestations, but will not admit that external objects correspond, for it is the image producing the effect in the eye that is bent. Thus, since the impression produced on the senses differs from the external object, belief must stick to the impression or be proved if it claims being as well as appearance. P 1121. H. Epicurus and the Academics, R. C. Silos. What Plutarch says on this subject is confined to the tact that the Academics recognize three movements, Pavkakskov, Opgiajksov, and 30-xa.xa-b6 VAP 1122, and the error is in the last, so what is perceptible to the senses disappears neither in practice nor in theory, but opinion does. He tries to prove to the Epicureans that they doubt much of what is evident. Imaginative, impulsive, and assentive ed. 466 Karl Marx. 4 Lucretius, On the Nature of Things. Published by each Stat, 1801, Volume 1. It goes without saying that but little use can be made of Lucretius' book I when human life lay groveling in all men's sight, crushed to the earth under the dead weight of religion, whose grim features lowered menacingly upon mortals from the four quarters of the sky. A man of Greece was first to raise mortal eyes in defiance, first to stand erect and brave the challenge. Fables of the gods did not crush him, nor the lightning flash and the growling menace of the sky. Therefore religion in its turn lies crushed beneath his feet, and we by his triumph are lifted level with the skies. 1163-80. Nothing can ever be created by divine power out of nothing. 151. If things were made out of nothing, any species could spring from any source, and nothing would require seed. 11160 and 161. Be not, however, mistrustful of my words, because the primary principles of things are not visible to the eyes. 11268 and 269. Therefore nature works through the agency of invisible bodies. 1329. Neither are things hemmed in by the pressure of solid bodies in a tight mass. This is because there is void in things. 11.330 and 331. This, Silicet in nis cognitio asterisk, will save you from ever brooding about the universe. For there is a space, untouched and void and vacant. If it did not exist, things could not move at all. Nothing could proceed, because nothing would give it a starting point by receding. And if there were no empty space, things could not possibly have come into existence, hemmed in as they would have been in motionless matter. 11.333 to 346. Mingled with the things is void, from whence things first receive the possibility of movement. 11.383 to 384. All, nature, consists of two things, bodies, and the void. 11.420 and 421. Similarly, time by itself does not exist. No one can sense time by itself apart from the movement of things and restful immobility. 11.460 to 464. Neither bodies exist by themselves nor can events be said to be by themselves. Events cannot be said to be by themselves like matter or in the same sense as the void. Rather, they must be described as accidents of matter, or of the place in which things happen. 11.480 to 483. We have found that nature is twofold, consisting of two totally different things, matter and space. Each of these must exist by itself, without admixture of the other. For, where there is empty space, there matter is not; where matter exists, there cannot be a void. 11.504 to 510. Matter, everlasting. 1.541. There must be an ultimate point in objects. This point is without parts and is the smallest thing that can exist. It never has been and never will be able to exist by itself. 11.600 to 604. There are certain bodies, they do not resemble fire or anything else that can bombard our senses with particles or impinge on our organs of touch. 11.685 to 690. To wit, the knowledge of the void, note by Marx, ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 467. Again, if everything is created from four things and resolved into them, why should we say that these are the elements of things rather than the reverse, that other things are the elements of these? 11.764 to 767. Then nothing can be created from them, the four elements, neither animate, nor, like a tree, with inanimate body. For each element in a composite assemblage will betray its own nature, air will appear mixed with earth, and fire will remain side by side with moisture. But in fact the elements, in giving birth to things, must contribute a nature that is hidden and viewless, so that nothing may show that conflicts with the thing created and prevents it from being distinctively itself. 11.773-7ai. They make, things never cease to interchange, migrating, to be precise, fire rising into the air, hence is born rain, then earth, and from the earth all returns again. 3, from heaven to earth, from earth to the starry firmament. This is something elements ought never to do. For it is essential that something should remain immutable, or everything would be reduced to nothing. For, if ever anything is so transformed that it oversteps its own limits, this means the immediate death of what was before. 11.783 to 793. Because there are in things many elements common to many things commingled in many ways, various things draw their food from various sources. 11.814 to 816. For the same elements compose sky, sea, and lands, rivers and sun, crops, trees, and animals, but they are moving differently and in different combinations. 11.820 to 822. Add to this that he, Anaxagoras, makes the elements too frail. For which of these things will withstand violent assault, so as to escape extinction? Will fire or water or air? Will blood or bones? Nothing, I maintain, will escape, where everything is as perishably as those objects that we see vanishing from before our eyes under stress of some force or other. 847 to 856. If flame, smoke, and ashes lurk unseen in wood, then wood must consist of unlike matter which rises out of it. 872 to 873. Here is left some scanty cover for escaping detection, and Anaxagoras avails himself of it. He asserts that there is in everything a mixture of everything, but all the ingredients escape detection except the one whose particles are most numerous and conspicuous and lie nearest the surface. This is far removed from the truth. Otherwise it would naturally happen that corn, when it is crushed by the dire force of the grindstone, would often show some signs of blood. When sticks are snapped, ashes and smoke ought to be revealed, and tiny hidden fires. But observation plainly shows that none of these things happens. It is clear therefore that one sort of thing is not intermingled with another in this way, but there must be in things a mixture of invisible seeds that are common to many sorts. 874 to 895. Now do you see the point of my previous remark, that it makes a great difference in what combinations and positions the same elements occur, and what motions they mutually pass on and take over, so that with a little reshuffling the same ones may produce forests and fires. This is just how the words themselves are formed, by a little reshuffling of the elements, when we pronounce forests and fires as two distinct utterances. U 906 to 913. The words in brackets are Marx's summary of 11. 784-786 ed. 468 Karl Marx. The universe is not bounded in any direction. If it were, it would necessarily have a limit somewhere. But clearly a thing cannot have a limit unless there is something outside to limit it. Since you must admit that there is nothing outside the universe, it can have no limit, and is accordingly without end or measure. 957 to 963. Further, if all the space in the universe were shut in and confined on every side by definite boundaries, there would be no sky. As it is, no rest is given to the atoms, because there is no bottom where they can accumulate and take up their abode. Things are happening all the time, through ceaseless motion in every direction, and atoms of matter bouncing up from below are supplied out of the infinite. 983 to 996. Nature compels body to be bounded by void and void by body. Thus it makes both of them infinite in alternation, or else one of them, if it is not bounded by the other, must extend in a pure state without limit. 1008 to 1012. None of these results would be possible if there were not an ample supply of matter to rise up out of infinite space to replace in time all that is lost. Just as animals deprived of food waste away through loss of body, so everything must decay as soon as its supply of matter goes astray and is cut off. 1034 to 1040. As nature in spring lays herself bare and, as though conscious of victory, displays all her charm, whereas in winter she covers up her shame and nakedness with snow and ice, so Lucretius, fresh, keen, poetic master of the world, differs from Plutarch, who covers his paltry ego with the snow and ice of morality. When we see an individual anxiously buttoned up and cringing into himself, we involuntarily clutch at coat and clasp, make sure that we are still there, as if afraid to lose ourselves. But at the sight of an intrepid acrobat we forget ourselves, feel ourselves raised out of our own skins like universal forces and breathe more fearlessly. Who is it that feels in the more moral and free state of mind? He who has just come out of Plutarch's classroom, reflecting on how unjust it is that the good should lose with life the fruit of their life, or he who sees eternity fulfilled, hears the bold thundering song of Lucretius. High hope of fame has struck my heart with its sharp goad, and in so doing has implanted in my breast the sweet love of the Muses. That is the spur that lends my spirit strength to pioneer through pathless tracts of their Pyrean realm where no foot has ever trod before. What joy it is to light upon virgin springs and drink their waters! What joy to pluck new flowers and gather for my brow a glorious garland from fields whose blossoms were never yet wreathed by the muses round any head. This was my reward for teaching on these lofty topics, for struggling to loose men's minds from the tight knots of religion and shedding on dark corners the bright beams of my song that irradiate everything with the sparkle of the muses. 11921 ff. He who would not prefer to build the whole world out of his own resources, to be a creator of the world, rather than to be eternally bothering about himself, has already been anathematized by the Spirit. He is under an interdict, but in the opposite sense, he. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 469. Is expelled from the temple and deprived of the eternal enjoyment of the Spirit and left to sing lullabies about his own private bliss and to dream about himself at night. Blessedness is not the reward of virtue, but is virtue itself. A. We shall also see how infinitely more philosophically Lucretius grasps Epicurus than does Plutarch. The first necessity for philosophical investigation is a bold, free mind. First we must appreciate the pertinent criticism of earlier natural philosophers from the Epicurean viewpoint. It is all the more worthy of consideration since it brings out in a masterly manner what is specific in the teaching of Epicurus. We here consider in particular what is taught about Empedocles and Anaxagoras, since the same points are still more valid for the others. 1. No definite elements can be considered to be the substance, for if everything is included in them and everything arises out of them, what forbids us to assume, on the contrary, that in this alternating process the totality of other things is their principle, since they themselves possess only a determinate, limited mode of existence side by side with the others and are brought forth likewise by the process of these other existences? And the other way round, 11764 to 768. 2. If a number of definite elements are held to be the substance, then they reveal on the one hand their natural one-sidedness by maintaining themselves in conflict with each other, asserting their determinateness and so dissolving in their opposite. On the other hand they are subject to a natural process, mechanical or other, and reveal their formative ability as one confined to their individuality. If we concede the Ionian natural philosophers the historical excuse that their fire, water, etc., were not the things perceptible to the senses but something general, then Lucretius as an opponent is completely right in criticizing them on these grounds. If obvious elements, obvious to the daylight of the senses, are taken to be the basic substances, then these have as their criterion sensuous perception and the sensuous forms of their existence. If one says that what is in question is a determination of another kind, in which they are the principles of that which exists, then it is a determination which their sensuous individuality conceals. A. B. Spinoza, Ethics, Part V, Prop 42 ed. 470 Karl Marx. Only in internal, therefore external, determination are they principles, that is, they are not principles as given definite elements, precisely not in that which distinguishes each element from the others as fire, water, etc. 11773 ff. 3. But thirdly, the view that definite elements are basic principles is contradicted not only by their limited existence side by side with others, from which they are arbitrarily singled out, and in respect of which, therefore, they differ only according to the determination of number, but being limited far more by the plurality, the infinite number of the others, they seem not only to be determined as to their principle by their mutual relationship in their particularity, which reveals an exclusion just as much as a formative power enclosed in natural limits, but the process itself by which they are supposed to generate the world manifests their finiteness and changeability. As they are elements enclosed in a particular natural form, their creativity can only be a particular one, that is, their own transformation, which again has the form of particularity, namely, natural particularity, that is, their creativity is the natural process of their transformation. So these natural philosophers have fire flicker in the air, so rain is produced and falls down, and so the earth is formed. What is shown here is the elements' own changeability and not their constancy, not their substantial being, which they the natural philosophers assert as principles, for their creativity is rather the death of their particular existence, and what proceeds out of them comes rather from their non-persistency. 11783 ff. The mutual necessity of the elements and natural things for each other's existence signifies only that their conditions are their own powers, outside them as well as inside them. 4. Lucretius now comes to the homeomeriaca of Anaxagoras. His objection to them is that he makes the elements too frail. 11847-848. For since the homeomerias have the same quality, are the same substance, as that of which they are homeomerias, we must also attribute to them the same transience as is evident in their concrete manifestations. If wood conceals within itself fire and smoke, that means that it is a mixture ex alienigenius 1873. If every body were made up of all the seeds perceptible to the senses, when it was broken up it would be seen to contain them. A seeds ed. Of unlike species ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 471. It may seem strange that a philosophy like that of Epicurus, which proceeds from the sphere of the sensuous and, at least in cognition, assesses it as the highest criterion, should posit as principle such an abstraction, such a psychopodstos asterisk as the atom. Concerning this, see lines 773 ff and 783 ff, where it is seen that the principle must have an independent existence without any particular sensuously perceptible, physical quality. It is substance. The same elements compose sky, sea, and lands, rivers and sun, etc. 820 f. Universality is inherent in it. An important remark on the relationship of the atom and the void. Lucretius says of this duplex natura. Each of these must exist by itself, without admixture of the other. 11504 ff. Further, they are mutually exclusive. For, where there is empty space, there matter is not. Loccit. Each one is itself the principle, so that the principle is neither the atom nor the void, but their basis, that which each of them manifests as an independent nature. This mean is enthroned at the consummation of Epicurean philosophy. On the void as a principle of motion, see 363 ff, notably as an immanent principle, see 383 ff, to swu xol /to axigiu, see the objectivist antithesis of thinking and being. Lucretius, On the Nature of Things. Book 2. But nothing is sweeter than to stand in a quiet temple stoutly fortified by the teaching of the wise. 11.7 f. O joyless hearts of men! O minds without vision! How dark and dangerous the life in which this tiny span is lived away. 11.14 ff. As children in blank darkness tremble and start at everything, so we in broad daylight fear. This dread and darkness of the mind cannot be dispelled by the sunbeams, the shining shafts of day, but only by an understanding of the outward form and inner workings of nature. 11.54 ff. Since the atoms are moving freely through the void, they must all be kept in motion either by their own weight or by the impact of another. 11.82 ff. Remember that the universe has nowhere a bottom, there is no place where a blind power ed. Dual nature ed. See the void and the atom ed. 472 Karl Marx. Atoms could come to rest. It has been variously proved that space is without end or limit and spreads out immeasurably in all directions alike. 1189 ff. No rest is given to the atoms in their course through the depths of space, but they are driven in an incessant and variable movement, etc. 1194 ff. The formation of combinations of atoms, their repulsion and attraction, is a noisy affair. An uproarious contest, a hostile tension, constitutes the workshop and the smithy of the world. The world in the depths of whose heart there is such tumult, is torn within. Even the sunbeam, falling on shady places, is an image of this eternal war. A multitude of tiny particles, within the light of the beam, as though contending in everlasting conflict, rushing into battle rank upon rank with never a moment's pause in a rapid sequence of unions and disunions. From this you may picture what it is for the atoms to be perpetually tossed about in the illimitable void. U115 ff. One sees how the blind, uncanny power of fate is transposed into the arbitrary will of the person, of the individual, and shatters the forms and substances. Besides, there is a further reason why you should give your mind to these particles that are seen dancing in a sunbeam. Their dancing is an actual indication of underlying movements of matter that are hidden from our sight. There you will see many particles under the impact of invisible blows changing their course and driven back upon their tracks. 11124 ff. First the atoms are set in movement by themselves. Then those small compound bodies that are, as it were, least removed from the impetus of the atoms are set in motion by the impact of their invisible blows and in turn cannon against slightly larger bodies. So the movement mounts up from the atoms and gradually emerges to the level of our senses, so that at last those bodies are in motion that we see in sunbeams, moved by blows that remain invisible. 11132 ff. When separate atoms are traveling, simple and solid, through empty space, they encounter no obstruction from without and move as single units on the course on which they have embarked. They must certainly have greater speed than anything else and move far faster than the light of the sun. 11156 ff. Even if I knew nothing of the atoms, I would venture to assert on the evidence of the celestial phenomena themselves, supported by many other arguments, that the universe was certainly not created for us by divine power. 11177 ff. No material thing can be uplifted or travel upwards by its own power. 11185 f. The declinatio atomorum of I * is one of the most profound conclusions, and it is based on the very essence of the Epicurean philosophy. Cicero might well laugh at it. He knew as little about philosophy as about the President of the United States of North America. A declination of the atoms from the straight line ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 473. The straight line, the simple direction, is the negation of immediate being for self, of the point, it is the negated point, the straight line is the being otherwise of the point. The atom, the material point, which excludes from itself the being otherwise and is absolute immediate being for self, excludes therefore the simple direction, the straight line, and swerves away from it. It shows that its nature is not spatiality, but being for self. The law which it follows is different from that of spatiality. The straight line is not only the being negated of the point, but also its existence. The atom is indifferent to the breadth of existence, it does not split up into differences which have being, but just as little is it mere being, the immediate, which is, as it were, indifferent to its being, but it exists rather precisely in being different from existence, it encloses itself in itself against that existence, in terms of the sensuous it swerves away from the straight line. As the atom swerves away from its premise, divests itself of its qualitative nature and therein shows that this divestment, this premiseless, contentless being enclosed in self exists for itself, that thus its proper quality appears, so also the whole of the Epicurean philosophy swerves away from the premises, so pleasure, for example, is the swerving away from pain, consequently from the condition in which the atom appears as differentiated, as existing, burdened with non-being and premises. But the fact that pain exists, etc., that these premises from which it swerves away exist for the individual, this is its finiteness, and therein it is accidental. True, we already find that in themselves these premises exist for the atom, for it would not swerve away from the straight line if the straight line did not exist for it. But this results from the position of the Epicurean philosophy, which seeks the premiseless in the world of the substantial premise, or, to express it in terms of logic, inasmuch as for it the Epicurean philosophy the being for self is the exclusive, the immediate principle, it has existence directly confronting it, has riot logically overcome it. Determinism is swerved away from by accident, i.e. necessity, and arbitrariness raised percent o the status of law, God swerves away from the world, it does not exist for him, and therein is he God. It can therefore be said that the declinatio atomi erectivia is the law, the pulse, the specific quality of the atom, and this is why the teaching of Democritus was a quite different philosophy, not the philosophy of the age as the Epicurean philosophy was. If it were not for this swerve, everything would fall downwards, through the abyss of space. No collision would take place and no impact of atom on atom would be created. Thus nature would never have created anything. 11221 ff. 474 Karl Marx. Inasmuch as the world is created, as the atom refers itself to itself, that is, to another atom, so it's the atom's motion is not one which presupposes a being otherwise, the motion of the straight line, but one which swerves away from the latter, refers itself to itself. In sensuous imagination, the atom can refer itself only to the atom, each of the atoms swerving away from the straight line. For this reason also the atoms must swerve a little, but only a very little, so that we will not imagine slantwise movements, which the fact refutes. 11243 ff. Again, if all movement is always interconnected, the new arising from the old in a determinate order, if the atoms never swerve so as to originate some new movement that will snap the bonds of fate, the everlasting sequence of cause and effect, what is the source of the free will possessed by living things throughout the earth? What, I repeat, is the source of that will power snatched from the fates, whereby we follow the path along which we are severally led by pleasure? 11251 ff. On these occasions the will of the individual originates the movements that trickle through his limbs, etc. 11281 f. The declinatio erectivia is the arbitrium, 3. The specific substance, the true quality of the atom. So also in the atoms you must recognize the same possibility, besides weight and impact there must be a third cause of movement, the source of this inborn power of ours, since we see that nothing can come out of nothing. For the weight of an atom prevents its movements from being completely determined by the impact of other atoms. But the fact that the mind itself has no internal necessity to determine its every act and compel it to suffer in helpless passivity, this is due to the slight swerve of the atoms, not determined by place or time. 11284 ff. This declinatio, this clinamen, b is neither regioni loci certa nor tempor certo, c it is not a sensuous quality, it is the soul of the atom. In the void the differentiation of weight disappears, that is, it is no external condition of motion, but being for self, immanent, absolute movement itself. But empty space can offer no resistance to any object in any quarter at any time, so as not to yield free passage as its own nature demands. Therefore, through undisturbed vacuum all bodies must travel at equal speed, although impelled by unequal weight. 11235 ff. Lucretius asserts this in contrast to motion restricted through conditions perceptible to the senses. The reason why objects falling through water or thin air vary in speed according to their weight is simply that the matter composing water or air cannot obstruct all objects equally, but is forced to give way more speedily to heavier ones. 11230 ff. A free will ed. Declination, deviation ed. C defined by place, determined by time ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 475. Do you not see then, that although many men are driven by an external force and often constrained involuntarily to advance or to rush headlong, yet there is within the human breast something that can fight against this force and resist it, etc. 277 ff. See the lines quoted above. This potestas, this declinari is the defiance, the headstrongness of the atom, the quidem in pectoric of the atom. It does not characterize its relationship to the world as the relationship of the fragmented and mechanical world to the single individual. As Zeus grew up to the tumultuous war dances of the curettes, so here the world takes shape to the ringing war games of the atoms. Lucretius is the genuine Roman epic poet, for he sings the substance of the Roman spirit, in place of Homer's cheerful, strong, integral characters we have here solid, impenetrable armed heroes possessed of no other qualities, we have the war omnium contra omnes, the rigid shape of the being for self, a nature without God and a God aloof from the world. We now come to the determination of the more immediate qualities of the atom. We have already clarified its inner, immanent specific quality, which, however, is rather its substance. These determinations are extremely unsatisfactory in Lucretius, and on the whole they are among the most arbitrary, and therefore the most difficult parts of the whole Epicurean philosophy. 1. The motion of the atoms. The supply of matter in the universe was never more tightly packed than it is now, or more widely spaced out. The sum of things cannot be changed by any force. 11,294 In this connection there is one fact that need occasion no surprise. Although all the atoms are in motion, their totality appears to stand totally motionless. This is because the atoms all lie far below the range of our senses. Since they are themselves invisible, their movements also must elude observation. Indeed, even visible objects, when set at a distance, often disguise their movements. 11,308 ff2. Shape. And now perceive the characteristics of the atoms of all substances, the extent to which they differ in shape and the rich multiplicity of their forms. When the a power ed. B declination ed. C something in the breast ed. D of all against all ed. 476 Karl Marx. Multitude of them, as I have shown, is such that it is without limit or count. It is not to be expected that they should all be identical in build and configuration. 11,333 ff. There must, therefore, be great differences in the shapes of the atoms to provoke these different sensations. 11,442 f. The number of different forms of atoms is finite. If it were not so, some of the atoms would have to be of infinite magnitude. Within the narrow limits of any single particle, there can be only a limited range of forms. Suppose the atoms consist of 3 minimum parts, or enlarge them by a few more. When by fitting on parts at top or bottom and transposing left and right you have exhausted every shape that can be given to the whole body by all possible arrangements of the parts, you are obviously left with no means of varying its form further except by adding other parts. Thence it will follow, if you wish to vary its form still further, that the arrangement will demand still other parts in exactly the same way. Variation in shape goes with increase in size. You cannot believe, therefore, that the atoms are distinguished by an infinity of forms, or you will compel some of them to be of enormous magnitude, which I have already proved to be impossible. 11,479 ff. This Epicurean dogma that the figurum varietas is not infinita, 3 but that the corpuscula adjustum figurae are infinita, e quorum perpetuo concursu mundus perfectus est res gignunturb is the most important, most imminent consideration of the relationship of the atoms to their qualities, to themselves as principles of a world. For whatever might be would always be surpassed by something more excellent. 1507. And as all good things might yield to better, so might bad to worse. One thing would always be surpassed by another more offensive. 11,508 ff. Since this is not so, but things are bound by a set limit at either extreme, you must acknowledge a corresponding limit to the different forms of matter. 11,512 ff. To the foregoing demonstration I will link on another fact, which will gain credence from this context: the number of atoms of any one form is infinite. Since the varieties of form are limited, the number of uniform atoms must be unlimited. Otherwise the totality of matter would be finite, which I have proved in my verses is not so. 11,522 ff. The distance, the differentiation of the atoms are finite. Were they not assumed to be finite, the atoms in themselves would be mediate, would contain an ideal variety. The infinity of the atoms as repulsion, as a negative attitude to themselves, produces an infinity of similars, qui similes sint, infinitas. Their infinity has nothing to do with their qualitative difference. If one assumed infinite The variety of shapes is not infinite ed. Particles with the same shape are infinite, out of whose continual collision the world emerged and the bodies arose ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 477. Variety in the shapes of the atoms, each atom would contain the other in itself negated, and then there would be atoms which presented the whole infinity of the world, like the monads of Leibniz. It is evident, therefore, that there are infinite atoms of every kind to keep up the supply of everything. 11568 f. So the war of the elements that has raged throughout eternity continues on equal terms. Now here, now there, the forces of life are victorious and in turn vanquished. With the voice of morning mingles the cry that infants raise when their eyes open on the sunlit world. Never has day given place to night nor night to dawn that has not heard, blended with these infant waitings, the lamentation that attends on death and somber obsequies. 11547 ff. The more qualities and powers a thing possesses, the greater variety it attests in the component atoms and their forms. 11587 ff. For it is essential to the very nature of deity that it should enjoy immortal existence in utter tranquility, aloof and detached from our affairs. It is free from all pain and peril, strong in its own resources, exempt from any need of us, indifferent to our merits and immune from anger. 11646 ff. And the atoms do not emerge into the light. 1796. Do not imagine that color is the only quality that is denied to the atoms. They are wholly devoid of warmth and cold and scorching heat, they are barren of sound and starved of savor, and emit no inherent odor from their bodies. 11842 ff. All these must be kept far apart from the atoms, if we wish to provide the universe with imperishable foundations on which it may rest secure, or else you will find everything slipping back into nothing. 11861 ff. It follows that the atoms cannot be afflicted by any pain or experience any pleasure in themselves, since they are not composed of any primal particles, by some reversal of whose movements they might suffer anguish or reap some fruition of vitalizing bliss. They cannot therefore be endowed with any power of sensation. 11967 ff. Again, if we are to account for the power of sensation possessed by animate creatures in general by attributing sentience to their atoms, what of those atoms that specifically compose the human race? H 937 ff. The answer to this is: if they the principles are to be likened to entire mortals, they must certainly consist of other elemental particles, and these again of others without end. 11980 ff. Book 3 First, I affirm that the mind is of very fine texture and is composed of exceptionally minute particles. 11180 f. But what is so mobile must consist of exceptionally minute and spherical atoms. 11187 f. The stickier consistency is due to the closer coherence of the component matter, consisting of particles not so smooth or so fine or so round. 11194 ff. The greater their weight and roughness, the more firmly they are anchored. 11202 f. 478 Karl Marx. Negation of cohesion, of specific weight. It may be inferred that mind and spirit are composed of exceptionally diminutive seeds, since their departure is not accompanied by any loss of weight. It must not be supposed that the stuff of mind or spirit is a single element. The body at death is abandoned by a sort of rarefied wind mixed with warmth, while the warmth carries with it also air. Indeed, heat never occurs without an intermixture of air. 11229 ff. The composition of the mind is thus found to be threefold. But all these three components together are not enough to create sentience, since the mind does not admit that any of these can create the sensory motions. We must accordingly add to these a fourth component, which is quite nameless. Than this there is nothing more mobile or more tenuous, nothing whose component atoms are smaller or smoother. 11238 ff. But usually a stop is put to these movements as near as may be to the surface of the body. Because of this we can retain life. 11257f. One who no longer is cannot suffer, or differ in any way from one who has never been born, when once this mortal life has been usurped by death the immortal. 11880ff. It can be said that in the Epicurean philosophy it is death that is immortal. The atom, the void, accident, arbitrariness, and composition are in themselves death. For if it is really a bad thing after death to be mauled and crunched by ravening jaws, I cannot see why it should not be disagreeable to roast in the scorching flames of a funeral pyre, or to lie embalmed in honey, stifled and stiff with cold, on the surface of a chilly slab, or to be squashed under a crushing weight of earth. 11901ff. Men feel plainly enough within their minds a heavy burden, whose weight depresses them. If only they perceived with equal clearness the causes of this depression, the origin of this lump of evil within their breasts, they would not lead such a life as we now see all too commonly, no one knowing what he really wants and every one forever trying to get away from where he is, as though mere change of place could throw off the load. 1066ff. End of Book 3. Accident is known to be the dominating category with the Epicureans. A necessary consequence of this is that the idea is considered only as a condition is existence accidental in itself. The innermost category of the world, the atom, its connection, etc., is for this reason relegated into the distance and considered as a past condition. We find the same thing with the Pietists and supernaturalists. The creation of the world, original sin, the redemption, all this and all their godly determinations, such as paradise, etc., are not an eternal, timeless, immanent determination of the idea, but a condition. As Epicurus makes the ideality of his world, the void, into the condition for the creation of the world, so also the supernaturalist gives embodiment to premiselessness, namely the idea of the world, in paradise. 5th Notebook 184. Luke. Annia Seneca, Works, Vols. IJII. Amsterdam, 1672. Epistle 9, 1 volume. 2, p. 25. You desire to know whether Epicurus is right when, in one of his letters, he rebukes those who hold that the wise man is self-sufficient and for that reason does not stand in need of friendships. This is the objection raised by Epicurus against Stilpo and those who believe that the supreme good is a dispassionate mind. Epicurus himself spoke similar language: whoever does not regard what he has as most ample wealth, is unhappy, though he be master of the whole world. OPCIT, p. 30. He, Epicurus, added, so greatly blessed were Metrodorus and I that it has been no harm to us to be unknown and almost unheard of, in this well-known land of Greece. EP. L 6, 15 p. 317. As Epicurus himself says, he will sometimes withdraw from pleasure and even seek pain if either remorse threatens to follow pleasure or a smaller pain is accepted to avoid a larger one. L. Seneca, On the Leisure of the Wise Man, p. 582, Volume I. Epicurus also maintains that the wise man, though he is being burned in the bull of Phalaris, will cry out, "'Tis pleasant, and concerns me not at all." Epicurus will say that it is pleasant to be tortured. EP. LXVI, 18 volume. 2 p. 235, also EP. LXI, 15 p. 248. We find mentioned in the works of Epicurus two goods, of which his supreme good, or blessedness, is composed, namely, a body free from pain and a soul free from disturbance. EP. LXVI, 45 p. 241. For he Epicurus tells us that he had to endure excruciating agony from a diseased bladder and from an ulcerated stomach so acute that it permitted no increase of pain, and yet, he says, that day was none the less happy. EP. LXVI, 47 p. 242. I remember the distinguished words of Epicurus. This little garden does not whet your appetite, it quenches it. Nor does it make you more thirsty with every drink, it slakes the thirst by a natural cure, a cure that demands no fee. This is the pleasure in which I have grown old. In speaking to you, however, I refer to those desires which refuse alleviation, which must be bribed to cease. For in regard to the exceptional desires, which may be postponed, which may be chastened and checked, I have this one thought to share with you: a pleasure of that sort is according to our nature, but it is not according to our needs. UO 17 to 194. 480 Karl Marx. Nothing to it, whatever is expended upon it is a free gift. The belly does not listen to advice, it makes demands, it importunes. And yet it is not a troublesome creditor, you can send it away at small cost, provided only that you give it what you owe, not what you are able to give. EP. XXI, 9, 10, 11 pages 80 to 81. Epicurus, whom you accept as the patron of your indolence, and of whom you think that he teaches softness and idleness and things which lead to pleasure, says, happiness seldom affects the wise man. Volume I, p. 416, On the Constancy of the Wise Man 15.4. Epicurus upbraids those who crave, as much as those who shrink from death. It is absurd, he says, to run towards death because you are tired of life, when it is your manner of life that has made you run towards death. And in another passage, what is so absurd as to seek death, when it is through fear of death that you have robbed your life of peace? To this can be added also the following. Men are so thoughtless, nay, so mad, that some, through fear of death, force themselves to die. EP. XXIV, 22-23 p. 95. I am also of the opinion, and I say this in defiance of my colleagues, that Epicurus' teaching is pure and correct, and on closer consideration even severe. Pleasure is confined to a small and insignificant role, and he prescribes for pleasure the law that we prescribe for virtue. He commands it to obey nature, but very little pleasure is sufficient for nature. What is it then? He who describes as pleasure idle leisure and a continual alternation of gluttony and sensuality, seeks a good advocate for a bad cause, and when he, attracted by a misleading name, attains it, he abandons himself to pleasure, yet not to that of which he has heard, but to that which he brought with him. On the Happy Life, Volume I, p. 542. Friends, the name which our Epicurus bestowed upon them, the slaves. EP. CVII, 1 volume. 2 p. 526. Epicurus, Stilpo's Critic. p. 30, EP. 920. Let me tell you that Epicurus says the same thing. That only the wise man knows how to return a favor. EP. Lsxi, 11 p. 326. Epicurus remarks that certain men have worked their way to the truth without anyone's assistance, he, among them, made his own way. And he gives special praise to these, for their impulse has come from within, and they have forged to the front by themselves. Again, he says, there are others who need outside help, who will not proceed unless someone leads the way, but who will follow faithfully. Of these, he says, Metrodorus was one. This type of man is also excellent, but belongs to the second grade. EP. LH, 3 pp. 176-177. You will find still another class of man, and a class not to be despised, who can be forced and driven into righteousness, who do not need a guide so much as they need someone to encourage and, as it were, to force them along. This is the third class. Ibid. Epicurus, the teacher of pleasure, used to observe stated days on which he satisfied his hunger in niggardly fashion. He wished to see whether he thereby fell short of full and complete happiness, and, if so, by what amount he fell short, and whether this amount was worth purchasing at the price of great effort. At any rate, he makes such a statement in the well-known letter written to Polyaenus in the archonship of Charinus. Indeed, he boasts that he himself lived on less than a penny, but that Metrodorus, whose progress was not yet so great, needed a whole penny. Do you think there can be fullness on such fare? Yes, and there is pleasure also, not that shifty and fleeting pleasure which needs a fillip now and then, but a pleasure that is steadfast and sure. For though water, barley meal, and crusts of barley bread, are not a cheerful diet, yet it is the highest kind of pleasure to be able to derive pleasure from this sort of food, and to have reduced one's needs to that modicum which no unfairness of fortune can snatch away. EP 18, 9-10 pp. 67-68. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 481. It was to him, Idomeneus, that Epicurus addressed his well-known saying, urging him to make Pythocles rich, but not rich in the vulgar and equivocal way. If you wish, said he, to make Pythocles rich, do not add to his store of money, but subtract from his desires. EP XXI 7p79. Cf. Stobaeus, Sermon 1741-42. If you want to make somebody rich, do not give him more money, but free him of some of his desires. It is bad to live under necessity, but there is no necessity to live under necessity. Of course not. On all sides lie many short and simple paths to freedom, and let us thank God that no man can be kept in life. We may spurn those very necessities, said Epicurus. EP 12, 10-11 p. 42. I the fool, with all his other faults, has this also: he is always getting ready to /live. And what is baser than getting ready to live when you are already old? I should not name the author of this motto, except that it is somewhat unknown to fame and is not one of those popular sayings of Epicurus. EP 13, 16-17 p. 47. He who needs riches least, enjoys riches most, is a saying of Epicurus. EP 14, 17 p. 53. This is a saying of Epicurus: if you live according to nature, you will never be poor; if you live according to opinion, you will never be rich. Nature's wants are slight, the demands of opinion are boundless. EP 16, 7-8 p. 60. The acquisition of riches has been for many men, not an end, but a change, of troubles. EP 17, 11 p. 64. Here is a draft on Epicurus. Ungoverned anger begets madness. You cannot help knowing the truth of these words, since you have had not only a slave, but an enemy. But indeed this emotion blazes out against all sorts of persons, it springs from love as much as from hate, and shows itself not less in serious matters than in jest and sport. And it makes no difference how important the provocation may be, but into what kind of soul it penetrates. Similarly with fire, it does not matter how great is the flame, but what it falls upon. For solid bodies have repelled the greatest fire; conversely, dry and easily inflammable stuff nourishes the slightest spark into a conflagration. EP 18, 14-15 pp. 68-69. Of Epicurus. He says, you must reflect carefully beforehand with whom you are to eat and drink, rather than what you are to eat and drink. For a dinner of meats without the company of a friend is like the life of a lion or a wolf. EP 19, 10 p. 72. No one, says he, Epicurus, leaves this world in a different manner than he was born into it. A man has caught the message of wisdom, if he can die as free from care as he was at birth. EP XXII 15, 16 p. 84. I can give you a saying of Epicurus: it is bothersome always to be beginning life. EP XXII 9 p. 87. When a man has limited his desires within these bounds, i.e., bread and water, which nature demands, cf. Epistle CX 18 p. 548, he can challenge the happiness of Jove himself, as Epicurus says. EP XXV 4p 97. Epicurus, who says, reflect which of the two is more convenient, that death should come to us or we go to it. EP. XXVI, 8p 101. Wealth is poverty adjusted to the law of nature. EP. XXVII, 9p 105. The knowledge of sin is the beginning of salvation. This saying of Epicurus seems to me to be an excellent one. EP. XXVII, 9p 107. Writing to one of the partners of his studies, Epicurus said, I write this not for the many, but for you. Indeed, each of us is enough of an audience for the other. EP. 7, 11p 21. I am still conning Epicurus, if you would enjoy real freedom, you must be the 17 asterisk. 482 Karl Marx. Slave of philosophy. The man who submits and surrenders himself to her is not kept waiting, he is emancipated on the spot. For the very service of philosophy is freedom. EP. 8, 7p 24. It was not the classroom of Epicurus, but association with him, that made them great men. EP. 6, 6p 16. Hence I hold Epicurus' saying to be most apt, that the guilty may haply remain hidden is possible, that he should be sure of remaining hidden is not possible. EP. Scai, 13p 480. I have read the letter of Epicurus addressed to Idomeneus which bears on this matter. The writer asks him to hasten as fast as he can, and beat a retreat before some stronger influence comes between and takes from him the liberty to withdraw. But he also adds that one should attempt nothing except at the time when it can be attempted suitably and seasonably. Then, when the long-sought occasion comes, let him be up and doing. Epicurus forbids us to doze when we are meditating escape and hopes for a safe release from even the hardest trials, provided that we are not in too great a hurry before the time, nor too dilatory when the time arrives. EP. XXII, 5, 6p 82. No reasonable man fears the gods. For it is folly to fear that which is beneficent, and no one loves those whom he fears. In the end, you, Epicurus, disarm God. You have taken from him all weapons, all might, and so that no one should fear him, you have put him out of action. Therefore you have no reason to fear him who is surrounded by a huge and insuperable wall and is separated from the contact and the sight of mortals. He has not the possibility either to give or to harm. In the middle space between this and the other heaven, alone, without any living things, without any humans, without anything, he seeks to escape from the ruins of the worlds which are collapsing above him and around him, not heeding desires and without any concern for us. And yet you wish to appear as if you honor him as a father, with a grateful heart, as it seems to me, or if you do not wish to appear grateful, because you receive no mercy from him, but the atoms and these your particles have formed you accidentally and not according to any plan, why then do you honor him? Because of his majesty, you say, and his unique essence. If I concede you that, apparently you do this not induced by hope of any kind, by reward of any kind. Consequently there is something which is worth striving after for itself, whose worth itself attracts you, that is the moral good. On Benefits, Book 4, Chap 19, p. 719, Volume I. All these causes could exist, says Epicurus, and tries several other explanations, and he rebukes those who have asserted that any definite one of these exists, because it is rash to judge apodictically of that which follows only from conjectures. Consequently an earthquake can be caused by water when it has eroded and carried away some parts of the earth, and these have been weakened, that which was borne by the parts when they were undamaged could no longer be held. Pressure of the air can set the earth in motion. For perhaps the air is set in vibration when other air streams in from outside. Perhaps it is shaken and set in motion when a part suddenly gives way. Perhaps it is held up by some part of the earth as by some kind of columns and pillars, if these are damaged and yield, the weight resting on them quakes. Perhaps hot masses of air are transformed into fire and rush down like lightning, doing great damage to what is in their path. Perhaps some blast of wind sets boggy and stagnant waters in motion, and consequently the earth is shaken by an impulse or a vibration of the air, which increases with the motion itself, is carried above from below. However, he says that no other cause is of greater importance in the case of an earthquake than motion of the air. Questions of Nature, Book 6, Chap 20, p. 802. Volume 2. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 483. On this question, two schools above all are in disagreement, that of the Epicureans and that of the Stoics, but each of them points, though in different ways, to retirement. Epicurus says, the wise man shows no concern for the state, unless a special situation has arisen. Zeno says, he must have concern for the state unless something hinders him. The former wants leisure on principle, the latter according to circumstances. On the Leisure of the Wise Man, Chap 30, p. 574, Volume I. The pleasure of Epicurus is not estimated, because of how sober and dull it is, but they seize on the mere name, seeking some cover and veil for their lusts. Thus they lose the only good thing which they had in their badness, namely, shame of sinning. For they now praise that over which they blushed formerly, and they glory in vice, and for this reason even young people cannot regain their strength, since shameful idleness has been covered with an honorable mantle. p. 541, Chap 12, 4, 5 On the Happy Life, Volume I. For all these Plato, Zeno, Epicurus did not speak of how they themselves lived, but of how one should live. Chap 18, 1 p. 550, OPCIT. Hence God does not dispense mercy, but, untroubled, unconcerned about us, and turned away from the world, he does something else, or, and this for Epicurus is the greatest bliss, does nothing, and good deeds affect him no more than acts of injustice. On Benefits, Book 4, Chap 4, 1 p. 699, Volume I. Here we must bear good testimony to Epicurus, who continually complains that we are ungrateful in respect of the past, that we do not bear in mind the good that we have received and do not include it in enjoyments, as no enjoyment is surer than that which cannot be taken away from us again. On Benefits, Book 3, Chap 4, 1, p. 666, Volume I. We may dispute with Socrates, doubt with Carneades, repose with Epicurus, transcend human nature with the Stoics, defy it with the Cynics. Nature allows us to participate in any age. On the Shortness of Life, p. 512, Volume I. In this respect we are in conflict with the self-indulgent and retiring crowd of the Epicureans, who philosophize at their banquets and for whom virtue is the handmaid of pleasure. They obey pleasure, they serve it, they see it above themselves. On Benefits, Book 4, Chap 2, p. 697, Volume I. But how can virtue rule pleasure, which it follows, since to follow is proper to him who obeys, and to rule to him who commands? On the Happy Life, Chap 11, p. 538, Volume I. For you Epicureans it is pleasure to abandon the body to idle leisure, to strive after freedom from care like people asleep, to conceal yourselves under a thick veil, to relax the sluggishness of the idle mind with emotional contemplation, which you call repose of the soul, and to strengthen with food and drink in the shade of gardens your bodies weakened by idleness. For us it is pleasure to accomplish good actions, even if they are wearying, provided only that through them the weariness of others is alleviated, or dangerous, provided that through them others are freed from danger, or burdensome for our fortune, provided only the distress and needs of others are attenuated. On Benefits, Book 4, Chap 13, p. 713, Volume I. For those who lack experience and training, there is no limit to the downhill course, such a one falls into the chaos of Epicurus empty and boundless. E.P. LCI, 9 p. 274, Volume 2. The Epicureans held that philosophy consists of two parts, natural and moral, and they did away with logic. Then, when they were compelled by the facts to distinguish between equivocal ideas and to expose fallacies that lay hidden under the cloak of truth, they themselves also introduced a heading which they called On Judgments and Rules, which is another name for logic, but which they consider an adjunct of natural philosophy. E.P. LSK 6, 11 p. 397. 484 Karl Marx. The Epicurean God neither has anything to do himself, nor does he give others anything to do. On the death of the Emperor Claudius, p. 851, Volume 2. Then you say, is it retirement, Seneca, that you are recommending to me? You will soon be falling back upon the maxims of Epicurus. I do recommend retirement to you, but only that you may use it for greater and more beautiful activities than those which you have resigned. E.P. LSK 8, 10 p. 251. I am not so foolish as to go through at this juncture the arguments which Epicurus harps upon, and say that the terrors of the world below are idle, that Ixion does not whirl round on his wheel, that Sisyphus does not shoulder his stone uphill, that a man's entrails cannot be restored and devoured every day. No one is so childish as to fear Cerberus, or the shadows, or the spectral garb of those who are held together by naught but their unfleshed bones. Death either annihilates us or frees us. If we are released, there remains the better part, after the burden has been withdrawn. If we are annihilated, nothing remains, good and bad are alike removed. E.P. XXIV, 18 p. 93. End. Jo. Stobi I sententii et eclogi, etc. Geneva, 1609. Thanks be to bountiful nature for having made that which is necessary easy to obtain and that which is difficult to obtain not necessary. If you want to make somebody rich, do not give him more money, but free him of some of his desires. Temperance is the virtue of the appetitive part of the soul by which, with the help of reason, one represses longings for vulgar pleasure. It is the nature of temperance to be able to repress with the help of reason the longing for the vulgar enjoyment of pleasure and to endure and bear natural privations and suffering. On Temperance, Sermon 17, p. 157. We are born once, it is not possible to be born twice, and it is of necessity that life is not longer, necessarium est etatem finire. But you, who have no power over the morrow, qui ne crastinum diem quidem in toi potestate haves, are putting off the moment. Tempus differs. Everybody's life is wasted through procrastination, and for that reason every one of us dies without having any leisure. On Economy, Sermon 16, p. 155. I have more than enough bodily pleasure when I have water and bread, and I do not care a straw for costly pleasures, not because of themselves, but because of all the unpleasantness that follows them. We feel the need for pleasure when we are sad because we do not have it. But when we do not experience this in our sensations, then we have no need for pleasure. For it is not the natural pleasure which causes external annoyance, but the striving for empty appearance. On Temperance, Sermon 17 p. 159. The laws exist for the wise not so that they shall do no wrong, but so that no wrong shall happen to them. On the State, Sermon XLI, p. 270. Death is nothing to us. For that which is dissolved is without sensation. And that which is without sensation is nothing to us. On Death, Sermon Catai, p. 600. Epicurus of Demos Gargetios proclaimed, to him for whom a little is not sufficient, nothing is sufficient. He said he was prepared to dispute over bliss with anybody if he had only bread and water. On Temperance, Sermon 17, p. 158. For this reason Epicurus also believes that those who are ambitious and seek after glory must not practice quietism, but must follow their nature, taking part in Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 485. Civic affairs and work for the common weal, for their nature is such that, if they do not attain that for which they strive, they will become restless and embittered through inactivity. And yet he is foolish who enlists in work for the common weal not those who are suitable for it, but those who cannot be inactive. Inner tranquility and inner unrest must not be measured, securitatem animae anxietatem metered, either by the amount, great or small, of what one has done, but by the good and the bad. For to omit to do good is no less painful and disquieting, molestum est et turbulentum, than to do evil. On Steadfastness, Sermon XXIX, p. 206. When somebody said, "The wise man will not be affected by love." The evidence for this is Epicurus, he Chrysippus said, "This I take as a proof." For if, the unfeeling Epicurus, was not affected by love, the wise man will certainly not be affected by it. Ne sapiens quidam eo capiatur, on sensual pleasure and love, Sermon LXI, p. 393. But we will concentrate our attention on the tedious philosophers according to whom pleasure does not conform to nature, but follows that which does conform to nature: justice, self-control, and generosity of mind. Why then does the soul rejoice and find peace, tranquillatur, in the smaller goods of the body, as Epicurus says? On Intemperance, Sermon 6, pages 81, 82. Epicurus assumes that the gods indeed resemble man, but that one and all they can be perceived only by thought because of the fineness of the nature of their images. He himself, however, assumes 4 other substances to be indestructible by their nature: the atoms, the void, the infinite, and the homogeneous particles, and these are called homeomerias and elements. Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 5. Epicurus is guided by necessity, by free decision, by fate. And on the subject of fate the Pythagoreans used to say, to be sure there is also a divine part in it, for some men receive from the divinity an inspiration for better or for worse, and in accordance with this some are clearly happy and others unhappy. But it is quite obvious that those who act without previous deliberation and haphazardly are often successful, while others, who deliberate beforehand and consider beforehand how to do something correctly, are not successful. But fate manifests itself in another way, by virtue of which some are talented and purposeful, while others are talentless and, because they have a contrary nature, do harm. The former, though hasty in judgment, attain every object at which they aim, while the latter do not achieve their object, because their thinking is never purposeful, but confused. This misfortune, however, is innate, and not imposed from outside, non externam. Physical Selections, Book 1, pp. 15-16. Epicurus calls time an accident, i.e., a concomitant of movements, i.e., p. 19. Epicurus says that the fundamental principles of that which is are bodies perceptible through thinking, bodies having no part of void, uncreated, indestructible, which can be neither damaged nor changed. Such a body is called an atom, not because it is the smallest, but because it cannot be divided, can have nothing done to it, and has no part of void. Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 27. Epicurus says that the bodies are imperceptible and that the primary ones are simple, and the bodies composed of them have weight, that the atoms move, sometimes falling in a straight line, rectis lineis, sometimes swerving from the straight line, and upward movement occurs through collision and repulsion. Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 33. Epicurus says that colored bodies have no color in the dark. Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 35. Here and below Marx inserts phrases from a Latin translation of Stobaeus, where the Greek text is damaged ed. 486. Karl Marx. Epicurus says that the atoms are infinite in number and the void is infinite in extent. Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 38. Epicurus uses alternatively all the names, void, place, space. Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 39. Cf. Diogenes Laertius. if there did not exist that which we call void and space and intangible nature. P. 32. Letter to Herodotus. Epicurus distinguishes two kinds of motion, that in a straight line and that which swerves away from the straight line. Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 40. Epicurus says that the world perishes in many ways, namely, as animal, as plant and in many other ways. Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 44. All others assumed that the world is animated and guided by providence. Leucippus, Democritus, and Epicurus, on the other hand, make neither of these assumptions, but say that it arose out of the atoms through nature not endowed with reason. Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 47. Epicurus says that the extremity of some worlds is tenuous, that of others is dense, and of these some are mobile, others are immobile. Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 51. The following passage from Stobaeus, which does not belong to Epicurus, is perhaps one of the most elevated. Is there, Father, anything beautiful besides these? Only God, by Tautkovswigon should understand Cr.mxp, Eulia and Offlo 3, my child, rather that which is greater is the name of God. Stobaeus, Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 50. Metrodorus, the teacher of Epicurus, says that, the causes, however, are the atoms and elements. I.e., p. 52. Leucippus, Democritus, and Epicurus say that an infinite number of worlds exist to infinity in ever direction. Of those who assert an infinite number of worlds, Anaximander says that they are at equal distance from each other, Epicurus, that the distance between the worlds is unequal. I.e., p. 52. Epicurus does not reject any of them, i.e., the views on the stars, he adheres to the possible. I.e., p. 54. Epicurus says that the sun is a big lump of earth similar to pumice stone and sponge-like, which has been set on fire through its holes. I.e., p. 56. The passage cited above from the Physical Selections, Book 1, p. 5c seems, more than the passage quoted by Schaubach, to confirm the view that there are two kinds of atoms. In this passage of the Selections, the Ojakoisk sect are adduced as indestructible principles alongside the atoms and the void. They are not pound-oxa, but are explained. Aioeziofsat ojakataje sepstat ze atoi carat eta pound. Thus it follows from this passage that the atoms, which underlie appearance, as elements, have no homeomerias, and possess a shape, color, and body ed. The words in brackets were written by Marx in German in the original ed. LC this Valern, p. 485 ed. Homeomerias ed. Images ed. Which are called homeomerias and elements ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 487. Qualities of the bodies of which they are the basis. This is in any case false. In the same way Metrodorus adduces as cause at axajjlo. Zil xa otoi carat slae, p. 52. Clementi ofalexandria, works, cologne, 1688. Epicurus also pilfered his leading dogmas from Democritus. The Miscellanies, Book 6, p. 629. Homer, while representing the gods as subject to human passions, appears to know the divine being, whom Epicurus does not so revere. The Miscellanies, Book V, p. 604. Epicurus also says that the removal of pain is pleasure, and says that that is to be preferred, which first attracts from itself to itself, being, that is, wholly in motion. Epicurus, indeed, and the Cyrenaics, say that pleasure is the first thing proper to us, for it was for the sake of pleasure, they say, that virtue was introduced, and produced pleasure. The Miscellanies, Book 2, p. 415. Epicurus thinks that all joy of the soul arises from previous sensations of the flesh. Metrodorus, in his book, On the Happiness which has its source in ourselves being greater than that which arises from circumstances, says, what else is the good of the soul but the sound state of the flesh, and the sure hope of its continuance? The Miscellanies, Book 2, p. 417. Indeed, Epicurus says that the man who in his estimation was wise, would not do wrong to anyone for the sake of gain, for he could not persuade himself that he would escape detection. So that, if he knew he would not be detected, he would, according to him, do evil. The Miscellanies, Book 4, p. 532. It does not escape Clement that hope in the future world is also not free from the principle of utility. If, too, one shall abstain from doing wrong from hope of the recompense promised by God for righteous deeds, he is not on this supposition spontaneously good, ne hic quidem sua spont bonus est. For as fear makes that man just, so reward makes this one, or rather makes him appear to be just. Opcit. Epicurus, too, who very greatly preferred pleasure to truth, supposes faith to be a preconception of the mind, anticipationem, and defines preconception as a notion based on something evident, and on the obviously correct image, and asserts that, without preconception, no one can either inquire, or doubt, or judge, or even argue, arguere. The Miscellanies, Book 2, pages 365 and 366. Clement adds, if, then, faith is nothing else than a preconception of the mind in regard to what is the subject of discourse, etc. From which one can see what hereby fides intelligi debet. B. Democritus repudiates marriage and the procreation of children, on account of the many annoyances thence arising, and the abstraction, abstractio, from more. The atoms and the elements ed. J must be understood by faith. Fa. 488 Karl Marx. Necessary things. Epicurus agrees, as do all who place good in pleasure, and in the absence of trouble and pain. The Miscellanies, Book 2, p. 421. But Epicurus, on the other hand, contra, supposes that only Greeks can philosophies. The Miscellanies, Book I, p. 302. Well, then, Epicurus, writing to Menoetius, says, let not him who is young delay philosophizing, etc. The Miscellanies, Book 4, p. 501. Cf. Diogenes Laertius, Letter to Menoetius. 3. But the Epicureans too say that they have things that may not be uttered, arcana, and do not allow all to peruse those writings. The Miscellanies, Book V, p. 575. According to Clement of Alexandria, the Apostle Paul had Epicurus in mind when he said, beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ, branding not all philosophy, but the Epicurean, which Paul mentions in the Acts of the Apostles, which abolishes providence and deifies pleasure, and whatever other philosophy honors the elements, but places not over them the efficient cause, nor apprehends the Creator. The Miscellanies, Book I, p. 295. It is good that the philosophers who did not weave fantasies about God are rejected. This passage is now better understood, and it is known that Paul had all philosophy in mind. See this volume, pages 406-07 ed. 6th Notebook. Lucretius, On the Nature of Things. Book 4, Images of Things, a sort of outer skin perpetually peeled off the surface of objects and flying about this way and that through the air. 11.34 ff. Because each particular floating image wears the aspect and form of the object from whose body it has emanated. 11.49 f. Similarly, the films must be able to traverse an incalculable space in an instant of time, and that for two reasons. First, a very slight initial impetus far away to their rear suffice to launch them and they continue on their course. Secondly, they are thrown off with such a loosened texture that they can readily penetrate any object and filter through the interspace of air. 11.192 ff. It must be acknowledged that objects emit particles that strike upon the eyes and provoke sight. From certain objects there also flows a perpetual stream, as coolness flows from rivers, heat from the sun, and from the ocean waves a spray that eats away walls round the seashore. Sounds of every sort are surging incessantly through the air. When we walk by the seaside, a salty tang of brine enters our mouth. When we watch a draught of wormwood being mixed in our presence, a bitter effluence touches it. So from every object flows a stream of matter, spreading out in all directions. The stream flows without rest or intermission, since our senses are perpetually alert and everything is always liable to be seen or smelt or to provoke sensation by sound. 11.217 ff. Again, when some shape or other is handled in the dark, it is recognized as the same shape that in a clear and shining light is plain to see. It follows that touch and sight are provoked by the same stimulus. 11.231 ff. This shows that the cause of seeing lies in these films, and without these nothing can be seen. 11.238 f. That is how we perceive the distance of each object. The more air is driven in front of the film and the longer the draft that brushes through our eyes, the more remote the object is seen to be. Of course this all happens so quickly that we perceive the nature of the object and its distance simultaneously. 11.251 ff. A similar thing happens when a mirrored image projects itself upon our sight. On its way to us the film shoves and drives before it all the air that intervenes between itself and the eyes, so that we feel all this before perceiving the mirror. When we have perceived the mirror itself, then the film that travels from us to it and is reflected comes back to our eyes, pushing another lot of air in front of it, so. 490 Karl Marx. That we perceive this before the image, which thus appears to lie at some distance from the mirror. 11.280 ff. Book V. The whole substance and structure of the world, upheld through many years, will crash. 11.96 f. May reason rather than the event itself convince you that the whole world can collapse with one ear-splitting crack. 11.109 f. For naturally a whole whose members and parts we see to consist of created matter in mortal forms is by the same rule discerned to be likewise created and mortal. So, it is a fair inference that sky and earth too had their birthday and will have their day of doom. 11.241 ff. You will see, temples and images of the gods defaced, their destined span not lengthened by any sanctity that avails against the laws of nature. 11.307 ff. Again, there can only be three kinds of everlasting objects. The first, owing to the absolute solidity of their substance, can repel blows and let nothing penetrate them so as to unknit their close texture from within. Such are the atoms of matter, whose nature I have already demonstrated. The second kind can last forever because it is immune from blows. Such is empty space, which remains untouched and not subject to any impact. Last is that which has no available place surrounding it into which its matter can disperse and disintegrate. It is for this reason that the sum total of the universe is everlasting, having no space outside it into which the matter can escape and no matter that can enter and disintegrate it by the force of impact. 11.352 ff. It follows that the doorway of death is not barred to sky and sun and earth and the sea's unfathomed floods. It lies tremendously open and confronts them with a yawning chasm. 11.374 ff. Already in those early days men had visions when their minds were awake, and more clearly in sleep, of divine figures, dignified in mien and impressive in stature. To these figures they attributed sentience, because they were seen to move their limbs and give voice to lordly utterances appropriate to their stately features and stalwart frames. They further credited them with eternal life, because their shape was perpetually renewed and their appearance unchanging, and in general because they thought that beings of such strength could not lightly be subdued by any force. They pictured their lot as far superior to that of mortals, because none of them was tormented by the fear of death, and also because in dreams they saw them perform all sorts of miracles without the slightest effort. 11.1168 ff. Book 6 185. As the VUCA of Anaxagoras comes into motion in the Sophists, here the VOUC becomes realiter, the not being of the world, and this immediate demonic motion as such becomes objective in the daemon of Socrates, so also the practical motion in Socrates becomes a general and ideal one in Plato, and the VOUC expands itself into a realm of ideas. In Aristotle this process is apprehended again in individuality, but this is now true conceptual individuality. A reason ed. Be really ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 491. As in the history of philosophy there are nodal points which raise philosophy in itself to concretion, apprehend abstract principles in a totality, and thus break off the rectilinear process, so also there are moments when philosophy turns its eyes to the external world, and no longer apprehends it, but, as a practical person, weaves, as it were, intrigues with the world, emerges from the transparent kingdom of Amentes and throws itself on the breast of the worldly siren. That is the carnival of philosophy, whether it disguises itself as a dog like the Cynic, in priestly vestments like the Alexandrian, or in fragrant spring array like the Epicurean. It is essential that philosophy should then wear character masks. As Deucalion, according to the legend, casts stones behind him in creating human beings, so philosophy casts its regard behind it. The bones of its mother are luminous eyes, when its heart is set on creating a world, but as Prometheus, having stolen fire from heaven, begins to build houses and to settle upon the earth, so philosophy, expanded to be the whole world, turns against the world of appearance. The same now with the philosophy of Hegel. While philosophy has sealed itself off to form a consummate, total world, the determination of this totality is conditioned by the general development of philosophy, just as that development is the condition of the form in which philosophy turns into a practical relationship towards reality. Thus the totality of the world in general is divided within itself, and this division is carried to the extreme, for spiritual existence has been freed, has been enriched to universality, the heartbeat has become in itself the differentiation in the concrete form which is the whole organism. The division of the world is total only when its aspects are totalities. The world confronting a philosophy total in itself is therefore a world torn apart. This philosophy's activity therefore also appears torn apart and contradictory, its objective universality is turned back into the subjective forms of individual consciousness in which it has life. But one must not let oneself be misled by the storm which follows a great philosophy, a world philosophy. Ordinary harps play under any fingers, Aeolian harps only when struck by the storm. He who does not acknowledge this historical necessity must be consistent and deny that men can live at all after a total philosophy, or he must hold that the dialectic of measure as such is the highest category of the self-knowing spirit and assert, with some of the Hegelians who understand our master wrongly, that mediocrity is the normal manifestation of the absolute spirit, but a mediocrity which passes itself off as the regular manifestation of 492 Karl Marx. The absolute has itself fallen into the measureless, namely, into measureless pretension. Without this necessity it is impossible to grasp how after Aristotle a Zeno, an Epicurus, even a Sextus Empiricus could appear, and how after Hegel attempts, most of them abysmally indigent, could be made by more recent philosophers. At such times half-hearted minds have opposite views to those of whole-minded generals. They believe that they can compensate losses by cutting the armed forces, by splitting them up, by a peace treaty with the real needs, whereas Themistocles, when Athens was threatened with destruction, tried to persuade the Athenians to abandon the city entirely and found a new Athens at sea, in another element. Neither must we forget that the time following such catastrophes is an iron time, happy when characterized by titanic struggles, lamentable when it resembles centuries limping in the wake of great periods in art. These centuries set about molding in wax, plaster, and copper what sprang from Carrara marble like Pallas Athena out of the head of Zeus, the father of the gods. But titanic are the times which follow in the wake of a philosophy total in itself and of its subjective developmental forms, for gigantic is the discord that forms their unity. Thus Rome followed the Stoic, Sceptic, and Epicurean philosophy. They are unhappy and iron epochs, for their gods have died and the new goddess still reveals the dark aspect of fate, of pure light or of pure darkness. She still lacks the colors of day. The kernel of the misfortune, however, is that the spirit of the time, the spiritual monad, sated in itself, ideally formed in all aspects in itself, is not allowed to recognize any reality which has come to being without it. The fortunate thing in such misfortune is therefore the subjective form, the modality of the relation of philosophy, as subjective consciousness, towards reality. Thus, for example, the Epicurean, and the Stoic philosophy was the boon of its time. Thus, when the universal sun has gone down, the moth seeks the lamplight of the private individual. The other aspect, which is the more important for the historian of philosophy, is that this turnabout of philosophy, its transubstantiation into flesh and blood, varies according to the determination which a philosophy total and concrete in itself bears as its birthmark. At the same time it is an objection to those who now conclude in their abstract one-sidedness that, because Hegel considered Socrates' condemnation just, i.e., necessary, because Giordano Bruno had to atone for his fiery spirit in the smoky Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 493. Flame at the stake, therefore the philosophy of Hegel, for example, has pronounced sentence upon itself. But from the philosophical point of view it is important to bring out this aspect, because, reasoning back from the determinate character of this turnabout, we can form a conclusion concerning the imminent determination and the world historical character of the process of development of a philosophy. What formerly appeared as growth is now determination, what was negativity existing in itself has now become negation. Here we see, as it were, the curriculum vitae of a philosophy in its most concentrated expression, epitomized in its subjective point, just as from the death of a hero one can infer his life's history. Since I hold that the attitude of the Epicurean philosophy is such a form of Greek philosophy, may this also be my justification if, instead of presenting moments out of the preceding Greek philosophies as conditions of the life of the Epicurean philosophy, I reason back from the latter to draw conclusions about the former and thus let it itself formulate its own particular position. To define the subjective form of Platonic philosophy still further in a few features, I shall examine more closely some views set forth by Professor Bauer in his work Das Christliche im Platonismus. Thus we shall arrive at a result by simultaneously clarifying opposing views more precisely. Das Christliche Platonismus oder Socrates und Christus, by D. F. C. Bauer, Tübingen, 1837. Bauer says on page 24. According to this, Socratic philosophy and Christianity, considered at their starting point, are related to each other as consciousness of self and consciousness of sin. It seems to us that the comparison between Socrates and Christ, presented in this way, proves precisely the opposite of what is to be proved, namely, the opposite of an analogy between Socrates and Christ. Consciousness of self and consciousness of sin are, of course, related to each other as the general and the particular, that is to say, as philosophy and religion. This position is adopted by every philosopher, whether ancient or modern. This would be the eternal separation of the two fields rather than their unity, admittedly also a relationship, for every separation is separation of a unity. This means nothing more than that the philosopher Socrates is related to Christ as a philosopher to a teacher of religion. If now a similarity, an analogy is established between grace 494 Karl Marx and Socrates' midwifery, irony, this means carrying only the contradiction, not the analogy, to the extreme. Socratic irony, as understood by Bauer and as it must be understood with Hegel, namely as the dialectic trap through which human common sense is precipitated out of its motley ossification, not into self-complacent knowing better, but into the truth immanent in human common sense itself. This irony is nothing but the form of philosophy in its subjective attitude to common consciousness. The fact that in Socrates it has the form of an iron icle, wise man follows from the basic character of Greek philosophy and its attitude to reality. With us irony as a general immanent form, so to speak, as philosophy was taught by Father V. Schlegel. But objectively, so far as content is concerned, Heraclitus, who also not only despised, but hated human common sense, is just as much an ironist. So is even Thales, who taught that everything is water, though every Greek knew that no one could live on water. So is Fichte with his world-creating ego, despite which even Nicolai realized that he could not create any world, and so is any philosopher who asserts immanence in opposition to the empirical person. In grace, on the other hand, in consciousness of sin, not only the subject which receives grace, which is brought to consciousness of sin, but even that which bestows grace and that which arises out of the consciousness of sin are empirical persons. If therefore there is any analogy here between Socrates and Christ, it must consist in the fact that Socrates is philosophy personified and Christ is religion personified. But here it is not a question of a general relation between philosophy and religion, the question is rather in what relation personified philosophy stands to personified religion. That they have some relation to each other is a very vague truth, or rather the general condition of the question, not the particular basis of the answer. In this striving to prove the existence of a Christian element in Socrates, the relation between the two persons, namely Christ and Socrates, is defined no further than as the relation in general of a philosopher to a teacher of religion. The same vacuity is revealed when the general moral division of Socrates' idea, Plato's Republic, is placed in relationship to the general division of the idea, and Christ as a historical personality in relationship mainly to the Church. 3. After this the following is crossed out in TNE manuscript, thereby the important fact is overlooked that Plato's Republic is his own product, whereas the Church is something totally different from Christ. Ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 495. If Hegel's pronouncement, which Bauer accepts, is correct, 3. That in his Republic Plato asserted Greek substantiality against the erupting principle of subjectivity, then Plato is diametrically opposed to Christ, since Christ asserted this element of subjectivity against the existing state, which he characterized as only worldly, and therefore unholy. The fact that Plato's Republic remained an ideal, whereas the Christian Church achieved reality, was not the real difference but was expressed reversed in Plato's idea following reality, whereas that of Christ preceded it. In general it is far more correct to say that there are Platonic elements in Christianity rather than Christian elements in Plato, particularly as the earliest fathers of the Church proceeded historically in part from Platonic philosophy, example Origen, Irenaeus. From the philosophical point of view it is important that in Plato's Republic the first estate is that of the learned or the wise. It is the same with the relationship of Platonic ideas to the Christian logos, p. 38, the relationship of the Platonic recollection to the Christian restoration of man to his original image, p. 40, and with Plato's fall of souls and the Christian falling into sin, p. 43, myth of the pre-existence of the soul. Relation of the myth to Platonic consciousness. Platonic transmigration of souls. Connection with the constellations. Bauer says on page 83. There is no other philosophy of antiquity in which philosophy bears so much of a religious character as in Platonism. This must also follow from the fact that Plato defines the task of philosophy, p. 86, as a suisi, anaxkakarad, p. tagiasib of the soul from the body, as a dying and a jagastaf ishioptverfi xslv. C. That this saving force in the final resort is ascribed to philosophy is, to be sure, the one-sidedness of Platonism. P. 89. On the one hand, one could accept Bauer's pronouncement that no philosophy of antiquity bears so much the character of religion as the Platonic. But it would only mean that no philosopher had taught philosophy with more religious inspiration, that to no one philosophy had to a greater extent the determination and the form, as it were, of a religious cult. With the more intensive AGWF Hegel, System der Philosophie. Dritter Teil. Die Philosophie de Geists. 552 ed. Saving, freeing, separation ed. See Striving for Death ed. 496 Karl Marx. Philosophers, such as Aristotle, Spinoza, Hegel, their attitude itself had a more general form, less steeped in empirical feeling, but for that reason Aristotle's inspiration, when he extols Frischkopta as the best thing, to Tiotovzapoiov, or when he admires the rationality of nature in his treatise Nept x7, CPOSWTXRJC, 6 and Spinoza's inspiration when he speaks of contemplation sub specie aeternitatis, d of the love of God or of the libertas mentis humani * and Hegel's inspiration when he expounds the eternal realization of the idea, the magnificent organism of the universe of spirits, is more genuine, warmer, more beneficial to a mind with a more general education. For that reason the inspiration of Plato culminates in ecstasy while that of the others burns on as the pure ideal flame of science. That is why the former was only a hot water bottle for individual minds, while the latter is the animating spirit of world historical developments. Hence even if it may be admitted, on the one hand, that in the Christian religion, as the peak of religious development, there must be more points of contact with the subjective form of Platonic philosophy than with that of other early philosophies, it must equally be asserted on the same grounds that in no philosophy the opposition between the religious and the philosophical could be expressed more clearly, for here philosophy appears in the character of religion, while their religion appears in the character of philosophy. Further, Plato's pronouncements on the salvation of the soul, etc., prove nothing at all, for every philosopher desires to free the soul from its empirical limitation. To draw an analogy with religion only shows a lack of philosophy, namely, to consider this as the task of philosophy, whereas it is only the condition for fulfilling that task, only the beginning of the beginning. Finally, it is no defect of Plato, no one-sidedness, that he ascribes the saving force in the last resort to philosophy. It is the one-sidedness which makes of him a philosopher and not the teacher of a faith. It is not the one-sidedness of Plato's philosophy, but that by which alone it is philosophy. It is that by which he negates again the formula which has just been denounced, namely, the formula of a task of philosophy which would not be philosophy itself. A theory ed. The most pleasant and the best ed. See on the nature of animals. 186 ed. From the point of view of eternity ed. Freedom of the human mind ed. Notebooks on Epicurean philosophy 497. In this, therefore, in the striving to provide what has been cognized through philosophy with a basis independent of the subjectivity of the individual, i.e., an objective basis, lies the reason why Plato, precisely when he expounds truths which are of the greatest moral and religious interest, at the same time presents them in a mythical form. p. 94. Is anything at all explained in this way? Does not this answer include as its kernel the question of the reason for this reason? The question that arises is, why is it that Plato felt the desire to provide a positive, above all mythical, basis for what is cognized by philosophy? Such a desire is the most astonishing thing that can be attributed to a philosopher, for it means that he does not find the objective force in his system itself, in the eternal power of the idea. That is why Aristotle calls mythologizing kinologizing. 187 On the surface of it, the answer to this can be found in the subjective, namely dialogic, form of the Platonic system and in irony. What is the pronouncement of an individual and is asserted as such in opposition to opinions or individuals, needs some support through which the subjective certainty becomes objective truth. But then a further question arises, why is this mythologizing to be found in those dialogues which mainly expound moral and religious truths, whereas the purely metaphysical Parmenides is free from it? The question is, why is the positive basis a mythical one and a reliance on myths? And here we have the answer to this riddle. In expounding definite questions of morality, religion, or even natural philosophy, as in Timaeus, Plato sees that his negative interpretation of the absolute is not sufficient. Here it is not enough to sink everything in the one dark night in which, according to Hegel, all cows are black. At this point Plato has recourse to the positive interpretation of the absolute, and its essential form, which has its basis in itself, is myth and allegory. where the absolute stands on one side, and limited positive reality on the other, and the positive must all the same be preserved, there this positive becomes the medium through which absolute light shines, the absolute light breaks up into a fabulous play of colors, and the finite, the positive, points to something other than itself, has in it a soul, to which this husk is an object of wonder, the whole world has become a world of myths. Every shape is a riddle. This has recurred in recent times, due to the operation of a similar law. This positive interpretation of the absolute and its mythical allegorical attire is the fountainhead, the heartbeat of the philosophy of transcendence, a transcendence which at the same time has an essential relation to immanence, just as it essentially breaks through the latter. Here we have, of course, a kinship of 498 Karl Marx. Platonic philosophy with every positive religion, and primarily with the Christian religion, which is the consummate philosophy of transcendence. Here we have therefore also one of the viewpoints from which a more profound relationship can be established between historical Christianity and the history of ancient philosophy. It is in connection with this positive interpretation of the absolute that Plato saw in an individual as such, Socrates, the mirror, so to speak, the mythical expression of wisdom, and called him the philosopher of death and of love. That does not mean that Plato negated the historical Socrates. The positive interpretation of the absolute is connected with the subjective character of Greek philosophy, with the definition of the wise man. Death and love are the myth of negative dialectic, for dialectic is the inner, simple light, the piercing eye of love, the inner soul which is not crushed by the body of material division, the inner abode of the spirit. Thus the myth of it is love, but dialectic is also the torrent which smashes the many and their bounds, which tears down the independent forms, sinking everything in the one sea of eternity. The myth of it is therefore death. Thus dialectic is death, but at the same time the vehicle of vitality, the efflorescence in the gardens of the spirit, the foaming in the bubbling goblet of the tiny seeds out of which the flower of the single flame of the spirit bursts forth. Plotinus therefore calls it the means of the soul C*TC\I, of its direct union with God. 188 An expression in which death and love and at the same time Aristotle's oeopte, b are united with Plato's dialectic. But as these determinations in Plato and Aristotle are, as it were, presupposed, not developed out of immanent necessity, their submergence in the empirical individual consciousness in Plotinus appears as a condition, the condition of ecstasy. Ritter, in his Geschichte der Philosophie alter Zeit, Part I, Hamburg, 1829, speaks with a certain repulsive moralizing superiority about Democritus and Leucippus, in general about the atomistic doctrine, later also about Protagoras, Gorgias, etc. There is nothing easier than to rejoice in one's own moral perfection on every occasion, easiest of all when dealing with the dead. Even Democritus' learning is made a subject of reproach. p. 563, mention is made of how sharply the higher flight of speech, simulating inspiration, must have a simplification ed. Theory ed. Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy 499. Contrasted with the base attitude which underlies his outlook on life and the world. p. 564. Surely that is not supposed to be a historical remark. Why must precisely the attitude underlie the outlook and not rather the other way round, the definite outlook and discernment underlie his attitude? The latter principle is not only more historical, it is also the only one according to which a philosopher's attitude may be considered in the history of philosophy. We see in the shape of the spiritual personality what is expounded to us as a system, we see, as it were, the demiurge standing alive at the center of his world. Of the same content is also the proposition of Democritus that something primary, which did not come into existence, must be assumed, for time and infinity did not come into existence, so that to inquire after their origin would mean to seek the beginning of the infinite. One can see in this only a sophistical denial of the question of the origin of all phenomena. p. 567. I can see in that assertion of Ritter's only a moral denial of the question concerning the basis of this Democritean determination. The infinite is posited in the atom as a principle, it is contained in the definition of the atom. To inquire after the basis of the definition would, of course, be to negate his definition of the concept. Democritus ascribes to the atom only one physical property, weight. One can again recognize here the mathematical interest which seeks to save the applicability of mathematics to the calculation of weight. p. 568. Hence the atomists deduced motion also from necessity, conceiving the latter as the causelessness of motion receding into the indeterminate. p. 570. 19 Democritus, however, holds that certain images approach, meet, men. Some of these have a beneficial effect, others a harmful only. For this reason also he prays that only images endowed with reason should meet him. But these are big and gigantic and indeed very hard to destroy, but not indestructible. He says they foretell men the future, are visible and emit sound. Proceeding from the notion of these images, the ancients conjectured that there is a God, Sextus Empiricus, against the professors, p. 311. 20-21 Now Aristotle said that the notion of God arose in men from two factors, from the processes in the soul and from the heavenly phenomena. From the processes in the soul because of the divine inspiration of the soul in sleep and because of the prophecies. For, he says, when the soul in sleep becomes independent, it discards its own nature, has premonitions and foretells the future. For this reason, he says, men have surmised that God is something which in itself resembles the soul and the most intelligent of all. But also from the heavenly phenomena. OPCIT, pages 311f. 25 Epicurus believes that men derived the notion of God from the visions of fantasy which appear during sleep. For, he says, since in sleep big images. In the manuscript this part of the quotation is given in German, the rest in Greek ed. 500 Karl Marx. Resembling human beings appear, they assume that in reality also there are some such gods resembling human beings. OPCIT, p. 312. 58, Epicurus, some say, admits the existence of God as far as the multitude is concerned, but not as far as the nature of things goes. OPCIT, p. 319. A. Soul, p. 321. Against the Professors Book 9. 218, Aristotle asserted that God is incorporeal and the limit of heaven, the Stoics that he is a breath which permeates even through things foul, Epicurus that he is anthropomorphic, Xenophanes that he is an impassive sphere. 219 Epicurus declares that what is blessed and incorruptible neither feels trouble itself nor causes it to others. Outlines of Pyrrhonism, Book 3, p. 155. 219-221 But to Epicurus, who wishes to define time as the accidental of accidentals, odujatkatai obnjatu, atu, v, can be objected, besides many other things, that everything which behaves as substance belongs to the substrates, to the underlying subjects, but what is called